While India successfully defending itself consistently, especially with regard to residential areas, even city areas that are being targeted by Pakistan. However, the tournament for now stands cancelled because remember, this is about multi-cities where IPL was being organized from the north to the south of the country. And therefore, at this juncture, as much of messaging, but also security of the cricket players who are from other nations as much, of course, from our own country. So that's the big news on your screen. BCCI cancelling remainder of the IPL games. And remember, while we were heading nearly to the conclusion of the event as well, but this decision has been taken that we cannot continue. Yesterday itself, remember, there was a reason. Even though there was no attempted attack at the IPL tournament, but this is something that has to be taken in consideration. Nitin Srivastav joins me for the latest on that. Nitin, tell us more precisely the reason that the BCCI decides at this juncture IPL cannot go on.
Well, Pooja, it was well written on card just because of, we saw Dharamsala game. It was abandoned midway. And one can understand that what exactly is going on in terms of the future of IPL. So today there was a meeting of BCCI officials with some government officials, and they have decided that IPL should not go on as in the present situation. So that is why BCCI, on the condition of anonymity of a person, a member told India today that it does not look nice that cricket goes on while the country is at war. So it is very clear message that BCCI don't want to go ahead with IPL or any cricketing activities when India is facing a war. So that is why they have decided to suspend the IPL indefinitely. And the one thing which we as of now can understand is the remaining of the matches, will be a call taken on those matches. But as of now, at present, all IPL matches are suspended, and the remaining of matches
were pending for now, because I believe we were in some way heading to the conclusion as well. What are you looking at? How many matches suspended? Because I believe there were some matches scheduled today as well in the evening.
All matches, Pooja, as of now, all matches. IPL is suspended for now. There are 16 matches which are remaining to be played, and those matches all will be taken. What is the window being looked at all the availability of the players, not just Indian but also the overseas players. So it is again a big decision that IPL governing council will take in future. But as of now, at present, IPL is suspended in India.
All right, Nitin, stay on with me. That's the big news coming in. The Indian Premier League stands suspended amid the tensions with regard to the India-Pakistan conflict. Also, as much, remember, for the security reasons. Are we looking at that too, Nitin? Of course, the country is facing such a heated situation, especially at the border. But it's as much about security concerns for the players involved. There's a lot of travel. It is a multi-city tournament as well. Do you think that's also possibly one of the reasons?
And security of players is actually paramount for BCCI, and that is why they don't want to risk any players, support officials, or anyone. So that is why we saw Dharamsala game yesterday, and the other game which was scheduled to be played on 11th, it was shifted to Ahmedabad just because Dharamsala airport is closed, Chandigarh airport is closed. So BCCI decided to move the game, but the last night incident, it actually escalated the matter, and that is why in a urgent meeting, BCCI decided to suspend this IPL, keeping in mind the security.
Stay on with me. I'm also joined by editor Nikhil Naz, tracking the latest on that. Nikhil, so IPL tournament stands suspended. Many had been already discussing it, possibly asking already that this tournament needs to at least be postponed for now. What is your understanding? What are the BCCI officials telling you of the reason that IPL, for now, not just one match or another, the whole remaining tournament stands cancelled?
Well, Pooja, that's right. Something that even Nitin was alluding to, that BCCI had already taken a call to shift one game out of Dharamsala a short while ago. And one must compliment the board for taking such a swift decision. Remember, the situation is fluid at the moment. What happened last night when things were escalating, BCCI took a swift call to suspend a game that was happening at that time in Dharamsala. Now, for those of you who are wondering that why couldn't have BCCI cancelled that Dharamsala game, knowing fully well that there could be a situation where, that game may have to be suspended midway, which is what exactly happened. I think the reason why BCCI went ahead with yesterday's game is what I'm picking up is because both teams were already in Dharamsala, even though the Dharamsala airspace had been closed for more than 24 hours. But because both teams were there and the team members as well as the team owners, everyone was keen, that we conduct that particular game. That's why yesterday's game went through. But then when, there was a drill as well, and there were a few projectiles that were hurled towards some major areas in north of India, some of them in very close proximity to Dharamsala, it was decided midway last night to halt that particular game. And then the next priority of BCCI was to ensure that everyone there, including the players as well as commentators, be taken to a safer place from Dharamsala. And again, kudos to the board who have organized a safe passage for players as well as commentators. What I believe most of them have already reached Delhi from Dharamsala last evening. And the other thing that what I'm thinking from BCCI is that at the moment their paramount importance they're giving is to the safety of the overseas players. So a lot of overseas players have been asking in terms of what is the situation. So now that all the major airports are still open, airspace is still open, they would like the overseas players probably to head back to their respective countries. What they have been told, I'm picking up, is that the IPL is suspended at the moment. The season is not completely cancelled; it's just suspended. When they will want to have the next few games, that could be, let's say, because as I mentioned, the situation is fluid. Maybe a week later, if things really calm down, 10 days later. If not
and
then
it is a developing story, Nikhil, like you're telling us. So it's also important to ensure, for as long as possible, the overseas players who are here, that they must be as much kept safe, because Pakistan cannot be trusted if it can target innocent civilians. We have to ensure that the security of the players, the audience that's coming in to watch the matches, all of that should not face any attempted attack. Thank you very much. Nikhil Naz, Nitin Srivastav tracking the big news. IPL stands suspended for now, indefinitely amid India-Pakistan conflict. Big news coming in. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meeting with the CDS, the three services chiefs. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. In this meeting, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi briefing about the latest situation, especially with regard to the border areas, how India successfully defended, especially the drone attacks, the projectiles, the missile attacks that were thrown toward our civilian population. Air Force Chief, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, giving information about the action taken by the incredible Air Force. Have to say, clearly the manner in which not only the targeted attacks and the terror places and hideouts in Pakistan, but to ensure our own population yesterday, especially for J&K, were kept safe, and how. So that's the latest images. Now, what do you notice about this image, if I'm correct? In the past few days, and I bring in Shivani Sharma here. Shivani, let's analyze this image for a while as this meeting that went on for 2 hours, possibly the first time in other images that were officially released. Do I see a certain smile, a certain pride that is clearly reflected on the face of the senior officials, the armed forces chiefs and the defense minister? And that's messaging as much.
Pooja, you're absolutely on the point. The confidence, the smile, the assurance, the body language we see here in this most powerful picture of the day is very much crucial and important. It should be understood by all Indians that whatever Pakistan is doing, it is trying to take out its frustration by hitting out on the civilians. It is trying to attack the cities in Jammu, in Chandigarh, in Punjab, in Jodhpur and so many areas. But what it is getting, it is getting a hit back. Every time it's trying to do so by the Indian Defence Forces, the armed forces that are working in full synergy after what we've been seeing in Pahalgam attack, the Operation Synindhur's planning. We've seen multiple such meetings where we've seen the CDS, the Defence Minister, the service chiefs together. They've been briefing Prime Minister several times, even before the strategic planning was going on of Synindhur, Operation Synindhur. So this image of the day, that is of a meeting that continued for 2 hours, Pooja, in the South Block. And a review was being done. The briefing was being given by all the three chiefs. That means that not only Army, the Air Force, but Indian Navy, for that matter, is also on the demonstration of its strength in the maritime boundaries. And we have to wait for more inputs that will be divulged officially as we see that there is a lot happening. And through the night, Pooja, as the operation was going on, Pakistan was sending its drones and munitions into Indian territory, Indian boundaries, air boundaries. It was being just damaged and neutralized by our air defense systems, the multi-layered, robust systems that India possesses, starting from the S-400 to the Pichora missiles, the other systems that have been there in place. So this is a very important messaging right from the briefing of the Operation Synindhur, where we saw the two officers of the women officers of the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, along with the MEA Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and also yesterday when we saw these lady officers in the combat dresses, that gave a huge message, Pooja. And this picture today that is showing the confidence, the smiling faces of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And remember, yesterday evening, Defence Minister was delivering a lecture in a program, and he gave out a very strong response out there. Also, he has once again warned Pakistan and said when it comes to safeguarding the sovereignty of the country, there is no limit to it. And all these forces are working together.
Shivani, stay on with me. Stay on with me. Look at this image closely on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Led by a political will. This time, of course, in this image, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on top, of course, Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister Modi. But the men you're looking at on your screens are leading the second largest military of the world, especially with regard to the army. And this time, with the joint support of the Indian Air Force, of the Navy, these are the decision makers who are ensuring you and I are kept safe, and that Pakistan continues to get a befitting response when it comes to realizing that this is not the era of India where we will take it lying down, that you come with sponsored jihadists, massacre our innocent people, continue to target them at the border and think that you will get away. This image signifies the new India. Shivani, are we looking at, after this meeting of 2 hours, that there would be a meeting with Prime Minister Modi as well? Because every day there's been a huddle. Of course, while we do not reveal the details that are coming in, but tell me about the highlights of this meeting. Is it, I'm sure none of them have got any sleep through the night, tracking all the operations. But why do you think consistently these meetings and operation briefing that are happening? Give us more details. Do you think it's also about the communication that needs to go ahead?
Pooja, we've been reporting since morning that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was personally monitoring the operations that were going on since last late evening, when the attempts of drone attacks started in Jammu and how they were neutralized. Every minute detail is being monitored. That's what the sources have revealed. There is continuous communication between the Defence Minister, the service chiefs, the CDS and the Prime Minister is being briefed about every major development through the operations. This was a physical meeting, and the messaging is also important. This went on for 2 hours. But even before this meeting, and even before we got to know about that meeting, there were deliberations, there were conversations and communications on the whole operation that is going on, and that has been taken ahead by the armed forces together, not only Army, not only Navy, not only Air Force, but a synergy between the three that are being guided by the leadership of our armed forces together. That's what the Indian armed forces have been doing since last few years, that synergizing to work together, that kind of interoperability, and to take on operations in that integrated format. So that's what we are seeing here, Pooja. This operation that goes on, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we've seen him in 2 CCS meetings. We've seen him multiple times meeting the chiefs of the services individually, together, meeting Raksha Mantri, meeting the Defence Secretary. So he's been monitoring and reviewing whatever is going on. And remember, there's one very important statement that had come yesterday from the Ministry of Defence, that India is taking on kinetic and non-kinetic measures to thwart any attempt from Pakistan. So kinetic measures, surely that involve the kind of combat capabilities of the armed forces. The non-kinetic is the diplomatic efforts that are going on. So everything is
Shivani, stay on with me.
Speak.
Update coming in right now. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has reached the meeting as well. The image that you're looking at on your screen, the CDS and the Tri-Services Chief with regard to the briefing for the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and later, remember, there will be briefing to the Prime Minister as well. But importantly, NSA Ajit Doval has been present in almost all of these meetings, because eventually the communication then taken to Prime Minister Modi, who, according to our sources, our reporters on the ground, he's been consistently, of course, in real-time tracking through the night all the operations that are taking place. But there has to be a part of protocol also that Shivani is telling us about. Shivani, as we stay on with these images from the meeting, but also the ground situation, it is also a reminder that Pakistan does not differentiate when it comes to civilians, military, or even, of course, with regard to terrorism, which they have been harboring consistently. If they can try and attempt to target civilians in Jammu, like we saw, and parts of Kashmir, also in Punjab, they will want to do that again. So do you think it's also about ensuring that our preparation remains top-notch?
Certainly, Pooja, Indian Army cannot trust Pakistan when it comes to taking on the standard procedures of even in the war times and in the civil times too, when we've seen that the terror outfits were hit by Indian armed forces in Operation Synindhur. It has actually pained Pakistan the most, and that's why it decided to target our military establishment across the western border. And this all was expected out of Pakistan, because Pakistan, this is not the first time when it has been doing so. We've witnessed so many terror attacks on Indian citizens through these decades, and to which Pakistan has been, it has been endorsing these terror outfits and not cooperating in the investigation. So this time, as we were hearing Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri in the MEA briefing last evening, he said that it's high time. We do not want Pakistan to keep on stonewalling these terrorists. It is now time that we must act. And Pakistan has been resorting to unprovoked shelling on civilian targets mostly, because Pooja, what we've been reporting, that there are casualties on Poonch side. 16 were yesterday's count, but we are getting some inputs that this count could have gone higher, because the intensity of last night's shelling was much more as compared to last two nights. So we cannot trust Pakistan. India is preparing well. The evacuation plans are going on. The people are being evacuated now. And also the ceasefire violations are being given a forceful response from the Indian Army. The artillery guns of the Indian Army are roaring even as we speak. They are actually responding to each and every ceasefire violation of Pakistan that goes on in multiple areas along the line of control, and
that will continue. It's the Border Security Force, the Indian Army, and remember the civil volunteers on the ground as well, to ensure that people are kept safe. It's been terrible. It's been terrible how Pakistan continues to target our civilians on the ground, and of course the armed forces on the job to neutralize the threat. Shivani, stay safe. Keep sending us all the ground reports. Stay on with me if possible, because I have some breaking news coming in. It's the remnants of the Pak missiles on camera. It's in evidence. Look at these images about to come on your screens. These missiles were fired by Pakistan, successfully intercepted last night. They could not cause the damage it intended, especially in civilian areas. It's the Indian Air Defense neutralizing these Pakistan missiles. This is official information. We are putting out evidence for you, not simply a conjecture. This is basically the debris of the missile scattered. This visual comes to you from Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. Rajouri is very close to the border. This is where Pakistan has earlier as well tried to, remember, cause terror attacks, harmed civilians as well, including women and children. And right now, missile debris that has been found from Pakistan. It's a reminder of Pakistan not differentiating between civilians and military as much, wants to harm our people. Shivani, I bring you in here. You've got us report, whether from Uri, whether from Poonch and other areas. Rajouri as much. This is where Pakistan has indulged in terror attacks. It has harmed our people as well, from Rajouri, the belt of Riyasi and more. Tell me about this missile debris. It is evidence that we have now as much about what Pakistan attempts to do even in civilian areas.
Pooja, we've been reporting about these missiles, the debris of these missiles, the wreckages of the drones that Pakistan has been trying to intrude into with in Indian boundary. And this particular missile is also now, this has been found in Rajouri sector. And this is the missile that was being attempted by Pakistan to harm the Indians, harm the innocent civilians, remember, because all these targets are not only the military establishments, but also the cities. Remember, Jammu, which is a city where multiple drones were targeted from Pakistan. Rajouri area, that remains an area where in south of Pir Panjal we've seen a lot of intensified terror acts in past few months, and Indian forces have been neutralizing these terrorists. So this whole belt has been affected. Pakistan has targeted this belt, but Pakistan's failed misadventure and its reminiscences are now very evident on ground. We are being reporting about multiple such assets that were downed by India, including the aircraft of Pakistan that are already on ground. They have been shot by Indian missile systems. So multiple such assets China had given to Pakistan for its use has now been neutralized by Indian forces on Indian grounds, and the evidence and the proof of all this misadventure lies here and there in the debris in Indian soil.
It's happening. Shivani, stay on with me. Shivani is in border areas of Jammu Kashmir where Pakistan is attempting to harm our innocent civilians. Look at this image on your screen. The missile fired by Pakistan was successfully intercepted. I want to bring in here, Shivani, with regard to the air defense systems, whether it is Akash missile systems or the S-400, perhaps people across the country did not realize at one point of how India had been prepared. It had a vision. And that vision today is coming to fruition to save our people, for example, in intercepting in these missiles, isn't it?
See, Pooja, we have been interacting to the higher officials of the Indian Army and Air Force, Indian Navy. We all were seeing that since the present conflicts happened, the recent conflicts happened, they saw a lot of usage of drones in the conflict zone. So Indian Army was preparing itself since last many years to protect itself, not only the traditional measures, but the modern warfare. The warfare that is actually now proving to be best in the world, because the S-400 systems that we procured from Russia that have a range of intercepting and neutralizing the targets till a range of 400 kilometers are working as a fine example of our shield above the skies. And not only this, Pooja, there's a multiple asset that has been there on ground. The counter unmanned systems, the air defense systems that are placed at several locations across the borders, the sensitive areas that have neutralized these aerial threats. Not only this, the MRSAM, the surface-to-air missiles, the other missiles that have been used, the assets by the Indian Air Force, the Pechora missiles, they all have been excellently proving that India's defense shield, and especially when it comes to the neutralization of aerial threats that are coming India's way from Pakistan, has been one of the exemplary air shields in the world. Remember, the Iron Dome also had failed at a time due to intelligence failures. But here in India, the S-400, the Pechora, the Akash missile systems, the air defense assets, other than all these have
on
been
with me. It's not just Rajouri. More and more evidence exposing Pakistan and how. I hope the world is watching, realizing that if evidence of carrying out massacres were not enough against our civilians, look at this evidence. India successfully intercepting, not just in Rajouri. More news coming in. Let's take a look at that. This is in Punjab. Close to the border in Hoshiarpur, a Chinese PL-15 air-to-air missile has been recovered. This Chinese missile appears to be, of course, from what Pakistan systems are using, the weaponry that they have been using from China, and from a Pak fighter jet, basically. That has landed and has been caught. Now, what is interesting is it failed to detonate. That's also speaking volumes about the kind of equipment China had been sending to Pakistan. It's the dubious arsenal from China. Our managing editor, Gaurav Sawant, joins me for the latest on that. Gaurav, it is as much evidence about the kind of Chinese support to Pakistan, but also failed to detonate. What does that tell us? And tell us more about this specific missile.
It's a gold mine. This missile is worth its weight in gold as far as those who are studying Chinese equipment are concerned, and not just in India. The United States may just send a special aircraft to study this. It's the latest PL-15. It's the air-to-air missile that the Chinese are using. Of course, these are mated on the JF-17 Block 3 Thunders and also on the J-10Cs, which is the backbone now and gradually of the Pakistani Air Force, the JF-17 Thunders and the J-10Cs. The fact that a PL-15 failed to detonate and fell in Hoshiarpur. It's an air-to-air missile, quite like the American, AIM-21-2B. It just goes on to indicate that the Chinese are making beyond visual range missiles with extended ranges. This may have failed to detonate, but analysts would want to see, military planners would want to see the kind of technology China is able to put in its latest air-to-air missiles. Look, America is also seeing what kind of weaponry China has, especially over Taiwan, the issue of Taiwan, because that is where the American fighter jets and the Chinese fighter jets may face off in times to come. The Chinese are already working on an advanced version of the PL-15s, and PL-15s is something that Pakistan has been boasting about very extensively after the PL-12s. But this, if it failed to detonate, and in the past some which apparently may have succeeded, so we really have to, our military planners would really be wanting to look at this missile very closely to see the technology China has. The fact that it failed to detonate is a big shot in the arm to analyze the Chinese equipment and the failure of the Pakistanis to capitalize on it. But it also shows the weaknesses in this particular missile, in the JF-17 Thunders, which incidentally, as you well know, the Chinese are not using themselves, but have palmed it off to Pakistan completely. And of course, the J-10Cs. So there's a lot that will be gathered about the Chinese equipment, because if you see, even their honky, the HQ-16 air defense shield in Lahore failed. It virtually collapsed in the face of the Indian assault, which wasn't even a punitive assault. It was just a demonstrative assault.
So Chinese equipment being sold to Pakistan and how it's reflective on your screen. This is Hoshiarpur in Punjab. Joining me from Amritsar, Aseem Bassi for the latest on that. Aseem, tell me more about this Pakistan missile. And as Gaurav is saying, this is going to be a gold mine for the Indian Armed Forces and the defense scientists.
Well, definitely when Pakistan was launching its misadventure against India, be it Jammu, be it Pathankot, be it Hoshiarpur or Bathinda, and the Indian defense system shot down this missile, and basically it landed in Rampur village in Hoshiarpur, which is in the hilly area of Hoshiarpur. And definitely this is gold mine because we can study it. And now, fortunately, there was no casualty, it was not exploded, and definitely it is a gold mine for the Indian defense personnel. They can study it, and definitely it also
Aseem, tell me this, what you're telling us about the hilly region, the terrain. That means the attempt, it may have failed to detonate, but the attempt was to harm the civilian population of Punjab.
Yes, definitely. Be it, I tell you that Hoshiarpur has an uphill area also. So this was a hilly region, uphill village where this landed. And definitely Pakistan has made such kind of attempts to hit the civil areas as well as the military areas. Be it Bathinda, be it Hoshiarpur, be it Jalandhar, be it Pathankot. The Pakistan has come all over without having any regrets about hitting the civil areas. Although the air defense system of India works very well, and the troops neutralized all kind of attempts by Pakistan.
Gaurav, I want to bring in the China angle here. China has played caution when it comes to possibly statements from the leadership, but this is all too reflective of China also wants India to be disturbed, a rising India, becoming a dominant power in so many ways, one economy, whether it's regard to other investments, and trying to help Pakistan, at least with these equipments it attempts to be able to escalate this conflict.
You know, this missile that's been found is actually an example of how Atmanirbhar Bharat is working, and Pakistan that uses Chinese technology has failed. So what was this missile mated on? It was mated on a JF-17 Thunder aircraft of Chinese origin, assembled in Pakistan, brought down by an Akash surface-to-air system. And that shows you how India's integrated missile development program, how India trusted Atmanirbhar Bharat technology, and how India is able to spot the threat as it comes in and able to take effective action, bringing down a JF-17 Thunder very effectively. And that's the loss that Pakistan has suffered. And the Chinese origin missile has now been recovered. So it's a huge shot in the arm. You're absolutely right. But as far as China is concerned, China is selling military hardware to Pakistan. Whether Pakistan is able to pay for it or is ceding territory and ground, whether it's in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, including northern areas and Gwadar, in Baluchistan to China, in return, it just shows that Pakistan, it may have boasted a lot about its military hardware, capabilities, training and tactics, but at least so far, it's been found wanting in more scenarios than one.
And Gaurav, approximately 70 to 80%, as reported, of Pakistan's budget goes for the defense budget, and this is where the money is going.
In military hardware, yes, to an extent, the Pakistan army sought an 18% hike in their budget,
yes,
but a lot of that money is being made by Pakistani generals. If you look at Pakistani generals, and I now have access to a dossier this thick on Asim Munir's corruption, we'll be putting that out shortly. But apart from that, the aspect is Pakistan makes a lot of money. Their army generals make a lot of money and then end up buying houses in Dubai and United Kingdom, in Europe. General Kayani is rumored to have bought an island off the coast of Australia with all this money, and apparently flies a flag there, is what the buzz is. Has some retired Pakistan army soldiers serving him even in his island. So that's the kind of lives these Pakistani generals live after they retire, as they milk their country and their people suffer and their equipment is found wanting in combat.
Well, I would just say that I hope the world is watching. This is a reminder of the kind of equipment, of military hardware Pakistan has, but more than that, they're using all of this trying to harm innocent civilians of India. Gaurav Sawant, looking forward to more of coverage. I have more details coming in. Remember, at a juncture like this, Gaurav, and I bring in back, we have more updates coming in on that. The undetonated Chinese missile, this is the PL-15 air-to-air missile. This is a reminder after, remember the defense system, the HQ-9 defense system of Pakistan, that also faced heavy damage by India, and now it is again reflective of how Pakistan's military hardware, even though the attempt was, remember viewer, to harm innocent civilians in Hoshiarpur in Punjab, that's a missile that failed to detonate. Of course, this will, apart from the curious watchers on the ground, as the images have surfaced, will immediately be taken into consideration by our defense scientists, by Indian Armed Forces, to be able to study it. And the kind of equipment that is being sold at an extremely high price to Pakistan establishment on this. Gaurav, as we stay on with this big story, explain to us again. Because for the viewer watching who may not understand the technical terms of it, when we talk of specifically this PL-15, Chinese made but assembled in Pakistan, fails to detonate. What could have been the impact had it detonated? One. And two, how will this be taken up by the Indian Armed Forces to be able to understand what kind of hardware is being sold to Pakistan?
So what we are being told by our sources is that this PL-15, it's a long-range air-to-air missile. It's state-of-the-art. It's the latest missile. This was mated on board JF-17 Thunder, apparently Block 3, the latest JF-17 Thunders that Pakistan has. And this JF-17 Thunder, now since it's a long-range air-to-air missile beyond visual range, so it's about 160 kilometers to 200 kilometers is what is claimed. It has a kill range. Now a kill range would mean that the aircraft on the Pakistani side can target an aircraft or any threat on the Indian side. But apparently the Pakistani aircraft was coming in for a kill when it was taken down by India's surface-to-air Akash surface-to-air missile defense shield, and that is where the JF-17 crashed, and this air-to-air missile was recovered from the debris. As that aircraft crashed, we are told that 2 JF-17s have crashed. There are also reports, we're waiting for an official confirmation of an F-16 going down. So while we wait for that official confirmation, at least this air-to-air missile, which has a capacity to hit any aerial threat from a Pakistani Air Force fighter jet in the skies in India, 160 kilometers away, is an indication of the kind of weapons and systems that Pakistan has acquired as part of its modernization drive. However, the Indian systems were on top. The Pakistanis failed using the Chinese equipment in this assault that took place. So it is an indication that while the equipment matters, the man behind the gun or the machine matters more, and India came out on top. Now, investigations will reveal a lot about Chinese technology and capabilities. Once this missile is taken apart, the PL-15 is taken apart, not only Indians, but even the Americans would be very, very interested, Pooja.
Gaurav, let's do a quick comparison from your expertise. We have the HQ-9, the failure that clearly it showed with regard to India's retaliatory strike. And this, remember, at a juncture when that HQ-9 is also China made and sold to Pakistan. Then comes in our defense systems, whether it's S-400, whether it's HQ-9. Just let's do a quick comparison. How does it differentiate, and how are we now putting forth our view with evidence of that we have a stronger air defense system?
So the Pakistanis, after Balakot, realized, after Balakot airstrikes that Indian Air Force did in 2019, that their air defense was very weak. Now, if you also look at Pakistan's map, it's a very narrow country. You can fly from one end to the other in a very short period of time, barely a couple of hours. You can just get into Afghanistan, north to south. That country, again, from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from Gilgit-Baltistan to Karachi, is just a couple of hours flight. Therefore, Pakistan invested extensively in an air defense shield. So whether it was the HQ-9Bs or the HQ-16s, the honky 16s are the mainstay of Pakistan's air defense. It is the Chinese version of the older version of the S-300s that the Russians had, but a Chinese copy of that. India has the state-of-the-art S-400 systems, which is the best in the world. And Indian Air Force officers tell me that it's even better than the American THAAD system or the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System of the Americans, which incidentally the Israelis have also acquired the THAAD system to go along with their Iron Dome and a lot more for protection of Israel. So India is virtually a generation ahead in our air defense system, and it's not just the S-400s. While we already have 3 S-400 systems, 2 more are awaited. India has our own systems, including the Akash missile defense shield, the air defense shield, and a lot more. The Akash Tir, the integration of that entire system, which makes it network-centric warfare that Pakistan hasn't been able to achieve the quality that we have. And this is where Pakistan was found wanting when Indian, even the Harrops were able to go in, destroy the HQ-16 completely, go into Rawalpindi, go into Lahore, and can go even beyond. So Pakistan's now, in a way, an emperor without clothes.
Wow.
It doesn't have any shield. India can go in as and when we want. Now, to overcome that, Pakistan flew in its AWACS, or its Airborne Early Warning Command and Control Structure. Yesterday, late night, there was a report that their AWACS was also taken down.
Yes.
We are still waiting for an official confirmation once again. So that just shows how vulnerable Pakistan is. Now it'll have to scramble its fighter jets to protect its skies or move some system here and there. But then there are gaps now in Pakistan. Each gap that India can choose to punish as and when required to have that moral and military high ground as and when required.
This is also about a reminder of a vision that was from the political leadership, from the Indian Armed Forces, to have thought this through, because that is coming to fruition right now to save our people and teach Pakistan, meanwhile, a lesson. Gaurav Sawant will be with me throughout, tracking all the latest coming in. I'm heading to a very short commercial break. Stay tuned. News on the other side. Hello?
You must be tired like me of hearing countless broadcasts like these. Cyber frauds are the new age white-collared crime.
They don't break into your home, but they break into your bank account directly.
Project Shield is an India Today initiative to expose their dirty tricks
and help you outsmart the scammers. Come join us and be 2 steps ahead of fraudsters, because better safe than sorry.
What's
Situation is as tense as it is in different part of Jammu and Kashmir, is here in Pura sector as well, at the international border between India and Pakistan. This is the last village at the IB, at the international border between India and Pakistan. This is the last village of India. And often they have seen ceasefire violations, but they haven't witnessed these kind of shelling or a massive artillery firing on the civilians, on the villagers. Largely, this is the harvesting season, but what they have been spotting for last couple of days have been really difficult.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
All right, big news coming in. An undetonated Chinese missile in Hoshiarpur, Punjab's field. This is, remember, while an attempt was to target the innocent civilians, but it has been successfully foiled. And this Chinese PL-15, it's an air-to-air missile. You should know, viewer, it has been recovered now. The fact that it failed to detonate shows and exposes the kind of military hardware being sold to Pakistan. This comes after HQ-9 defense system of Pakistan that Pakistan was heavily relying on in Lahore faced the Harab retaliatory strike, and of course we saw the damage it caused. This Chinese missile, likely from a Pakistan fighter jet, and failed to detonate, has been on the ground, visual on your screen. This is not conjecture. I'm putting out evidence for you to see, and this will of course be picked up by the defense scientists, by the Indian Armed Forces, but it is also in many ways the kind of Chinese arsenal that they themselves would not use, but have been sold to Pakistan. missile likely from the downed Pakistan JF-17 jet, and what possibly intercepted it, ensured that our civilians are kept safe. It is the Akash missile system, our air defense system, that is protecting our people. Remember, the Pakistan jet shot down, then an undetonated missile in the field. It's China-made PL-15. It's an air-to-air missile. You should know that has now been recovered. So that's the latest image on your screen, and that is pertinent. This is after, remember, what happened to HQ-9. So it's not even a lot of effort being taken to ensure that there would be a damage in any sort of retaliatory strike from India. By itself, that it failed to detonate, landed in the hilly region of Hoshiarpur in Punjab. But also remember, if it had detonated, what was on agenda for Pakistan military? It was to harm innocent civilians living in the area. They have done it in Pahalgam, targeting innocent people, point-blank range, identifying them, and then from LOC and now even in Punjab. I have some more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. All right, top news coming in. Remember, amid the meetings that have been on, take a look at that review meeting on the border and airport security situation at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. So barely hours after the 2-hour-long meeting that happened with Home Minister, with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, now Home Minister's residence is where the BSF DG, the CISF DG, and the Intelligence Bureau Chief are present in that meeting. These are constant huddles. Remember, the leadership has, of course, been tracking all the ops in real time. But this briefing is part of protocol. Details are shared, but also the review meeting to ensure that this preparedness and the operational unity continues for days to come. Piyush Mishra joins me now. So Piyush, we have the visuals on our screen of the cavalcade going inside. So right after the Defence Minister meeting, there is now the meeting of Home Minister that you're talking about. I believe that it should follow up with a meeting with Prime Minister Modi too.
Most likely, Pooja, because these are security review meetings, those are taking place. Initially, it was the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who chaired a meeting at a Defence Ministry in which, along with CDS, all tri-service chiefs were present and Defence Secretary was also there. And now what we are told is that Home Minister Amit Shah is taking a security review meeting with BSF DG, CISF DG, and IB Chief is also present there. Sources suggesting that few top officials from Ministry of Home Affairs are also present in this crucial meeting, which is right now underway at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. And this meeting is basically focused on security at border areas and also security at airports across the country. Also security focused in domestic in various other states. So that's a very important meeting which is right now underway at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence, and most likely we can expect another meeting to take place at PM Narendra Modi's residence, where he also would like to seek a report from the top officials. But as we are speaking, another big huddle taking place at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence, where BSF DG, CISF DG, IB Chief along with other officials of MHA are present.
This meeting, remember, follows after there have been meetings of the Tri-Services Chief, the CDS, with the Defence Minister. This is all part of a protocol. Remember, this team that you're looking at and consistent huddles are the leaders of their respective forces. They have been up all night, days for now, as much as the citizens have been, but they are the ones ensuring that when you lead with the second largest military, especially with regard to the army, then to gather the intelligence inputs that are coming in, there has to be a seamless coordination. Is this what is reflective in those meetings? What I've seen in the past few days, Piyush, has been that seamless coordination between not only the forces, the government and the forces, the administration and the forces as much, and then with the intelligence agencies putting out information for the armed forces to carry out the operations.
Absolutely, Pooja. In the last more than 2 weeks, we have seen a lot of meetings taking place. Since the time Pahalgam attack, we have seen PM Narendra Modi himself cutting short his Saudi Arabia visit. And the moment he landed in Delhi, he was briefed by Ajit Doval, Foreign Minister Jai Shankar and other officials. And after which we have seen...
Piyush, stay on with me. Big news coming in with regard to Gujarat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke with Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel. This is, remember, because Gujarat also is a border state. There had been a lot of speculations. There's been tension at the border, not just with Rajasthan, but also Jammu Kashmir and Gujarat. received information on tension on border situation. I want to immediately go across to Brijesh Doshi on this. This is, remember, after all, as much the home state for Prime Minister Modi. Tell me more about this, Brijesh. Why specifically the Gujarat Chief Minister?
Definitely, Pooja, this is the home state of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Prime Minister is concerned about the yesterday's drone attack near Kutch border. Yesterday night we saw 3 drones came to the Kutch border as well, and in the early morning at 4 a.m. Near Jamnagar as well. So PM has talked about the yesterday's incident, and he got the information how well prepared the Gujarat State Administration right now, and which are the steps taken by the Gujarat government for the security of the people, as well as there won't be any panic in the people, and Gujarat Chief Minister has briefed the Prime Minister Narendra Modi about the various steps taken, as well as how well the government has prepared for any kind of situation, worst situation, to reach out to the worst situation and to safeguard the people of the state. So these were the informations given by the Gujarat Chief Minister. Just a few minutes ago, this telephonic conversation was done between Prime Minister of India and Chief Minister of Gujarat.
All right, stay on with me, Brijesh, because as the images that are coming in, remember that there's been a blackout as a precautionary measure in Gujarat border districts amid the India-Pakistan situation. So a quick question from you there, Brijesh. What is the border status right now when it comes to Gujarat? Because the reason that Prime Minister Modi is ensuring he's in direct contact with the Chief Minister is to ensure that tensions do not prevail. In fact, more news coming in. Brijesh, thank you for now. According to our sources, let's take a look at that. Union Health Minister J.P. Nadda has called a meeting. All levels of operation preparedness are being taken in consideration. Nothing is being left for later. We have to be better prepared this time. Now, according to our sources, to discuss the availability of health services with senior officials. These constant huddles and meetings, remember, are looking at a step ahead. There will be a meeting with representatives, possibly of the pharma companies, is what we are told as well. This is, remember, as a precautionary measure, looking at any sort of eventuality, the availability of medicines, about resources. While our health sector has already been on a high alert, but there are being these review meetings that are consistently taking place. So our Health Minister, J.P. Nadda, who's called this meeting specifically with regard to health services and senior officials. There will be a meeting with representatives of the pharma companies as well. This is, remember, not a panic button. This is to ensure that we stay ready just in case there is a situation of eventuality, because we've seen how the border areas are being targeted by Pakistan's forces. Piyush, I bring you in here. This is also a reminder to the viewer. This is not an alarm panic button. Understand why these meetings are taking place. This is to be ready and stay prepared. Piyush, tell me more about this meeting. Health Minister likely to meet senior officials of the Health Ministry as much as the pharma companies' representatives.
Well, Pooja, these meetings are specifically taking place after the meeting which was chaired by Prime Narendra Modi yesterday. You would remember that he had spoken with all the secretaries of top ministries for having a synergy, for having a close coordination. And also it was a review meeting of preparedness in a hostile situation. And that is why after the directions those were issued by Prime Minister to all the secretaries, we are now seeing how other ministries are holding their different respective meetings. And Home Minister Amit Shah is chairing a meeting. Now what we are told is that BJP is the national president, and Union Health Minister J.P. Nadda is also going to chair a meeting with health officials and also with pharma companies. And these are the meetings looking at the preparedness of the nation and not to create any kind of panic. And these meetings keep on happening on time to time. And this is just to ensure that we are very much ready if there is any kind of emergency situation. Yesterday, PM Narendra Modi had held a meeting with various top secretaries across the country. He had asked all the secretaries to ensure that their ministries are very much ready to respond to any kind of emergency situation, and they are very much on their toes. If there is any kind of situation, we have to deal with it, and that is why these meetings are basically taking place. So since morning we have seen series of meetings taking place. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh holding a meeting, then Home Minister Amit Shah also holding a meeting, and now what we are told is that J.P. Nadda, who is also Union Health Minister, even he is holding meeting. In fact, different secretaries of different ministries, even they are holding their respective meetings of their respective ministry.
Piyush, stay on with me. Remember, Prime Minister Modi, barely 24 hours ago, organized these meetings with all main important ministries when it comes to especially civil defense. It comes to the operational preparedness and to ensure that India at all quarters are not just ready, but there's a synergy between the ministries. We have more news coming in. Tensions with Pakistan escalated as strikes were launched toward Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur. These are border areas, and Pakistan military targeting or attempting to target our civilians consistently. India immediately responding in how, in many ways, people watched in real time how strong India's air defense systems have been and to protect its civilians when these missile drone strikes coming in, projectiles that were seen over our skies. Reports say, however, there have been, remember, in Pakistan cities, heavy damages have been inflicted, including in Lahore. There have been consistent huddles and meetings. Prime Minister Modi, Defense Minister, Home Minister right now where the meeting is happening. These are reviewing of the military operations, but also to ensure in the next few days we are ready in case of any eventuality. Several Pakistan cities, including Lahore, have faced damage, as is evidence on the ground. Sources say one Pak F-16, two JF-17 jets were shot down. Sources adding Pakistan air surveillance system, remember, that was shot down. And over 50 Pakistan drones have been taken down as much. Pakistan's Okara Cant area has also been hit by drones, according to our sources. Meanwhile, our leadership in consistent meetings, look at that, this is the latest image that had come in. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh in constant communication with the Tri-Services Chief, assessing the situation. All of them, of course, have been doing it through the night, but this is a part of protocol to be able to brief with details about the operation and as much what to expect next. And now we know that the Home Minister meeting also is presently on. Pakistan attempted to, remember, strike multiple military targets. 15 cities they tried to target of India, which was successfully foiled by India's air defense system. And then that is when India's retaliatory strike had happened. The aerial assault from Pakistan was neutralized by India's S-400 air defense systems. It was a calibrated response. Indian armed forces struck then Pakistani air defense radars and systems using these anti-missile systems. Akash Tir, also known as India's Iron Dome, so to say, is reflective of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, designed to automate air defense control, and that is when the reporting that was activated. Developed by Bharat Electronics Limited, know more about this Akash missile defense system. It can enable the armed forces to intercept and immediately neutralize the projectiles from Pakistan, like we saw, remember, in the past few hours overnight. It generates a real-time data as much, so that you can precisely track aerial threats by collecting inputs from multiple radars and sensors. It acts as a digital nerve center of the air defense network. The Indian Air Force, remember, has also deployed the S-400 air defense systems. What is that? Long-range air defense systems that can engage aircrafts, cruise missiles, and the UAVs. It can hit, you should know, multiple targets up to 400 kilometers. It can track over 160 targets in the range of 600 kilometers. It can target 72 targets in 400-kilometer range. So multiple power that this defense system has. What apart from these two, from Akash and S-400? India has also deployed the 40mm AA gun upgraded with radar and sensors. It includes electro-optics, auto-tracking gear, can fire 240 to 330 rounds per minute. Its effective range extends up to 4,000 meters, saturating the airspace with predictive firepower. Then comes in the Shilka. These are self-propelled with 423mm auto cannons. As we look at the Shilka here, its radars can detect targets that are at least 20 kilometers away. It can be very close to the border sometimes and can fire up to 4,000 rounds per minute. These are, remember, multiple layered approach when it comes to our defense systems. We've been ready. We wanted to extend a hand to Pakistan. We have tried it too many times. But perhaps Pakistan believes in trying to only attack our civilians, and we will hit right back. The air defense umbrella by the Indian Air Force ensuring that the Indian population remains safe. Look at that. The IF used Counter Unmanned Aircraft System, or the CUAS as it is called. The Pechora, the Samar air defense guns that were used by the Indian Air Force to respond to Pakistan, but even then, in a measured and a calibrated manner to only hit where it will hurt Pakistan, especially the military. Now, in case you're wondering, let's look at this Samar air defense system. What is that? Indian Air Force's short-range surface-to-air missile system. This range is about 12 kilometers, but it can then speed up to about Mach 2.5, has a twin turret launcher that fires missiles in single or a salvo mode, depending on the occasion at that point, what kind of requirement is needed. Targets low-flying jets, helicopters, UAVs. Reused expired missiles, for example, providing low-cost solution as much as and when required. So multiple facilities at play. Let me now tell you about, this is fascinating, air defense guns, the AD guns as they're called. Now they provide a short-range defense within 2 to 4 kilometers, but they fire at very high rates, hundreds of thousands of rounds per minute. They quickly engage fast, low-flying aerial threats, and they're an all-weather guns, which means visibility conditions, despite there could be issues, but is effective against aircraft, cruise missiles, and drones. It's mountable on vehicles as much or trailers for mobility. It is, in many ways, more cost-effective than missiles. So these are some of the weapons, the arms, ammunitions, the defense systems that our armed forces have prepared so our civilian population are not harmed. Because for Pakistan, they don't differentiate. They harbor terrorists and they're ready to kill civilians when it comes to India. But a day after, remember, India had to react and attack the terror targets in Pakistan. Terroristan launched a Hamas-style attack. It was like a Hamas playbook at multiple locations in India, and I'll tell you how. The missiles that were intercepted by Indian air defense systems meant that residents in affected areas who saw this was unprecedented. These were residential, heavy populated areas. They reported loud explosions, flashes in the sky, and especially because immediate blackout also was reported. Why this was a Hamas-style attack is how, remember, Hamas also threw these multiple rockets launched in quick succession. Again, in many ways, it was Israel managing with its own Iron Dome system to be able to ensure that their civilians are not targeted. But otherwise, this could have been a massive civilian casualty. These short-range rockets, for example, that you see, remember, were target to dense civilian city-town areas. After the visuals of the missile attack over Jammu, for example, surfaced, many have observed and pointed out that this makes it clear that the Pakistan army has been operating, behaving like the terror organization Hamas. And this is not a coincidence or a surprise. Remember, Hamas representatives were invited with a grand welcome into Pakistan in POJK. And then we know the Pahalgam massacre happened. They tried to overwhelm the Indian air defense system, but this time, the vision of many years have come to fruition to save us, whether it's S-400, whether it is even, of course, the Akash missile system and other systems as well. Meanwhile, what are the defining visuals that have come in over the past few hours? It has been a sleepless night for most of us, I'm sure. Everyone across India was tracking what was happening. Look at this. Indian army visuals show Pakistan military posts being destroyed along the line of control. This is official. This is smoke erupting from enemy positions targeted. This is the first official footage that has been released of such cross-border destruction. Night vision or thermal imagery shows movement near the border fence in Samba sector. Again, Jammu Kashmir, border areas. Surveillance screens detect a group of 7 terrorists attempting to infiltrate, who were then neutralized by the border security force. Explosions light up the Dhandar Pakistan Rangers post as the BSF responds. Now, this appears to be a suspected bomb found near Kishanganj village. This is in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer, again border area, and 4 kilometers basically from Jaisalmer. Investigation by police and armed forces teams are underway. Remember, it's complete high alert in border area, especially from Rajasthan, Gujarat, Jammu Kashmir, Punjab. It's the aftermath of the heavy shelling by Pakistan. Look how they are targeting our innocent civilians along the border. Along the line of control, along the international border, extensive damage to civilian properties, houses, shops, residential areas that have been targeted. This is for the first time in 54 years lights at the Golden Temple complex had to be turned off. This, of course, as per a blackout directive, a precautionary measure under the given nationwide civil defense mock drill. But this, remember, is a reminder because we cannot trust Pakistan and if it will attempt to harm our most prestigious holy sites as well. Remember, in the past few years, we have seen conflicts that have come in, especially in West Asia. You must have seen this visual regularly with regard to Israel and Hamas. Why we are saying that Pakistan is indulging in a Hamas-style playbook with these rocket launches? I'm going to immediately bring in Shivani Sharma. She's reporting from the border areas in Jammu and Kashmir. Shivani, let's put it in perspective. Similar visuals of how multiple rockets in succession, projectiles thrown to civilian areas. And had it not been for our air defense system, this could have led to a massive casualty, isn't it? Tell us about how this Hamas-style playbook is coming to surface with regard to Pakistan's strategy.
Pooja, the Indian Armed Forces have been transforming in past few years according to the needs of the future wars, and they've been interacting with multiple officials of the Indian Air Force across the services, the Indian Army, Indian Navy, and this air defense system that has been the shield of the airspace above the western border where Pakistan has been trying to attack through its drones, the munitions. All these attempts have been thwarted so far, and there are assurances that we have a robust system of air defense. And it's important to understand here, Pooja, we've seen in the recent conflicts worldwide, be it the Israel-Hamas or the Russia-Ukraine borders, have been extensive use of these drones, loitering munitions. And here in particular region where we are reporting from, we've been witnessing since last evening how these kind of munitions and drones have been used by Pakistan towards the military establishments, and our air defense system has neutralized each and every attempt, and the debris of these missiles that have been fired from Pakistan are in Indian soil, and these are the evidences of what kind of misadventure Pakistan got into, and it got very hard hit from Indians' robust system. So the armed forces are on a high alert across the borders on the western front, be it the Rajasthan border, the Punjab border, where BSF has been thwarting infiltration attempts.
And this spectacle is a reminder how brave border regions, border areas, where villagers, people from the town are bracing, watching this in the skies, as clearly Pakistan, like Hamas playbook, is firing in quick succession. Not one, not two, in succession, these projectiles over their skies to harm the civilians. It's the air defense system of India that managed to save them in the past few hours that we've seen. And remember, Shivani, because you're there on the ground, it's not just about what happened perhaps between 8 to 10 p.m. It was again early in the morning at about 4 a.m. when similar attempt was made. Shivani, stay on with me as more news coming in. Remember, ever since the massacre that happened and then what the escalation that we see, it's important for you to be slightly cautious as well about what you believe online. And therefore, India Today's incredible fact-check team is here for your rescue. Look at that, fact check one. A video of a drone attack in Jalandhar was going viral, widely being circulated. But these were all fake handles that were circulating to generate more panic. Upon investigation of the video, our team found out it's an unrelated video. It was a farm fire. Nothing had happened. This was an old video. The timeline of about 7:39 p.m., the drone attack happened much later. So this is, remember, the same that has been now backed by the district administration of Jalandhar, that this had nothing to do with the projectiles that were possibly seen over Jammu. In Jalandhar, this was a different video and the timeline not clear of a farm fire. You may have come across another fake video being circulated online. An Indian post claimed to be destroyed by the Pakistan military. Video was being amplified, shared, fake unverified accounts boasting about how they've been able to target Indian posts. Our team fact-checked it, found it to be completely false and was in fact to be staged. It was upon verification, we found that there is, remember, no unit as is being mentioned in this video of the Indian Army. It was to mislead the public a coordinated propaganda campaign from Pakistan to hurt the morale of the people of the armed forces. But remember, this is a fake video. Another old video shared on social media claimed that Pakistan has launched a missile attack on India. Our India Today fact-check team found out and busted the disinformation campaign. The video actually was from 2020 and not even India, Pakistan. This video you're watching is from Beirut, Lebanon. And that is when the explosive attack had taken place. And that video from Lebanon is currently being shared, widely amplified, as you can see, from Pakistani unverified handles that even the PIB had to fact-check. You must have received some information, a viral video of a Fidayeen attack on an army brigade in Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. Upon fact-checking, PIB very categorically confirmed no such Fidayeen or suicide attack occurred on any army camp area in the country. False claim, again to mislead, cause confusion. The video accordingly was flagged. Then a letter surfaced on social media, a so-called confidential letter that has been leaked by the Chief of the Army Staff. General V.K. Narayan was the name written, that this letter regarding military preparedness to the Army Office of the Northern Command. One, a fact team, if I found out very clearly that General V.K. Narayan, of course, is not the Chief of the Army Staff, and the letter is completely fake. Then there was a social media post trying to spread panic, saying Indian military used Ambala Air Base to attack Amritsar, its own citizens, and then blame it on Pakistan. As you can see, these are all Pakistani handles, unverified handles that are circulating this. Fact check found the claim to be completely baseless. It's a part of concerted misinformation campaign, remember? And the PIB already had mentioned a few days ago that Pakistan will want to do this. The government had to provide a detailed press release from the Ministry of Defence exposing the real picture. Then let's take a look at the social media post claiming entry bans into the airport across India. Fact check busted, debunked the fake narrative, flagging the same since there was no such decision from the government. Remember, there will be disruptions. There will be certain restrictions, but airports haven't been closed like they are saying. The entry to the airports have not been closed. Multiple explosions claim in Jammu Air Force Base. Now, this coincided at a time when there were projectiles seen on the sky. Our fact-check team immediately checked it. Now, imagine this image that you're looking at that was being spread as an Indian Air Force Base attack was actually from the Kabul airport. Remember the blast that took place in 2021? That was being shared by these Pakistani unverified and sometimes even verified handles to spread panic for India. A video showing heavy MLRS, which is the multiple launch rocket systems, that barrage is being falsely shared as a real Pakistani attack on India. We fact-checked it. It was revealed that the video is from a video game. It has been online for over 3 years. No connection to the current India-Pakistan situation. Be very cautious what you share online, what you believe online. Since the strike has started on Pakistan, social media is buzzing with all sorts of fake news. And also remember, at this juncture, the kind of effort Pakistan is pushing. Now, what is this video? The claim was this is Colonel Sophia Qureshi, who's of course, remember, in many ways becoming the highlight as she's briefing the country about what is happening with the Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and the Foreign Secretary. Now, the video claimed it's her in this leading Operation Synindhur. Fact-check team found out that the video is from 2021 from a US Renault Air race and shows the pilot Major Christine Beowulf. Was there massive army casualties, as was claimed at the Sanghar post opposite Pakistan's Sherikot sector? This video is from 2007. Indian Jawans are carrying a body, and that has nothing to do with what is being claimed of massive army casualties. That's a terrorist body, in fact, being carried. Video of a PAF attack in Amritsar, 7th May. That how Pakistan military, its Air Force, is successfully targeting us. It's a 2024 video, shows Israel's Iron Dome intercepting rockets from Lebanon. So remember, viewer, at a time when there is a moment of crisis, India Today is committed to delivering accurate, verified news. We believe it is our only and main priority. So we're going to be reporting, and we have consistently done that because these are unprecedented conditions. Never before have newsrooms in India as much dealt with military operations of this scale, and in the age of social media, but worse, in the age of artificial intelligence. The past 24 hours have tested us. The escalation along the western border unfolding in real time. There have been reports of whether clashes, official statements, social media speculation, and deep fakes, hacked tweets, eyewitness accounts. It also has flooded our newsroom at an unprecedented and relentless pace. But our team has been working tirelessly, remember, 24 hours, following our strict guidelines, process. Few early reports that were incomplete, exaggerated in spite of our best efforts. And for this, we do apologize. But trust us, we are only ensuring that, that all sources that are confirmed put out that information. And we will ensure in the hours to come. We will further strengthen our multi-pronged verification process to bring you the most accurate information without compromising national security, of course, the safety of our heroic armed forces and our reporters on the front lines. The India Today group, believe it, remember it, has a robust fact-check team. It's India's most preferred fact-check team on X, on whether it's community notes, all of that, busting fake news on a daily basis. And we will continue to invest in the resources, in boots on the ground, eyes on the scene to deal with the fog of war. You trust, and your trust, remember, drives us to uphold the highest journalistic standard. We're not taking it for granted. Thank you for watching us non-stop, for showing us the trust that, especially in these days, you've chosen the India Today group for your news. It's been a long night, a sleepless night for all of us, I can tell you that. Now with me, the head of our fact-check department, Balakrishna, who's helping us to ensure the real facts are put on ground. Balakrishna is the executive editor of our fact-check team. And perhaps I think the deluge of information that comes in, Bala, at a time like this can be very difficult to fact-check, whether it's AI, whether it's exaggerated from Pakistan handles and more. How are you ensuring that at this juncture, we put out that verified information, we debunk what's happening on social media and the kind of resources that you put in? Tell us about some of the shocking claims that many possibly fell for and turned out to be fake news.
So you are very right. We are talking at a time when talking at a time when people are very emotionally charged on both sides of the borders in India as well as Pakistan. And to be honest, there are we only want to believe something that we want to see. And there is a deluge of misinformation, disinformation on the social media, on WhatsApp group, and people are forwarding it without verifying it and checking it. To be honest, there are some instances when even the Indian side fell for something which was not very true, and later on they realized that this is not true. But there is a difference, Pooja. The difference is that we see that from Pakistan side, there is a propaganda that is running as a coordinated campaign. It is being, and the funny part is that Pakistan government at this point of time, it seems that they are not only trying to mislead Indians, they are not only trying to push disinformation, they are also misleading their own citizens. Yesterday we came across a gentleman who had done a live on Facebook and saying, he was very candid and saying that what kind of defense is this, what kind of air defense Pakistan government is having, army is having, because all the missiles hit by India were successful. So that was being widely shared in India. Yesterday we used that video and we saw this. And today there are reports from Pakistan media that this person's house was raided, his brother has been, there are posts from Pakistan media, the person saying that his brother has been tortured, his office has been attacked, and there are cases, police cases has been filed against him. So you can imagine that point. Pakistan is trying to suppress anything that is going against the government propaganda, and there is a deluge of misinformation from the Pakistan side.
Balakrishna, I can tell you, and I know that you and your team, like everyone of us in the newsroom, have been working non-stop because we understand the level of trust that the viewer has put in us, and we will ensure to continue to only put out verified information. And remember, social media in an age like this, don't fall for any video, any information that you come across. Balakrishna, thank you very much for all the latest that you're bringing to us right now. Meanwhile, remember, amid all of this, it's been 15 days of ceasefire violations by Pakistan along the line of control. Uri, for example, sadly, one death has been reported of a civilian following the ceasefire violation. But it's a reminder how Pakistan is targeting our innocent people. With this, the total death toll, in fact, has reached 15, confirmed as of yesterday. Pakistan is not just targeting houses, it knows that there are people living in it. It's even attacking religious places. There's been a Gurdwara that's been hit very badly, even though the brave members of the Sikh community immediately decided to open the Gurdwara the next day. Look at the temple that has been damaged by Pakistan's military. It shows that a mosque also has been targeted. But Pakistan should know at a time like this, the Hindus, the Muslims, the Sikhs, especially of the border areas and across India, are united and together to fight Pakistan and show them a lesson they need to learn this time. The Pakistan army has targeted multiple locations along the line of control. Look at this. This is Poonch. Poonch, I'm told, is the worst hit in Jammu and Kashmir right now because it is literally in the border areas. 13 people at least have lost their life. Innocent civilians, men, women, children. Pakistani armed forces are targeting innocent civilians, knowing fairly well that there isn't even a military installation in the area. They are targeting residential areas specifically, and that is what the world needs to realize. Pakistan has always targeted civilians. India has shown restraint, targeting their terror hideouts, terror outfits, eventually also a retaliatory strike at the military sites. As seen in the visuals, people are suffering. Their houses are badly damaged and affected along the line of control. Here, remember, with India, and I can tell you, these are brave villagers who continue to be in support, standing with nations, standing with the armed forces. Some ground reports for you to see.
This is the line of control village in the Uri sector, and last night the entire area, several villages on the Uri sector stood witness to heavy artillery and artillery attack and shelling by Pakistani forces. And right now what you see is the security forces are conducting a search operation on these sites to ensure that, if at all there are mortars or shelling components which have been fired by Pakistan, which have not blasted, they are combing the entire area in order to ensure that any such material is not left. And the security forces are on the ground so it is three-pronged approach. Number one, rescuing the villagers, those who used to live in these areas, in these localities, neighborhoods. Number two, search operation on the ground to ensure no elements such as mortars are left which might have grounded out here and has not blasted, so that needs to be removed as well. But along with that, one more visual that's coming, there's a gas cylinder which has possibly blasted in the night while that shelling happened out here in this particular area. Just look at the devastation which has happened. Even the small metal particles have come on the ground, and these could have actually caused a lot of damage to individuals, to the residents out here. So it does what it does, these images, what it does two things. Number one, Pakistan's cowardly attack on Indian civilians are being exposed by these visuals right now. That's a big expose as to how Pakistan has responded to India's, attack against the terror breeding grounds in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir and Pakistan, with attacks on civilians, one after other. First, we saw these attacks happening in Gingal village in Salamabad, where we also have our hydropower projects. And right now, last night, when they were trying, Pakistan was firing missiles, drones in Indian cities such as Jammu, and all these attempts were thwarted by our agency's air defense system. So what they also did simultaneously was they resorted to indiscriminate artillery attacks and shelling in these areas of which are located on the line of control right now. now. And remember, these are villages which have not witnessed such shelling ever since 1998. That's what the locals say. You can see the security forces right now are combing the area to look whether any mortar or any component which might not have blasted last night, which was fired by Pakistani forces from the other side of the border, whether it's still lying there, that needs to be removed. The gas cylinders in heat area, that could blast as well, so that is also being removed. What we see out here is that machineries are kept, that is also damaged, but we'll also get you visuals of more houses that has been completely shattered and demolished due to the artillery and shelling that has been done by the Pakistani forces from across the border. Another shop completely destroyed on the main road of Lagma village. Remember Lagma, Bandi village, Gingal village, Salamabad, Kamalkot. The list is quite long, where Pakistan has resorted to cowardly, dastardly attack on the civilians. Even when India responded to Pakistan's, misadventure of trying to target Indian cities, Indian establishments in northern India and western India through air attacks. India thwarted all those attempts. Indian air defense systems stood rock solid, and India responded to Pakistan's that act with exposing Pakistan's failure where Islamabad, Lahore and even Rawalpindi was in a way breezed by Indian armed air attacks, but that was not on the civilians, neither on their military establishments. But right now, what we could see on the ground is that while Pakistan, was trying to attack our cities where civilians live, like Jammu and all other areas in North India, Pathankot, several cities of Pakistan. What is happening on the ground is that they were also resorting to heavy artillery attack, shelling on the villages on line of control. Indian armed forces is on the ground to protect every citizen. It's a cowardly act, but it also exposes Pakistan's real face in front of the world as to how Pakistan is resorting when India attacked the breeding ground of terrorism in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan. What Pakistan did was they are targeting the innocent villagers living on the line of control in Uri sector in India and even across Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. With video journalist Manish Jha, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Baramulla.
Another barbaric act of Pakistan is continuous shelling being done in the border areas at the line of control. We are in Rajouri, and this is a house which seems to be devastated. A major impact has been taken. It's a newly built house, but here you see the impact of the shell. The shell fell a couple of meters away. There's a crater there now. What you see out here is the ramification, the effect of, look at this. This is all the glass shards. These are broken pieces. We'll just try and get a sense from the owner here. Rishi is with his family. Rishi and Shruti just recently got married. They're newly married couple. But getting a sense, Rishi, आप ये बताइए, रात का मंजर क्या था? आप लोगों ने ड्रोन देखा, आपने शेल गिरते देखा, आप लोग क्या हुआ? क्योंकि जान बचाना भी जरूरी है।
जी मैम, जान तो हमने बचाई है। रात को 1:30-2 बजे लगभग यहाँ पे फायरिंग जो है शुरू हो गई थी, तो हमने बहुत मुश्किल से यहाँ पे जान बचाई, छुप के अपने आप को मतलब कमरे में वहाँ पे जान बचाना पड़ा हमें। तो बिल्कुल जस्ट घर के सामने जो है ये विस्फोट हुआ है, तो बहुत मुश्किल था हमारे लिए। तो ये फर्स्ट टाइम था, इससे पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। यहाँ पे सारी हिंदू कम्युनिटीज है, ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ, दिस फर्स्ट टाइम।
लेकिन न्यूली मैरिड है, आपकी वाइफ है, ये बताइए क्या सोच रहे थे? आपको लग रहा था कि जान पे बनाई है?
मैम अब क्या ही कर सकते हैं, अब इतना तो पता था कि रिस्क में, पर खुद को खुद ही बचाया।
आप ये बताइए कितने सालों से आप लोग यहाँ पे लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पे रह रहे हैं, और इस तरह की जब रात को बम के गोलों की आवाज तो आ ही रही थी, तो आपको लगा था कि कहीं ऐसा कुछ मुश्किल आ जाएगी?
नहीं मैम, मुझे तो नहीं पता था, लेकिन कल की जो न्यूज सुन रहे थे तो उसमें तो पता चलता था भाई कुछ न कुछ तो हादसा होगा। तो जब बमबारी हुई रात को तो हम अपने आप तो सेव करने लगे, फिर तो इधर उधर छुपने लगे, क्या करना था फिर, तो बम तो पास में पड़े थे।
So we just trying to get you a sense of what is really happening, because these are residents near line of control. Rishi, just try and please show us inside. And here you go. Look at this. Built in 2018. And there you go. This is the living room area. Look at this. The impact is so... this is a newly built house. Look at this. We'll just go into the other rooms because, remember, the impact is such, there are just glass shards everywhere. ये घर नया था तो इसी वजह से इतना इम्पैक्ट ले पाया।
नहीं मैम, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है शायद, बट हम ये नहीं कह सकते। घर नया होने की वजह से हम ये बोले कि हमारे ही घर में शेलिंग हुई है, और भी घर में शेलिंग हुई है, आगे पीछे बहुत।
नहीं, मैं कह रही हूँ कि नुकसान क्या कम हुआ है, क्योंकि
जी नुकसान ज्यादा हुआ है। जी जी जी।
So look at this. This is the kitchen. Look at this. All the glass shards here. Look at this. So the impact is quite heavy, but remember, when you compare it, a life has been saved. These, आप लोग कहाँ अंदर छुप गए थे?
पीछे वाले रूम में हम अपने आप को मतलब सेफ जोन में रखा, और ये जो अलमीरा था इसको स्ट्रेट में खड़े करके वो बड़े वाला जो गद्दा था उसको स्ट्रेट खड़ा किया और उसके पीछे छुप गया।
So all the residents, remember, a normal life being disrupted, and not just here, but just across Jammu and Kashmir.
भरोसा है जो कि इतना कुछ कर रही है हमारे लिए, तो हमें भी चाहिए कि हम भी आर्मी का साथ दें। जी, हमें
कई लोग सोच रहे हैं जाने का, आप लोग यहीं रुकेंगे?
नहीं मैम, अगर कंडीशन देखेंगे कहाँ जाना है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे?
Look at the resilience of the people. They're still smiling after all this. There's a smile on their face, because remember, it's not because there is a setback, because they know they have to live here. They have been living all their lives in this particular area. Rishi himself is a teacher, and it's also leading by example to his students. You know, you just take it right in front, and this is where they believe this is going to be a chapter. Hopefully it will end soon, but meanwhile there are losses, and perhaps only time will heal certain of these particular disastrous memories. With camera person Girish, this is Kamaljeet Sandhu in Rajouri, LOC for India Today.
Situation is as tense as it is in different part of Jammu and Kashmir is here in Pura sector as well, at the international border between India and Pakistan. This is the last village at the IB, at the international border between India and Pakistan. This is the last village of India, and often they have seen ceasefire violations, but they haven't witnessed these kind of shelling or a massive artillery firing on the civilians, on the villagers. Largely this is the harvesting season, but what they have been spotting for last couple of days have been really difficult and scary for the people living near the international border. They witnessed the drones passing through from the Pakistan side. Those are after the no man's land, that's the Pakistan border, and when they witnessed number of the drones flying over them and going towards the Jammu airport, there was sense of fear. People, right after hearing the siren as it is placed by the agencies, right immediately hearing the siren, people took shelter in the bunkers that have been made. All these bordering areas, there are adequate number of bunkers have been made for the safety and security of the civilians. गांव में कई जगहों पर बंकर बने हुए हैं, कुछ लोगों ने अपने खुद के बंकर बना रखे हैं और कई जगह पर प्रशासनिक के बंकर बनाए हुए हैं। और जैसे आप आते हैं इन बंकरों में बचाने के लिए, दरअसल ये इतने मजबूत हैं ताकि किसी तरह का खतरा ना हो। एक लाइट है, जरूरत भर का सामान लेकर के लोग, और पूरी रात लोगों ने यहाँ बंकरों में बिताई है। आप समझिए कि इसमें 20 से 25 लोगों आराम से रुक सकते हैं। थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा, लेकिन वो समय ही बड़ा चुनौतीपूर्ण होता है। और यहाँ पर देखिए एक पंखा भी लगाया हुआ है, और जैसे ही लोगों ने देखा और ड्रोन को और सायरन था, लोग सीधा बंकरों में भागे। तो जिंदगी दरअसल लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पे या इंटरनेशनल जो बॉर्डर है वहां रहने वाले लोगों के लिए सामान्य तो नहीं है, और खासकर तब जब एस्केलेशन बढ़ रहा है। बीती रात क्या कुछ आप लोग नोटिस कर पा रहे थे गांव में? कभी इस तरह ड्रोन बड़ा हमला तो आप लोगों ने देखा नहीं, यहाँ पर हुआ नहीं कभी?
नहीं हुआ, कभी नहीं हुआ, पहली बार हुआ।
को पता चल पा रहा था कि ऊपर क्या दिख रहा है?
लाइट दिख रही थी, बस सिर्फ लाइट दिख रही थी।
सायरन कितनी देर पहले बजा था उसके?
कोई 5 मिनट पहले बजा था,
सायरन बज गया था। और फिर आप लोग बंकर में थे, फिर नोटिस कैसे किया कि ऊपर से क्या गुजरा?
फिर बाहर निकले थे ना हम।
However, it is a difficult time for the people living at the border areas, that this seems like to be escalating situation in the escalation ladder between India and Pakistan, what the entire nation is saying. At international border, Jammu and Pakistan,
There is no end to ceasefire violations by Pakistan along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan has resorted to heavy shelling, and as a result of that, people living in the border villages are facing the brunt of Pakistan's shelling. Many people have lost their lives, and that is why people are now rushing to safer areas. The administration has also swung into action, and the administration has set up relief camps at various places, and people are also being evacuated from the places which are shelling prone. We are right now at a relief camp that has been set up by the administration here in Jammu and Kashmir, and here you can see that a large number of people have taken shelter in this relief camp. They are carrying their belongings with them. You can see their bags. Whatever they could manage to bring with them, they have brought.
तो घबराहट हो रही है वहाँ बहुत घबराहट हो रही है
तो रात को क्या माहौल रहता है
बहुत गर्म माहौल रहता है रात में
तो अब आप अपने घर छोड़कर यहाँ राहत शिविर में
हाँ घर छोड़ के इधर आए हैं बहुत परेशानी हो रही है हमें हाँ
तो क्या सामान साथ में लाए
बहुत सामान लाया सभी लाया बिस्तर वगैरह खाने पीने का सामान लाया साथ में
तो यहाँ जो रिलीफ कैंप है यहाँ आपको कुछ सुविधा मिल रही है
हाँ बिल्कुल मिल रही है यहाँ पे हाँ सरकार के द्वारा मिल रही है खाना मिल रहा है हमें तो थोड़ा बहुत जो भी नहीं है सामान वो भी दे रहे हैं
जब आप यहाँ आए उससे पहले क्या माहौल था सीमा पर
फायरिंग हो रही थी हमारे गांव में नहीं होती और दूसरे गांव में हो रही थी
दूसरे आसपास के गांव
हाँ आसपास के गांव में
लोगों में डर उत्पन्न हो
हाँ वो डर निकल जाओ जहाँ से
तो यहाँ पर सभी सुविधाएं मिल रही है आपको राहत
हाँ मिल रही है बहुत सब
खाना वगैरह
हाँ खाना वाना सब मिल रहा है
तो सरकार ने जो अभी पाकिस्तान को मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया है तो आपको क्या लगता है कि पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ और भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए
हाँ होनी चाहिए पाकिस्तान के साथ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए
This is Sunil Bhatt reporting from an undisclosed location in Jammu and Kashmir for India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
Today World Exclusive. 2010 India Today Inside Muridke.
A safe haven for terrorists. Pakistan uses terror as part of state policy.
2025 Muridke terror hubs wiped out.
Big story coming in. Muridke has been targeted. Oh my God, the terror epicenter has been targeted. Information just coming in. Indian missiles have struck the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Muridke has been bombed. It's a big, big story. This is India's Operation Synindhur.
The line of clarity with God of Sawan. Only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good afternoon. You're joining us here on India Today for our non-stop rolling coverage of the tensions between India and Pakistan. After a night of strikes and counter-strikes, information trickling in on the impact of Pakistan's failed strikes and India's counter as well, which we'll get you all the latest updates on. Let's begin with the headlines. India hits back after Pakistan escalation. Heavy damages to Lahore and many Pak cities, according to government sources. Drone hits Okara cantonment in Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi and Mantris in non-stop huddles. Prime Minister Modi monitors situation. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs border security meet. Rajnath meets tri-services chiefs. Seven infiltrators killed in Samba of Jammu. Suspected Jaish terrorists killed amid India-Pak conflict. An undetonated Chinese missile found in Punjab field. Chinese PL-15 air-to-air missile recovered. Missile likely from downed Pak JF-17 jet. The Indian Premier League suspended amid India-Pakistan conflict. Remaining matches of ongoing IPL scrapped indefinitely. We've been getting you updates from the border of ceasefire violations, particularly by the Pakistan Army, where they've been targeting civilian settlements. And now we have that on camera as well. This is footage from 2 days ago, from May 7th. Remember, for the last many days since the Pahalgam terror attack, there have been repeated ceasefire violations. But this footage is from Poonch, where you can see essentially the impact after Pakistan Army shells hit a village in Poonch. And again, this video from 7th May shows you how residential areas are being targeted by the Pakistan Army along the entire border, particularly in parts like Poonch and Uri, where there has been widespread damage reported and unfortunately civilian deaths as well.
Kamaljeet Sandhu is joining us with more details on this. Kamaljeet, that CCTV footage shows exactly how Pakistan intentionally, deliberately has been targeting civilians along the border.
We've been speaking to scores of civilians and so our colleagues in line of control. The evidence is very, very clear. We don't require a CCTV per se, but it actually shows the sort of magnitude of the attack that Pakistan has launched at the line of control. Remember, a befitting reply has been given by the Indian Army, even at the forward post. So there has been a resounding response as far as the Indian forces are concerned. But what you see is Pakistan shelling, especially civilian areas. The CCTV clearly shows a cloud of dust now emanating, especially as soon as the shell really hits the ground. And that's where the cloud of dust remains. But remember, these are shells. So these are artillery shells which actually cause a deep crater, and the splinters of it not only impact the buildings but also the lives of people, and that is what we saw that particular day. At least 14 people lost their lives, so that's a huge number. But meanwhile, what we've seen is a relentless Pakistani army targeting civilians, and remember, the innocent ones living at the line of control and the international border. And earlier it was just a small firearm exchange, but soon it converted into the artillery shells. So remember, 2003 is when the ceasefire was agreed upon between India and Pakistan. But here is an evidence that Pakistan has clearly violated all sort of norms.
And it's not just been in the last few days. Yes, we've seen multiple violations in the last few days, but since the Pahalgam terror attack, this is what the Pakistan army has been resorting to. Kamaljeet, thanks for those details. We're cutting across to more breaking news coming in. And this is big news that's coming in. The Modi government has empowered the army chief to exercise powers of calling out every officer, every enrolled person of the territorial army to provide for essential guard or to be embodied for the purpose of supporting or supplementing the regular army. So this is big breaking news. All power given to the army chief to go ahead and call every officer and also any person of the territorial army to be deployed and to help the Indian army in this time of conflict. Considering what we've been seeing along the border and along the entire stretch of the states that are bordering with Pakistan, this power has been given to the army chief that if he feels the need for more deployment, more personnel, more boots on the ground, he can go ahead and take that decision. Shivani Sharma is joining us with more details on this important decision that's been taken by the Modi government, Shivani, and clearly this is a step to ensure that there is a free hand given to the forces, which the Prime Minister has repeatedly said, that our forces have complete freedom to retaliate in any manner they want to Pakistan, add to it also to ensure adequate deployment.
Absolutely, Akshita, as the Indian armed forces are all set to give a befitting response to the escalations from Pakistan. They are preparing with the additional strength on ground, the boots on ground, as you were saying. And this is a notification that is now authorizing the Chief of Army Staff to recall the territorial army personnel for supplementary duties or wherever they can contribute in the time of operational action that's going on, especially on the western border. But these deployments will be across the country in all 7 plus the RTAC. So all these commands will be now having additional territorial army officers who will be contributing to these commands, while the operational officers, they will be moving towards the borders if required, and as and when these operations are called for, the territorial army personnel can contribute. And these are the orders for 14 out of 32 of these territorial army regiments which have been now given. So the Chief of Army Staff has been now authorized for recalling these officers, and this order is for 3 years. So this is the authorization, the power which has been given to the Chief of Army Staff, because we know the situation has been escalating, and Indian Army is prepared with all its strength on ground. Akshita.
All right, Shivani, do stay on with me. Shivani has been tracking all the latest updates that have been coming in, essentially in communications that have been going out from the government as well. But let's just round up for you all the updates that have come in the last few hours, because the true scale of what we witnessed last night, of the strikes, the failed strikes by Pakistan and the counter by India, all of those details are now coming in. Tensions with Pakistan, of course, escalating, with strikes being launched by Pakistan at Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur and several other locations. And soon after that, and Pakistan's attack with missiles, drones, lasted, we understand, for about 35 minutes. Right after that, India responded, and reports suggest heavy damages have been inflicted to several Pakistani cities. We are, of course, awaiting later today also an official statement from the government. There will be, we're being told, a briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs once again today with all the details on the strikes and the counter. The Prime Minister, Defence Minister, the Chief of Defence Staff and the 3 service chiefs have been reviewing military ops. Sources tell India Today that heavy damages have been inflicted to several Pakistani cities, including Lahore. Not just that, in the failed strike by Pakistan, they even attempted to send fighter jets across. And in that process, they've lost 1 F-16 and 2 JF-17. So 3 Pakistani fighter jets were shot down by our forces. Sources also say that Pakistan air surveillance system was shot down, AWACS, which is an air warning system, and over 50 drones that were sent across by Pakistan to attack some of our military installations and also to attack civil areas. All of that was taken down because of our robust air defense system. Now, Pakistan's Okara cantonment was also hit by drones, is what our sources tell us. Prime Minister Modi, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh are non-stop, real-time reviewing the ongoing military operations. Defense Minister is also in constant touch with the 3 service chiefs, assessing the situation. And the Defense Minister has also met with the Chief of Defense Staff as well as the 3 service chiefs, where a comprehensive review was conducted as well. And those are the pictures of that particular meeting. Everyone's talking, of course, of the body language of the service chiefs as well as the CDS. All of them, of course, in their uniforms. You can see that, but with confident smiles across. Piyush Mishra is joining us with more details on this. Piyush, right now the focus also is on what's happening in New Delhi. Decisions being taken in the capital being relayed across to what's happening in the border as well. We understand the Prime Minister, Defense Minister, as expected, are tracking the situation real time. But the messaging that's gone across is that our forces have full authority to decide on the next course of action. And that's why we've seen back-to-back meetings also with the CDS and the service chiefs.
Well, absolutely, Akshita. Forces have been given the free hand to decide the further course of action. And remember that PM Narendra Modi, during the meeting with CDS, all Tri-Service Chief Rajnath Singh and Ajit Dobal, he had made it very clear that how to respond, when to respond, mode, timing, target, everything was left to security forces. And now we are seeing as to how, after the escalation which was done by Pakistan, in Pahalgam, where the terror attack was carried out, we have escalated. We have in fact reacted. We have given a befitting response to Pakistan. And also last night we have seen as to how Pakistan tried to attack various military installations and civil areas. To that also befitting response has been given. And that has happened because of the series of meetings those have taken place in New Delhi. PM Narendra Modi has chaired multiple meetings. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, he has chaired meetings. Home Minister Amit Shah, in fact, he has also chaired meetings. And today also we are hearing how Defense Minister has met with all Tri-Service Chief, Defense Secretary. Home Minister Amit Shah has also met with the DG CRPF, IG CRPF, IB Chief and various other officials.
Okay, we will be tracking the takeaways really from all of those meetings. But the message clearly is that the government is tracking real time the situation as it's progressing now close to the border. Let's cut across to more breaking news coming in. There have been some reports suggesting that people are resorting to panic buying in the country. And government sources have made it very clear right now to us here on India Today and to Business Today TV that there's no shortage of vegetables or essential commodities in the country. Also, very importantly, prices of key items like pulses, vegetables are very closely being monitored right now, and the government ensuring that there's a regular supply of vegetables and pulses to all cities. Now, we also understand that there will be meetings with state food secretaries and key stakeholders from today to constantly monitor the situation and ensure that there's no possibility really of a shortage really emerging in any parts of the country. States are going to be urged to prevent profiteering, to prevent hoarding importantly, and misinformation about food shortages in urban areas, because that's what leads to panic buying. People, the message is very, very clear to Indians across the country that there's absolutely no need right now to hoard any of the essentials, to resort to panic buying and stock up for a few months. None of that needs to be done right now. Chetan Budhani is joining us on the phone line with more details. So on this, Chetan, take us through what really sources are telling you right now. The government, we understand, closely monitoring the supply of essentials and the stocks available.
Well, absolutely, Akshata, you correctly pointed out that, after panic buying, reports of panic buying and fuel shortages and various rumors was floating around in the country, and subsequently the oil PSU like Indian Oil Corporation and Bharat Petroleum had to issue a statement that there is no shortage of retail fuel and LPG throughout the country. The government has again proactively, in fact, my sources have told India Today that the government is proactively watching the prices of key pulses, dals and vegetables so that no shortage of essential commodities takes place, even though in areas which have been hit by heavy shelling across from Pakistan. So in the northern sector as well, what my sources are telling me that there's active supply of dals and vegetables being taken place as of regular supply that takes place. My sources are also telling me that the government is likely to start meetings with state food secretaries, state governments and respective stakeholders, importers and exporters of vegetables to ensure that no profiteering, hoarding or fake news surrounding food availability, especially in urban and non-urban areas, takes place, so that panic buying doesn't happen. Because remember, in these sensitive areas where we are seeing, impacted due to the war situation, we are actually seeing that panic buying is happening. So in order to curb that, the government is taking a proactive measure and constantly monitoring and supplying regularly the supply and ensuring the monitoring of dals, food and vegetables is taking place as per the regular schedule.
All right. Thanks very much, Chetan, for those details. Important to send out that message to all of our viewers watching this broadcast. There's absolutely no reason to panic. There's absolutely no reason to stock up on essentials for the next few months. There is no shortage whatsoever of essential commodities, of vegetables, of fruits. The government has sent across that assurance, and it's not likely to have any shortage in the coming days as well, because very clearly they're closely tracking and monitoring all updates that come in on that front. States have been told to ensure that there is no jump in prices and that no particular supplier really hoards commodities right now. So don't resort to panic buying. It will only lead to a shortage, if anything. Now let's get you also those latest updates that have come in on what we witnessed last night, with Pakistan attempting to strike multiple military targets across north-west India using drones and missiles, and even trying to target civilian settlements. The aerial assault was completely neutralized by our air defense systems. What you see on your screens there are all images from last night, where you saw explosions in the air, and that's because every drone, every missile sent across by Pakistan was being intercepted. In a calibrated response, our forces struck Pakistani air defense radars and systems using anti-missile systems. How exactly do we do this? Well, the Akash Tir, also known as India's Iron Dome, designed to automate air defense control and reporting, was immediately activated. Absolute game changer for us. The Akash Tir was in fact developed by Bharat Electronics Limited. It can enable forces to intercept and neutralize projectiles. It generates real-time data to precisely track aerial threats by collecting inputs from multiple radars and sensors. So essentially it acts as a digital nerve center of the air defense network. The Indian Air Force also deployed the S-400 air defense systems, a reliable system that we got in, of course, from Russia. It's referred to as a Sudarshan Chakra now. These long-range air defense systems can engage aircraft, cruise missiles, UAE. So it was used, again, to repel, thwart any attempt by Pakistan to target our establishments. It can hit multiple targets up to 400 kilometers, can track over 160 targets in one go in a 600-kilometer range, and then engage all of them It can also target 72 targets in 400-kilometer range. And that's not all. The third arsenal that we put out was the 40 mm AA gun, upgraded with radar and sensors. Now, this includes electro-optics and auto-tracking gear. It can fire 240 to 330 rounds per minute. We've been getting you details also about how Pakistan resorted to medium firing, essentially, at India. And so we were using these guns also to hit back. Its effective range extends up to 4,000 meters and saturates airspace with predictive firepower. India also, besides that, deployed its weapons system, the Shilka. These are self-propelled, with 423 mm autocannons. Its radars can target and detect targets that are 20 kilometers away, and it can fire up to 4,000 rounds per minute. It is with all of these weapons that we ensured not a single drone, not a single missile of Pakistan managed to strike in any part of our country. So this is, if you will, an air defense umbrella by the IAF that's ensured that the Indian population, every Indian, is safe. The Indian Air Force used counter-unmanned aircraft system, or the CUAS, the Pechora, Summer, air defense guns. All of these were used by the Indian Air Force to respond to Pakistan in a measured and calibrated manner. All right, let's cut across now to breaking news also that's coming in. Oil firms confirming that there is no fuel crunch and that our supplies are 100% robust. The IOC, BPCL have all assured that there is enough fuel stock. So the Indian Oil Corporation, Bharat Petroleum, all of them have come out with statements saying there is absolutely no reason to resort to any sort of panic buying, panic hoarding. Fuel, LPG, all of that is readily available. And it's important for us to put out these messages for all of you watching this broadcast, worried that you need to stock up on essentials, you need to fuel your cars and keep extra fuel stock. You don't need to do any of that. The Indian Oil Corporation has put out a statement. I'll just read that out for you to quell any concerns. It says the Indian Oil has ample fuel stocks across the country and the supply lines are operating smoothly. There is no need for panic buying. Fuel, LPG are readily available at all our outlets. In any city that you reside, if you go to your nearest fuel station, you will see that there is no shortage whatsoever, no long winding queues. So there's no reason to panic and resort to hoarding. And these are important messages that we're putting out to ensure that we don't lead and create unnecessary chaos in the country. Chetan Bhutani is joining us with more on this. Much like the essential commodities, Chetan, fuel also, important messages going across from Indian Oil, from Bharat Petroleum, that look, there's no reason to resort to panic buying. We have enough stock.
Well, absolutely, Archita. It's very important to understand that as when panic buying takes place, people usually end up hoarding fuel and LPG cylinders because in order to maintain a regular supply so that houses and vehicles don't run out of major fuel. So two of the biggest oil PSU, public sector undertakings, which is the Indian Oil Corporation Limited and Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, have in fact issued statements ensuring the public that there's a sufficient supply of petrol, diesel, CNG and LPG in vast nationwide network. In fact, Bharat Petroleum has gone on to say that all BPCL fuel stations and LPG distributors across its nationwide network are operating smoothly and are fully equipped to meet the energy needs of consumers, and there is no cause of concern for panic buying. Well, both IOCL and BPCL have also mentioned that their supply chains operations remain robust and efficient, ensuring uninterrupted supplies, and they have actually urged all consumers to remain calm and not rely on false rumors. Because even the government is now trying to tackle down false information very proactively, as we have been on India Today reporting that various news handles have been carrying out fake information on social media, and the government's fact-checking unit is also tackling it very effectively. But yes, the governments and its respective PSUs and subsidiaries are also taking action at its end to ensure and give out a message to the public at large that yes, there's no shortage and no need of a panic buying should be happening.
You've highlighted a very important point here, that the reason you also see a bit of panic among Indians is because of a whole lot of fake social media posts suggesting that people should be hoarding these commodities, what should you keep in your home, etc. That's leading to a lot of panic buying as well. So perhaps on that front also we're going to be seeing more action by the government. But Chetan, are we going to be seeing also a briefing perhaps or a statement from the government to address some of these concerns?
The government is not really looking forward towards issuing out formal statements as of now, because as we have been reporting from sources and breaking the news ahead of what the government is planning, we are not expecting an official statement as of now. But yes, as the development takes place and if there are various reports of panic buying, the government might officially intervene and then issue a statement. So as of now, the government through its sources are confirming to India Today Group that yes, there's no need of panic buying and we don't have to worry about essential commodities and essential supplies. And of course, fuel also remain a very stable commodity in the Indian markets as well.
All right. Thanks very much, Chetan, for getting us those details. These are important news breaks that we're getting for all of our viewers to tell you that there's absolutely no reason to panic. I understand that seeing the images of the conflict could lead to some concern and worry of what's going to happen next. But the government has given out repeated assurances that there's no shortage whatsoever of food, essentials, commodities, or fuel for that matter. And let's continue getting you those updates on the strikes that took place last night in a significant escalation after we've seen, of course, Operation Synindhur and phase 2, if you will, of us also hitting back at Pakistan's military establishments after they attempted to target us. What we saw from Pakistan last night is a Hamas-style attack at multiple locations in India. Why do we call it that? The missiles that were fired, all intercepted, by the way, by Indian air defense systems, were targeted at many of the residents. And they also, while speaking to us here on India Today, reported how they heard loud explosions and flashes in the sky. Now, it's been observed that this is a Hamas-style attack because multiple rockets were launched in quick succession. Not much of a strategy. Essentially, that you just go all out and bombard. These short-range rockets that Pakistan used were used to target dense civilian areas. Videos of the missile attacks, for example, from Jammu, which surfaced to remind you exactly of the Hamas-style attack or the attempted attack by Hamas on Israel. This makes it clear that the Pakistan army operating and behaving like a terror organization, essentially, which shouldn't really come as a surprise. This was also seen as an attempt to overwhelm the Indian air defense system. But like Israel, we have our own version of the Iron Dome with a very robust air defense system, which made it impossible for Pakistani drones and missiles to penetrate through. Let me take this across to Shivani for more details. Shivani, what we saw last night, and you were there, of course, in Uri when it happened, what we saw essentially was a barrage of missiles raining through, and we understand that there were, dozens of them in one or two locations that Pakistan just fired with zero strategy. And these images really remind you and take you back to what we saw in Israel when Hamas struck them as well.
Akshita, absolutely. This was Hamas-style attack because even the Hamas attacks were projected towards the civilians, and similarly, yesterday's drone attacks, they were projected towards multiple cities across the western border, where in Jammu area we witnessed one after the other these projectiles were coming towards Indian airspace, and they were neutralized timely by the robust air defense system. They were also inflicted towards the civilians. The style was the similar, but India was all prepared, all set to neutralize this threat. This was an escalation from Pakistan because it wanted to retaliate to the attacks that India had carried out on the terror outfits. So this was an endorsement all over again of the terror organization, the terror nexus that Pakistan has been running inside its territory. And it has been seen that Pakistan has always been pushing these terrorists inside India. So India had not escalated the issue. What the MEA has been saying, what the government has been saying, that the escalation happened on the day when Pahalgam attack happened. And after that, we've seen after Operation Synindhur, Pakistan is disturbed, perturbed, in panic. It has been trying all adventures here. It is sending these drones in the Indian territory and on the land borders. It is trying to violate the ceasefire with heavy shelling where we are present right now, Akshita. So this was certainly a non-strategic strike that was done in a panic mode by Pakistan, to which India retaliated in a robust manner.
And it's happened in a string of 2 nights, 2 consecutive nights. The first time, right after Operation Synindhur, Pakistan resorted to exactly this, where they just fired a barrage of missiles at our military installations that failed. And because they have no strategy, they repeated again the same attempt to strike several military installations, this time expanding further and trying to reach civilian settlements again. All of it failed because we, again, let me highlight, have an air defense system that makes it virtually impenetrable for these kind of missiles and drones. Let's get you a news break coming in. Now we're going to be standing by this evening for a government briefing on what exactly played out last night. The government will be briefing on the current situation between India and Pakistan. Sources telling us that the government could also be putting out a briefing on cyber awareness. Why is this important? Because obviously with what's happening between India and Pakistan, Pakistan now is resorting to cyber attacks. And there will be many citizens who are unaware of this, who could fall prey to cyber attacks, to cyber warfare. It's the next step, of course, that's expected in the escalation ladder, and not surprising considering that now in modern warfare, cyber attacks has become a part and parcel of how really conflicts play out. And so what you're going to be seeing this evening is a briefing by the government, not just on what happened last night, but also on the possible cyber attacks that Indians could face next. Geeta Mohan is joining us with more details on this. Geeta, we're standing by, of course, for that news briefing. We understand it's slotted for this evening, but important message that the government will be focusing on, which is to create awareness of possible cyber attacks.
To ensure that there is no disinformation that is doing the rounds. Ministry of External Affairs takes the lead on ensuring that the messaging is right and that the information is correct that is being put out. So Vikram Misri will be leading the briefing yet again, informing us about the things that have happened on the ground, and that there are concerns with regards to certain areas, like earlier they had got, when the military operations were on, 2 officials from the Army and the Air Force who were a part of the entire briefing to tell us exactly what was happening on operations. Now, this time around, because of all the cyber warfare and and other technical areas where there has been a lot of use of technicalities to spread disinformation, there could be some area-specific people from various departments who would be joining Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary of India, in the briefing to dispel all the disinformation that we've seen through yesterday and through the night. A lot of information in terms of disinformation in terms of what Pakistan has done or not done has come from none other than the Information Minister himself. So yes, all that will also be dispelled.
All right. Thanks, Geeta, for those details. We'll watch out for that briefing as expected. You can look out for the government also giving us details of what transpired last night. And also, like I highlighted, like Geeta highlighted, we're going to be seeing also details to make Indians more aware of how you could be targeted by Pakistan in cyber attacks as well. So the last 24 hours, of course, have been extremely intense. You had Pakistan attempting to infiltrate into Indian territory once again, which was successfully foiled by our brave forces across multiple regions. These incursions primarily targeted the Jammu region. Pakistan attempted strikes on the Jammu airport and on the Jammu University, which again highlights that, yes, they were targeting civilians. Additional targets included Udhampur, Pathankot, Jaisalmer and Rajasthan as well. And India's Sudarshan Chakra, the S-400 missile system, thwarted Pakistan's attack. India successfully shot down 1 Pakistan F-16 jet, 2 JF-17. So 3 Pakistan fighter jets were shot down, multiple missiles, drones, numbers of which we don't have just yet. But we know that these were at least in the dozens. In retaliation, India launched strikes on Lahore. Loud explosions were reported in Peshawar and near the Bahawalnagar cantonment. It's here that people apparently also rushed out of their homes as sirens blared. Mosque loudspeakers urged residents to turn off all household lights. Authorities have yet to release an official statement.
A rattled Pakistan made a failed attempt to target Jammu's airport and other vital installations in Jammu city and in Jammu and Kashmir. Right now we are standing outside Jammu's airport. There is complete blackout here. Earlier in the evening, Pakistan sent armed drones. Pakistan lobbed missiles towards vital installations in Jammu, whether it was Jammu airport and other army installations in Jammu, Udhampur and other places. But our alert security forces foiled the nefarious designs of Pakistan. We had already activated our air defense system S-400, and with the help of that we were able to repel Pakistan's attacks, not only in Jammu and Kashmir but also in neighboring Punjab, because Pakistan also tried to target the air base in Pathankot district of Punjab. We have successfully shot down 3 fighter jets of Pakistan. This includes 2 JF-17 fighter jets and 1 F-16 fighter jet. So Pakistan is rattled. It tried to escalate tensions. It tried to target Jammu city and other places. But our alert troops on ground have foiled the nefarious designs of Pakistan. We had already activated our air defense system, and with the help of that, we were able to shoot down Pakistani drones and Pakistani missiles. With video journalist Neeraj Kumar, this is Sunil Bhatt reporting from outside Jammu's airport for India Today.
And here's a big statement that came in from the Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif, who says Pakistan is ready to wrap up tensions, as he puts it, with India if New Delhi de-escalates the situation. All along, while India has maintained that our response, again let me highlight that this is a response, has been de-escalatory all through.
Some of the countries in the Arabian Gulf also, who are close to us, and obviously they have a good relationship with India also, they have also advised that de-escalation should take place immediately. But India is making it, it's almost impossible. Every day there is an incident which raises the bar of conflict in the subcontinent.
And what the Pak Defence Minister there fails to mention is that India has been responding to Pakistan hitting our military establishments, Pakistan hitting our civilian establishments, or at least attempting to strike. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, yesterday was in fact in a bilateral with the Iranian foreign ministers on a visit to India. And the External Affairs Minister gave a very, very stern message saying India does not intend to escalate tensions with Pakistan, but we have every right to give a firm response if there are military attacks on India. And that has been the stated message of the government.
Excellency, you are visiting India at a time when we are responding to a particularly barbaric terrorist attack on 22nd April in the Indian Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This attack compelled us to respond on 7th May by striking at cross-border terrorist infrastructure. Our response was targeted and measured. It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response. As a neighbor and a close partner, it is important that you have a good understanding of the situation.
So let's highlight for you really why we're saying that India's always responded and we've been de-escalatory responses essentially that we've resorted to. We'll just put out a comparison for you of how Pakistan repeatedly is the one which has triggered a response from India. First, you had, of course, the Pahalgam terror attack, April 22nd, when you had Pakistani terrorists bleeding India, targeting 26 Hindus, 26 tourists. On May 7th, right after that, India made it very clear we will go after these terrorists. And so we struck at 9 terror camps. Not a single civilian establishment was targeted in Pakistan, not a single military establishment. That was made very, very clear by the government as well. Operation Synindhur was all about targeting the terror hubs. Essentially, we did Pakistan a favor. 9 strikes had taken place. Now, right after that, Pakistan attempted a drone attack on 15 different locations. This was on the intervening night of May 7th and 8th. It failed completely. What they did is when we had targeted terror hubs, what do? There are no terror hubs in India to target. They started firing at military establishments. Now, India has made it very clear that we won't sit back and watch if Pakistan attacks us. And so while we thwarted the attack, we also responded in kind. India then conducted a drone strike, a counter drone strike in Pakistan, where in fact we went ahead and targeted Lahore, Rawalpindi and other locations as well. This was also in Sialkot. Now, right after that, last night, what we saw was Pakistan attempting another attack on India. And this time, they went beyond military establishments. They also tried to go ahead and target several of the civilian establishments, some of the most populated areas along the border. The Jammu Airport, Jammu University, Akhnur, we've highlighted some of those locations for you. All of these were targeted again. Every drone, every missile was brought down by our air defense system. And India then fired its counter. Again, let me highlight here, tit-for-tat response. India responding after Pakistan attempts to hit us. And so this time what we've heard is that Peshawar, Lahore, Bahawalnagar cantonment have been hit in those counter-strikes by India. So we've been seeing these incidents taking place non-stop, essentially, of Pakistan attempting to hit us, and then we are responding, because we reserve the right to respond when someone tries to target our military establishments, our civilian establishments, which is why India has said that we've been maintaining at this point that we are responding. Let's cut across to breaking news coming in. Pakistan in financial doldrums is now seeking that bailout package from the International Monetary Fund, where it filed an appeal. But India, remember, is seeking a pause on Pakistan's attempt to get funds from the International Monetary Fund. Now, Pakistan has sought $1.3 billion. The IMF will take a call this evening at 7:30 p.m. on whether Pakistan should be given that loan or not. Pakistan has been struggling with its finances, its economy is in bad shape. But India's message is very clear here to all of these international bodies, including the IMF, that you can't be handing out loans, you can't be handing out funds to a country that refuses to crack down on terror. Set a precedent, send out a message that unless you go ahead and crack down on terror hotspots in your country, get rid of terror bosses who mastermind and carry out attacks on Indian soil, you should not be giving them money right now. And India has been making that particular case before the IMF and several other international bodies as well. And that's why we are seeking a freeze on this attempt by Pakistan to get more money, a bailout package. Karishma Asudani of Business Today TV is joining us with more on this. Karishma, we understand the IMF will take a final decision at 7:30 this evening.
Well, absolutely right, Akshita. Today evening, the meeting is scheduled to happen, and India's representative, Mr. Parmeswaran Iyer, will be on this board. This is also because India stands a very strong, takes a very strong position in giving their vote for this bailout package, which likely is definitely going to be a no, because India is very clear that they don't want multilateral financial institutions to fund Pakistan, as Pakistan's finances are involved across cross-border terrorism and money laundering, is why FATF was also involved. Now, Pakistan had managed to secure a $7 billion bailout program for IMF last year and was granted a new $1.3 billion climate resilience loan also in March. The 2024 program was Pakistan's 24th one. And today's will be another second tranche of the bailout, which will hold a lot of importance in the fact that Pakistan is already in a very fragile state when it comes to its fiscal and economic matters.
Okay, Karishma, thanks for those details. 7:30, we'll know if Pakistan gets that bailout package. They want $1.3 billion because they have, of course, been struggling with the economy being crippled and they're in a financial mess. India is citing the fact that Pakistan has failed to crack down on terror, so don't go ahead and help them out in any manner. Issue a deadline, tell them they have to crack down on these terror bosses, and then they can get that bailout package. Let's see what the IMF does. And here's proof that Pakistan simply doesn't care about its own civilians. It's been targeting civilians in India, and now you've got a Pakistan minister confirming that there are human shields for the army. The second line of defense, according to the Pakistan government, is actually kids, madrasa kids. This is the message that's come across. We're not saying this. The Pakistan minister has actually gone ahead and said, you should put madrasa kids as your second line of defense in Pakistan.
मदारस के स्टूडेंट्स का ताल्लुक है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि वो हमारी एक सेकंड डिफेंस लाइन है। वहाँ पे नौजवान जो पढ़ते हैं, अल्लाह के फजल से वो दीन के साथ भी जो है आरास्ता हैं, और उसके साथ जो है वो जो उनके जो वक्त ज़रूरत जो है, जिस तरह उन्होंने फरमाया कि उनको शहरी दफा के लिए या दूसरी ज़रूरतों के लिए जो है ना बिल्कुल 100% इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है।
So that's the Pakistan Defence Minister, Khwaja Asif, the Defence Minister, mind you, who's making that comment. And he's talking about kids, referring to them as students. So these are students who are studying in madrasas, who are now being used as a second line of defense. I want to bring in Shivani Sharma for more details on this. Shivani, is this standard for Pakistan to use students and kids in a conflict?
Akshita, we've been seeing this pattern even in Jammu and Kashmir when Fidayeen attacks used to happen by young children. And now Khwaja Asif, who's the Defence Minister of Pakistan, is exposing his modus operandi once again openly. And now he's saying the madrasa students are our second line of defence and they can be utilised in this time of crisis. Two times these kind of claims have come now. The Defence Minister is not only admitting that the army of Pakistan is weak, they do not rely upon their own soldiers, they need the students of madrasas. And second thing, how in the name of religion these children have been radicalized in Pakistan, that's also very evident. So Akshita, Pakistan is exposing itself each day. The mask is falling. India knows about Pakistan, what Pakistan has been doing, but now the world also acknowledges and knows what Pakistan is doing. And see, such statements that have been coming in, these laughable statements from Pakistan's ministers that have been coming in after Pahalgam attack, they are just making Pakistan's picture dirty every day. And now they are admitting that they use young children as their shield, as the second line of defense.
Unbelievable, really, that this is what Pakistan is resorting to. But Shivani is right in pointing out that this is an age-old practice, really, by the Pakistan army. Thanks very much, Shivani. the rounds, all of that now has been flagged off. So beware of these kind of news reports doing the rounds. A confidential letter that you see here, again on social media, which is being shared also on WhatsApp, claims the Chief of the Army Staff, General V.K. Narayan, who's not even the Army Chief, has sent a confidential letter regarding military preparedness to the Army Office of the Northern Command. Now, here's the fact. General V.K. Narayan, as I said, is not the Chief of Army Staff. This letter is 100% completely fake. It's not even an old one. It's just created, manufactured. And then there's the social media post, notoriously claiming that the Indian military used the Ambala Air Base to attack Amritsar and its own citizens. Imagine that. This has actually been doing the rounds. We found that the claim is completely baseless, part of a concerted misinformation campaign. The government has also provided a detailed press release of the Ministry of Defence, exposed the real picture. Please only follow those official communications. Let's get to our next set of fact checks. A social media post was allegedly shared claiming that entry has been banned into airports across India. Not true at all. That's a fake narrative. The same has been flagged by authorities. No such decision has been taken from the government. Again, I will reiterate, only follow official communications from the government. The fact that security has been beefed up at the airports is a fact, nothing more. Then there was a claim with pictures, videos that you see on your screens, which many shared on WhatsApp as well, of multiple explosions at Jammu Air Force Base in India with these pictures attached. Now, we checked these particular pictures and found that this is actually from the Kabul airport blast from a few years ago in August 2021. The next video that we're showing you, a video showing a heavy multiple launch rocket system, an MLRS barrage, is being falsely shared as a real Pakistani attack on India. We're fact-checking this particular video. It was revealed that this video is actually from a video game. It's been online for the last 3 years. It has absolutely no connection to the current India-Pakistan situation. This is a video that's been doing the rounds right now with claims that this is Colonel Sofia Qureshi leading Operation Synindhur. Remember, she's been part of the news conferences, and this is a video that people have shared saying this is her leading Operation Synindhur. This is actually a video from 2021. It's from the US Renault Air Race, and it's not even Colonel Sofia Qureshi. This is a pilot, Major Christine Beowulf, not Indian, and a pilot, not an army officer. So again, do not share this video. Completely fake, completely misleading. Now the next claim, massive army casualties at the Sanghar post opposite Pakistan's Chirikot sector, along with this video that's been doing the rounds of bodies being moved out. This is actually a video that was created from a 2007 photo where Indian Jawans carried out the body of a rebel. Just look at how misleading this particular video and picture is to claim that there have been massive army casualties. Not true at all. Let's get you the next fact check. This video, I'm sure you've seen this repeatedly. There are claims that this is a video of a Pakistan missile attack or drone strike in Amritsar from May 7th. The reality is that this is actually a video from 2024, from last year, which shows Israel's Iron Dome intercepting rockets from Lebanon, which has now been republished, doing the rounds again to claim that it is a video from the current India-Pakistan conflict. At all times, but even more so in moments of crisis, we are committed to delivering accurate, verified news. We believe it's our only priority. We're reporting now, of course, in unprecedented times and unprecedented conditions. Never before have newsrooms in India dealt with military operations at this scale, and in the age, importantly, of social media, of artificial intelligence, of AI. The past 24 hours have, of course, tested us, with escalation along the western border unfolding in real time. There have been multiple reports of clashes, of official statements, of social media speculation, even of deep fakes, hacked tweets, eyewitness accounts, all of this flooding our newsroom at such an unprecedented and relentless pace. Our team worked tirelessly round the clock, followed our very strict checks and balances and processes. Few early reports were incomplete or exaggerated in spite of all of our best efforts. And for this, we apologize. We will further strengthen our multi-pronged verification process and ensure that we bring you the most accurate information, and importantly, without compromising national security, the safety of our heroic forces and our reporters on the front. The India Today group has a robust fact-check team, India's most referred to fact-check team on X community notes, that's busting fake news on a daily basis. We will continue to invest in its resources and boots on the ground and eyes on the scene to deal with, this fog of war. Your trust drives us to uphold the highest journalistic standards. We don't take it for granted. So thank you for watching us non-stop and through a very, very long night with all of us, with me, with my colleagues, reporters, and all the teams behind the scene. And continue to stay with us as we will get you our accurate, verified coverage on what's happening between India and Pakistan. I'm slipping into a very, very short break. I'm joining you with the headlines in just a bit.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Heavy tension on India-Pakistan border. 3 Pakistani fighter jets downed in Indian strike. Major meeting of Rajnath Singh with CDS and chiefs of the armed force.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
Ui, ai da.
Maya oh.
Good afternoon. You're joining us live here on India Today for our rolling coverage on the tensions between India and Pakistan. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the updates that are coming in right now. We'll be counting down to the news briefing by the government that's slated to happen at 5:30, when details of what transpired last night between India and Pakistan are expected to come in. Let me take you through the headlines first. India hits back after Pakistan escalation. Heavy damages to Lahore and many Pak cities, according to government sources. Drone hits Okara cantonment in Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi and Mantris in huddles. Prime Minister monitors situation along border. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs border security meet. Rajnath Singh meets the three service chiefs. Seven infiltrators killed in Samba of Jammu. Suspected Jaish terrorists killed amid India-Pak conflict. Undetonated Chinese missile in Punjab field. Chinese PL-15 air-to-air missile recovered, likely from downed Pak JF-17 jet. IPL suspended amid India-Pakistan conflict. Decision on remaining IPL matches or for ongoing IPL likely to resume after a week. Let's begin with updates coming in on really what's transpired in the last 24 hours. Tensions with Pakistan escalating as strikes were launched by Pakistan again at civilian establishments at Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur and other locations. India responded to Pakistan immediately. Reports suggest that heavy damages have been inflicted to Pakistani cities, including Lahore. The Prime Minister, the Defence Minister, the Chief of Defence Staff, the three service chiefs have been reviewing the military ops very, very closely. Now, here's what our sources are telling us, that in the counter-strike by India, there have been damages inflicted to several Pakistani cities, including Lahore. And even when Pakistan's strike at several locations at Indian states completely failed, sources also say that one Pak F-16, two JF-17 jets were shot down. So 3 Pakistani fighter jets were shot down. Sources also say that the Pakistan air surveillance system was shot down and over 50 Pakistani drones were brought down, were intercepted. Pakistan's Okara cantonment was also hit by drones as per sources. Prime Minister Modi and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh are constantly reviewing the ongoing military operations. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is in constant touch with the 3 service chiefs, assessing the real-time situation. The Defence Minister has also met with the CDS, the 3 service chiefs, and conducted a comprehensive review. These are pictures from that particular meeting in which you see Rajnath Singh along with the Chief of Defence Staff, along with the Army Chief, the Navy Chief and the Air Force Chief. Now, there's been a lot of talk about this particular picture because if you look at the body language of the CDS, the three service chiefs. You see all of them, their morale is high, they're all smiles, and that really tells you how India really feels about currently where this conflict stands and the fact that we've been able to repel, thwart every strike that's come in from Pakistan. Essentially, Pakistan army with no strategy has just been raining missiles, drones at India. Last night also sending across fighter jets. And we have information, of course, that 3 Pakistani fighter jets have been shot down. This was 1 Pak F-16 and 2 JF-17. Now, 5:30 this evening, we're going to be seeing a press conference by the MEA where more details are expected to emerge on exactly what transpired last night on the attempt by Pakistan to target our military bases and also civilian establishments. We understand from the statement that came in from the Ministry of Defense that Pathankot, Udhampur, Jammu were the targets essentially by Pakistan this time. I want to bring in Aishwarya Paliwal for the latest updates of what's happening in New Delhi, which is where, of course, all the decision-making is taking place. Aishwarya, as has been the case for the last many days, you're seeing non-stop meetings taking place. The CDS, the 3 service chiefs, have also met with the Defence Minister.
Well, one of the important things, Akshita, that we must remember is the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the top ministers, a very clear message has been sent out. In fact, Prime Minister, when he met all the leaders, he told them very clearly that you need not to panic. So that is something which all the ministries have also taken care of. In fact, if we speak about the finance ministry, today evening, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will speak with the banks and will also speak with the stock markets and will make sure that we do a testing of sorts. Cyber attack is something that the government very clearly is looking at. So India now is preparing itself. You need to make sure that hospitals are working. That's what JP Nadda at the moment is doing. Finance Minister making sure that there is no cyber attack on the financials of our country. Also, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meeting the 3 defence chiefs and speaking with them, understanding where we are standing when we speak about India's defence. So all those things are being done, but the government does not want any kind of panic to take place, which is why things are going as per schedule. The meetings are going on. The government very, very clear. We need to prepare ourselves, but do not panic. That's the big message coming in from the government at the moment. Akshita.
Okay, so you're seeing every ministry right now plugged into action, ensuring that all necessary steps are taken in every aspect really of this conflict and the repercussions, the ramifications it could have in different ways. So all ministries tuned in, plugged in, working to see that everything goes off smoothly and especially ensuring that there's no impact on citizens. But what we're talking about, the strikes that happened last night and how every attempt by Pakistan to target our civilians, to target military establishments was thwarted. How is that possible? This was across the stretch of North and West India when Pakistan attempted to fire drones, it has attempted to fire missiles. This aerial assault was neutralized completely by India. Our forces struck Pakistani air defense radars and systems also using anti-missile systems in a counter, a response. But let's focus for a moment on how we stopped these attempts by Pakistan. There were a couple of weapons really in our arsenal that proved to be game changers. The Akash Tir, also known as India's Iron Dome, designed to automate air defense control and reporting, was activated. Akash Tir has been developed by Bharat Electronics Limited. It can enable forces to intercept, neutralize any projectile because it gives you real-time data to precisely track aerial threats by collecting inputs from multiple radars and sensors. So this acts essentially, if you will, as a digital nerve center of air defense network. The Indian Air Force also deployed its reliable Sudarshan Chakra, the S-400 air defense systems. These long-range air defense systems can engage aircraft, cruise missiles and UAEs. You saw footage of that, of many of the missiles and drones being intercepted and exploding in the air. So the S-400 can hit multiple targets up to 400 kilometers, can track over 160 targets in a 600 kilometer range. It can also target 72 targets in a 400 kilometer range. India also deployed its 40 mm AA gun, upgraded with radar and sensors. The AA means anti-aircraft gun. It includes electro-optics, auto-tracking gear, can fire 240 to 300 rounds per minute, to 330 rounds per minute. Now, its effective range extends up to 4,000 meters, saturates airspace with predictive firepower. And besides that, the other weapon in our arsenal was the Shilka. These are self-propelled with 423 mm auto cannons. Radars can detect targets that are 20 kilometers away. So besides your long range, even at close proximity, The Shurka steps in. It can fire up to 4,000 rounds per minute. Let's bring in Kamaljeet Sandhu for more details on this. Kamaljeet, we clearly have a very, very robust air defense system. And that's why whenever Pakistan has resorted or attempted to strike at civilian pockets, at military establishments, we've immediately been able to intercept it so far. Not a single drone, not a single missile actually managed to hit the intended target by Pakistan.
Well, these are multiple drone strikes across multiple cities in India, but this just could be the beginning because many of these are believed to be surveillance drones. They were effectively dealt with, they were neutralized. Remember, as far as India mechanism is concerned, there is a robust one, as you were mentioning about. But remember, this could just be the beginning because, remember, Pakistan may just be testing waters before they actually try and do something of a misadventure once again. So remember, as far as India's action are concerned, they have been on cities of Pakistan and even in Rawalpindi, where Army Chief sits, and that's where that's the general headquarters for the Pakistani army. So that is when what Pakistan has been saying all along is also very important because one, they're saying this is a false flag operation. So they've not even claimed that the responsibility is of Pakistan. But that's nothing new as far as the country is concerned because remember, they have always claimed one deniability, whether it is about presence of launch pads of the terrorist operation operating from Pakistan or the POK. But meanwhile, also what we've seen is the sort of support system, and whether it is the Hamas leaders meeting very much in Pakistan with Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed commanders, it is also goes to show the sort of synchronicity they have. So this is where Pakistan Army and ISI have been pumping in not just money and arms and ammunition, but also have been sending in mercenaries. So yes, we have seen a number of infiltration, but there was one just about in the last 24 hours in Samba sector, which was foiled by the BSF. The visuals are for everybody to see about how there was a cover fire being given by the Pakistani post, which was eventually destroyed by alert BSF Jawans. So this seems to be an escalation of sorts, but remember, this may not just be over as many people are anticipating it to be. It could actually be worse because remember, Pakistan is still awaiting because they don't have any sort of a face saving just yet to show to their population, and that's the reason it does seem that they send in drones, especially surveillance drones in swarms, and this is where they were immediately neutralized, but there could be more in the offing, and that is why the security preparation, that is why the mock drills, and that is why there seems to be a lot of preparations in place. Remember the sirens going off, people being trained about this. So this is the level of alertness. But remember, as far as administration itself is concerned,
largely precautionary, Kamaljeet. We've taken a lot of precautionary measures to ensure the safety of our civilians, to ensure the safety of every single Indian. Kamaljeet, thanks for those details. I also want to put the focus on really how the IAF has an air defense umbrella, if you will, that's ensured that every single citizen is safe and that many of these missiles, drones were intercepted in the air. How has the Indian Air Force done this? Well, it used the Counter-Unmanned Aircraft System, or the CUAS. Also, the Pechora, which is essentially a Soviet-origin surface-to-air missile system, which the Indian Air Force relies on greatly. Then you also had the Samar, which is the surface-to-air missile for assured retaliation. It's a hybrid air defense system that's been developed by the AAF in collaboration with private bodies as well. And then you had air defense guns, all of this used by the Indian Air Force to respond to Pakistan in a measured, calibrated manner. So these are, in fact, the systems, the weapons that we use to ensure that not a single missile or drone managed to land where it was intended to. And that's why the Ministry of Defense in their statement also highlighted this, saying there's not been a single casualty, not a single injury, no material loss that's been reported in these particular attempts by Pakistan to strike on Indian soil. But one image really that's emerged from how this particular strike by Pakistan took place last night is an eerie similarity to what we saw between Israel and Hamas. Pakistan essentially has resorted to a playbook used by terror groups, launching a Hamas-style attack at multiple locations in India. All missiles were intercepted by Indian air defense systems. Residents in affected areas reported loud explosions, flashes in the sky. but nothing more, all of it in the air. And it's been observed this was a Hamas-style attack as multiple rockets were launched in quick succession. One target, non-stop rockets being fired. And these short-range rockets were used to target dense civilian areas as well. But much like Israel, India too has its own version of the Iron Dome with a plethora of arsenal, air defense system that ensures we're impenetrable. After images that came in of that missile attack over Jammu surfaced, they looked so similar. We've given you that comparison also of what happened in Israel, the Hamas-style attack on Israel. This makes it clear that the Pakistan army is essentially behaving and operating like a terror group. There was an attempt clearly to overwhelm the Indian air defense system. That's why one after another missiles, drones being fired didn't happen. Let's get you breaking news that's coming in right now from the national capital. As a precautionary measure, there are now civil defense drills taking place in Delhi as well. Air raid sirens being tested in the national capital. And you had Parvesh Verma also at these air siren tests. The message is very clear. Don't panic. And that's been told very clearly to all of the residents. This is, again, let me highlight for you, a precautionary measure that's been taken up by the government at this point. Kumar Kunal is joining us with more details on this. Kumar, we understand the air raid sirens are being tested in Delhi, speakers being installed in different parts of the national capital. Reiterate here that this is no reason to panic. These are precautionary steps in the national capital.
Exactly. It is just a precautionary measure, an emergency measure. What happened last night in several parts of Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and other areas, which are the border areas. That's why national capital is also preparing for any emergency response. You can see that so many civil defense volunteers, they are here to educate people that how they should respond in case of any kind of emergency. आप लोग क्या बता रहे हैं किस तरीके से करना चाहिए क्योंकि अभी सायरन बजा?
सर जैसे अभी हमें पता लगा कि सायरन बजा और जैसे कि सरकार ने चेतावनी दी कि रेड अलर्ट होने वाला है, मतलब गवर्नमेंट ने एक हमें वहाँ पे चेतावनी दे दी है कि तुरंत आप अपने घर में या जहाँ पे सुरक्षित स्थान पे आप चले जाइए क्योंकि रेड वहाँ से आसमानी विस्फोट होने वाला है। तो उसमें क्या होगा सर, हम अभी ऑफिस में जा के लोगों को हम अवेयरनेस करके आए हैं कि जैसे आप अगर कोई आपदा आती है तो आप उसमें साइड झुकिए या अपने कान बंद कर लीजिए क्योंकि उसमें शोर होगा, बहुत जो शाउट होता है तो आपके कान खराब होने के और उसमें क्या होता है सर, रोशनी होती है ना, उससे आँख भी खराब होती है हमारी।
These civil defense volunteers, actually they are educating persons who are, since this is almost the heart of the city, ITO, you can see there are several localities like Old Delhi locality is here, which is quite crucial and quite significant as population density is quite high. Many of the central government offices are in the near vicinity. So these areas which are very crucial from the government point of view as well as the residential point of view. An emergency drill, this kind of drill which is happening here in Delhi as an emergency measure. Akshita.
Is ITO, as Kumar Kunal tells you there, that's where you'll largely see a lot of the government offices. These are the air sirens that have been put up, installed in several locations of the national capital. I will again reiterate for our viewers, especially all of you in the national capital watching this, wondering what this means. Absolutely nothing. It means we're taking all necessary precautions. And if you hear these sirens at any point, of course, you know the due protocol to be followed. We've given you enough details of what exactly to do in response. But like I said, there will be a communication that comes from the government beforehand if these sirens are expected to go off. This is right now preparatory steps being taken to ensure we're prepared for any eventuality and nothing more. So as we get you these images from the national capital, from Delhi, of the air raid sirens going off, this has happened in ITO. which is where we also saw mock drills taking place. We also understand that speakers have been put up in several locations. On your screens is also Delhi Minister Parvesh Verma, who was there to essentially oversee all of the steps being taken, supervise the installation of these air raid sirens and the drills that were conducted. Civil defense volunteers were there, also instructing all of the employees of these officers of what exactly to do if at any point they actually hear these sirens. We understand that speakers now are being installed in some of the crucial locations of Delhi, so that if there's ever a need to alert residents, that can immediately be done without any delay. If you hear this sound, you know what to do, the steps to be taken. There is either blackout measures, in which case electricity will be cut, and the need of the hour is to then ensure you stay indoors. But having said that, this is right now a precautionary step. Kumar Kunal is joining us with more updates on that. Kumar, you were speaking to some of the civil defense volunteers here on what exactly is to be done if these sirens go off. Can you also tell us, Kumar, at this point, if these kind of sirens are being installed in different parts of Delhi across the national capital?
Exactly, there are 11 districts in Delhi, and all the districts administration, they have been told to install such sirens. They are being told even earlier that all the emergency measures should be there, and there in case of any emergency, all those emergency measures should come into the effect. These civil defense volunteers who are standing right behind me, they are actually being trained, and they normally looks after any kind of eventuality. If any emergency situation does arise, then they are the first respondent in all those cases. So they are actually the trained person who can guide the natives or the residents of that particular area. So actually government is saying that there is no need to panic, but always there is a need to be prepared, and as a precautionary measure, they are taking all these exercises because national capital Delhi is one of the most vulnerable place. Our enemy can target national capital, so it is better to be prepared rather than taken by surprise. So we are actually getting prepared. This siren exercise is a step towards that preparedness. So all these things are happening across the capital, not just at the ITO. Since ITO is centrally located, many of the government offices, many of the buildings, many of the locations which are near to New Delhi are located in this vicinity. That's why the location is strategic, and so many people have been told to gather, and even civil defense volunteers, they are actually telling the people when the siren went on, they were actually calming down the people that they don't need to panic. There are some basic exercises which are taken care of. They should actually do those exercises. They should hide themselves behind any strong object like table or whatsoever. So these kind of emergency preparations are going on, and it will go on for some day.
The idea is to spread awareness. The idea is to ensure everyone knows what to do in any circumstance, in any eventuality. I want you to listen into these drills that were conducted just a few moments ago in the national capital. Listen. So those are the sirens going off as planned by the administration in Delhi. You see Minister Parvesh Verma was also there to kind of monitor and oversee the steps being taken, the awareness drives that have been kicked off. Civil defense volunteers, of course, play a big role in many of these drives of informing people what needs to be done, and also helping many of these employees understand the importance of taking these sirens seriously. This has happened in Delhi's ITO, which is where you'll see most of the central government offices, which is why employees were essentially briefed on what to do and what not to do if these sirens go off.
आज से दिल्ली में सायरन लगाने शुरू किए हैं। दिल्ली में जितनी भी ऊंची बिल्डिंग है उसके ऊपर में सायरन लगेंगे। ये सायरन की रेंज 8 किलोमीटर रेडियस की है। ऐसे दिल्ली में आज रात से ही 40 से 50 और सायरन हाई राइज बिल्डिंग में, ऊंची बिल्डिंगों में लगने शुरू होंगे और ऐसे आपातकाल की स्थिति में हम इसको चलाएंगे और ये एक ही कमांड सेंटर से हम इसको चला सकते हैं। अगर हमें किसी पर्टिकुलर डिस्ट्रिक्ट का चलाना है, पर्टिकुलर एरिया का चलाना है या पूरे दिल्ली का चलाना है तो इसको कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है। 5 मिनट के करीब में ये सायरन बजा करेगा कोई भी ऐसी स्थिति आती है और ये सायरन हमारे कमांड सेंटर से जीएसएम पे, एचएफ पर और ब्लैकआउट की स्थिति में भी हम इसको काम में लेके आ पाएंगे।
प्रवीण जी, क्या इसके लिए कोई मुख्यालय होगा या आप लोग खुद इसको मॉनिटर करेंगे? कैसे इसको ऑपरेट किया जाएगा?
ये पूरा कंट्रोल होगा, नेशनल डिज़ास्टर मैनेजमेंट के अंडर में होगा और ये क्योंकि पीडब्ल्यूडी की हाई राइज बिल्डिंग है इसलिए आज यहाँ पर लगाया गया है। आज से रात से ही 40-50 की संख्या में और भी लगेंगे।
कब तक लग जाएंगे सर?
1-2 दिन में सभी सायरन
सर पूरी दिल्ली में दिल्ली को क्या संदेश देंगे सर? दिल्ली को पूरे अलर्ट को लेकर कितनी तैयारी है दिल्ली सरकार की? दिल्ली सरकार कितनी तैयार?
पूरे दिल्ली को इससे कवर करेंगे और दिल्ली सरकार की, भारत सरकार की, जो भी भारत सरकार की तरफ से जो भी निर्देश आएंगे दिल्ली सरकार उसके लिए एकदम तैयार है। हमारी पुलिस, हमारे जवान सभी तैयार हैं। ठीक है, ठीक है।
So that's the message from Delhi Minister Parvesh Verma about the need to be aware and ensure people know what to do when these air raid sirens go off. But like I said, this is a precautionary measure ensuring that citizens know what to do in any eventuality. There is no reason for panic. There is no reason for Delhiites to think that there's any threat right now. And here's why. Let me also explain to you right now why the national capital is safe. It's got huge multi-tiered, multi-layered security apparatus in place, and also besides that, a robust defense system as well. And we'll break that down for you. What keeps the national capital of the country safe? You have the Akash air defense missile. It's an indigenous system with an interception range of 25 kilometers deployed in the Delhi NCR region. We've seen, of course, how the Akash Tir has helped along the borders last night. Then you have the AEW and CA aircraft used to maintain constant surveillance of the airspace in and around Delhi, the national capital region, identifying any suspicious activity. It's called the Netra aircraft. The medium-range surface-to-air missile MR-SAM, capable of intercepting and neutralizing hostile aircraft, helicopters, cruise missiles, drones within a range of 70 kilometers. This was something that was used again by the IAF last night. We have sensors in place across the national capital region, portable radars with low-level detection capabilities. They have also been deployed to ensure surveillance and threat detection. There are fighter jets that are based out of the national capital region in those military bases, in the air bases. So these fighter jets also can be deployed at any point to enhance the air defense capabilities of the national capital region. Okay, let's move on and talk about what's really happening along the border areas. The last 72 hours have, of course, been extremely intense. Pakistan attempted to also infiltrate into Indian territory once again, which was successfully foiled by our forces across multiple regions. The incursion primarily targeted the Jammu region. Pakistan attempted strikes on the Jammu airport, on Jammu University, and that tells you clearly that they also wanted to target civilians in their strikes. Udhampur, Pathankot, Jaisalmer and Rajasthan, all of these were targeted. And it was India's Sudarshan Chakra, the S-400 missile system, that thwarted these attacks. India successfully shot down one Pakistani F-16, two JF-17s, multiple missiles and drones as well. Now, in retaliation, India launched strikes on Lahore. Loud explosions were reported in Peshawar, near the Bahawal Nagar cantonment as well. There were videos that emerged of people rushing out of their homes as sirens blared. Mosque loudspeakers urged residents to turn off all household lights. But there's yet to be an official statement on exactly what India's counter looked like.
Rattled Pakistan made a failed attempt to target Jammu's airport and other vital installations in Jammu city and in Jammu and Kashmir. Right now we are standing outside Jammu's airport. There is complete blackout here. Earlier in the evening, Pakistan sent armed drones. Pakistan lobbed missiles towards vital installations in Jammu, whether it was Jammu airport and other army installations in Jammu, Udhampur and other places. But our alert security forces foiled the nefarious designs of Pakistan. We had already activated our air defense system S-400, and with the help of that, we were able to repel Pakistan's attacks, not only in Jammu and Kashmir, but also in neighboring Punjab, because Pakistan also tried to target the air base in Pathankot district of Punjab. We have successfully shot down 3 fighter jets of Pakistan. This includes 2 JF-17 fighter jets and 1 F-16 fighter jet. So Pakistan is rattled. It tried to escalate tensions. It tried to target Jammu city and other places, but our alert troops on ground have foiled the nefarious designs of Pakistan. We had already activated our air defense system, and with the help of that, we were able to shoot down Pakistani drones and Pakistani missiles. With video journalist Neeraj Kumar, this is Sunil Bhatt reporting from outside Jammu's airport for India Today.
And the Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif says Pakistan is ready to wrap up tensions with India, as he puts it. And then he says New Delhi should de-escalate the situation. Listen in.
Some of the countries in the Arabian Gulf also, who are close to us, and obviously they have a good relationship with India also, they have also advised that de-escalation should take place immediately. But India is making it, it's almost impossible. Every day there is an incident which raises the bar of conflict in the subcontinent.
And that's a message from the Pakistan Defence Minister at a time when Pakistan has repeatedly been firing at India, attempting to target our civilian bases, our military bases. And so India has maintained very clearly that we've been only resorting to de-escalatory responses. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar yesterday in a bilateral with the Iranian Foreign Minister who was here in India made it very clear that India does not intend to escalate tensions with Pakistan, but at the same time, we will give a firm response if there are attempts to target us militarily, if there are military attacks on India. This has been our very, very clear stand on Pakistan. Listen in.
Excellency, you are visiting India at a time when we are responding to a particularly barbaric terrorist attack on 22nd April in the Indian Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This attack compelled us to respond on 7th May by striking at cross-border terrorist infrastructure. Our response was targeted and measured. It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response. As a neighbor and a close partner, it is important that you have a good understanding of the situation.
So day 15 of ceasefire violations by Pakistan along the line of control, because mind you, these ceasefire violations haven't started since the Operation Synindhur, but much before, since the Pahalgam terror attack from April 22nd in Uri. One death has been reported following a ceasefire violation by Pakistan in the border areas. And unfortunately, this means that the total death toll has reached 15 as of yesterday. Last night, too, we've seen multiple provocations along the border. And so we're hoping that there haven't been any casualties. Pakistan isn't just targeting houses, it's targeting religious places. And you can see in the images the kind of impact that it's left. Buildings completely ridden with holes, glass pieces shattered. And these are from temples, gurudwaras, mosques, all of which has been targeted. But the worst hit area has been Poonch along the line of control, where around 13 people have died so far. Pakistani forces are targeting innocent civilians, directly targeting residential pockets where there are no forces. So it's very clear what the Pakistan army is attempting to do.
It is truly said that faith can move mountains. In this small village in Gurdaspur, the Granth Sahib is keeping the courage and the motivation, the grit and the determination of the village going. And that's what we saw when we came here in Gurdaspur. That was actually on the target of Pakistan, and we saw missiles and drones raining that were defunct and neutralized and demolished by the Indian armed forces. But clearly, you know, the kind of courage and valor we've seen in our armed forces, you know, it's got a ripple effect in all the nook and corners, and especially the bordering villages of on the side of India. We're in Gurdaspur, and you can see that the Granth Sahib is here in this Gurudwara, and with the diktat of the religious gurus that the Granth Sahib should be moved to a safer Gurudwara, the villagers have come together and said that this is our faith, this is what is keeping us going. We will protect it with our lives, and we'll protect this village. Let's hear it from the firebrand ladies here in this village who've seen many wars, lived on the border, not very far away from the international border, but they've never deserted their village. बीबी आपने तो देखा है, पहले की जंग भी देखी है, तो अभी डर लग रहा है, खौफ? डर सानू कोई नहीं लगदा, ਅਸੀਂ बिल्कुल नहीं डरदे, क्यों ਅਸੀਂ जाना भी कित्थे है छड्ड के, ਇੱਥੋਂ जा नहीं सकते ਅਸੀਂ किते छड्ड के।
ये पूरा घर टूट गया है। अंदर की तरफ भी हम दिखाना चाहेंगे तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद पाकिस्तानी फौज को करारा झटका लगा है। जो पाकिस्तान में आतंकी ठिकाने थे, सिर्फ उसको भारत ने निशाना बनाया, और बार बार भारत ने कहा कि वो सिविलियन को निशाना नहीं बना रहा है। लेकिन ये जो खुद मकबूल खान है, बाकायदा ये दिखा रहे हैं, दिखाते हुए देखिए, ये दिखा रहे हैं, ये सब है, ये सारी शेलिंग में टूटी है।
बिल्कुल शेलिंग में सर, ये बिल्कुल निशाना बनाया गया, जैसा चुन के मकान बनाया गया।
आप ये देख पा रहे हैं जो मकबूल खान का ये घर है, और देखिए कितनी हैवी शेलिंग हो रही है। जो पूरा घर का काफी मजबूत ये घर है, घर के जब ये शेलिंग हुई है रात के वक्त, तो इस तरीके से जो पूरा घर के अंदर जो शेलिंग है वो अंदर घुसी, और उसके बाद, लेकिन आपको ये भी बता दूं कि जो भारतीय फौज है वो करारा जवाब भी दे रही है, और पीओके के साइड जो बंकर हैं पाकिस्तान आर्मी के, उनको उनके पर खच्चे उड़ा दिए, तो करारा जवाब मिल रहा है। अगर यहाँ एक घर के अंदर, जहाँ इस वक्त कुपवाड़ा में मौजूद हूँ, यहाँ अगर एक घर के अंदर कोई शेलिंग होती है तो भारतीय सेना उसका दुगने लेवल पर जवाब देती है। और दिखाना चाहेंगे कहाँ, देखिए यहाँ से जो शेलिंग है वो तोड़ करके आई, और सामने की तरफ भी मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा। ये आसपास के जो तमाम घर हैं इनको निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, और इसीलिए मकबूल कह रहे हैं कि जो आम कश्मीरी मुसलमान हैं उनके घर को ही निशाना पाकिस्तानी फौज बना रही है। तो ये सीधे सीधे कायराना हरकत है। सामने की तरफ भी देखेंगे तो जो पूरा घर है, इन तमाम जो घर हैं उनको निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। सीधे ग्राउंड जीरो से आज तक इंडिया टुडे की हम रिपोर्ट दिखा रहे हैं।
This is the line of control village in the Uri sector, and last night the entire area, several villages on the Uri sector stood witness to heavy artillery and artillery attack and shelling by Pakistani forces. And right now what you see is the security forces are conducting a search operation on these sites to ensure that, if at all there are mortars or shelling components which have been fired by Pakistan, which have not blasted, they are combing the entire area in order to ensure that any such material is not left. And the security forces are on the ground. So it is, three-pronged approach. Number one, rescuing the villagers, those who used to live in these areas, in these localities, neighborhoods. Number two, search operation on the ground to ensure no elements such as mortars are left which might have grounded out here and has not blasted, so that needs to be removed as well. But along with that, one more visual that's coming. There's a gas cylinder which has possibly blasted in the night while that shelling happened out here in this particular area. Just look at the devastation which has happened. Even the small metal particles have come on the ground, and these could have actually caused a lot of damage to individuals, to the residents out here. So it does what it does, these images, what it does two things. Number one, Pakistan's cowardly attack on Indian civilians are being exposed by these visuals right now. That's a big expose as to how Pakistan has responded to India's, attack against the terror breeding grounds in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir and Pakistan, with attacks on civilians one after other. First, we saw these attacks happening in Gingal village in Salamabad, where we also have our hydropower projects. And right now, last night when they were Pakistan was firing missiles, drones in Indian cities such as Jammu, and all these attempts were thwarted by our agency's air defense system. So what they also did simultaneously was they resorted to indiscriminate artillery attacks and shelling in these areas of which are located on the line of control right now. And remember, these are villages which have not witnessed such shelling ever since 1998. That's what the locals say. You can see the security forces right now are combing the area to look whether any mortar or any component which might not have blasted last night, which was fired by Pakistani forces from the other side of the border, whether it's still lying there, that needs to be removed. The gas cylinders in heat area, that could blast as well, so that is also being removed. What we see out here is that machineries are kept, that is also damaged, but we'll also get you visuals of more houses that has been completely shattered and demolished due to the artillery and shelling that has been done by the Pakistani forces from across the border. Another shop completely destroyed on the main road of Lagma village. Remember Lagma, Bandi village, Gingal village, Salamabad, Kamalkot. The list is quite long, where Pakistan has resorted to cowardly, dastardly attack on the civilians. Even when India responded to Pakistan's, misadventure of trying to target Indian cities, Indian establishments in northern India and western India through air attacks, India thwarted all those attempts. Indian air defense systems stood rock solid, and India responded to Pakistan's that act with exposing Pakistan's failure where Islamabad, Lahore and even Rawalpindi was in a way breezed by Indian armed air attacks, but that was not on the civilians, neither on their military establishments. But right now, what we could see on the ground is that while Pakistan, was trying to attack our cities where civilians live, like Jammu and all other areas in North India, Pathankot, several cities of Pakistan. What is happening on the ground is that they were also resorting to heavy artillery attack, shelling on the villages on line of control. Indian armed forces is on the ground to protect every citizen. It's a cowardly act but it also exposes Pakistan's real face in front of the world as to how Pakistan is resorting when India attacked the breeding ground of terrorism in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan. What Pakistan did was they are targeting the innocent villagers living on the line of control in Uri sector in India and even across Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. With video journalist Manish Jha, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Baramulla.
Another barbaric act of Pakistan is continuous shelling being done in the border areas at the line of control. We are in Rajouri, and this is a house which seems to be devastated. A major impact has been taken. It's a newly built house, but here you see the impact of the shell. The shell fell a couple of meters away. There's a crater there now. What you see out here is the ramification, the effect of, look at this. This is all the glass shards. These are broken pieces. We'll just try and get a sense from the owner here. Rishi is with his family. Rishi and Shruti just recently got married. They're newly married couple. But getting a sense, Rishi, आप ये बताइए, रात का मंजर क्या था? आप लोगों ने ड्रोन देखा, आपने शेल गिरते देखा, आप लोग क्या हुआ? क्योंकि जान बचाना भी जरूरी है।
जी मैम, जान तो हमने बचाई है। रात को 1:30-2 बजे लगभग यहाँ पे फायरिंग जो है शुरू हो गई थी, तो हमने बहुत मुश्किल से यहाँ पे जान बचाई, छुप के अपने आप को मतलब कमरे में वहाँ पे जान बचाना पड़ा हमें। तो बिल्कुल जस्ट घर के सामने जो है ये विस्फोट हुआ है, तो बहुत मुश्किल था हमारे लिए। तो ये फर्स्ट टाइम था, इससे पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। यहाँ पे सारी हिंदू कम्युनिटीज है, ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ। दिस फर्स्ट टाइम। लेकिन न्यूली मैरिड है, आपकी वाइफ है, ये बताइए क्या सोच रहे थे? आपको लग रहा था कि जान पे बनाई है?
मैम अब क्या ही कर सकते हैं, अब इतना तो पता था कि रिस्क में है, पर खुद को खुद ही बचाया।
आप ये बताइए कितने सालों से आप लोग यहाँ पे लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पे रह रहे हैं, और इस तरह की जब रात को बम के गोलों की आवाज तो आ ही रही थी, तो आपको लगा था कि कहीं ऐसा कुछ मुश्किल आ जाएगी?
नहीं मैम, मुझे तो नहीं पता था, लेकिन कल की जो न्यूज सुन रहे थे तो उसमें तो पता चलता था भाई कुछ न कुछ तो हादसा होगा। तो जब बमबारी हुई रात को तो हम अपने आप तो सेव करने लगे, फिर तो इधर उधर छुपने लगे, क्या करना था फिर, तो बम तो पास में पड़े थे।
So we just trying to get you a sense of what is really happening, because these are residents near line of control. Rishi, just try and please show us inside. And here you go, look at this. Built in 2018, and there you go. This is the living room area. Look at this. The impact is so, this is a newly built house. Look at this. We'll just go into the other rooms, because remember the impact is such, there are just glass shards everywhere. ये घर नया था तो इसी वजह से इतना इम्पैक्ट ले पाया?
नहीं मैम, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है शायद, बट हम ये नहीं कह सकते। घर नया होने की वजह से हम ये बोले कि हमारे ही घर में शेलिंग हुई है, और भी घर में शेलिंग हुई है आगे पीछे बहुत।
नहीं, मैं कह रही हूँ कि नुकसान क्या कम हुआ है? क्योंकि
जी नुकसान ज्यादा हुआ है। जी जी जी।
So look at this. This is the kitchen. Look at this. All the glass shards here. Look at this. So the impact is quite heavy, but remember when you compare it, a life has been saved. These, आप लोग कहाँ अंदर छुप गए थे?
पीछे वाले रूम में हम अपने आप को मतलब सेफ जोन में रखा, और ये जो अलमीरा था इसको स्ट्रेट में खड़े करके वो बड़े वाला जो गद्दा था उसको स्ट्रेट खड़ा किया और उसके पीछे छुप गया।
So all the residents remember a normal life being disrupted, and not just here but just across Jammu and Kashmir.
बहुत भरोसा है जो कि इतना कुछ कर रही है हमारे लिए, तो हमें भी चाहिए कि हम भी आर्मी का साथ दें। जी
हमें कई लोग सोच रहे हैं जाने का, आप लोग यहीं रुकेंगे?
नहीं मैम, अगर कंडीशन देखेंगे कहाँ जाना है, जाएंगे तो कहाँ जाएंगे।
Look at the resilience of the people. They're still smiling after all this. There's a smile on their face, because remember, it's not because there is a setback, because they know they have to live here. They have been living all their lives in this particular area. Rishi himself is a teacher, and it's also leading by example to his students. You know, you just take it right in front, and this is where they believe this is going to be a chapter. Hopefully it will end soon, but meanwhile there are losses, and perhaps only time will heal certain of these particular disastrous memories. With camera person Girish, this is Kamaljeet Sandhu in Rajouri, LOC for India Today.
And here's perhaps the most bizarre reasoning you will ever hear on why Pakistan couldn't stop even one of the India counter-strikes. The Defence Minister of Pakistan, Khwaja Asif, says we didn't stop Indian drones to ensure that our defence secrets aren't leaked or where exactly our defence locations are. Pakistan, the Defence Minister of Pakistan, Khwaja Asif, has said essentially that we didn't hit back at India. We let them go ahead and strike us because we didn't want our defence locations to be known. This is actually the reasoning coming in from a Defence Minister of the country. Listen in.
कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो।
And let's get you a quick update on the Indian Premier League, which has been suspended amid the conflict between India and Pakistan. The BCCI has suspended the remaining IPL matches till next week. The BCCI has confirmed that a decision on the remaining matches will be taken next week on when perhaps we could be seeing it being pushed to. For now, they've said indefinitely, but next week we will know if the IPL will continue perhaps in a few weeks from now or what the final decision is that's taken by the BCCI. Listen in to what Rajiv Shukla had to say.
BCCI ने यह निर्णय लिया है कि IPL को अभी फिलहाल एक सप्ताह के लिए स्थगित किया गया है। उसके बाद जो स्थिति है उसका जायजा लेके सरकार से विचार विमर्श करके जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं फ्रेंचाइजी और ब्रॉडकास्टर इन सबसे बात करके नए शेड्यूल की घोषणा की जाएगी।
So the BCCI confirming next week there should be a decision. And mind you, that comes after last night an IPL match in Dharamsala was called off midway with the floodlights being switched off and all of the crowds there in the stadium being asked to move out. We'll be getting you all the latest updates of that story and of course the latest that comes in on the strikes and the conflict between India and Pakistan. Again, a reminder that 5 p.m. is when we're expecting a government briefing on the same. Our rolling coverage continues here on India Today on the other side of a very, very short break.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Heavy tension on India-Pakistan border. 3 Pakistani fighter jets downed in Indian strike. Major meeting of Rajnath Singh with CDS and chiefs of the armed force.
An India Today world exclusive. 2010 India Today inside Murid Ke.
A safe haven for terrorists.
Pakistan uses terror as part of state policy.
2025, Murid ke terror hubs wiped out.
Big story coming in. Murid Ke has been targeted. Oh my God, the terror epicenter has been targeted. Information just coming in. Indian missiles have struck the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Murid Ke has been bombed. It's a big
Sorry. Ui, ada. Maya, oh. Huh?
welcome to our special and non-stop broadcast. Operation Synindhur continues to be our top focus story right here. We are on standby for a briefing from the Ministry of External Affairs that is expected at 5:30 this evening. All eyes on that, but as always, the headlines first in this edition. India hits back after Pakistan escalation. Heavy damages to Lahore and many Pakistan cities. According to government sources, drone hits Okara cantonment in Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi and Mantris in huddles. Prime Minister Modi monitors the military situation. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs border security meeting. Rajnath Singh meets Tri-Services Chief. Seven infiltrators have been killed in Samba and Jammu. Suspected Jaish terrorists have been killed amid India-Pakistan conflict. Undetonated Chinese missile in Punjab field. Chinese PL-15 air-to-air missile has been recovered. Missile likely from downed Pakistan JF-17 jet. And IPL has been suspended amid India-Pakistan conflict. Decision on remaining matches of ongoing IPL to be taken after a week. And we'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in at this hour. The Ministry of Home Affairs has written to Chief Secretaries and administrators of all states and union territories, asking them to invoke emergency powers under civil defense rules for efficient implementation of necessary precautionary measures. That's the advice that has come in essentially from the Ministry of Home Affairs, and this advice has been made, in fact, has been given rather to Chief Secretaries and administrators of all states and union territories, keeping in view of the tensions, the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. This is to invoke emergency powers under civil defense rules for efficient implementation of the necessary precautionary measures. I'll go straight across to Jitendra for more on that. Jitendra, इस advisory के हिसाब से exactly किस तरीके के emergency powers invoke किए गए हैं civil defense rules में? What is expected? What is going to be the necessary precautionary measure that is going to be looked at? अब क्या बता सकते हैं इसके बारे में?
देखिए, केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय की तरफ से जो एडवाइजरी दी गई है, इसका मकसद ये है कि सिविल डिफेंस डीजी को ये पावर दिए गए हैं कि अगर उनको देश में किसी भी जगह पर अगर कोई इमरजेंसी की सिचुएशन आती है तो उस दौरान उनको अगर कोई खरीद करना है तो उसके लिए बाकायदे लंबा प्रोसेस अपनाना नहीं पड़ेगा। जैसे अगर बॉर्डर के इलाके में जहां पर उनको सायरन लगाना है या फिर मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट या तमाम चीज़ें जो ज़रूरत है इस दौरान, जबकि भारत पाकिस्तान सीमा पर इस वक्त काफ़ी तनाव की स्थिति है, ऐसे में सिविल डिफेंस डीजी को ये पावर दे दिया गया है कि वो ऐसे चीज़ें खरीद सकते हैं और किसी भी समय इसको खरीद करके उसको लगाया जा सकता है। इसके लिए केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय ने जो राज्यों के चीफ सेक्रेटरी हैं और इसके साथ साथ जो केंद्र शासित प्रदेश के चीफ सेक्रेटरी हैं उनको चिट्ठी लिख करके ये जानकारी दी है और ये कहा है कि केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय की तरफ से एम्पावर किया गया है जो सिविल डिफेंस के डीजी हैं उनको कि वो किसी भी तरीके का, अगर किसी बिल्डिंग के ऊपर सायरन लगाना है, युद्ध जैसी स्थिति अगर कुछ बनती है या फिर ब्लैक आउट को लेकर के कोई प्रैक्टिस करना है या तमाम चीज़ें जो सिविल डिफेंस के हिसाब से ज़रूरत पड़ती है इमरजेंसी के दौरान, तो उसके लिए डीजी जो है पूरी तरीके से एम्पावर है और उसको वो पूरी तरीके से प्रोक्योरमेंट कर सकता है। ज़रूरत पड़े तो तुरंत प्रोक्योरमेंट कर सकता है, उसमें किसी भी तरीके की बाधा नहीं आनी चाहिए।
जी बिल्कुल, शुक्रिया मसार जुड़ने के लिए। जितेंद्र essentially telling us that if there is anything that is to be procured during this time when things are in fact uncertain, then the regular route is something that can be bypassed by the civil defense, and they have been empowered by way of that notification. Leaving it at that for the moment. Jitendra Bahadur with that very latest. More news coming in. Let's take a look. And the story is from Amritsar, where a Pakistan missile has been again defused by the Indian forces. A missile defused in a village near Amritsar. That's the big story we are breaking at this hour. Pakistan missile was shot down by India yesterday. This is the information that we have with us at this point in time. Not one, but a series of missiles, remember, have been effectively countered with by India and India's air defense systems. This time around, we are telling you about a Pakistan missile which has been defused by Indian forces. This development is being reported from a village near Amritsar, remember, which was in fact targeted by Pakistan. But a missile has now been shot down in a village near Amritsar is what we are learning. A Pakistan missile was actually shot down by India yesterday. Now the missile has been defused in a village near Amritsar, even as Pakistan continues with these misadventures. I'm going straight across to Asim Bassi, getting in more details on that story. Asim, what exactly can you tell us about how India has successfully defused this particular missile in a village near Amritsar? Share with us the details here.
Well, yesterday everybody knows that Pakistan, after India hit out at Pakistan to revenge against the Pahalgam, Pakistan shot down missiles and drones in various areas, but that were basically neutralized by the Indian air defense system. One of those missile remains basically fell down in the areas of Jetual and Makhan Bindi village, which is in Amritsar district. So this explosive was found in Makhan Bindi village of Amritsar and yesterday, and after that the entire area was cordoned, the army was called up, the police was called up, and for the entire night the process was on. But today the experts came in, and this remains of the Pakistani missile were basically diffused and detonated. And you can see the kind of explosion which you can see in the visual is very, very huge. Its impact would have been very high had it fallen in some civilian area, because the place where it fell was the village Makhan Bindi, which is between this village and village Jetual, which is very densely populated. But fortunately there was no loss of human and there was no injuries, and police and army personnel did it very nicely by cordoning off people and detonating and diffusing it today.
All right, Asim, I'm going to thank you for the moment getting in those details from Amritsar, where there is a village that he's referring to right now. Remember, all of this is along, in fact, very close to the Pakistan border, essentially, where a missile was effectively diffused by India. Asim saying the consequences could have been very different had this not been effectively dealt with by our forces. As Pakistan's repeated attempts to target Indian military installations continue to be thwarted very effectively by the Indian armed forces, concerns have emerged over its reliance on largely China-made military hardware to counter India's superior artillery systems. In the latest development, an undetonated Chinese PL-15 air-to-air missile was in fact recovered from a field in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. This missile is believed to have been fired by a Pakistani JF-17 fighter jet, also of Chinese origin, that was shot down by an Indian Akash missile system in the Pathankot sector. The missile failed to detonate upon impact, further highlighting the questionable reliability of Pakistan's Chinese-supplied arsenal. We're telling you about the details essentially of what has happened. Effectively, this has got to do with the quality of what Pakistan is using. There are repeated attempts, we know, to target the Indian military installations, and it continues to be thwarted effectively by the Indian armed forces, with concerns also and a lot of chatter essentially about how Pakistan has relied on largely China-made military hardware to counter India's superior artillery systems. Now, in the latest, an undetonated Chinese PL-15 air-to-air missile was actually recovered from a field in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. The missile is believed to have been fired by a Pakistani JF-17 fighter jet, also of Chinese origin, that was shot down by an Indian Akash missile system in the Pathankot sector. To tell our viewers, this missile failed to detonate upon impact, essentially speaking volumes of the quality, really, of the equipment that is being used by Pakistan, which of course is China-made. It's highlighted, really, the questionable reliability of Pakistan's Chinese-supplied arsenal. And mind you, this isn't the first time that this has happened. Questions have been raised in the past also of the artillery made in China, used by Pakistan. This time around too, this is something that is being looked at very closely and spoken about. The manner in which, Asim, this missile, is believed to have been fired by Pakistani JF-17, but not successful. The attempts to wreak havoc. That clearly something that India's Akash missile system thwarted very effectively, but also putting a huge question mark on the quality of what is being used by Pakistan, isn't it?
Well, definitely. In Hoshiarpur area, this PL-15 Chinese missile was found after it was shot down by the Indian air defense system. So clearly it shows, it raises question marks and definitely about the quality of weapons and armory the Pakistanis are using. And the way the attacks were fired over Jammu, Pathankot and other regions, Hoshiarpur, but everything was neutralized, speaks volumes about the prowess of the Indian air defense systems. So clearly this is a big indication that how strong and how alert we are to ensure that nobody enters our territory, and if somebody enters territory, is neutralized there and then. Yeah.
Essentially, like you said, Asim, this speaks volumes of the quality of what is being used by Pakistan. Not one, but repeated attempts being made by Pakistan to target Indian military installations, and it continues to be thwarted by the Indian armed forces. Though whatever is being said online, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter, Asim, is that effectively every single attempt was thwarted by our armed forces and very successfully functioning India's air defense systems, isn't it?
Yes, truly, because whatever Pakistan did a misadventure, be it Jammu, be it Pathankot, be it Hoshiarpur, be it Bathinda, be it Jalandhar, wherever they tried, they failed. Because Indian troops were very alert, the defense system was
coming in at this hour, according to army sources, and we are getting that news breaking at this moment. On the 8th of May, between 8 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., Pakistan carried out raids with 500 small drones in 24 cities of Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat in India. These are details that we have with us of numerous of Pakistan's misadventures. This is through our sources within the Indian Army telling us about that Pakistan essentially targeted cities and carried out raids with 500 small drones in 24 cities across states like Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. Significant areas, in fact, portions of the land that is our international border that we share with Pakistan. This totals into about 24 cities is what our sources within the army are indicating. And the time for the same was late in the evening between 8 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. These are the details that we have with us. Pakistan carrying out raids with 500 small drones like we've seen in Hamas-style attacks that we are constantly referring to, essentially to overwhelm our system. That was the idea, is what is very clear at this point in time. But 24 cities were targeted is what we are picking up from our sources within the Indian Army. This on the 8th of May between 8 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. And also to tell our viewers that every single attempt made by Pakistan was very, very effectively thwarted by the Indian air defense systems. 24 cities of Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat that share, in fact, that have land at the international border, essentially. These are the border states of Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, and a portion of Rajasthan and Gujarat as well in the country, where 24 cities were targeted. But attempts to, in fact, of any kind of misadventure that we were seeing and full display, as we saw on the 8th of May, were effectively thwarted by the Indian defense systems. To tell our viewers and give them a few more details about what could have possibly happened here, the duration for this, in fact, these attacks and spontaneous attacks and very Hamas-style attacks is what is being referred to by defense experts here. This, in fact, was raids with 500 small drones in 24 cities in quick succession that we saw. But air defense systems, in fact, thwarted these attempts as quickly as they came in. But there were 500 small drones, and the target cities were 24 of them in Jammu and Kashmir, in Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat that share the international border essentially with Pakistan. This is through our sources within the army getting in details on what could have possibly happened here. This happened between 8 and 11:30 p.m. this evening, but India, in fact, effectively thwarted every single attempt by Pakistan to wreak havoc. 500 drones is what we are learning, Manjeet, and every attempt was thwarted. But what's worrying is that there were 24 cities that were systematically targeted by Pakistan? What's clear in a Hamas fashion?
Well, the latest information about the Pakistan's raid yesterday on between the 7 p.m. and between 7 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Pakistan Army has used more than 500 small unarmed drones in the various cities, including the from the border of Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Jammu Kashmir. And Pakistan raided 24 cities across these three states. And all small arms neutralized by the Indian Army and Air Force air defense system, including the L-72 missile and the Akash missile system. So, and Indian Army is surprised that why Pakistan used these unarmed small drones, and all small arms drones made in China.
In fact, telling our viewers a little more about what we picked up from our sources really within the government at this point in time, confirming that the Indian armed forces meticulously document each strike conducted against terror targets. Comprehensive visual evidence is systematically recorded to ensure transparency. Given that, remember, in the past also questions have been raised. Now, to support this effort, a dedicated data collection unit has been established as well. So these are details emerging at this point in time on not just how the raids have been carried out and how these misadventures on the part of Pakistan have been very effectively thwarted by India, but also documented effectively. This unit that has now been set up, a dedicated data collection unit that I'm referring to right now, is responsible for storing and organizing all visual and operational proof associated with these missions. The armed forces remain committed, we are learning, have said and spoken about the fact, to maintain transparency. So that really is on top of their agenda, that is something that is of great significance to them, maintain transparency by continuing to provide verifiable evidence for all future strikes. Essentially, the important aspect of what we are pointing out for our viewers is the manner in which the Indian Armed Forces has now spoken about the fact that comprehensive visual evidence is systematically recorded in the interest of transparency. To support this effort, a dedicated data collection unit has been established. The unit is responsible for storing and organizing all visual and operational proof like we've seen in the past as well. In fact, Manjeet continues to be with us for the very latest. Manjeet, this is something that the government and the forces have underscored in the past as well in the first briefing that was held after Operation Synindhur was effectively carried out, that we have visual proof and all of this is being documented effectively, isn't it?
Well, the government sources have confirmed that the Indian Armed Forces meticulously documented each strike and the conducted against the terror target, and comprehensive visual evidence, digital footprints, and recorded ensured the transparency. And the Indian agencies also collected the many footprints and the debris of the Pakistan's missiles, drones, etc.
Right. We'll just, in fact, connect that line with Manjeet again in a moment from now. But details that we have with us is of the visual evidence of each strike that is being recorded. We're picking this from our sources within the army. The forces, in fact, not just carried out the strikes meticulously, thwarted all attempts on the part of Pakistan, but also has secured the proof, visual proof for the same and documented it. And tensions with Pakistan escalated as strikes were launched towards Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur from Pakistan. India responded to Pakistan immediately. Reports say that heavy damages have been inflicted to Pakistan cities including Lahore, and Defence Minister, CDS and Tri-Services Chief have been reviewing the military operations, is what we're learning at this point in time. Sources tell India Today that heavy damages have been inflicted to several cities. Also that one Pakistan F-16, two JF-17 jets were shot down. Sources also say that Pakistan air surveillance system was shot down and over 50 Pakistan drones were also effectively taken down. Pakistan's Okara cantonment was also hit by drones, as per sources. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh are continuously reviewing the ongoing military operations. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is in constant communication, we understand, with the Tri Services chiefs assessing the real-time situation. Defence Minister has also met with the Chief of the Defence Staff, the CDS, and Tri Services chiefs and held a comprehensive review of the situation as of now. We're telling our viewers about the series of meetings also which is being held. Remember, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also met with the Chief of the Defence Staff and Services Chiefs today. That meeting was done to review the current situation, even as tensions with Pakistan have continued to only escalate in the last few days or so. Strikes, remember, were launched towards Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur from Pakistan. India, as we know and see, have responded effectively. Reports say that heavy damages have been inflicted to Pakistan cities, and this includes cities like Lahore. Now, Prime Minister, Defence Minister, the Chief of the Defence Staff and Tri-Services Chief have been reviewing the ongoing military operations. Sources have told India Today that heavy damages have been inflicted to several Pakistan cities, and this includes Lahore as well. Also, that one Pakistan F-16, two JF-17 jets were effectively shot down. I'm going straight across to Kamaljeet for more details on that. Kamal, what we're also picking at this point in time is that Pakistan's air surveillance system was in fact also affected adversely, given how successfully India's air defense system thwarted every move that was made on the part of Pakistan to wreak havoc. This, of course, started off late evening yesterday.
Well, it's all out between India and Pakistan, and remember, after India had taken a retaliatory measure as far as the swarm drone attacks are concerned. First, once we found that there were drones and missiles being launched in different Indian cities, especially on defense installations, not only did we manage to effectively fend off those particular attacks, but launched a counter-offensive of sorts, and that is to rub it in, especially on Pakistan, as to what India can really effectively do. Remember, the measures are still de-escalatory. One is because, remember, there was no shooting as such, but there was a message which was sent across that whatever misadventure Pakistan was indulging in will not be tolerated. But meanwhile, what we saw yesterday was basically surveillance drone and swarm drones really being sent across multiple cities in a bid to create panic and havoc on Indian cities. But this just could be the tip of the iceberg. We could perhaps anticipate that more could be coming in. Pakistan simply could be testing just waters. But clearly, even in that, the sort of surveillance system and the sort of robust anti-missile systems and surveillance systems we have could easily fend off that particular micro drones or the swarm drones as we call them. And this is where it means it's not all over yet, and that is why there are continuous sirens in several cities. There is also intelligence coming in that in the next few days or 24 to 48 hours could be extremely crucial because remember what DGISPR has said, whatever they do, it will be done and known worldwide. But clearly they are taking on India, which is much superior in military might. But at this point of time, what Pakistan is looking at is a face saving, and that is where lies the real danger, because remember, they have been doing shelling across line of control. They've been targeting innocent civilians. There is obviously a sinister plan that they have, and that is why targeting of cities and important defense installations. Remember, there have been open threats as far as even the dams are concerned, talking about water being stopped by India. So all that are open threats, but now is what Pakistan does is actually lies in their table. But meanwhile, India has launched Operation Synindhur. We have effectively, with a precision strike, struck on the terror
Kamal, getting in those details, in fact, we're shifting quickly to some more news which is coming in at this point in time. These are developments we're reporting on from Pakistan. Let's take a look. Pakistan member of the National Assembly, Mohammad Mobeen Arif slams Sharif. Another MP from Pakistan is hit out at Shehbaz Sharif. Where is our PM is the question that's being asked. Why doesn't he say anything? He doesn't say anything against Modi. He doesn't say anything against India. So growing Disgruntlement is what we're seeing at this point in time, where a member of the National Assembly essentially is going after the Prime Minister of Pakistan, hitting out at Shehbaz Sharif and saying that he isn't speaking. Why doesn't he say anything? He doesn't say anything against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He doesn't say anything against India. Essentially, within the country also, internal disgruntlement is what we are seeing, and what Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is dealing with at this point in time, with a member essentially of the National Assembly, Mubin Arif, hitting out at the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, effectively saying that you are mum and you are sitting quietly, is what he seems to be suggesting here. Where is our PM is what he's asked. Why doesn't he say anything? He doesn't say anything against Modi. Effectively, there is a sense of disgruntlement is what's clear before us, with in fact a government representative, or rather with a representative of the people, essentially talking about the fact that the Prime Minister is missing in action. Listen in.
ये पाकिस्तान के फायदे की बातें हैं, और ये जो पाकिस्तान के साथ मुखलिस लोग हैं वही कौमी यकजहती के बारे में सोच सकते हैं। इधर कोई ऐसा लीडर नहीं है कि जिसने ये आवाज इंडिया के और मोदी के खिलाफ बुलंद ना की हो। मैं सिर्फ हुकूमती बेंच से ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि आपका लीडर किधर है? उन्होंने कोई सप सौंग गया है? वो नहीं बोलता इंडिया के खिलाफ, वो भी तो कुछ बोले ना। इंग्लैंड जाके बह रहे हैं, उतो कुछ बोल लवे, और ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਬੜੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦਾ ਮੋਦੀ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਚੁੱਪ ਕਰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜਨਾਬੇ ਚੇਅਰਮੈਨ, ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਮੁਨਾਸਬ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਬੋਲੇ। ਜੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਬਹਿ ਜਾਵੇ, ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਜੋ ਇਲੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਲੜ ਲਵੇ।
Right, essentially it's an MP who is now going after Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, saying that you were silent. That's the effective message there. It has come in. Now, talking a little about, in fact, politicians from Pakistan, let's give you a sense of what the Defence Minister of Pakistan now saying. When asked on why Pakistan was unsuccessful in intercepting Indian drones, he gave some sort of a bizarre reply to that question. This within the Assembly. Listen in.
कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ, वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। वो एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो। मदारस के स्टूडेंट्स का ताल्लुक है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि वो हमारी एक सेकंड डिफेंस लाइन है। वहाँ पे नौजवान जो पढ़ते हैं, अल्लाह के फजल से वो दीन के साथ भी जो है आरास्ता हैं, और उसके साथ जो है वो उनके जो वक्त ज़रूरत जो है, जिस तरह उन्होंने फरमाया कि उनको शहरी दफा के लिए या दूसरी ज़रूरतों के लिए जो है ना बिल्कुल 100% इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है।
All right, so that's what Khwaja Asif, the Defence Minister, essentially said, that we wouldn't want to give out our locations, hence the interception was not successful. A bizarre logic, really. And talking about Pakistan staying with the country, the attempt to strike multiple military targets across northern and western India using drones and missiles. This aerial assault was neutralized by the S-400 air defense systems. In a calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces struck Pakistani air defense radars and systems using anti-missile systems. Akash Tir, also known as India's Iron Dome, similar to what Israel uses, designed to automate air defense control and reporting, was effectively activated. It's been developed, to tell our viewers, by Bharat Electronics Limited. It can enable forces to intercept and neutralize Pakistan projectiles, which it did. It generates real-time data to precisely track aerial threats by collecting inputs from multiple radars and sensors. It also, to tell our viewers, acts as a digital nerve center of air defense network. The Indian Air Force deployed the Sudarshan Chakra S-400 air defense systems. These long-range air defense systems that can engage aircraft, cruise missiles and even UAVs. It can hit multiple targets up to 400 kilometers and can track over 160 targets in 600-kilometer range. It can target 72 targets in a range of 400 kilometers or so. India, to tell our viewers, also deployed its 40mm AA gun upgraded with radar and sensors. It includes electro-optics and auto-tracking gear and can fire 240 to 330 rounds every single minute. Its effective range extends up to 4,000 meters and saturates airspace with predictive firepower. India also deployed its weapon system, which is Shrika. These are self-propelled with 4 23mm autocannons. Its radars can detect targets that are 20 kilometers away. It can fire up to 4,000 rounds every single minute. And the air defense umbrella by the Indian Air Force has ensured that the Indian population is safe. The Indian Air Force used counter-unmanned aircraft system. Also, Pettora, Summer and air defense guns were used by the Indian Air Force to respond to Pakistan in a measured and calibrated manner. A little more details essentially that we can share about what was used. Summer air defense system to tell about the Indian Air Force's short-range surface-to-air missile system. The range is about 12 kilometers. The speed up to 2.5 has twin turret launcher. It fires missiles in single or salvo mode, targets low-flying jets, helicopters, UAVs, reused expired missiles, providing a low-cost solution to it. Well, after being snubbed by India twice, desperate Pakistan seems to be copying the attack style of terror organization Hamas. In a series of attacks on dense civilian areas, the terror state has proved that it's not only a safe haven for terrorists, but a terror state itself. Here's more.
Pakistani attacks thwarted again. Its plot to bleed civilian areas with drones and crude missiles foiled again. But the repeated attacks by Pakistan at multiple locations has a pattern. Using chilling modus operandi of a terrorist organization, this style has been copied from Hamas. Short-range, locally assembled rockets were launched by Pakistan in quick succession to target dense civilian areas, a chapter exactly copied from Hamas' playbook. Pakistan, just like Hamas, aimed to exhaust Indian air defense system with multiple projectiles. But just like Israel's Iron Dome, India's S-400 air defense system repelled the nefarious attempt.
The Hamas attack on Israel seems to have inspired Pakistan. First, the attack in Pahalgam and then targeting of civilians. This is a very clear imprint. Secondly is about how targeting of civilians, especially living in line of control, a style adopted by Hamas, targeting innocent civilians. Then thereafter, what we know is the meeting of masterminds, especially Hamas leaders meeting not just top Lashkar commanders, but terrorists right in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Something Pakistan has supported all along are not just terror launchpad, but big terror organizations and are being safe havens there. But effectively handled well and fended off at line of control and in hinterland by Indian forces.
Pakistan had recently hosted Hamas terrorists at Jaish headquarters Bahawalpur, which has now been reduced to rubble. It has been primary haven of terrorists and its role is in multiple terror strikes across the world. Is Pakistan's rogue army now directly copying activities of terror groups? Bureau Report, India Today.
And Finance Ministry official on economic impact has spoken to us, and this is what is now being said. The story we are breaking at this hour: no signs of food inflation amidst Indo-Pakistan tensions. Remember, this has been a worry. The government official has indicated that the government continues to be cautious of escalation risks. The Finance Ministry keeping a close watch of the situation. Capex may take a hit as resources get diverted towards defense. Additional spending could lead to downward revision in fiscal deficit targets. This is in fact what we're learning from our sources within the government. The defense budget forms 13.45% financial year 2026 outlay. And the alert indicates that 6.81 lakh crore allocated to defense, which is actually up 9.5% from financial year 2025. The government, remember, set a target of bringing fiscal deficit to 4.4% of GDP in financial year 2026. Karishma, my colleague from Business Today, getting in more on that story. Essentially, good news here is that there is no sign of food inflation, because that, Karishma, continues to be a reason to worry. However, the fact is that there is going to be, diversion of resources towards defense, and because of which the capex could be taking a hit. Explain to us.
Well, absolutely right. You see, the government's continuous focus has been on capital expenditure, and year by year they've been increasing their budget. But with the current situation between India and Pakistan, it's likely that government may want to divert more and more of their expenditure towards defense. Despite the fact that about close to 6.7 lakh crore has been contributed, allocated for the defense budget, which has seen a 10% hike from year-on-year basis, there is a likelihood chance that if this tensions between India and Pakistan escalates, more and more resources and expenditure could move there. If that moves, then it is likely that we could see some kind of downfall in the capital expenditure target, which will also, of course, impact the fiscal deficit, which government plans to keep at 4.4% for FY 2026. While government sources do tell us that food inflation currently is not a concern, we need to be cautious of the fact that if situation gets grim and things escalate, then inflation is something that could likely happen in the future. Currently, the situation definitely is stable. The Ministry of Finance is continuing to keep a watch on the situation. In fact, Finance Minister currently is also undertaking another meeting with the banks and financial institutions on the cyber security. They're watching out to ensure that the banks and the financial institutions are safe and are not hindered by any kind of cross-border cyber attacks. All of this is a part of regular emergency exercise that they are doing, and we'll keep you updated as and when we learn more from the ministry.
That's right, Karishma, getting in those details, leaving it at that for the moment. A bit of a concern as far as capex is concerned. Remember, this is expenditure on long-term assets. However, no impact on inflation just yet is what the government is indicating. Tensions between India and Pakistan continue to rise. Some key visuals capturing the situation on the ground. Indian Army visuals show Pakistani military posts being destroyed along the line of control. Smoke erupts from enemy positions, and that has been, in fact, that were targeted. The first official footage released of such cross-border destruction. Night vision of thermal imagery shows movement near the border fence in the Samba sector. Surveillance screens detect a group of 7 terrorists attempting infiltration who were killed by the BSF. Explosions light up the Dharamsala Park Rangers post as BSF responded. A suspected bomb found near Kishanganj village 4 kilometers away from Rajasthan's Jaisalmer city. Investigation by police and army teams is underway. Residents of a border village along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir grapple with the aftermath of heavy shelling by Pakistan, which resulted in extensive damage to civilian properties, including homes and shops. And lights in the Golden Temple complex had to be turned off for the first time in 54 years as part of the blackout directive given under the nationwide civil defense mock drill in the wake of escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. That is something that hasn't happened in 54 long years. Now, ever since the strike has begun on Pakistan, social media is buzzing with all sorts of fake news. Let's take a look at some of the myths which we are busting one by one. A video of a drone attack in Jalandhar was widely being circulated to create panic among the masses. Upon investigation of the video, it was found that it was an unrelated video of a farm fire. The video had the live timeline of 7:39 p.m. The drone attack actually began sometime after 8. The same was backed by the DC of Jalandhar. An Indian post was claimed to be destroyed by the Pakistani army in one of the fake videos spread online. The video is shared and amplified by a number of fake and unverified accounts. Fact check found that claim to be completely false and confirmed it to be staged upon verification, since there is no unit, absolutely none, called 20 Raj Battalion in the Indian Army. The video aims to mislead the public in a part of a coordinated propaganda campaign. An old video was shared on social media with the claim that Pakistan has launched a missile attack on India in retaliation. Upon fact-checking, the video busted this disinformation. The video shared was actually of the explosive attack that took place in Lebanon, in Beirut, in the year 2020. Information regarding a Fedayeen attack on an army brigade in Rajouri, Jammu and Kashmir was widely shared and circulated. Upon fact-checking, PIB confirmed that no such Fedayeen or suicide attack occurred on any army cantonment. The false claims were solely intended to mislead and cause confusion. This video was accordingly flagged off. A confidential letter claimed Chief of the Army Staff, General V.K. Narayan, had sent a confidential letter regarding military preparedness to the army officer of Northern Command. Well, fact-checking the same found that General V.K. Narayan is not even the COAS and confirmed the letter to be completely fake. A social media post claimed that the Indian military used Ambala Air Base to attack Amritsar and its own people, its own citizens. Fact-check found the claim to be absolutely baseless and part of a concerted misinformation campaign. In response, the government provided a detailed press release of the Ministry of Defence and exposed the real picture. A social media post was allegedly shared claiming that entry bans into airports across India. Fact-check busted and debunked the fake narrative and flagged the same, since there was no such decision taken by the government. Image of multiple explosions at Jammu Air Force Base in India. That was claimed. The fact is, this image that you see on your screens right now is from the Kabul airport blast in August 2021. A video showing heavy multiple launch rocket systems barrage is being falsely shared as a real Pakistani attack on India. That video actually went insanely viral. On fact-checking, it was revealed that the video is from a video game and has been online for 3 years. It has no connection to the current India-Pakistan situation. Pakistani social media handles are claiming that a Sukhoi 30 MKI was shot down in Muzaffarabad, capturing an Indian pilot alive. After fact-check, it is revealed that this Sukhoi of the Indian Air Force crashed near Pune Ahmednagar highway in Maharashtra, and this incident is actually as old as 2014. Since the strike has begun in Pakistan, social media is buzzing with all sorts of fake news. Let's take a look at some of the myths here. Video of Colonel Sofia Qureshi leading Operation Synindhur. The fact is, this video is from 2021 and the video is of US Reno Airways. It shows pilot Major Christian Beowulf. It's not even Colonel Sofia. Massive army casualties at the Sanghar post opposite Pakistan's Chirikot sector. That was a claim. The fact is that the video was created from a 2007 photo where Indian jawans carried the body of a rebel. The video of PAF attack in Amritsar on May 7, 2025. The fact is that the video, what you see on your screens right now, is actually from 2024. It shows Israel's Iron Dome intercepting rockets from Lebanon. We at India Today are repeatedly busting all the myths and all the social media propaganda that has in fact picked up pace and how. We will be getting you more on the other side of this very quick commercial break. Do stay with us.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Heavy tension on India-Pakistan border. 3 Pakistani fighter jets downed in Indian strike. Major meeting of Rajnath Singh with CDS and chiefs of the armed force.
Welcome back. Amid heightened tensions between Pakistan and India, the last 72 hours have been extremely intense. On the 8th of May, Pakistan attempted to infiltrate Indian territory once again. The attempt was successfully foiled by our brave forces across multiple regions. The incursion primarily targeted the Jammu region. Pakistan attempted strikes on the Jammu airport and Jammu University. Additional targets included Udhampur, Pathankot and Jaisalmer in Rajasthan. India's Sudarshan Chakra S-400 missile system thwarted Pakistan's attack. India successfully shot down 1 F-16 jet, 2 JF-17s and multiple missiles and drones. In retaliation, India launched strikes on Lahore. Loud explosions were reported in Peshawar and near the Bahawalnagar cantonment. In Bahawalnagar Cant, people rushed out of their homes as sirens blared. Mosque loudspeakers urged residents to turn off all household lights. Authorities have yet to release an official statement though.
A rattled Pakistan made a failed attempt to target Jammu's airport and other vital installations in Jammu city and in Jammu and Kashmir. Right now we are standing outside Jammu's airport. There is complete blackout here. Earlier in the evening, Pakistan sent armed drones. Pakistan lobbed missiles towards vital installations in Jammu, whether it was Jammu airport and other army installations in Jammu, Udhampur and other places. But our alert security forces foiled the nefarious designs of Pakistan. We had already activated our air defense system S-400, and with the help of that we were able to repel Pakistan's attacks, not only in Jammu and Kashmir but also in neighboring Punjab, because Pakistan also tried to target the air base in Pathankot district of Punjab. We have successfully shot down 3 fighter jets of Pakistan. This includes 2 JF-17 fighter jets and 1 F-16 fighter jet. So Pakistan is rattled. It tried to escalate tensions. It tried to target Jammu city and other places. But our alert troops on ground have foiled the nefarious designs of Pakistan. We had already activated our air defense system, and with the help of that, we were able to shoot down Pakistani drones and Pakistani missiles. With video journalist Neeraj Kumar, this is Sunil Bhatt reporting from outside Jammu's airport for India Today.
All right, and telling you a little about what the Defence Minister of Pakistan is saying. Khwaja Asif has said that Pakistan is ready to wrap up tensions with India if New Delhi de-escalates the situation. Take a look.
some of the countries in the Arabian Gulf also, who are close to us, and obviously they have a good relationship with India also. They have also advised that de-escalation should take place immediately. But India is making it, it's almost impossible. Every day there is an incident which raises the bar of conflict in the subcontinent.
And External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, during a bilateral with Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas, gave a stern reply saying India does not intend to escalate tensions with Pakistan but will give a firm response if there are military attacks on India. Listen in.
Excellency, you are visiting India at a time when we are responding to a particularly barbaric terrorist attack on 22nd April in the Indian Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This attack compelled us to respond on 7th May by striking at cross-border terrorist infrastructure. Our response was targeted and measured. It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response. As a neighbor and a close partner, it is important that you have a good understanding of the situation.
It's day 15 of ceasefire violations by Pakistan along the line of control. In Uri, one death has been reported following a ceasefire violation by Pakistan in the border area. With this, the total death toll has now reached 15 as of yesterday. Pakistan is not just targeting houses, it's also attacking religious places. These visuals show that Pakistan has attacked a temple, a gurudwara, and even a masjid, a mosque. The Pakistan army has targeted multiple locations along the LOC, or the line of control. The most heavily hit area was Poonch, where around 13 people were killed. During the ceasefire, Pakistani forces are targeting innocent civilians and their homes. As seen in the pictures, people are suffering. The houses are badly damaged and affected.
ये पूरा घर है, घर पूरा टूट गया है। अंदर की तरफ भी हम दिखाना चाहेंगे तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद पाकिस्तानी फौज को करारा झटका लगा है। जो पाकिस्तान में आतंकी ठिकाने थे, सिर्फ उसको भारत ने निशाना बनाया और बार बार भारत ने कहा कि वो सिविलियन को निशाना नहीं बना रहा है। लेकिन ये जो खुद मकबूल खान है, बाकायदा ये दिखा रहे हैं, दिखाते हुए देखिए, ये दिखा रहे हैं, ये सब है, ये सारी शेलिंग में टूटी है।
बिल्कुल शेलिंग में सर, ये बिल्कुल निशाना बनाया गया, जैसा चुन के मकान बनाया गया।
आप ये देख पा रहे हैं जो मकबूल खान का ये घर है और देखिए कितनी हैवी शेलिंग हो रही है। जो पूरा घर का काफी मजबूत ये घर है, घर के जब ये शेलिंग हुई है रात के वक्त, तो इस तरीके से जो पूरा घर के अंदर जो शेलिंग है वो अंदर घुसी। और उसके बाद लेकिन आपको ये भी बता दूं कि जो भारतीय फौज है वो करारा जवाब भी दे रही है और पीओके के साइड जो बंकर है पाकिस्तान आर्मी के, उनको उनके पर खच्चे उड़ा दिए, तो करारा जवाब मिल रहा है। अगर यहाँ एक घर के अंदर, जहाँ इस वक्त कुपवाड़ा में मौजूद हूँ, यहाँ अगर एक घर के अंदर कोई शेलिंग होती है तो भारतीय सेना उसका दुगने लेवल पर जवाब देती है। और दिखाना चाहेंगे कहाँ, देखिए यहाँ से जो शेलिंग है वो तोड़ करके आई। और सामने की तरफ भी मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा, ये आसपास के जो तमाम घर हैं इनको निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। और इसीलिए मकबूल कह रहे हैं कि जो आम कश्मीरी मुसलमान हैं उनके घर को ही निशाना पाकिस्तानी फौज बना रही है। तो ये सीधे सीधे कायराना हरकत है। सामने की तरफ भी देखेंगे तो जो पूरा घर है, इन तमाम जो घर हैं उनको निशाना बनाया जा रहा। सीधे ग्राउंड जीरो से आज तक इंडिया टुडे की हम रिपोर्ट दिखा रहे हैं।
All right, in about 40 minutes from now, the Ministry of External Affairs will be holding a briefing that is scheduled at 5:30 later in the evening. The International Monetary Fund is also going to do a bit of a review and reassessment on funding to Pakistan. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, we're wrapping up this edition. Thank you for watching.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
While covering news, there is no room for fluff. No distractions. No dodging the truth. No blanks, no misfires. Just sharp, fearless journalism. Every story, every debate, every question, straight to the point.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 43 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 31 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 37 and minimum 23 degrees.
Sorry. Ui, ada.
presented by Panasonic AC, trusted AC for smart homes.
India goes for Pakistan's jugular. India hits back after Pakistan escalation. Pakistan missiles, drones neutralized. Sudarshan Chakra S-400 in action. Akash missile brought down Pak JF-17 jet. Indian forces show their might. India's Operation Synindhur. Top focus on 5 Live.
After India hit Pakistan at multiple locations as part of Operation Synindhur, and that was punishing Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, Pakistan tried to target 24 locations in India in the past 12 hours. 24 locations. Pakistan sent across 500 drones, but not one succeeded. And I want to show you this area. This is Jammu and Kashmir. This is Punjab. This is Rajasthan. And this is Gujarat. So all along this belt, Pakistan sent in 500 drones. Not one succeeded in penetrating that security armor, that Suraksha Kavach called the integrated missile defense shield that India has. And over the course of the next 1 hour, my colleague Sandeep Unnithan, who joins me in the India Today special broadcast, and I will get you all details along with India Today's finest team of reporters on Ground Zero. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines on 5 Live. India hits back after Pakistan's escalation. Heavy damage to Lahore and several Pakistani cities, according to top government sources. A military drone hits the Okhara cantonment in Pakistan's Punjab province. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and top ministers in multiple huddles. The Prime Minister monitors military situation on a minute-to-minute basis. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a border security meeting. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meets the tri-services chiefs. 7 infiltrators killed attempting to cross over from the Samba border in Jammu. Suspected Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists killed in a BSF operation at the India-Pakistan border. Undetonated Chinese missile found in a field in Punjab. The Chinese PL-15 long-range air-to-air missile recovered intact. Missile likely from the downed Pakistani JF-17 fighter jet. Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif's bizarre logic says Pakistan did not intercept Indian drones to maintain secrecy of its defence locations. Pakistan becomes a global laughing stock. The situation along the line of control and the India-Pakistan border, all along India's western flank and Pakistan's eastern flank, remains extremely precarious. Pakistan tried to send in its drones, its rockets, its missiles and fighter jets. This is the area where Pakistan attempted to do so. So this is Jammu and Kashmir. There was an attempt near Jammu. This is Punjab. There was an attempt in multiple locations in Punjab. This is Rajasthan. And somewhere here in the Jaisalmer belt, Pakistan tried. This is Gujarat. Again in Gujarat, Pakistan tried to
send in its drones, and there were 500 drones that were sent, almost like a swarm drone attack in multiple locations. But Bharat has this Abhedya Suraksha Kavach, impenetrable, completely impenetrable security blanket, so to say, a missile defense shield. And this missile defense shield not just comprises the S-400 systems from Russia, but also the indigenous Akash system and much more. Before I get you more on this big story, I want to quickly cut across to my colleague Sandeep Unnithan for more on this. And Sandeep, Pakistan tried. It's not that Pakistan is not trying, it's not succeeding. Explain to us why, despite its best efforts, the Chinese technology, the weapons and systems that China has, why isn't Pakistan succeeding?
Well, Gaurav, the short answer for that is the Indian Air Force's IACCS, the Integrated Air Command and Control System, which is an air defense network that covers most of northern and western India. And this grid has been built by the Air Force over several decades. Now, what it is essentially comprises of, it's got a range of missiles in different capabilities, different missile systems, the centerpiece of which you mentioned is the S-400 missile system. It's a very, very capable missile system, and the Air Force was fully aware of its capabilities. They told the government this, and this is the reason that the Narendra Modi government, way back in 2018, Gaurav, took on the United States. They took on the risk of CATSA sanctions from the United States to buy 5 of these systems from the Russian Federation. And that bold decision, that diplomatic muscle that they showed with the United States, standing up to the US pressure, has now paid off such rich dividends 7 years later. This is a huge investment for our air defense network, Gaurav. You cannot underestimate the importance of that very, very significant decision we took 7 years back. Of course, there are other components to the IACCS, which is basically a large grid. You have something called the RASP, the RASP, which is a rapidly emerging air situation picture, which connects all airborne and ground-based sensors to give a complete 360-degree picture of the entire airspace, the battle space around India, the northern and western parts of India. So the Air Force controllers on the ground can, in one fell swoop, they can look at the entire picture, down that entire location, that 3,000 kilometer border, right from Jammu and Kashmir down to Gujarat. And, you know, they have a full air situation picture, and then they can start allocating resources, which missile is going to tackle which threat. And in this case, Gaurav, the drones that the Pakistanis have attacked us with, 500 drones, most of them low-cost, drones. I mean, they're literally expendable drones. They just sent it across for propaganda purposes, I would think.
Or, you know, I think Pakistan is evil as a state, and especially the army wouldn't trust them. In fact, there are many in the security apparatus in India who say several things about Pakistan, which I will tell some of you offline, because online, when they say you see somebody who's wearing a Pakistan Army uniform and a snake, you know who's to be taken down first.
Well, the mask has certainly fallen off the Pakistan military and its support for terrorism, Gaurav, and that is something that we've seen in the last 48 hours, where it's unprecedented, a military funeral for a terrorist, and you have soldiers standing side by side with terrorists, designated terrorists. What is the message that Pakistan is sending out to the world?
As you very rightly pointed out, the mask is off. There's breaking news coming in, and I want to get you details of the big story. We will show you on camera how India downed Pakistan's swarm drone attack. This is an India Today exclusive report. You're watching real time how India saw the threat coming in and how Pakistan's attack was neutralized. These are those images that show you. This is an India Today exclusive. An Indian Army and Air Force together thwarted the April 8 drone strike by Pakistan with what is being described as one of the most successful systems, the L-70, the Akash system, the Zu-23 system. And this is like a coordinated response from the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. Jointmanship works so perfectly. The drone attack happened, and in a timely manner. You know, there's an old saying, in the armed forces, being forewarned is being forearmed. 20 soft kills, according to the army, on the 8th of May. And look at the timing also visible there. 8 p.m., to 11:30 p.m. That is where Pakistan carried out raids with 500 small unmanned aerial vehicles in 24 cities from Jammu and Kashmir, across Punjab, across Rajasthan to Gujarat in India. And that entire effort, it just failed. It just failed because India was so much better prepared. And I want to bring in India Today's ace defense correspondent Shivani Sharma, who joins me on this broadcast. Shivani, bring us details. Your sources have given you these images. You've accessed these images. The big picture that emerges, Shivani.
Gaurav, these are the exclusive images of the swarm drone attack that was directed towards India in several cities, more than 24 cities and locations in India yesterday night between 8:30 and 11:30. The timelines are also very specific, right after when sirens were sounded in Jammu. And we saw how these projectiles were moving in different locations, and the air defense system of the country thwarted all these swarm drones. So this was a big offense that Pakistan had attempted, and India neutralized the threat within no time, Gaurav. And this is how Pakistan's swarm drones, and 500, not 2, not 3, but 500 swarm drones in different locations across the western border, across the states, right from Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab to Rajasthan. They were all directed towards the locations of these cities, not only the military locations, but also where the people are residing, the residents. So the civilian population was also on target, but the air defense system, which is a combination of multiple assets, starting from the S-400 to the Akash missiles, the Petrora missiles, the unarmed counter air defense systems. So all this was in place. This multiple layered air defense system neutralized the threat in no time, and this was again a failed attempt by Pakistan, the misadventure that was dealt with strongly by India. Gaurav.
Okay, and Shivani, the systems, the fact that the army and the air force operate together seamlessly, how are they explaining this Pakistani, or what sources are saying at least some of these drones that the Pakistanis sent were unarmed? Were they testing our defenses, or were they making us spend very expensive ammunition in neutralizing worthless drones, and the real attack perhaps would follow later?
Gaurav, this seems to be a panic action from Pakistan, a very bad strategically planned action that was failed within no time. And it now seems that they've been testing our shield over the skies. That's what we can only say, because all of these attempts have been thwarted within no time. This is happening across states, Gaurav. This is Jammu and Kashmir, the Jammu airport, the Srinagar airport, Punjab. Major defense establishments were also, remember, before yesterday, there was an attempt by Pakistan the prior night, also following the Operation Synindhur, that was also thwarted by India, and all the Pakistani drones were brought down. They all landed in their debris on Indian soil. This was the second attempt, mind you, that happened yesterday evening, starting 8:30 onwards, that kept on in various locations, right from Rajasthan's Jaisalmer to Jammu Airport, Jammu City, RS Pura sector, and many other sectors in Srinagar also, in Amritsar also. So all these swarm attacks that...
For a moment, I want to bring in Sandeep Punithan on these images that you've just shared with us. The quadcopters, and rather cheap-looking Chinese quadcopters. Isn't this, Sandeep? Why would Pakistan send this? And is it actually, one, testing our defenses, two, making us poof off very expensive ammunition to take down this?
Absolutely, Gaurav. Those 2 points that you mentioned, I just want to add a third to that. This is possibly a propaganda move by Pakistan. They want to tell their citizens, look, we've attacked India in 500 different locations and we've sent all of these, drones and all that. But the visuals that we are seeing on screen right now suggest a very different picture. They've used cheap Chinese drones. And as you mentioned rightly, that this is to spoof our system, to force us to expend ammunition. But what they don't realize is that we have plenty of ammunition. There's a lots more where that came from. But, interesting, Gaurav, on the left side, you're looking at a display of possibly what I think is the display unit of the L-70 gun. That's our primary air defense gun, Gaurav. It's been in service since independence. It's a gun that was built in the 1940s. It's a Swedish-designed gun, which we have manufactured indigenously. We have over 1,000 of those guns. And this has been upgraded, Gaurav. It's been brought into the 21st century by Bharat Electronics Limited. It's one of our frontline platforms in the fight against swarm drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, missiles and aircraft, of course. It's a very, very capable system. As you can see, it's been, it's been made into a radar-directed gun now. From that manual gun, the hydraulics have been replaced by all-electric drives. It's a very sophisticated platform, and
which
it's now
just makes it all the more better. So, you know, if it's no longer hydraulic, in high altitude, it's easier. In the desert area, it's easier. Less oil, less sand getting into the system.
Absolutely.
And all of that makes it so much better.
It's all silent, Gaurav.
And it's completely silent.
It's silent, it's noiseless, and it's very effective. It's devastating. It's got a range of something like 4 to 5 kilometers, and it's got, it can fire something like 200 shells per minute. It's a very, very lethal weapon, and it's, you know, it's actually in this upgraded avatar. We've saved a lot of money by doing this, and it's a tribute to our engineers at Bharat Electronics Limited who've done this over the last couple of years. And this is, you know, a Second World War technology which has been upgraded, and now it is in its final avatar. You're seeing the proof of the pudding. That's in the eating, and the eating is right in front of your eyes, Gaurav.
You know, what I want our viewers to know, when people say India is not well defended, when people say Pakistan is better off, I don't know where they get their information from. And look at India's point defense, you know, from a man-pad, a shoulder-fired surface-to-air missile and IGLA to the S-400 system. Take a look at some of the indigenous components that are coming in, and Sandeep, elaborate on it. So, yes, we also have the Zu-23, you know, those Second World War guns. Anyways, all of us who've read Commando comics would know a lot about Achtung, tak, 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 tak is what we read in those comics. But we've seen them in action. I've seen them in action in Kargil War. We'll show you that gun. The Zu-23. Then you have the 70mm. Then, you know, keep going up the chain to the Tungushka that your armor would want, your Sam Pechoras, the Shilkas. And Sandeep will explain each and every one to you. I want to talk about the Akash system. The Akash, it's a part of India's integrated missile development program. Agni, Prithvi, Akash, Nag, Trishul. 1983, if I remember the year correctly, late APJ Abdul Kalam. It was... He said, banana hai, India mein banana hai. Humko nahi chahiye missile videsh se. And, you know, Sandeep, so many people said, you can't do it. And he said, we will do it. We've done it. It's holding us in good stead in 2025 through a lot of problems that Akash system had.
Absolutely. In fact, Gaurav, the Akash is, you know, it's a tribute to India's indigenous defense capability, because this entire system, the radar, the fire control system, the trucks, the missiles itself, of course, all of it is made in India. Therefore, we can export it as a system. It's one of the very few systems that's entirely end-to-end. It's made in India. We can export the system. And indeed, we are in talks with a number of countries in Asia and in Africa for Akash missile export.
It's inexpensive.
It is inexpensive.
It's made in India. It's accurate.
It's better than the Chinese missile.
It's yes, it's much better than the Chinese missile, and it's now battle tested.
It's battle tested indeed, and it's you know, the cornerstone of a completely indigenous range of missiles. You have the Akash, then you have the Akash new generation, the next generation, extended range. You keep building up on the capabilities, Akash, Gaurav, and that is what is the contribution of this missile system that we started way back in 1983. It's the tribute to our, you know, visionary scientists who stuck to their guns and decided to develop all of this indigenously. And today, again, Gaurav, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The Akash is there. It's performed. It's a very, very critical component of our IACCS, and it's been used successfully in the field. And this means very well for the system and its future variants, Gaurav.
You know, for those who mock Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense, do keep in mind, Ukraine was fighting Russia. Ukraine is dependent entirely on equipment that's about, for a majority of its equipment, it's dependent on Germany, England, France, United States of America, NATO coming forward and helping them. Sometimes, and I was on ground, and Sandeep, bear me out, they would be ready for the assault. The ammunition wouldn't be there. the rockets, the missiles, the tanks, the armored personnel carriers, they won't have it. So men would go into combat without their equipment and they would be cut down. Imagine if they were making in their own country, it would have helped them. That is why Make in India is so important. Yes, it's slow. Yes, it's time consuming and we need to improve. Our scientists need to improve. Our engineers need to improve. The delivery has to be there. It has to be flawless. But there is no alternative to Make in India.
There's no alternative indeed, Gaurav. You hit the nail on the head. If you want to be a power of some standing, you have to build your own missile systems. You have to build your own defense capabilities. Otherwise, like you correctly pointed out, you are at the mercy of your foreign suppliers. They probably say, sell you the weapons. They might not sell you the weapons. They will decide the schedule for the delivery of the components and parts and all that. And you have to keep running back to them. And this is how big countries control narratives. They control smaller countries by this. And what you're actually doing, Gaurav, when you import weapons, you are actually importing security. And this is something that you cannot compromise on. You can't compromise on your own national security. And that is the reason there is no alternative but to develop your own weapon systems.
Atmanirbhar Bharat is essential. Remember, look at Pakistan, for example. Pakistan is forced to do a sajda to China. And kowtow. Kowtow is the word, the Chinese word. Sajda is the Pakistani word. But that is what Pakistan does. Sometimes it does a sajda to the United States of America. Sometimes it does a sajda to China. Sometimes it will do a sajda to anybody else. But all it will do is a sajda. I mean, they're permanently on their knees, like right now, in front of the International Monetary Fund.
They've shifted from one foreign supplier to another one. They've moved from the United States towards China. 80% of their recent arms imports, Gaurav, are of Chinese origin. So the Chinese, again, are going to be holding the screws on Pakistan. They are going to tell them what to do. They are going to tell them the kind of weapons that they get. They will decide the caliber, the characteristics, the marks, all of that. This is a capability that you get when you develop your own missile system. Nobody tells you what you
for a moment, as we look at the Pakistani weapons and why Pakistani weapons failed and the Indian weapons, why they're doing so good, it's actually a combination that India has. And it's amazing when you look at these Chinese HQ-16, for example, based on the S-300s of Russia, remade by China, sold the LV-80 version, sold to Pakistan.
Yes.
So their foreign version, anyway, I believe, is subpar.
Is subpar. It would be definitely 1 or 2 levels below what the Chinese forces use. So that's the game that big countries play. They will never sell top-of-the-line weapons of their own to other countries. They will always sell degraded versions of that. They don't want their weapons to be used, against themselves. So that is the kind of things that they do when they handle weapons exports. But this is a lesson for us as well, Gaurav. The Chinese, look at the Chinese. In the last 20 or 25 years, they've gone from importing a lot of Russian hardware to now copying it, duplicating it, and now exporting them.
Yes.
In the face of global opposition and, of course, competing against Russian systems
this
themselves.
image that we see on our television screens right now, that PL-15 long-range air-to-air missile.
Gaurav, you are looking at one of the biggest intelligence coup in several years. Now, the United States, for one, would pay for the weight in gold for that missile that the Punjab policemen are handling over there. That's a PL-15, very long-range Chinese missile. It's rarely been seen in public. It's possibly been used, fired for the first time. And this is something that I can confirm that our scientists are looking at it very closely right now. They're examining its characteristics. This is a missile that has literally emerged from behind the bamboo curtain, Gaurav. And this has been supplied to Pakistan very recently as tensions began ratcheting up. It's part of the Pakistan Air Force.
But it has an amazing range of almost 200 kilometers.
It's believed to have a range of something like 200 kilometers. And I'm sure our scientists, our DRDO scientists, are studying the characteristics of this weapon even as we speak. They must be taking it apart to try and understand its characteristics and how it matches against our own indigenous DRDO long-range air-to-air missile, the Astra.
Astra. I also want to understand from you right now, the Chinese commanders would probably be slapping the Pakistani Air Force for for letting go of a PL-15 like this.
Absolutely, Gaurav.
Because the Chinese secrets are out in the open.
Chinese secrets are out in the open, and Gaurav, I very well see the PL-15 being the top of the agenda in India-US talks. In the next round of defense dialogue, the United States would ask to see these missiles, because let's not forget, Gaurav, these are the kind of missiles that the United States is going to be facing if a conflict were to break out over Taiwan. Yeah. US fighters are going to be tracked and picked up by and targeted by missiles like the PL-15. I'm sure the United States would want to have a very, very close look at the PL-15. In fact, forget the United States.
So from the Guam base, there's a C-130J that will be landing.
Possibly a C-17, Gaurav.
Or a C-17.
Which would already be here, and you would have experts queuing up to study this missile. It's a very, very enigmatic missile. We've seen mock-ups of it, we've seen dummies of it in arms exhibitions, but we've never seen an actual missile being fired in combat. And that is an intelligence windfall, Gaurav.
So before I bring in our reporters and our guests, and as we are waiting for the briefing of Operation Synindhur by the Ministry of External Affairs and Defense, I want to understand, what is your assessment of the Chinese equipment? Hasn't it proven to be rather subpar, whether it is the equivalent of their S-300s or the longer range air defense systems? They've all been rather subpar, or the JF-17 Thunders or the J-10Cs.
Well, the Chinese weapons, Gaurav, let's face it, they are a generation below the Russian systems. They've reverse engineered a whole lot of Russian systems. We know all of that. But the important thing is that both the J-10s and the J-17s use Russian engines.
Yes.
Right? And that is something, they use the same engines, the RD-33 that's used by the MiG-29, for instance. So that's again, a case of China being dependent on Russia for fighter jet engines. So, I mean, these are...
But, if we were to talk about the JF-17 Thunders, yes, Chinese don't use them themselves. They found them subpar, so they palmed it off to Pakistan.
So they palmed it off to the Pakistanis, because this is the kind of jet that the Pakistanis want to replace their variants of the MiG-21. So, the JF-17s would be very similar to our light combat aircraft, the LCA Tejas, which we've been developing from the 1980s, and which is now coming in the numbers that we want it to replace all of the MiG-21s, in fact. So this would be very similar to our LCA. But, like you correctly pointed out, the fact that it's not good enough to enter PLA service.
It's not good enough for PLA.
Not good for the PLA.
To the Pakistanis.
And it's a cheap export option for a number of air forces.
African countries are
African countries, Bangladesh is looking at it, possibly Sri Lanka as well.
Okay. So apart from Africa, you have two neighbors of ours that may look at this, but after they've seen the subpar performance, and I'm told that two of them have been lost, we're waiting for an official confirmation whether that comes or not. What we're also looking at is the J-10C, the multi-role fighter jet, again was said to be better. Right. The latest version with the PL-15s, and I believe the PL-15s air-to-air missiles now come with an extended range, yes, beyond 200 kilometers.
Beyond 200 kilometers, that's what we've been told. That's again another enigmatic missile. We haven't seen that missile being used in combat yet, Gaurav. But the J-10 that you're seeing on screen right now is a very interesting aircraft. It has a history. It's actually based on an Israeli design called the Lavi. Now, the Lavi itself was an Israeli copy of the F-16 Fighting Falcon, and that is something that the Chinese copied, and now they've sold it to the Pakistanis 3 years ago, 2022 to be precise. And the Pakistan Air Force acquired these only to kind of achieve parity with India. When our Rafale started being delivered, it was a kind of a propaganda move for them to say that now we've acquired a new aircraft that we believe is going to be equal or better than the Rafale. Of course, that's completely untrue, because the Rafale can completely outclass the J-10. There is nothing literally in the subcontinent that can match, a Rafale. No fourth or 4.5 generation aircraft can beat the Rafale.
I want to quickly bring in Shivani Sharma into this conversation once again, because Shivani, you were directly in the line of fire with a number of our reporters across from Jammu and Kashmir, down Punjab, through Rajasthan till Gujarat. But is the situation as bad right now? What is the bigger picture that you're picking up?
Gaurav, since morning there has no shelling that has been reported at the line of control. The severe shelling that continued through the night stopped over the day, but we saw the evacuations happening. People are still under tension and worry. They are under fear that what would happen tonight, because the things are quite uncertain, and this uncertainty is causing a lot of tension to the people, because line of control is there where the ceasefire violations have been happening since last, especially the artillery guns have been firing upon the civilians in these areas. So there is tension. People are hoping and praying that the things settle down fast. There should be no escalation from Pakistan's side, because if it happens, then India will also respond forcefully. And further, then that what we are calling it, an escalation ladder, will go high and severely impact, especially the people who are on line of control, because ceasefire violations are continuing from Pakistan, and that too with full intensity.
And they indeed are. When we talk about the escalation ladder, let's look at what's been happening ever since India struck terror central Pakistan's Punjab province at Murid Ke, at Bahawalpur, in Sialkot, along with other locations in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. I want to understand from you, we struck multiple locations, our missiles went through. Does that completely expose Pakistan's air defense system? Point one. Next day, when they attempted to strike, attempts failed. When we hit back, we took down some of their missile defense systems, also struck places close to GHQ in Rawalpindi, struck Lahore, struck several other locations. Again, when last night they tried, government is, we will hear officially from the government in just about a minute plus. Their attempts did not succeed, though they tried 26 different locations with 500 drones. Will they escalate? Are we going up the escalation ladder? Or is this some kind of a situation where they are saying they're fighting back? It does appear to be a feeble fight back, unless their real fight back happens only now.
Well, Gaurav, you know, a feeble fight back is quite possible, because what has happened in the last 48 hours has completely spooked the Pakistan military. They did not wargame the possibility of such swift Indian retaliation. First Operation Synindhur, the first phase, then the second phase of Operation Synindhur. And the government doesn't seem to be backing down in the face of Pakistan's threats. And this is, as we were discussing, Gaurav, this appears to be retribution for 25 years of Pakistan using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. They're not just being called out only for Pahalgam, Gaurav. They're being called out for every single major sensational terror attack that the Pakistan military has carried out against Indian targets, against Indian civilians, massacring Indian civilians in Mumbai, in Pahalgam, in Jammu and Kashmir, in Gujarat, in Uttar Pradesh, all across India. Now is the time for payback. And this is what has spooked the Pakistan military.
What gives us the impression that the Pakistan army is spooked and it's not lulling us into thinking that they're not retaliating? We relax and suddenly, because Pakistan, at least their army or their military jihad complex, that's evil. This morning, there was an infiltration attempt. 7 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were killed at Samba. So, you know, I don't think either you or I, and remember, Sandeep is from Mumbai. 1993 blast, 257 people were killed. 2006 blast, 200 people were killed. 26/11, another 166 people were killed. Pakistani terror didn't stop even after that. That David Coleman Headley and Tawar Hussain Rana came back again because they wanted to bleed India again. Zaveri Bazaar was struck again. Again, there were terror attacks, not just in Mumbai, but also a German bakery in Pune. You recall 57 people were killed in the Ahmedabad blast. So, you know, I don't trust the Pakistanis. I'm sure you don't trust the Pakistani military jihad complex. What makes you think that they will not hit us or try to hit us again?
Well, if they try to hit us again, Gaurav, good luck to them, because the response and retaliation is going to be instantaneous. Because if you look at it now, Gaurav, the entire 3,000-kilometer border with Pakistan is active. Our aircraft are up in the air, our AWACS are up in the air, our IACCS is active, our warships are out at sea in the North Arabian Sea, just south of Pakistan's most vulnerable soft corner, which is their sea link, their maritime supply routes, their maritime juggler that brings in all of their imports, which brings in all of their energy supplies, Gaurav. They need 500,000 barrels of oil a day, and all of that is transported via the sea. And now Gaurav, they have 4 neighbors. They have hostile relations with 3 of their 4 neighbors. They are encircled in a way, and I'm sure the Pakistan military, this is something that they had in war game for. And now we have ratcheted up the escalation ladder, and now they possibly want to look for an escape route. They want to tell their citizens, look, we've done the best that we could, and we have achieved parity with India. That's this whole thing of the Pakistan Army's military jihad complex, parity with India.
How are things different? Look, you and I have covered Pakistan's terror for decades. For decades. We've covered parliament attack, we've covered 26/11, we've covered attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Why is it that it's only this time the response has been like this post-Pahalgam?
Well, Gaurav, the sheer horror of the Pahalgam attack, I mean, singling out civilians based on religion, targeting the men, making the women and children watch as they're being cut down, headshots, you know, at point blank range. They're being shot and killed with extreme mercy, and, you know, the message that they're being given, go and tell the Prime Minister. This is the kind of horrible targeting of victims that was done. And this is the largest loss of civilian lives on Indian soil since 26/11. And it's not about avenging, just avenging Pahalgam, Gaurav. It's like India has crossed a path of, you know,
okay,
we don't
I
want
want to cut across. Watch those
usual.
images, Sandeep. Images that are coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs, the Foreign Secretary, Colonel Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. They are both there, and it's about to start.
Do switch off your mobile phones before I begin. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Mishri on the ongoing developments around Operation Synindhur. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. With that, I hand over the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Randeep. नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून, आप सबका स्वागत है। और मैं सबसे पहले अनुरोध करूंगा कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी से कि वो आपको आज तड़के सवेरे से हुई घटनाओं से अवगत कराएं। कर्नल कुरैशी।
थैंक यू सर। नमस्कार। 8 से 9 मई 2025 की मध्य रात्रि को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने सैन्य बुनियादी ढांचे को निशाना बनाने के इरादे से पूरी पश्चिमी सेना पर भारतीय वायु क्षेत्र का कई बार उल्लंघन किया। यही नहीं, बल्कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर भारी कैलिबर वाले हथियारों से गोलीबारी भी की। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया। भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने काइनेटिक व नॉन काइनेटिक साधनों का उपयोग करके इनमें से कई ड्रोन्स को मार गिराया। इतने बड़े पैमाने पर हवाई घुसपैठों का संभावित उद्देश्य वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों का परीक्षण करना और खुफिया जानकारी इकट्ठा करना था। ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है। प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड सोंगर ड्रोन्स हैं। इसके उपरांत रात में पाकिस्तान के एक सशस्त्र यूएवी ने भटिंडा सैन्य स्टेशन को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश भी की, जिसे पकड़ा गया और उसे निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। पाकिस्तानी हमले के जवाब में पाकिस्तान में 4 हवाई रक्षा स्थलों पर सशस्त्र ड्रोन्स लॉन्च किए गए। इनमें से एक ड्रोन एडी रडार को नष्ट करने में सक्षम रहा। पाकिस्तान ने जम्मू कश्मीर के तंगधार, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर, राजौरी, अखनूर और उधमपुर में भारी कैलिबर आर्टिलरी गन और सशस्त्र ड्रोन्स का उपयोग करके नियंत्रण रेखा के पार गोलीबारी भी की, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप भारतीय सेना के कुछ जवान हताहत हुए और घायल हुए। भारतीय जवाबी कार्रवाई में पाकिस्तानी सेना को भी बड़ा नुकसान पहुंचाया गया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान का गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार फिर से सामने आया। 7 मई 2025 को रात 8:30 बजे एक असफल अकारण ड्रोन और मिसाइल हमला करने के बावजूद पाकिस्तान ने अपना नागरिक हवाई क्षेत्र बंद नहीं किया। पाकिस्तान अपने नागरिक विमानों को ढाल के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, जबकि उसे अच्छी तरह से पता है कि भारत पर उसके हमले से हवाई रक्षा की तीव्र प्रतिक्रिया होगी। यह भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास उड़ान भरने वाले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उड़ानों सहित नागरिक विमानों के लिए सुरक्षित नहीं है। यहाँ स्क्रीन शॉट में पंजाब सेक्टर में हाई एयर डिफेंस अलर्ट स्थिति के दौरान एप्लीकेशन फ्लाइट रडार 24 का डेटा दिखाया गया है। जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर भारतीय पक्ष का हवाई क्षेत्र घोषित बंद के कारण नागरिक हवाई यातायात से पूरी तरह से रहित है। कराची और लाहौर के बीच के हवाई अड्डे मार्ग पर नागरिक एयरलाइंस उड़ान भर रही है। हाई अलर्ट किया गया है विमान फ्लाइनेस एविएशन का एयरबस 320, जैसा कि आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं, जो कि शाम को 5:50 बजे दमम से शुरू हुआ और रात को 9:10 बजे लाहौर में उतरा। ये सारा डिटेल्स आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं, ये डिटेल्स यहाँ लिखा हुआ है। कैन यू सी दिस? भारतीय वायुसेना ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया में काफी संयम दिखाया और इस प्रकार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय नागरिक विमान सेवा की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित की। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Good afternoon to you all. On the intervening night of 8th-9th May 2025, Pakistan military carried out multiple violations of Indian airspace along the entire western border with an intent to target military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and line of control, drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sir Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence. Forensic examination of the drone debris is being undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Guard Songa drone of Turkey. Later in the night, an armed UAV of Pakistan attempted to target Bhatinda military station, which was detected and neutralized. In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar. Pakistan also carried out artillery shelling across the line of control using heavy caliber artillery guns and armed drones at Sangdhar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, Rajouri, Akhnur and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir area, which resulted in some losses and injuries to Indian Army personnel. Pakistan Army also suffered major losses in Indian retaliatory fire. Additionally, Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan. The screenshot we just showed and we shall share with you, it shows the data of the application Flight Radar 24 during a high air defense alert situation in the Punjab sector. As you have seen, the airspace on the Indian side is absolutely devoid of civil air traffic due to our declared closure. However, there are civil airlines flying the air route between Karachi and Lahore. Amongst the other civil aircraft that you can see, we have highlighted an aircraft which is Airbus 320 of Flynas Aviation, which was originated from Dammam at 1750 hours and landed later at Lahore at 2110 hours in the night. Indian Air Force demonstrated considerable restraint in its response, thus ensuring safety of international civil carriers.
Thank you, Colonel Qureshi, Wing Commander Singh. I have just a few points to share in addition. कल रात की पाकिस्तानी सेना की कायरतापूर्ण गतिविधियों से आपको कर्नल कुरैशी और विंग कमांडर सिंह ने पहले ही अवगत करा दिया गया है. These provocative and escalatory actions that were taken by Pakistan last night were targeted at Indian cities and civilian infrastructure, in addition to some military targets. The Indian armed forces responded proportionately, adequately and responsibly. ये जो हमले हुए कल रात को भारतीय सैन्य इकाइयों ने पर्याप्त रूप से और एक जिम्मेदाराना रुख अपनाते हुए इन हरकतों का उत्तर दिया. What I want to underline is that the official and blatantly farcical denial of these attacks that Pakistan carried out by the Pakistani state machinery is yet another example of their duplicity and the new depths that they are plumbing in their quest for disinformation. The other point in the same vein is Pakistani claims that they did not target or attack any religious places. You would recall that yesterday I shared with you an incident related to the attack on a Gurdwara in Punch. Instead of owning up to these attacks, Pakistan made the preposterous and outrageous claim that it was the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian Air Force that was targeting cities like Amritsar and trying to put the blame on Pakistan. This is nothing but a desperate attempt by Pakistan to disown its acts of aggression, but it is also true to type in its effort to deceive and mislead the world. It will not succeed. The Gurdwara in Punch in particular was attacked by Pakistan, and some local members of the Sikh community, including a Ragi of the Gurdwara, lost their lives in this incident, as I shared yesterday. TV पर आप इस हमले के चित्र देख सकते हैं. In addition, that we would attack our own cities is the kind of deranged fantasy that only the Pakistani state can come up with. Perhaps they do it because they are well versed in such action, as their history would show. The last point I wanted to make this evening is again this disinformation that is coming from Pakistan about India targeting the Nankana Sahib Gurdwara through a drone attack. This is again yet another blatant lie and part of Pakistan's disinformation campaign. As we saw in the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is again trying desperately to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. Again, we are not surprised. India's steadfast unity in itself is a challenge to Pakistan. Let me stop there. I have time only for a few questions and be happy to try and answer them.
The first, I call Siddharth. Siddharth, please. Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth from Beyond. So this way. Siddharth, behind, please.
The other Siddharth.
Yes. Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth from CNN News 18. Sir, I only want to know from you the status of Kartarpur corridor. Is it open or not? You can.
I think you're all aware of the situation along the entire India-Pakistan border and the areas around the line of control. In view of the existing security scenario, the services of the Kartarpur Sahib corridor have been suspended till further directions. We'll update you as and when there is a change in the situation.
You have a question here, Rishabh? So, good evening, Rishabh from Times Now. So, you spoke about religious places being hit in Jammu. There's another religious place which is Carmelite Nun church that has been hit. What do you have to say about it? If you can explain it.
Yeah, actually, we do have some information about this extremely regrettable and condemnable incident during heavy shelling across the line of control in the early morning of 7th May. A shell fired from Pakistan landed just behind the Christ School run by the Carmelites of Mary Immaculate congregation in Puj. Tragically, the shell fired from Pakistan hit the home of 2 students of the Christ School. Both students unfortunately lost their lives and their parents were severely injured. Another Pakistani shell struck a Christian convent of nuns belonging to the congregation of the Mother of Carmel, damaging water tanks and destroying solar panel infrastructure. Several priests, nuns, school staff and local residents took refuge in an underground hall beneath the Christ School during the shelling by Pakistan. The school happened to be closed at the time, fortunately. Otherwise, more losses would have occurred. Again, we have seen the Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
सर प्रणय उपाध्याय अमर जाल से सर कल आपने इसी पोडियम से पाकिस्तान के आईएमएफ बेलआउट को लेकर और इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को लेकर जो टिप्पणी की थी उसकी पाकिस्तान में काफी तीखी प्रतिक्रिया भी आई और उसके बाद हमने देखा कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से किस तरीके से लेह से लेकर भुज तक पूरी बॉर्डर के ऊपर जो इन्वेजन था वो किया गया। मौजूदा सिचुएशन के अंदर पाकिस्तान के बेलआउट पैकेज को लेकर और पाकिस्तान के अटेम्प्ट्स को लेकर आपका क्या असेसमेंट है और दूसरा ये भी जानना चाहेंगे कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से ये जो अटेम्प्ट किया गया था उसका भारत ने अभी तक उस तरीके का कोई जवाब नहीं दिया गया है, तो क्या भारत इसका जवाब देगा जो कार्रवाई हुई है बीते 24 घंटों में?
देखिए प्रणय, जहाँ तक इंडस वाटर्स ट्रीटी का सवाल है, मैंने कल विस्तार से उसके बारे में इसकी चर्चा की है. इंडस वाटर्स ट्रीटी इज़ इन अबेयंस and as such I have nothing further to add to the decision that was announced by the Cabinet Committee on Security. जहाँ तक IMF bailout का सवाल है, आपको ज्ञान होगा कि IMF की आज मीटिंग हो रही है. हम वहाँ पे अपना पक्ष रखेंगे और जो हमारा मत है इन चीज़ों को लेके वहाँ पे साझा करेंगे दूसरे मेंबर्स के साथ. ये बोर्ड पे निर्भर है कि वहाँ पे क्या निर्णय होता है. और जहाँ तक जो कार्रवाई हुई है उसका जवाब देने का जो आपने जो प्रश्न उठाया है, जो आज ब्रीफिंग हुई है, जो आपको सूचना मिली है, मैंने भी कहा है कि जो आज सवेरे तड़के सवेरे जो गतिविधियाँ हुई, भारत ने उनका एक जिम्मेदारानापूर्ण तरीके से और एक पर्याप्त तरीके से उसका जवाब दे दिया है.
Hi sir, Siddhant from Beyond. Sir, the External Affairs Minister has spoken to many of his counterparts around the world. Yesterday he spoke to the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So what were the key areas of conversations during that call?
Yes, the minister had a conversation with the US Secretary of State. As you can imagine, the focus of discussions was the terrorist attack in Pahalgam and the response that India mounted after that on the 7th of May. The Secretary of State shared his thoughts on these developments with the minister. The minister deeply appreciated the US's commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism, and he also underlined the targeted measures that India had taken in connection with Synindhur. The minister also underlined that India would firmly counter any attempts at escalation from there. But in follow-up to that, as you are aware, there have been a number of other conversations. The minister had a conversation with the UK Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, today. There too, the discussion centered around countering terrorism, for which there must be zero tolerance. And I understand just a short while ago, the External Affairs Minister has also spoken to the Foreign Minister of Norway, Espen Barth Eide, which was also focused on recent developments stemming from the terrorist act in Pahalgam.
One last question, Sudeep.
Sir, once again, thank you for doing this. Ranjan from Bloomberg. Once again, India had struck Bahawalpur the other day, which is also connected with the murder of one of us journalists, Daniel Pearl. If you could give us an understanding of what exactly are the reports that you're getting.
You're right. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist group that is proscribed by the United Nations. Its leader, Maulana Masood Azhar, is a proscribed individual. It is, you brought up the connection with the tragic death or killing of Daniel Pearl of the Wall Street Journal. The Jaish-e-Mohammed was in some way directly or indirectly responsible for the death of Daniel Pearl. But the real connection is through Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh, the British Pakistani jihadi who was held in India but was finally released in 2000, and he was the person who lured Daniel Pearl to his eventually leading to his murder. So these are all obviously connected figures, connected individuals, connected institutions, and the attack on Bahawalpur, on that facility of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur is, I would imagine, a fitting part of this unfortunate incident. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
Big announcement made by India. The Ministry of External Affairs says Jaish-e-Mohammed was responsible for the death of journalist Daniel Pearl. India is now moving the International Monetary Fund, making its point clear to IMF, to talking to board members, seeking that Pakistan should not get the next tranche of a bailout from the International Monetary Fund. You just heard Vikram Misri. So let's get you both sides of the story. One side, the military response. Pakistan attempted to target multiple cities across our country, and not just military installations, but as Colonel Sofia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh said, they even tried to target civilian installations and civilians in different parts of our country. In response, India hit back, and India has targeted a radar in Pakistan. That's the information that is coming in. Big story. Diplomatically, India is reaching out to the International Monetary Fund that funds should not be made available to Pakistan. India's point has been that Pakistan actually uses those funds for spreading terror, not just in India, but across the world. The point that's also being made, journalist Daniel Pearl, he was doing his job. a Wall Street Journal journalist, Daniel Pearl. He was lured by Omar Shahid Sheikh, kidnapped and killed. Remember the manner in which the Pakistani terrorists killed Hindus in Pahalgam, asked them their name, asked them their religion, and then shot them at point-blank range. This is their ideology. This is their mentality. This is not the first time they've done that. They did exactly the same with Daniel Pearl. They lured him. They got him down on his knees. They forced him to confess that he was Jewish. And then they slit his throat. That is how Jaish-e-Mohammed operates. That is that terrorist organization where namaz-e-janaza is attended by the corps commander of Bahawalpur, top generals of the Pakistan army, including the army chief, lays a wreath when terrorists are killed in the Indian missile strike. That is the mindless terrorism that comes from that radical Islamist state sponsor of terror. We've been victims, but even Daniel Pearl was a victim, and that aspect has come out once again. I want to quickly cut across to India Today's Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, as we bring in Akshita Nandgopal, my colleague, into this conversation. And Geeta, from Daniel Pearl's killing, brutal killing, to the Pahalgam killing, it's that same Jaish-e-Mohammed, it's that same Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, and that is why India is also moving that Pakistan should not get a bailout from the International Monetary Fund.
Well, that's absolutely right. The Indian side, again, making their position very clear. One, like we were saying in the morning itself, when we learned that there is going to be a briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs, Gaurav, that they're going to dispel all the disinformation being spread, not just on social media, source-based information, but their ministers, the information minister himself sitting and blatantly fabricating truths, lying about whether if in Pakistan carried out any action or not. They've come out and very clearly said that the action was carried out, and India's action was yet again, a retaliation to the action carried out by Pakistan. And not just in terms of missiles. We're looking at drone intrusions that were attempted along the whole of LOC and IB from Leh to Sir Creek. 36 locations, 300 to 400 drones, Gaurav. And that's the reason why the Indian side responded and took down one of their air defense systems. The purpose and intent also being spelled out by India, that it was not just to cause damage, it was to test India's air defense systems and for intelligence gathering purposes. So this is escalation, and this is not the conventional escalation that we could talk about in the past. The technology has changed, the ways and means have changed. So the things that Pakistan is employing, or for that matter, India is responding with, are very different from anything that we've seen in the past. And therefore, the Indian side coming out and dispelling all the disinformation that was spread since last evening.
So that detailed press conference there, Geeta, that detailed press conference by India to expose Pakistan's ways and what really happened last night. A couple of aspects that I'd like to focus on here. One, the fact that Pakistan and India has exposed this, of how Pakistan has used civilian aircraft almost as a shield to ensure the IF doesn't hit out at the drones. And so we had to exercise maximum restraint. And also the use of Turkish drones. We're going to be talking about that. Just take a look first at some of the highlights of that briefing.
On the intervening night of 8th-9th May 2025, Pakistan military carry out multiple violations of Indian airspace along the entire western border with an intent to target military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and line of control, drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sir Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan. Pakistan also carried out artillery shelling across the line of control using heavy caliber artillery guns and armed drones at Sangdhar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, Rajouri, Akhnur and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir area, which resulted in some losses and injuries to Indian Army personnel. Pakistan Army also suffered major losses in Indian retaliatory fire.
So let's just talk about the one aspect. Gaurav is with me. We've got senior journalist Sandeep Punithan also with us here in our studios. But just putting the focus really, Gaurav, on the fact that, you know, India spoke about a civilian aircraft being used as a shield. How exactly did that happen? What happened last night?
So what happened was Pakistan targeted multiple locations in India. India fired countermeasures, but India could not take the kind of retaliatory action India could have because Pakistan has not closed its airspace for civilian flights. So this flight, an Airbus A320 flying from Dammam to Lahore was flying with passengers in. So India exercised restraint. Had India fired a longer range missile, that civilian aircraft could have been in the line of fire and civilians could have been killed. So Pakistan, as always, uses civilians as a shield. And in this case, it's risking lives of civilian passengers as it sends in drones and aerial, projectiles into our country.
You contrast that, Sandeep, with India. Of course, we've closed off largely all airports in the north and west, keeping in mind this particular threat. You contrast that to Pakistan. So we understand that they timed the aircraft in such a manner to their strikes, essentially. And what this does is, I understand we can't fire back into Pakistani soil. We managed to intercept, but that's it.
Absolutely, Akshita. And that's what the game plan appears to be, that they, exactly like they say how guerrillas operate among the people. And it becomes very difficult to target them. This seems to be the strategy over here, that they kind of engage from, between where commercial aircraft are flying, they launch drones from there, and retaliation becomes extremely difficult because you cannot target an area which is, filled with civilian passenger aircraft. It would be catastrophic, the consequences for that. But, quickly, one more point that the Foreign Secretary made, Akshita, about Pakistan deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure on our side of the border. They shelled a convent, they killed students, they targeted, other members of that convent, and they've targeted gurdwaras as well. And the Foreign Secretary, I have to agree with what he says. He says this is a new law even for Pakistan, targeting civilian infrastructure, targeting places of worship, convents and the like. So, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them what he described about using civilian aircraft as shields for what they are doing, striking against us, striking at our civilians all across this 3,000-kilometer boundary.
Yeah, and while they constantly continue to do that, mind you, India, in our response also, we've been very measured, and we've ensured that come what may, no matter what level of provocation really Pakistan resorts to, that's where we draw the line. We're not targeting civilian establishments. We're not targeting civilian settlements, come what may. And so despite these kind of provocations, India's been hitting back, countering only by hitting Pakistani military establishment. Just a quick word also from Munish Pandey on the point that was made by the MEA about what's happening along the LOC and the constant shelling come sunset in many parts along the LOC, Munish. That's very, very worrying, the way Pakistan has been resorting to targeting these civilian settlements, most of which now has been evacuated also as a measure now by our forces.
Absolutely, Akshita, and what we saw yesterday in the region of Jammu and nearby areas, that there were constant firing, not only through drones but also artillery firing, heavy shelling from Pakistan side, and it was not only limited to military establishment. It was targeted through civilian civilian areas also, and that is very worrying because there is a line. Whenever there is a war, there is a line. Whenever there is such provocations also, then there is a line. But Pakistan has seen no line, it seems, and that is why they are not only targeting military establishment but also the civilian areas also. Also, one important point, Akshita, is that they sent more than 500 drones last night, and it becomes very difficult for, any military establishment, be it any armed forces, to, distinguish between those drones and a civilian aircraft. So India has acted very responsibly. Most of those drones were neutralized, but, India could have done much better if that civilian aircraft was not in its way. But India has acted very responsibly, and what we have been given to understand is that most of the drones which were sent in the areas like Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Pathankot, those drones were neutralized successfully by the Indian Air Force.
So we managed to repel any attack by Pakistan, and I'll talk about really what India's counter looked like. We'll talk about that in just a bit, but first listen into some of the highlights of what the Foreign Secretary had to say.
The other point in the same vein is Pakistani claims that they did not target or attack any religious places. You would recall that yesterday I shared with you an incident related to the attack on a Gurdwara in Punch. Instead of owning up to these attacks, Pakistan made the preposterous and outrageous claim that it was the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian Air Force that was targeting cities like Amritsar and trying to put the blame on Pakistan. This is nothing but a desperate attempt by Pakistan to disown its acts of aggression, but it is also true to type in its effort to deceive and mislead the world. It will not succeed. The Gurdwara in Punch in particular was attacked by Pakistan, and some local members of the Sikh community, including a Ragi of the Gurdwara, lost their lives in this incident, as I shared yesterday. As we saw in the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is again trying desperately to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. Again, we are not surprised. India's steadfast unity in itself is a challenge to Pakistan.
And so that's how the Foreign Secretary really exposed Pakistan, their dirty tricks. Quite expected, really, that they're also using civilians as a shield, targeting civilians in India and then using civilians as a shield as well. But let's also put the focus really on one question, the nature of counter that came in from India last night. Gaurav, what really was that about? Do we have any details of what kind of a counter-strike was launched by India last night?
So India has already made it very clear that India will not escalate, but in case there's any action from Pakistan, there will be a response and a definite response. So the response this morning has been taking out an air defense system of Pakistan. Even on day one, after Pakistan attempted to target multiple installations in India, India had taken out the HQ-16 air defense system, and that was in Lahore. This time again in Pakistan's Punjab, an air defense system has been taken down. Perhaps that's the one at the Okara cantonment, and this would indicate that systematically, India is degrading Pakistan's warfighting capabilities. When you take down a country's air defense system, it's not just the radar that's taken down. Often the missiles that come along with it are also either rendered ineffective, or Pakistan becomes night blind or blind in terms of the ability to respond. So India is systematically degrading Pakistan's warfighting capabilities without escalating.
And by constantly, Sandeep, it seems targeting essentially Pakistan's ability to detect what's coming their way. And when we talk about what's happened in this counter-strike, like Gaurav said, these radars that have been hit, how deep in Pakistan were they?
Oh, well, it wouldn't be deeper than about 50 kilometers because Lahore is very, just across the border from Amritsar. So what, as Gaurav mentioned, what we seem to be doing is to chip away at their capabilities, degrade their capabilities, target their radars. Radars are very, very critical for air defense systems because without radars, missiles are useless, guns are useless. They cannot see anything. If you can't see anything, you can't shoot at anything. So that's what India seems to be doing here, targeting radars, targeting air defense radars, because when and if and when an Indian retaliation comes, again, it's going to be from the air. It's going to be the Air Force or it's going to be drones. And Pakistan, the fewer radars that Pakistan has, that are operational, the lesser are the chances of it intercepting an Indian airstrike or an Indian drone strike.
Okay, I just want to also right now focus on what's been happening through the last many days, the escalation and the conflict between India and Pakistan. Let's just take a look really at the escalation ladder and where things stand right now. We'll pull out that particular graphic for you and show you where things stand at this point. And there you have it. Essentially, if you look at really the different levels there, at this point, the current state of conflict is at limited battle. Gaurav, what exactly does that mean? And if there's an escalation, let's say tonight, does that mean full-scale war then?
So full-scale war actually would require mobilization of troops on either side, and that troop mobilization hasn't taken place. Of course, India has post-Operation Parakram or post the attack on the Indian Parliament where mobilization took about 3 weeks, come up with a new concept called cold start. And cold start meant that you don't have to mobilize your forces, your strike corps. India has one strike corps in Bhopal, another strike corps in Mathura. And by the time they come to the battle area, they form up at battle area, it's already 3 to 4 weeks and the world doesn't give you time or like that to respond. So then it's too late. And this was as a confidence building measure with Pakistan. Pakistan has done no confidence building measures with India. We unilaterally did that in the past. Now with cold start, you have the troops needed for assault already deployed as, integrated battle groups. That means infantry, artillery, armor, engineers, signals, all that is required for battle, to go air defense, to just go into battle as and when required, to the limited VP that you want to capture, the vital asset, vital point, the nodes in the enemy center, and then rest of the army fetches up for you to carry on that campaign. So even that India isn't doing just as yet. If you talk about the escalation ladder, well, Pakistan climbed the escalation ladder when it used terrorists to kill innocents in Pahalgam. We've climbed in terms of responding by taking out their missiles, defense shield. They then tried to respond at multiple civilian and military targets. That's an escalation. If we were to respond similarly, that would be escalation or punitive. We haven't escalated as of now. So that's the situation right now, that India hasn't escalated. And when you look at this escalation ladder...
So we're here right now.
Right now, just a little before limited battle till full-scale war. Because we're not even in limited battle, we're in skirmishes just as yet.
These are skirmishes.
So these are skirmishes, not yet limited battle. Because limited battle would mean extensive engagement. Right now, you're just testing each other.
Do you think so too, Sandeep?
Absolutely.
That we're somewhere between the two and not really at limited battle?
We would be somewhere below this. We would be below limited battle, because that is what Gaurav mentioned. Limited battle would be the cold start doctrine kicking in, shallow strikes, limited ground offensives. So we are somewhere between military preparedness and limited battle. This is what we are doing with our cross-border strikes, what we've done with Operation Synindhur Phase 1 and Phase 2. So that's the situation that we are at right now.
Military preparedness, to me, we seem much about that.
Yes.
It's beyond preparedness now, because you're seeing strikes happening.
So when you're preparing, you're also degrading the enemy before you strike. So you're degrading his war-fighting capabilities. If I may, and Sandeep can bear this out, in war, there's no black and white. There are many areas of grey.
Yeah.
And in these areas of grey, military preparedness is when you're degrading his issues that go on in several sectors. So limited battle also, before limited battle goes to full-scale war, there are sector-wise. War is science. Even when there is a limited battle that's going on, before it goes to full-scale war, Kargil was a limited battle restricted only to Kargil.
Yeah.
It did not spread beyond, to the Jammu sector. Or if we come, Sandeep, let's explain it on this map. This is the India map. When you had the 1965 and 71 war, you were engaging all along across all sectors. In 1971, you were not only engaging in these sectors, you were also engaging here in Bangladesh, and Bangladesh from all sides. That was then East Pakistan. So 71 war was full-fledged. Assault operations here, holding operations here. That was full-scale. Kargil was limited only to this. It did not even escalate from there to Punjab, to Rajasthan, to Gujarat.
But that's the difference from then to now. My point is that right now we're seeing essentially conflict along this entire stretch. So then how do you define that?
Because that conflict is that troop movement. See, when conflict happens, our tanks will be going across, our soldiers will be going across. They would try and come across and we would be destroying them here. So this is where conflict happens, when we have, of course, started bombing them here.
And there are jets here too. So then that's my question, because you've got in Bhuj reports of a strike. You've got reports in Rajasthan as well.
Well, Akshita, the thing is that as Gaurav was mentioning, that the military has not mobilized fully like they did in 1971 and they did in 2001. When Parakram happened, you had one of the largest deployments of the Indian military since 1971, where you had the Indian military deployed all along the 3,000 kilometer long border and, of course, the LC with Pakistan. You had 3 strike corps positioned there ready to, strike deep inside Pakistan. Of course, there is the first strike corps came, this is 21 strike corps from Bhopal that was positioned here in Rajasthan. Movement across, all along the border where they're poised. When the signal is given, all the strike corps move. All 3 strike corps move into Pakistan. They start doing battle with the enemy. So that's a very, very critical component of the land battle, which is when the military, India's military mobilizes fully ready to strike. That hasn't happened yet. So what we are seeing is, we're looking at an alert all across the border. We're looking at skirmishes. You can call them skirmishes, air-to-air skirmishes, long-range missiles being fired, drones being fired. This is, this is the first drone war of India and Pakistan that we are seeing over the last 48 hours or so. So it's actually, we are several rungs away from even a full-scale mobilization of the soldiers.
So what will it take? And I just want to bring it back to this, Gaurav and Sandeep. Where right now you're saying somewhere between this. At what step of what Pakistan does do you think it becomes limited battle? The word war has been used a lot right now. And both of you are telling me we can't just use that at this point.
No, because it hasn't reached that stage just as yet. Right now, both sides are testing each other. We are testing them. We're like, at times, poking them to tell them we're degrading your warfighting capability. They are trying, they're not succeeding. If there are some things, if they've sent in 500 drones, often we are being told that those drones are the cheap Chinese drone without ammunition. So they are making us spoof of our very expensive ammunition. Some of them, of course, got thankfully made in India, so we don't have to spend precious foreign exchange. But then we are poofing off. We did poof off quite a bit of ammunition to neutralize the threat. Yesterday, it was essential because we didn't know it could have come in and destroyed any of our civilians. What we could have done, had we wanted to escalate, was then send in similar 500 drones across and targeted them. But they would have seen that as escalation. And we are still giving Pakistan an opportunity. The enemy is not the people of Pakistan. The enemy is that military jihad complex represented by General Asim Munir, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, that Maulana of terror Masood Azhar, and a lot more. So we want them to be neutralized by the people of Pakistan, hopefully. If not, we are willing to do that job for them.
And what's been very clear, and this is the message that the ME also has put out, Mr. Vikram Misri has said very clearly that our strikes and our response has been non-escalatory, which is why I'm asking at this point, if this were to climb up in the escalation ladder to a limited battle, what's the one provocation or the strike or the attempt that Pakistan makes that will make that scale up, Sandeep?
Well, Akshita, it has to be a very high visibility terror attack of the kind that Pakistan has been carrying out in the last 25 years. It has to be a very large number of civilians that they've killed like they did, or attack a very symbolic target like Parliament in 2001, 26/11, Mumbai. It could be another, Pulwama or Pahalgam, a suicide attack, God forbid. If any of these were to happen, that would be considered an escalation, and India would have no option but to mobilize its forces and go in for, moving forces for the cold start option. With the cold start is shallow military strikes, using the ground component, using the land forces, striking across all fronts with Pakistan.
But if I may, before it even comes to limited battle to full scale, right now what we can also do, and it's very interesting, again, war is science, One, there is, first you have an aim and there is maintenance of aim. If aim is, look at Pakistan, it is such a narrow country. From north to south, within 2 hours you can cover it by air. From here to here, it's very, very narrow. So if you want to squeeze this country, you just start deploying your navy closer here. And this is just 1,000 odd kilometers that you can completely put your ships here, put your ships here, put your ships here, put your ships here, and start live firing exercises. So no oil will come to Karachi, no oil will come to Gwadar. Jiwani, Gwadar, Pasni, Karachi, Ormara. These are the 5 major ports in Pakistan. You blockade him, he will choke to death and surrender without fighting a war.
That will be the final step, is what everyone's saying. If we go ahead and deploy our navy, it's then going ahead and opening a new front against Pakistan.
Absolutely.
And you essentially cripple Pakistan then.
Well, it's already begun. If you look at
it's already begun.
You are seeing exercises.
We are seeing
here
the navy being deployed in the North Arabian Sea because the navy has issued no times for extensive missile firing exercises all along the North Arabian Sea, and that indicates that if they were missile firing of the ranges that have been shown, that would mean a large number of ships. We are not giving you numbers, but there are a large number of naval warships out there in the North Arabian Sea, even as we speak, ready to open that maritime front if Pakistan chooses to escalate.
So right now, the distance between Indian Navy here and the Pakistan Navy here, they are carrying out their exercises, we are carrying out our exercises, and the difference here is barely 35 nautical miles.
Absolutely.
That's about 70, 80 kilometers at the most.
It's a little over visual range, and all of the fleets are actually parked out there because they're far out at sea. We don't kind of get the visibility. The Navy rarely gets the kind of visibility that it should get, but this is the situation as it's unfolding in the North Arabian Sea.
This is happening right now, even as we speak.
Pakistani warships, Indian warships are exercising right there. They're conducting live missile
So almost eyeball to eyeball there too.
In this location, so their attempt is they will keep firing here.
Naval fleet is here.
Yeah, they will keep firing here so that our ships don't go and start attacking Karachi like they did in 1971.
Or even come within missile firing range.
Yeah.
So the idea is to, keep
and
the Indian Navy down south.
And we're maintaining a certain distance as
We're
well.
maintaining a distance, but they have asked for, they've issued no times to ensure that we don't come within missile firing range of either Karachi, any of these ports, or even targets in the hinterland. So they've created something like a ADIZ, like the kind that China has created around Taiwan. So air defense identification zone, by issuing these no times, saying that, listen, we are firing over here, so everyone stay out. All warships, all merchant ships, all aircraft stay out of this area because we are firing missiles.
But that also starts bleeding Pakistan already because insurance costs will go up. If there are live firing missile exercises happening, no civilian ship will go to Karachi to refuel. No food, fuel, any of those resources will come in via ship, and Pakistan anyway will be in trouble.
So India's holding back here. Like you said, we're here right now.
Yep.
What stops us from going ahead and escalating it here?
When we want to, I'm sure we can.
That's an option that India retains.
But it will be the last resort.
It will be one of the final resorts. If we were to go out for an all-out shooting war, the Navy would definitely join in the action.
Okay, so what we're seeing right now is, as Gaurav and Sandeep put it, not even a limited battle. Just below that, and hopefully it doesn't escalate into a limited battle. That, of course, it's up to Pakistan completely to decide. But I want you to take a look at our next report. We've done a very interesting comparison of the Pakistan Army's tactics, and I'm sure Sandeep and Gaurav would like to pitch in on that right after this report, on how the strikes, the failed strikes that we saw last night, very, very similar to how essentially Hamas tried to strike Israel. Take a look at this report and then we'll talk about that in a bit.
Pakistani attacks thwarted again. Its plot to bleed civilian areas with drones and crude missiles foiled again. But the repeated attacks by Pakistan at multiple locations has a pattern, using chilling modus operandi of a terrorist organization. This style has been copied from Hamas. Short-range, locally assembled rockets were launched by Pakistan in quick succession to target dense civilian areas, a chapter exactly copied from Hamas' playbook. Pakistan, just like Hamas, aimed to exhaust Indian air defense system with multiple projectiles. But just like Israel's Iron Dome, India's S-400 air defense system repelled the nefarious attempt.
The Hamas attack on Israel seems to have inspired Pakistan. First the attack in Pahalgam and then targeting of civilians. This is a very clear imprint. Secondly is about how targeting of civilians, especially living in line of control, a style adopted by Hamas, targeting innocent civilians. Then thereafter, what we know is the meeting of masterminds, especially Hamas leaders meeting not just top Lashkar commanders, but terrorists right in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. something Pakistan has supported all along, are not just terror launchpad, but big terror organizations, and are being safe havens there, but effectively handled well and fended off at line of control and in hinterland by Indian forces.
Pakistan had recently hosted Hamas terrorists at Jaish headquarters Bahawalpur, which has now been reduced to rubble. It has been primary haven of terrorists and its role is in multiple terror strikes across the world. Is Pakistan's rogue army now directly copying activities of terror groups? Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, so let's talk about those images. Let's put out a direct comparison, and I want Gaurav and Sandeep to weigh in on this. This is Israel being targeted by Hamas. So you see the images very similar, essentially, to what we saw last night. And that's because essentially a barrage of rockets fired at India, and all of it intercepted by a rather robust air defense system. Gaurav, you were there. Yep. You were there in Israel when this was happening. And when you saw the images last night, was it a sense of deja vu? Because it seems to be the exact same strategy to me.
Oh, absolutely. And what Hamas does, it uses those very cheap rockets, often, pipeline that's used for water. Those GI pipes, they are used, explosives are filled, there's a charge filled in it, fins attached, a cone attached and launched. It's almost like a country-made mortar. Absolutely. So that's what the Hamas terrorists do, and they fire a barrage, zook, 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 in quick succession. And Israel has to fire very expensive Iron Dome missiles. So, these rockets that cost a couple of $100, just a couple of $100, and an Iron Dome missile which costs many thousands of dollars, which is millions of dollars that's going in. That is how Hamas was able to bleed Israel. And Israel is a rich country. Yeah. India is a developing country. So there, Pakistan is trying exactly the same textbook, making us spend expensive, either the S-400 systems, which is very expensive, 39,000 crore rupees for 5 systems, or fortunately, we have the Made in India Akash. Yes. So when that system fires back and neutralizes the threat, that's a defensive mechanism. You also need to be offensive. Through your weapon locating radars, triangulate the place where that fire is coming from and fire back immediately, destroy those threats. At source, what you did in Muridke, what you did in Balakot, what you did in Bahawalpur is the only way to punish Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror.
So
isn't it, Sandeep?
If we're seeing this as a strategy, as Gaurav put it, Sandeep, to kind of ensure that we keep using our air defense system, and so therefore ensure that you cripple us in that way, do you think that in the next few days, then Pakistan is going to continue this of firing rockets non-stop?
Absolutely. Either that or drones. This seems to be their playbook, that they want to swarm our air defense system with cheap drones. And we've seen drones of all varieties being used.
So it's not costing Pakistan anything?
It doesn't cost them as much, but as the MEA spokesperson said, they've used everything from Turkish drones, which are top-of-the-line equipment, right down to the kind of drones that we saw that are used, the Chinese DJI Mavic kind of drones, a small quadcopter kind of drone. So they're using everything to swamp our AD systems, to light up our AD systems, to target our AD systems, and also, as Gaurav mentioned, to force us to poof off ammunition so that we run out of ammunition and they can kind of attack.
Then how do you counter that though then? Because we have to protect.
Hit them at source. Look, India's always been restrained. I covered the Kargil war, so did Sandy in 1999. Every time India has been very restrained. Kargil, then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee did not order the Air Force, to cross the LC and hit terror at source or hit Pakistan Army at source. The Narendra Modi government is very different. They ordered the Air Force to go hit Balakot and hit terror through missiles at source. You need to do that. That's the only way. Instead of you bleeding, the enemy must bleed. If he bleeds harder, he's a poor country. He cannot sustain it. Bleed him till he stops using terror as an instrument of state policy.
The current approach of India, would you call it restraint? Because there has been talk that, we're being non-escalatory. We are responding, essentially, to Pakistan. They hit us, we hit them back.
Absolutely.
So do you think we're still being restrained?
We are still very restrained, especially in the face of very grave provocation. If you take the Foreign Secretary's words, he said that, they've hit new lows in the battle that the Pakistanis are fighting, because they are targeting civilians, they're targeting places of worship, they're targeting temples, they're targeting gurudwaras, and they're targeting convents.
As well.
This is, so, you know, literally, as I was telling Gaurav earlier, the mask seems to have fallen off the Pakistan military. There is no distinction between the Pakistan military now and the terrorists that they rear. And that we saw in full evidence when you saw that state funeral for a terrorist with a coffin wrapped in the Pakistan flag. Unprecedented event. You know,
and the chief of the army staff laying a wreath. Can you imagine Pakistan army chief and the corps commander present there at the funeral and laying a wreath, and army men in uniform standing there for the namaz-e-janaza of a terrorist? That just shows they're brothers in arms.
Do you see then that the next step would also be trying to get terrorists to infiltrate through, trying to carry out terror strikes at the same time that the army is firing these rockets?
It happened this morning. 7 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed were killed trying to infiltrate in the Samba sector. And, you know, the tragedy is that Pakistan, you know, costs need to be imposed. The manner in which Government of India is doing right now, reaching out to the International Monetary Fund.
Correct.
Don't give them the next tranche of the $2 billion that they require. If they have no money, they can't wage a terror war against India. So that is where the world needs to unite. But, you know, it's a long-drawn battle. Look at Israel. Israel continues to gather international opinion. The world, to a very large extent, until October 7, was siding with Hamas, and many still continue to do so. Similarly, there are countries that are siding with Pakistan, despite it being a radical Islamist state sponsor of terror.
Is that disappointing, though, that we haven't, despite seeing the manner of strikes that have been happening and the clear evidence written all through which we've been discussing of how, you know, there's this clear tango of the Pakistan army and terrorism, that there hasn't been a strong response, really, that's come in right now from the international community? Everyone's talking of de-escalate rather than calling out Pakistan. Do you think that's disappointing in a sense?
It is disappointing in a sense, Akshita. But, you know, the fact is that as Gaurav and me, we've been covering terrorism for more than 25 years. And this has been the playbook all along. It is your terrorism versus our terrorism. They condemn terrorism only when it affects them in Europe and in America, not in when it affects us, in the way people were killed in Mumbai, for instance. And that was the first time, incidentally, that the world woke up to global terrorism, because foreigners were deliberately targeted. They asked them for their passports, and depending on their nationalities, they were gunned down. If they were Americans, they were shot in the head. If they're Singaporeans, they were shot in the head. And interestingly, if they were Turkish, they were allowed to, you know, go away scot-free. So this is the kind of targeted killings that Pakistan's state-sponsored terror machinery has been doing over several decades. So this is the short answer to what you asked me, Akshita, is this is our battle to fight. There is no point in us looking for international support. There will be support to a certain extent, but finally, if you have to go in and defang the terrorists and the terror factories, we will have to do it ourselves.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, the profiling and killing, exactly what happened in Pahalgam as well, where instead they started targeting people based on their religion.
Look at Daniel Pearl. He was a Jewish journalist working in Pakistan. I mean, he took a grave risk, but that's what journalists do all the time. They report the story. Omar Saeed Sheikh, he lured him, took him out, and then made him go down on his knees and then slit his throat because he was Jewish. So he killed him because of his religion.
Well, he beheaded him as well. And they filmed the act. They filmed the act, and then they broadcast that video to show that they had, you know, murdered a Jewish person.
And despite all of this, you still don't see that kind of global solidarity that perhaps there should be against Pakistan. Put that pressure on them and make them answer for it, so that they're forced to go ahead and also stop breeding this kind of terror. Gaurav, Sandeep, thank you very much for joining me here in the studios. I know it's been a long day, a long 24 hours for them, and they continue their marathon coverage in some time from now. But thank you for joining me. I'll bring in Kamaljit Sandhu also on this broadcast for the latest updates, and focusing particularly on the point that the MEA made, which is a big, you know, expose of what Pakistan really stands for, Kamaljit, which is of how civilian aircraft was going around exactly at the time when Pakistan was firing those drones and missiles at us.
Well, absolutely. The sinister design of Pakistan is very well exposed now. And remember, even though they have claimed deniability any role, but that's an old tactics as far as Pakistan is concerned. There are safe havens of terror organization, be it Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and even Osama bin Laden being found in Pakistan. So all this really points out towards how the Pakistan ISI, the Pakistan Army, one, they have indulged in low intensity conflict for past 3 decades. But remember, as far as the government is concerned, they have had a threshold, and that is why what we've seen is there are ramifications, be it Uri attack, Pulwama attack, and now the Pahalgam attack, which has taken place with terror organization with its imprints in Pakistan, launching cross-border terror attacks. So in that particular sense, what is also seen is the Hamas-style attack, where how Hamas in October 2023 had attacked Israeli parts, both launching civilian as well as military strikes. But here also what we see is that the civilians are being targeted, not just in Pahalgam, but across line of control and international border, where what we've seen is heavy artillery fire. We've also seen the magnitude with which the Pakistani army has launched and surveillance drones being sent. But remember, as far as India is concerned, which is superior in terms of military might in every senses, there has been thwarting and neutralizing of all these threats coming from across the border.
No, we've been very measured in our response. That's very clear at this point, because even as you've been seeing these constant strikes by Pakistan, we've hit back in our counter one of their radars. And therefore, we continue to maintain we will not target civilian establishments. The IAF, as the MEA also told us, has shown great restraint last night when Pakistan was resorting to the strikes because of the civilian aircraft that was hovering around in that particular area. Kamalji, thanks very much for joining us with those details. I was referring earlier to the fact that there seems to be a lack of global solidarity and messaging to Pakistan. Today, in just about 1 hour from now, at 7:30 Indian Standard Time, is when the International Monetary Fund will take a decision on whether they're going to be giving the bailout package to Pakistan. Pakistan, of course, has been in financial doldrums. The economy is a mess, and they've been seeking money from the IMF. They want a big, fat loan. Pakistan is facing a perfect storm of financial collapse and rising tensions with India, which is why they need it more than ever. India has been pushing, saying do not give a country that harbors terrorists a bailout package.
It was pure chaos on the streets of Lahore Thursday morning. Sirens went off and people ran out of their homes as a series of loud explosions were heard in the city. The incident comes just a day after Operation Synindhur destroyed terror pads in Pakistan and the POK. And reports trickle in of a swarm drone attack on Lahore's air defense systems. Clearly, Pakistan's confidence is shaken. For the first time in several years, trading was suspended at the Karachi Stock Exchange after the KSE 30 index plunged more than 7% in trade today. Investors are feeling the pain as well. The Karachi Stock Exchange was at 36,403 at its close on 22nd of April, the day of the Pahalgam massacre. By 6th of May, it had fallen 5%. Operation Synindhur led to a bloodbath on KSE, with the index falling more than 6% in intraday trade. Finally, it closed with a fall of 3%. Today again, the sell-off was deeper, with the index plunging nearly 9% in trade. Pakistan's fragile economy is ill-equipped to face any hostilities with India. Investors started selling stocks immediately after Pahalgam attacks, and for the first time in the past few years, trading was suspended. Pakistan is staring into a financial abyss. With foreign reserves of barely $15 billion and a balance of payments, crisis looming, all eyes are now on the 9th of May, meeting of the IMF, where its executive board will decide whether to approve a crucial $1.3 billion tranche as part of a broader $7 billion bailout. Pakistan's key economic indicators continue to flash red. Its GDP growth is expected at just 2.6% this year. Its inflation is above 5%, hurting household budgets. Its public debt is more than 80% of the GDP, and the Pakistani rupee remains under severe pressure, and imports continue to outpace earnings. And now, in the backdrop of the Pahalgam massacre, India is pushing back diplomatically. India has formally urged the IMF to reconsider funding to Pakistan, citing risks that the funds may be diverted or misused. The message, aid without accountability may worsen regional instability. At the heart of India's concern is Pakistan's disproportionate defense spending. In 2024-2025, nearly 17.5% of Pakistan's budget, over 2 lakh crore rupees, was allocated to defense, while only a fraction went to health and education. Pakistan also spends more on interest payments than on development, with nearly half of its revenue consumed by debt servicing. The IMF faces a dilemma. While it recognizes Pakistan's economic fragility and wants to avoid default, there's rising pressure to ensure transparency and fiscal discipline. The 9th of May vote will also consider whether Pakistan has met reform benchmarks tied to energy, pricing, taxation, and anti-corruption mechanisms. For Pakistan's 24 crore people, this isn't just about geopolitics. It is about survival. A stalled IMF deal could send inflation soaring and sink the rupee further, triggering a wider humanitarian crisis. But as war clouds linger over the subcontinent, the world's financial institutions now face a tough call. Can they support Pakistan's economy without funding instability? The IMF decision will not just decide Pakistan's economic fate, it may shape South Asia's security calculus for years to come. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
So we'll get to those updates that come in at 7:30 this evening on whether the IMF chooses to reject Pakistan's request for a bailout package or not. I'm slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you a live update from our borders where Pakistan again has resorted to violating the ceasefire. That update coming your way in just a few moments.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Over 50 Pakistani drones and 8 missiles destroyed. IPL suspended for a week amid tensions. Indigo cancels flights to border areas.
Let's get you big breaking news that's coming in from Delhi, where the three service chiefs are meeting with Prime Minister Modi. This is the big breaking news that's coming in right now. The meeting is happening at the Prime Minister's residence, and keeping in mind all that's been happening along the border, you are essentially seeing this meeting perhaps as a briefing also of what's taking place right now. Remember that the three service chiefs had met earlier with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, also with the Chief of Defence Staff. That was a briefing that took place in the morning. Now, the three service chiefs, the tri-service chiefs, also meeting with Prime Minister Modi, and all that's been happening really with Pakistan and the conflict, the strikes versus the counter-strikes that have been taking place. Our forces have been doing a tremendous job of repelling, of thwarting every attempt by Pakistan to target military establishments, to target civilian establishments. All of that has been repelled. And so now our forces are also briefing the Prime Minister on exactly what's the situation currently and the next course of action. Let me bring in Aishwarya Paliwal for more details on this. Aishwarya, that meeting currently underway. You had the three service chiefs meeting with the Defence Minister earlier and now with the Prime Minister.
Well, you know, very crucial meeting, let me tell you, Akshita, and that's the spot where I'm standing. I'm standing right outside Prime Minister Narendra Modi's house. And what we are seeing now, the chief of the three defence forces, all of them have just gone inside. They will now tell Prime Minister Narendra Modi what exactly has transpired. In fact, let me tell you, Prime Minister Modi has been given every information over the past 24 hours, what exactly transpired. We even heard in the briefing there, every detail has now been given out, what to do next, what all preparations need to be done. And Prime Minister will be told about it by the three chiefs. All of them just barely a couple of minutes ago went inside. A very crucial meeting will take place. From what I can tell you, Akshita, the meeting will go on for at least an hour. Prime Minister Modi will be briefed about what has been done so far and what next needs to be done, the kind of preparation that we will see, the chart for that, the planning for that will be done in the next 1 hour.
Okay, we'll track all the big takeaways of that particular meeting. But so far, the message from the government and the Prime Minister has been full freedom to our forces to retaliate in the manner they deem fit, when, where, how, all of that, full freedom to our forces. We'll track that very closely. Let's cut across to more breaking news coming in. Another day that Pakistan again has resorted to ceasefire violations, opening fire along the LOC, and once again, it's the worst hit area of Poonch that is seeing heavy shelling being reported by the Pakistan Army. We also understand in Uri is where we're seeing ceasefire violations being reported. At this point, remember, in Uri and Poonch, where the civilian settlements are, is where we're seeing maximum shelling by the Pakistan Army. They intend to target civilian settlements. They want to target innocents. And we've been seeing this since April 22nd, since the Pahalgam terror attack. We'll get you a report also right now on what's the situation there. But heavy shelling has already begun with Pakistan resorting to ceasefire violations. This has been essentially what they've been doing for the last many weeks. And unfortunately, as a result of them firing and also resorting to shelling in villages in Poonch and Uri along the LOC, we've been seeing maximum civilian casualties, the death toll at 15 plus now. Just from the last few weeks, there are children, senior citizens, all of whom have been affected. There are many pockets here along the LOC where our forces have also ensured full evacuation because it's no longer safe for these civilians to be based in these areas, with Pakistan clearly doing whatever it takes to target civilians along the entire border. So while we are reporting right now on the situation along the line of control, we can confirm for you that heavy shelling has been reported in Uri. Now, every single day, we've been seeing these kind of provocations by Pakistan, the Pakistan Army resorting to shelling as soon as the sun goes down. And now in Uri, there's been confirmation that there's been shelling being reported in this entire stretch as well, in the villages in Uri particularly. All right, let's move on and talk about how the political tensions between India and Pakistan has also compelled the BCCI to go ahead and take the step of suspending the IPL, putting the brakes on cricket's richest leagues, the Indian Premier League, for a week. Now, Next week, we'll know exactly whether the IPL will resume or not. But the message is very clear. The BCCI says that at such a sensitive time, we can't be playing cricket. More details coming up.
देखिए BCCI ने यह निर्णय लिया है कि IPL को अभी फिलहाल 1 सप्ताह के लिए स्थगित किया गया है। उसके बाद जो स्थिति है उसका जायजा लेके सरकार से विचार विमर्श करके जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, फ्रेंचाइजी और ब्रॉडकास्टर, इन सबसे बात करके नए शेड्यूल की घोषणा की जाएगी।
इस वक्त IPL चल रही थी और काफ़ी अच्छी चल रही थी, बहुत सारी प्रतिभा जो है उभर के आ रही थी, लेकिन अचानक बंद हो गया है। तो आप भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में थे, कितना इमरजेंसी ये रहता है ऐसा?
नहीं, आज जो मैंने वो देखा है प्रेस रिलीज की 7 दिन के लिए सस्पेंडेड हुआ है, तो BCCI ज़रूर इसको कंप्लीट करेगा। कोविड के समय 2021-20 में जब इतना प्रॉब्लम था तभी भी IPL कंप्लीट हुआ था। BCCI इतनी एफिशिएंट है कि ये ज़रूर कंप्लीट करेंगे। 7 दिन का ब्रेक है, 7 दिन एक्सटेंड भी हो जाएगा टूर्नामेंट।
तब आप थे, हम लोग जानते हैं कोविड के टाइम में इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन आप देखे हो, तो इसको कैसे टैकल किया जाता है या आपका क्या सलाह रहेगी?
कोविड जैसा सिचुएशन हो ही नहीं सकता। और कोविड में मैचेस हुए हैं और इंडियन गवर्नमेंट मिनिस्ट्री जैसे इंस्ट्रक्शन देगी, BCCI उसी हिसाब से काम करेगा।
And meanwhile, in another massive setback for Pakistan, remember that the PSL was called off because of the conflict between India and Pakistan. But they wanted to actually shift this out of Pakistan and to UAE. What we're hearing from our sources is that the UAE is likely to reject Pakistan's plea to host the PSL there. Pakistan had sought that Dubai be the venue for PSL, but sources telling us that the UAE is likely to shut the door on the Pakistan Cricket Board's plan of hosting PSL in Dubai. Another setback for Pakistan. It really shows you what their standing is right now in the world order. The fact that UAE has also chosen to dismiss their plea for the PSL to be held in Dubai. That's all we have time for on this edition of Super 6. On the other side of a very, very short break, we continue getting you all the updates, the latest on the India-Pakistan conflict. We'll be getting you ground reports on the situation currently along the India-Pakistan border. On the other side, very short.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 43 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 37 and minimum 23 degrees.
Oh, sorry.
Ui, ada.
Maya, oh.
Co-powered by Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited.
Good evening. You're joining us on our rolling coverage of the current conflict between India and Pakistan. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Over the next 1 hour, I'll be getting you ground reports on the situation from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat. As every night for the last few days, we've been seeing Pakistan resorting to strikes on cities, on civilian settlements and on military establishments. We'll be tracking the latest updates of what's the situation currently in all of the border towns. Our biggest team of reporters are on the ground. They're going to be joining me over the course of the next 60 minutes. Let's begin this broadcast with the headlines first. India exposes Pakistan's dirty tricks. Pakistan used civilian planes to shield themselves, tried to attack places of worship and spark communal tension. Pakistan sent nearly 500 drones to target Indian cities. Pakistan used Turkish drones in aerial attack attempt. Pak tried to hit military infra but suffered heavy damages after India's response. Prime Minister Modi and Mantris in huddles. Prime Minister Modi monitors situation. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs border security meet. Rajnath meets the three service chiefs. Seven infiltrators killed in Samba of Jammu. Suspected Jaish terrorist killed amid India-Pak conflict. Undetonated Chinese missile in Punjab field. Chinese PL-15 air-to-air missile recovered, likely from downed Pak JF-17 jet. Pakistan Defence Minister's bizarre logic says Pakistan didn't intercept Indian drones to maintain secrecy of its defence locations. Pakistan is now a global laughing stock. Let's begin with the latest updates that are coming in of the Prime Minister currently in a meeting with the 3 service chiefs, with the Chief of Defence Staff and with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. So the highest level of security meet that's currently taking place at the Prime Minister's residence. The 3 service chiefs are in attendance. The Chief of Defence Staff is there. Rajnath Singh is there. So is the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. So the biggest security leadership all coming together at a time when you've been seeing this conflict between India and Pakistan, and constantly Pakistan attempting to strike our military establishments and towns that are bordering Pakistan. Now you're seeing this meeting taking place, perhaps the Prime Minister getting a sense of what's really happening and figuring out the next course of action. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining us with more details. So on this, Aishwarya, at this point, of course, with the meeting underway and the sensitive nature of what's happening, we're not really expecting any details to emerge of the takeaways of that huddle, but safe to assume that this is also going to be a briefing on what's the current situation along the India-Pakistan border to the Prime Minister.
Well, definitely. All the details will be told to the Prime Minister, and most importantly, Akshita, what needs to be done next? How prepared is India? What's the global scenario? Which are the countries which are standing with India? Which are the countries which are actually backing Pakistan? Because we have a certain one thing that those drones were Turkish, so which means it is Turkey which is backing Pakistan and in fact even giving it arms and ammunition. So what needs to be done next? Maybe there are a few calls that Prime Minister Narendra Modi or the MEA or the External Affairs Minister will now have to make. So all those things will now be decided. And also one of the crucial things that we will see coming out of the meeting, what has happened over the past 48, what has happened over the past 24 hours, all the details. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already been briefed about it, but in this crucial meeting that is taking place now, the next course of action, that's something that we will see being decided. This is the highest level of meeting that can take place. What will happen tonight, what will happen in the next 48 hours, in the next 24 hours, all those things will be spelled out, and how India needs to be prepared. That's also something that will be decided in this very crucial meeting. Akshita.
Okay, I'd like to also bring in Shivani Sharma for the latest updates on this particular meeting that's underway. It follows also a meeting that took place this morning, Shivani, of the Defence Minister with the Chief of Defence Staff and the 3 service chiefs. There will be a great deal of focus, really, that our forces will be looking into how to keep responding to Pakistan, because it is expected that Pakistan is going to continue attempting these kind of strikes, of firing non-stop, small-range, cheap rockets at India.
Akshita, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been monitoring the whole operation since it started last evening, and this is also a part of protocol. When we see the defence chiefs meeting the Prime Minister, earlier in the day we saw how a review meeting happened with the Defence Minister and the 3 service chiefs, and once again now we are seeing that Prime Minister is meeting the service chiefs, but he has been monitoring and he was being conveyed about of all the developments of this operation through the night and also in the morning. So he is tracking every detail, but this meeting, as we see, is a part of the protocol too, Akshita, because here the service chiefs are meeting, the NSA is meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he is being briefed about the whole operation that is still going on, the vigil India maintains along the borders, both in the skies and on the land, what Pakistan has been doing. Meanwhile, when I'm reporting from Uri, I must tell our viewers that the shelling here has once again started, Akshita, while there are deliberations on in New Delhi. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi is closely tracking all the details of these operations.
Okay, Shivani, stay safe out there. Shivani telling us that in Uri currently the shelling has begun again by the Pakistan army. We will be tracking those updates. Shivani, I'll request you to stay with me. I'll just round up for our viewers how we've been seeing back-to-back meetings taking place in Delhi as well. We're seeing the conflict play out in the India-Pakistan border, but perhaps the biggest decisions being taken right now in the national capital. You had one meeting first of the defence minister, in fact, reviewing ops with the CDS and 3 service chiefs. We'll flip that around. We apologize for that particular picture. But let's also take a look at how the Home, Finance and Health ministries held separate meetings. The Agriculture Minister also held a meeting. You had the Finance Minister holding another round of meeting. And then the Chief Ministers of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat holding security review meets as well. So those are the updates essentially that have come in on the meetings. What you can see there is a clear thread of all the ministers holding respective meetings to ensure that they all work in collaboration right now. With the conflict playing out in the manner that it is, the health ministry has a big role to play, the finance ministry has a big role to play. So all of them ensuring that they kind of pull their weight and keep the country really intact in the sense of ensuring that there is no sort of reaction or impact of the conflict on the common man, on every citizen across the country. So that's why every ministry right now is holding review meets. Chief ministers also holding review meets on the kind of security. So hours after striking Pakistan with precision, India has exposed Pakistan's dirty game yet again. I want to take you through what really the Ministry of External Affairs has said. In their briefing today, they've actually revealed that Pakistan did not close its airspace last night and allowed civilian aircraft to operate. What does that mean? That several passenger flights, domestic and international, were flying near the international border between India and Pakistan, and at the exact same time that Pakistan was launching drone attacks on Indian cities, Indian towns. Pakistan was clearly doing this to ensure that there's no counter from India. If we counter, there was a risk of hitting civilian aircraft. So as the MEA put it, the IAF, our Air Force, showed great restraint to ensure civilians aren't hit, and so that particular aircraft that was flying at the exact same time as Pakistan was firing its drones and missiles isn't hit by any chance. So to ensure that, Pakistan resorted to these kind of cheap tricks of actually putting its own citizens at risk. And that's not all. Pakistan also has started now targeting places of worship with a particular design. It's targeted temples, it's targeted gurudwaras, it's targeted even convents, churches, essentially to try and give a communal color to this entire conflict. It's not worked so far because we as a country are united in this conflict. Keeping these dirty tricks in mind, India has now also in a big step suspended the Kartarpur Sahib corridor till further directions.
Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan. As you have seen, the airspace on the Indian side is absolutely devoid of civil air traffic due to our declared closure. However, there are civil airlines flying the air route between Karachi and Lahore. Amongst the other civil aircraft that you can see, we have highlighted an aircraft which is Airbus 320 of Flynas Aviation, which was originated from Dammam at 1750 hours and landed later at Lahore at 2110 hours in the night. Indian Air Force demonstrated considerable restraint in its response, thus ensuring safety of international civil carriers.
These provocative and escalatory actions that were taken by Pakistan last night were targeted at Indian cities and civilian infrastructure, in addition to some military targets. The Indian Armed Forces responded proportionately, adequately, and responsibly. As we saw in the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is again trying desperately to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. Again, we are not surprised. India's steadfast unity in itself is a challenge to Pakistan. In addition, that we would attack our own cities is the kind of deranged fantasy that only the Pakistani state can come up with. Perhaps they do it because they are well versed in such action as their history would show. The Gurdwara in Punch in particular was attacked by Pakistan, and some local members of the Sikh community, including a Ragi of the Gurdwara, lost their lives in this incident, as I shared yesterday.
I'll bring it in. Shivani Sharma for more details really on clearly Pakistan resorting to dirty tricks of using civilians as a shield. And Shivani, the Indian government confirming, that the IAF didn't strike back because of the risk of civilians also being hurt. The civilian aircraft movement is what stalled us. There was a counter, yes, from India. We hit their radars, but couldn't go beyond that because of the civilian aircraft.
Certainly, Akshita, Pakistan has not only put its own airliners, but the international airliners at risk by not closing the airspace because it knew that there will be retaliatory action after it will be attacking India with those swarm drones or around 400 to 500 drones. And it deliberately did not do so because it now wanted to use these airliners as a shield for itself because it knows India will not be attacking the innocent people who were flying on these aircraft. So this is once again a very dirty trick that Pakistan has played and has been exposed ever and ever again each time, Akshita. And India has shown restraint in this whole operation by not attacking this region because of these airliners that were flying close to the international border in Pakistan's airspace. And we've already closed our operations keeping in mind the safety of people and airliners, not only national but international. So this is yet again a dirty trick that has been played by Pakistan.
We've ensured civilians are safe. We're not playing with their lives, which is why we've closed off most of the airports along North and West India, fearing that there could be a strike by Pakistan. They're not about it. They continue to target civilians brazenly, not just Indians, but clearly willing to put their own at risk as well. Shivani getting us those details. I just want to also focus on another aspect of the briefing, which is that you had Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, highlighting the kind of drones that were used by Pakistan. 300 to 400 Turkish drones were used by Pakistan to target India in the night of Thursday and Friday. All of these drones, of course, were brought down using kinetic and non-kinetic means. Wing Commander Vyomika Singh also highlighted how Pakistan didn't close off its airspace, which we've spoken about, and also about how Pakistan was resorting to firing of heavy caliber weapons along the LOC.
On the intervening night of 8th-9th May 2025, Pakistan military carried out multiple violations of Indian airspace along the entire western border with an intent to target military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and line of control, drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sar Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence. Forensic examination of the drone debris is being undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Guard Songa drone of Turkey.
The other point in the same vein is Pakistani claims that they did not target or attack any religious places. You would recall that yesterday I shared with you an incident related to the attack on a Gurdwara in Punch. Instead of owning up to these attacks, Pakistan made the preposterous and outrageous claim that it was the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian Air Force that was targeting cities like Amritsar and trying to put the blame on Pakistan. This is nothing but a desperate attempt by Pakistan to disown its acts of aggression, but it is also true to type in its effort to deceive and mislead the world. It will not succeed.
Okay, let's get you a quick update that's coming in right now of the Prime Minister having met a group of armed forces veterans today. This happened earlier today when the Prime Minister had an extensive interaction with veterans on various issues of the current situation. So who was a part of this meeting? We understand that former Air Force chiefs, former Army chiefs, former Navy chiefs, other veterans who've extensively served the country All of them were a part of this huddle. I'll bring in Shivani for more on that. Important really, Shivani, to highlight this particular development. Perhaps the Prime Minister also picking their brains. These are veterans who've served in the country for decades together. Their experience also will help India in this conflict.
Akshita, veterans indeed are, they have great experience, and when the country is undertaking such an unprecedented kind of operation, it's important to know about what they think, and it's important to keep them into confidence, because Prime Minister has been keeping into confidence everybody, the political parties, the veterans here he met today. The chiefs have already been meeting and briefing Prime Minister. And as we see that Prime Minister is meeting the former chiefs of the services, this means that he's taking certain guidance from them. He's also briefing them about what's happening, giving an assurance to them, and also taking their responses and feedback on what can be done further in this kind of a situation. So this is important, and an important development out there, Akshita, when country is in such a situation, when it is hitting back every misadventure of Pakistan, exposing its dirty tricks, not only the military tricks by Pakistan, but on the other front, the fake diplomacy it has been bringing out, and the fake narrative it has been setting. So it's important to keep everybody in confidence, to seek their guidance, because veterans have led the country, the nation, the forces for decades. And at this juncture, their guidance is also important. And that's why Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met these former chiefs of the
their
services.
Experience can help a great deal in understanding how to address this conflict, how to deal with it militarily, also how to respond. Shivani, thanks for the moment for joining us with those details. I'll request you to stay on with me. I'll just round up for all of our viewers joining us on this broadcast all the updates that have come in the last 24 hours. We've seen a lot of discussions, meetings and updates coming in from the border. Let's round this up for you. Hours after India thwarted a wave of drone and missile attacks by Pakistan targeting military installations, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, and the 3 service chiefs in Delhi. Our forces gave a befitting reply to Pakistan last night, destroying several Pakistan posts as well. The Indian Army shared a video of a post being destroyed in these airstrikes. Amid the escalating tensions, BSF foiled a major infiltration bid. This is in Jammu and Kashmir, Samba. At least 7 terrorists were neutralized. These terrorists were affiliated with the Pakistan-based terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed, were likely attempting to exploit the volatile situation to infiltrate into India. The government has granted the army chief expanded authority to go ahead and mobilize the Territorial Army amid escalating tensions with Pakistan. The Territorial Army is known essentially as the second line of defense and can be asked to assist our forces in times of conflict, in times of tension. Political tensions between India and Pakistan has compelled the richest cricket board to the BCCI. India's largest oil firm, the Indian Oil Corporation, has allayed the fears of citizens and has said that ample stocks of petrol, diesel and cooking gas LPG are available in the country. There's no need for panic buying of fuel. Amid growing concerns over the potential threat of cyber attacks, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman chaired a review meet to assess the cyber security preparedness of India's banks and financial institutions. During the meeting, Nirmala Sitharaman asked all banks to remain fully alert and prepared to deal with any eventuality or crisis. Okay, let's get you also an update that's coming in from the border of heavy shelling that's been reported in Uri. Again, the Pakistan army resorting to violating the ceasefire. And now news coming in that shelling also being reported in Poonch. Poonch and Uri have been the worst affected with the ceasefire violations in the last many weeks, with the Pakistan army since the Pahalgam terror attack targeting civilian settlements, villages of Poonch and Uri. As a result of which, unfortunately, we've seen civilian casualty counts going above 15 in just these two villages in Poonch as well as in Uri. Shelling again kicking off as the sun comes down. This unfortunately has become a habit of the Pakistan army to constantly fire at villages in Poonch and in Uri. Easy targets for them. And so what we've also done right now is a precautionary measure looking at how things are escalating. Most of these civilian settlements, these pockets, have been evacuated right now to ensure that the casualty count doesn't go up and the civilians who live in these areas are immediately moved to safer spots. Kamaljit Sandhu is joining us with more details on the current situation. Kamaljit, already news trickling in of ceasefire violations by the Pakistan army from April 22nd. We've been constantly reporting on every single night the Pakistan army resorting to this kind of a provocation. Right now we understand shelling being reported in Uri as well as in Poonch, Kamaljit.
Overnight, over a fortnight now, there has been constant RT shelling as well as crossfire arm exchange. So there is where there is information coming in that in Poonch city itself, there is shelling going on now. Remember, it's Thursday. By Friday, we do expect the intensity could be much more. But very clearly, there seems to be a high alert. Shops are all shut, both in Poonch as well as in Rajouri. A blackout will be happening in a short while from now as the sun really sets here. But clearly, tensions are mounting, definitely, because situation remains uncertain, unprecedented to a certain extent. What we've seen in overnight shelling is a more number of people whose houses have been impacted. There have been some injuries, but clearly, it's an uncertain life at line of control, especially when people who are actually facing Pakistan-occupied Kashmir right across. Now there are artillery units of Pakistan which are facing the Indian civilians, and this is where they have been targeting innocent civilians across line of control. This is obviously a violation of treaty, but remember the ceasefire came into effect way back in November 2003. But meanwhile, as things become turbulent between India and Pakistan and escalating tension, what we've seen is not just blackouts happening, sirens going off, but also that there is a ground situation where people have actually left homes to move to safer places, but not everybody can afford to do that. A lot of people we spoke to are actually the brave hearts who continue to stay, several of them utilizing even community bunkers, but Poonch in specific is very, very close to the line of control. The town itself is in direct fire, and that is why we know as far as the school getting targeted, the Gurdwara, the Gita Mandir, all that getting targeted and getting a fire from across, and this is where life becomes really uncertain as far as those residents are concerned. But definitely there is the strength of the Indian army. We know the police has been standing its ground. The hospitals at this point of time are fully functional, but clearly as far as Pakistan's nefarious designs are concerned, we know there is a constant effort, especially when they fire artillery shells on innocent civilians.
All right, Kamalji, just stay with me. Let's just take a look at what happened last night. The images that came in essentially of Pakistan attempting to strike different parts of India along north and west. And as we get to those updates really of what happened last night versus what's the situation now, I'd like to introduce all of our reporters on this broadcast. We've got Munish Pandey, Kamaljit Sandhu, who's been reporting for us. Of course, Amit Bharadwaj, Mir Fareed, Maushmi Singh, Asim Bassi also with us. Thank you all for joining us. And I understand, of course, that many of you are right now at the border towns and border positions, which did see Pakistan attempting to strike these towns earlier, which is why we're also not going to be giving out details for our viewers as to exactly where our reporters are joining us from, because these are very sensitive locations. Let me begin first with Munish Pandey. Munish, It's been since last night, about 35 minutes, which is when we saw those strikes or attempted strikes taking place. Since then, it's been largely peaceful, but we understand that there are a number of steps being taken, precautionary steps right now for tonight as well.
Absolutely, Akshita, and what the administration and the armed forces have witnessed from last 2 days, they expect that Pakistan will do the same, what they are doing in the Rajouri area today. So, number of steps have been taken. The blackout has been called in most of the areas at India-Pakistan border. Today, while I was in the India-Pakistan border, what we saw that there was a missile fired from the Pakistani side, which was partially undifused, and at 11 o'clock this morning, the army went and defused that particular missile. Also, there were drone attacks which were carried out by the Pakistani side, but it was again neutralized by the Indian Air Force. So the armed forces are retaliating in the befitting manner, but as far as Pakistan is concerned, right from using the artillery to the drones to the missiles, they are using everything. So far, India is, behaving responsibly, and armed forces have neutralized all those drones, but it is expected that Pakistan will not stop here. They will again try to do the same, and that is why even this night is going to be extremely crucial as far as where I am located right now, Akshita.
Okay, I'll bring in now Amit Bharadwaj also for updates really on the current situation where you are, Amit. These are border states essentially that our reporters are getting us the latest updates from. And while we're reporting on shelling being reported in border districts, I did see your report earlier where you spoke to some of the locals who've been very badly affected as a result of the shelling. We understand most of these areas now have been evacuated.
Right, Akshata. That's what the administration has been doing all through the day today, because you also had Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha on the ground trying to assess the situation on the ground as to how things are unfolding, what is the amount of damage, how the evacuation is being carried out, especially from the villages which is far off from the Uri town. There's an army picket out there, a checkpoint after the Uri town, and these are the villages which has been actually heavily damaged by the artillery and shelling which has been done in indiscriminate manner by the Pakistani forces. Villages like Salamabad, for that matter, Kalgai, all these villages have been through worse that they have seen in the past 2 decades. So most of them have been evacuated, but many are still choosing to stay back. Why? Because they have their homes there, their cattle there. They don't want to leave their home and cattle right behind them. So they decided that their children and women should be sent back to safer places in Baramulla or other areas which has been identified by the administration to be slightly safer from these line of control villages. Nothing is out of line of fire. One thing, but second thing that needs to be really outlined out here is that when I was traveling through Baramulla up till the line of control villages through the day, every local was continuously talking about that, because the shelling is not happening, artillery attack is not happening, it means an uneasy calm, and they were hoping for worse that could come by the evening, and exactly that is what is happening along the line of control villages right now. Heavy artillery and shelling is being fired from the other side. Obviously, the Indian forces would be responding in befitting manner to this cowardly attacks, but we also need to understand that which areas are under fire right now in Uri sector, in the Pir Panjal area. These are areas where villages have been living, civilian infrastructure is in place, but also hydro projects of India are located, military bases are located. So in a very strategic manner, Pakistan is not only attacking our innocent civilians who have not seen this kind of artillery or shelling for the past 2 decades, but they are also trying, at least there's an attempt to reach our establishments, which so far our forces have been
unsuccessful so far. And a step towards that, which has also greatly helped, is that air defense system we have, but also keeping in mind the basic precautionary measures. Amir Farid is joining us live from Jammu and Kashmir. We're not giving specific locations. Let me reiterate that. We're not giving specific locations of where our reporters are because of the sensitive times that we're living in of this conflict right now. So Amir, across Jammu and Kashmir right now, there is a state of high alert. Authorities leaving nothing to chance. So even whether Pakistan attempts to strike tonight or no, we don't know. But we are ensuring we're fully prepared, come what may.
Well, Akshita, it's becoming a trend, and it seems that's going to be another long, frightful night for the border residents and for everyone, in fact, in Jammu and Kashmir, especially because as the trend is, last few days, we've seen days peaceful, but as the evening descends, as darkness descends, the gunfire starts. Now, Uri, the firing has started. We've been told that it's heavy arty firing that has started. Sirens have gone off for the locals to run to safety. Already there are many people who have been taken back from the forward lines, from the line of fire, taken to shelters, bomb shelters, and then also in Poonch we're getting reports that firing has restarted. So this is a trend. It's being followed from last many days, and it seems that as the night progresses, this intensity of fire is only going to increase, and we may probably see more and more sectors being involved by Pakistan Army. Now we also know that they have the Chinese imprints on whatever Pakistan is doing right now as far as their weapon systems are concerned is clear. If it was J-10 in the aerial fight or the dog fight, the missiles, long-range missiles of China, you have the BH-15 artillery guns that Pakistan acquired in 2019 from China. They have a 53-kilometer range with the precision ammunition. So that is something that is getting clear, which each passing day, when you see the Pakistani response or their weapon systems, it clearly has a Chinese footprint all along. And in this case also, the kind of artillery and the kind of range Pakistan is showing in this firing, it definitely is Chinese weapons that have come in, and heavy artillery that is firing long range to areas like Chokibal, which have not been hit in Kupwara, which is again quite deep into the Indian area as far as LOC is concerned. So that is also something that is happening, but I can tell you the Indian Army is retaliating in equal measure, and in Poonch and in Uri also the Indian Army guns, the artillery is firing and ensuring that fitting reply is given. But it is another long night, it seems, and probably as the night goes deeper, we'll see more intensity and more firing as far as line of control areas is concerned from Pakistani side. But
okay,
India
let's talk
is
about
ready,
what's
and as
really
far as
happening
other
in parts
measures are
of
concerned,
Pakistan, and I'd like to put the focus essentially on the strikes that happened last night. Let's change up the visuals so on our screens to what happened last night in the Pakistan strikes. Let's get in also on this broadcast Maushmi Singh, who's joining us live right now from one of the border areas of Punjab, which also saw these Pakistan strikes last night, Maushmi. So get us a sense really of what's happened in Punjab. We know that several of the schools, colleges have been shut down. Airports have also been shut down because the message is very clear. We don't want any civilians to be hurt in these conflicts.
Right, Akshita. From Leh to Sir Creek, almost 36 locations, more than 300, 400 drones being used by Pakistan, of course decimated by India a day earlier. Now in the villages on the bordering areas of the international border, there is a calm prevailing. There is a sense of inevitability. The villagers sense that perhaps imminent war is on the cards, and as much as they love their cattle, their field, their family, they are not leaving these villages, and they are prepared for any eventuality. I have seen through the day crisscrossing across several villages, and I have seen a very strong resolve of steel. They are battle hardened. Yeah. They've seen some wars and conflicts that have happened being very close to the border, and I've seen that ex-military personnel training young children about how to react when there is a splinter bomb, if there is a blast. So, this is going to be a long night for them, and shortly, within 2 hours, there's going to be a blackout. And let me tell you, villagers have cut off street lights, they have inverters, but they don't use it, and they are in tandem working together with the security forces here.
Amazing to see, and that's the resolve essentially of the locals also, who are standing shoulder to shoulder with our forces, helping in every way they can, cooperating also with all of the orders that are being issued. Asim Bassi is also joining us live from Punjab right now. And Asim, right now the administration of course has taken all of these precautionary steps to ensure nobody is in harm's way. You've been reporting constantly also on how there's been debris that's been found in the aftermath of these strikes by Pakistan last night.
Yeah, today also we reported that how one of the missiles which was shot down the day before the misadventure of Pakistan, that missile was diffused, and you heard the explosion, the kind of explosion that came up. I'm in a border district, and here only the administration has geared up, and they have already announced that there will not be any mock drill, just sirens will blow and the blackout will happen any time. So the people have told to be prepared and not turn on their lights. I was in the border entire day also. In village Mahawar, the people were very, very upbeat. They say, we have seen the wars of 1971, 1965, and we have seen that Pakistan has always taken the beating. And this time also, they say that they will not leave their villages, they will not leave anything behind, but they will fight along with the Indian troops to take on the enemy nation.
Okay, Asim, thanks for that update. Finally, I'll just get in a quick update from Kamaljeet, who's joining us live from one of the border areas in Jammu and Kashmir. Kamaljeet, we're already getting in troubling reports of shelling by the Pakistan Army in Uri and in Poonch. And these areas have been particularly vulnerable also because of how close they are to the border. And the Pakistan Army isn't targeting, the forward posts. They are targeting directly these villages.
Well, absolutely. The next 24 to 48 hours could be extremely crucial. The sort of intelligence which has been coming in, there is a sense that there could be an imminent strike, because remember, the spy drones were sent in earlier. There were swarm drones which were dealt with very, very effectively. But yes, Pakistan does hold a surprise card. There is a preparation, and that is why all those mock drills, closing down of airports in North India, to ensure that the systems are in place and they work in tandem with each other. The proximity of obviously those staying in line of control, those across our international border, those are areas which have in the past, as Asim was telling about 1971. So they have seen skirmishes happening. They have seen and borne the brunt of shelling earlier. But November 2003, as I mentioned earlier, was a benchmark, because that's the time there was a ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan. But that now totally stands in tatters, because remember, there's a constant threat coming in from Pakistan. And one thing is definitely there. They're not just targeting the military installations. What they're going after is also the innocent civilians. And that is why what we saw is huge number of casualty. At least 14 people died in Poonch. There was injuries as well as deaths even in Uri. So these are the two sectors which have taken maximum brunt as far as Pakistan shelling is concerned, and there's no end to it, because remember, there is an uncertain situation and that may persist for the next few days. But what we've been told is the next 24 to 48 hours could be extremely sensitive and crucial, especially in these particular sectors, as well as some of the major metro cities that could also be under the radar as far as Pakistan is concerned.
We hope not, Kamaljeet, and we will hope that we see a peaceful night go through. What we've been seeing is Pakistan resorting to shelling ceasefire violations along the LOC, coupled with these kind of missile and drone strikes to kind of target our forces from every possible corner. And yet we've been able to repel every one of these strikes. Thank you all very much. Stay safe out there. We'll keep coming across to Munish, Kamaljeet, Amit, Mir, Moshmi and Asim for all of those updates, as they very bravely deployed across these border towns that are being targeted right now by the Pakistan forces. We'll see really what happens tonight. Like I said, we hope that things remain peaceful tonight across these border towns. Of course, all of that relies on how Pakistan chooses to respond, and whether they will resort to again attempting to strike civilian areas and military establishments, cutting across Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. I'm slipping into a very, very short break here on India Today. We're going to continue getting you a sense of what's happening on the ground on the other side for a very short break.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Over 50 Pakistani drones and 8 missiles destroyed. IPL suspended for a week amid tensions. Indigo cancels flights to border areas.
An India Today world exclusive. 2010 India Today inside Muridke.
A safe haven for terrorists. Pakistan uses terror as part of state policy.
2025 Muridke terror hubs wiped out.
Big story coming in. Muridke has been targeted. Oh my God, the terror epicenter has been targeted. Information just coming in. Indian missiles have struck the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Muridke has been bombed. It's a big, big story. This is India's Operation Synindhur.
The line of clarity with God of Sawan. Only on India Today.
The shrapnel marks on these walls reminds me the picture that I witnessed in 2019 post Balakot airstrike by Indian forces on the terror camps in Pakistan. What I see here, that how Pakistan used long guns, the long barrels, to target the civilian areas, and these are the documented evidence. The footprints of their act is quite visible in Punch, and this is exactly what unfolded during 2019 when they targeted civilian areas. As in Punch, what is known for that Pakistan having advantage of the height, they often target civilian areas. So after 29, and this create literally a panic and sense of fear amongst the people. They're targeting civilian areas with the long guns, and this shows that how scared Pakistan was after the airstrike carried against the terror camps, which was in response of the Pahalgam terror attack.
And amid tensions between India and Pakistan, India making it clear to Pakistan that they must ensure they weed out terror from the country. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has again called out Pakistan, reiterating that terrorism is a shared threat to the world, not just a problem that India faces. The External Affairs Minister has highlighted again that India's resolute response against those harboring terrorists, against terror, is underway. Listen in to Dr. S. Jaishankar.
We also meet at a time when India is confronting the challenge of terrorism, one that is a shared threat to the international community. I thank those who have expressed solidarity with us and understand the resolute response that is underway.
So India stands very, very clear on the conflict with Pakistan, that we will not allow terrorism to seep into our soil and stand by and watch. Now, ever since the strikes began on Pakistan, social media is buzzing with all sorts of fake news. And we separate for you fact versus fiction. Let's take a look at some of the myths busted. Now, the first one on your screens, a video claiming to be of a drone attack in Jalandhar was widely being circulated to create panic as well. I'm sure you received this on your WhatsApp. Upon investigation of this video, it's been exposed to be an unrelated video of a farm fire, not of a drone attack. The video, when we investigated, had the timeline of 7:39 p.m., while the drone attack began much later. The same was also backed by the DC of Jalandhar. We reached out to him to confirm what this footage was. He said it's not of a drone attack. Let's get to our next fact check. The claim is that this footage is of an Indian post that was destroyed by the Pakistani army. It's a completely fake video. This video was shared and amplified by a number of fake, unverified accounts. It probably was propagandist material also. Now, we did a fact check of this particular video, found it to be completely false, confirmed it to be staged upon verification. First, because the claims being made is that the Indian post is 20 Raj Battalion. There's no such battalion in the Indian Army. Our next fact check is of an old video being shared on social media. You'd have seen this one all over your social media accounts with the claim that Pakistan has launched a missile attack on India in retaliation. Upon fact-checking this video, it's clear disinformation. This video is actually of an explosion that took place in Beirut of Lebanon back in the year 2020, now resurfaced and being claimed as a Pak missile attack. Completely fake. Fact check 4 on your screens claims that there was a Fidaiin attack on an army brigade in Rajouri of Jammu and Kashmir. Widely shared, widely circulated. This went viral on social media. We did a fact check, and this has been confirmed by the government too, that there's been no such Fidaiin or suicide attack that occurred on any army cantonment. A confidential letter claimed Chief of the Army Staff General V.K. Narayan had sent a confidential letter regarding military preparedness to the Army Officer of the Northern Command. Several loopholes here. First, the most basic is that General V.K. Narayan is not the Chief of Army Staff currently. It is General Dwivedi. So there is the first loophole. This letter is completely fake, manufactured. Then you had this social media post notoriously claiming that the Indian military used the Ambala Air Base to attack Amritsar, its own citizens. And clearly this is 100% false, extremely dangerous propaganda, part of a concerted misinformation campaign. The government also has confirmed that this is not real. Fact check 7 for you on your screens. Posts allegedly shared claiming that entry has been banned into airports across India. Not true at all. This is a fake post, a fake claim, and the government, the Civil Aviation Ministry, has only closed down a few airports along North and West India. In the others, there's additional security measures. They are 100% functional. Our next fact check. there's an image. You'd have seen this one. Videos and images of multiple explosions. And they claimed that this is at the Jammu Air Force Base. Now, in reality, this is an image from way back in August 2021 from the Kabul airport blast, which is now being passed off as explosions at the Jammu Air Force Base. And our next fact check is a video showing a heavy multiple launch rocket system and MLRS barrage being falsely shared as a real Pakistani attack on India. Now, this is actually a video game video. It's been online for the last 3 years, and no, it has no connection to the current India-Pakistan situation. And fact check number 10. Pakistani social media handles resorting to their propaganda, claiming a Su-30 MKI, a Sukhoi, was shot down in Muzaffarabad of POK and that an Indian pilot has been captured alive. We fact check this claim, the video that's been attached there, and it's revealed that this is actually of a crash that had taken place of a Sukhoi back in October 14, 2014 in Maharashtra. Important to highlight that in the fog of war, there are all sorts of claims, counterclaims being made. Do not fall for propaganda. And here on India Today, you can count on us to give you accurate, verified information. I'm slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, it's India First with Gaurav Sawant. He's going to continue our rolling coverage on the India-Pakistan conflict and breaking down for you how India managed to thwart, repel every single strike attempt by Pakistan last night. That's coming up on the other side of a very, very short break.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night? You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
We are right now at the Gingal village in Uri sector, which has witnessed heavy shelling from Pakistan last night, and it continued till morning. And this is an exposed village in the range of the arty fire of Pakistan. We can show you the damage that has been done by these shells on these roads here in this particular village. These are the holes that have been made here. See, these are the big holes that are there in this road. You see, the fortified sheets have been damaged out here. Multiple damages in this whole village. You can see the whole road has been destroyed because of the shelling, the heavy shelling that continued for the night. And while Pakistan was attempting the drone attacks on multiple cities in western border, in Uri sector, there was ceasefire violation with heavy shelling that was happening. The glasses have been broken. There are damages. There are injuries, multiple injuries, which have been reported in this area.
story of courage emerges from grief. Even as a family mourns the brutal murder of a father, Santosh Deshmukh, 18-year-old, Vaibhavi Deshmukh has shown extraordinary resilience by scoring over 85% in her class 12th exams. Santosh Deshmukh, Sarpanch of Masajog village in Maharashtra's Beed district, was killed in December after he resisted an extortion bid made on a wind energy firm. The murder of Santosh Deshmukh led to the resignation of State Minister Dhananjay Munde over his links to accuse Valmik Karad. While the police have filed a charge sheet in the case, one accused is still absconding. In the face of tragedy, Vaibhavi Deshmukh stands as a symbol of strength. Bureau Report, India Today.
Co-powered by the bold look of Kohler. No stress Phenolics.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is having a very crucial meeting, not just with Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, but also the three services chiefs. And this is the first meeting that is being held at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg with this group after the targeting of Terror Central, after the targeting of Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters at Buritke and Jaish-e-Mohammed's important base at Bahawalpur, along with Hizbul Mujahideen's base at Sialkot, along with multiple terror launch pads and bases in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And this after Pakistan sent in 400 drones, rockets and missiles to target 36 different military and civilian locations across Jammu Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. Does this mean Aaj ki Raat, tonight, there will be consequences for a state sponsor of radical Islamist terror? And that is our top focus story on the broadcast.
Hits back after Pakistan escalation.
Airbus 320 जैसा कि आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं.
India's air defense shields shine. Made in India, Akash crushes Pakistan strikes. Sudarshan Chakra's S-400 defense. Pakistan's escalation bid fails. Big focus on India first.
Pakistan's bid to target India failed, but there's one thing that Pakistan by now clearly knows. Pakistan has repeatedly failed. India hasn't failed. Not when those 9 missiles targeted with pinpoint accuracy at all the terror launch pads and hubs. And perhaps now when there will be consequences for Pakistan. Because even this morning, after Pakistan's bid failed, India sent in that Harop kamikaze drone to take out an air defense radar. Very systematically, Pakistan's war-fighting capabilities are being degraded day by day, perhaps hour by hour. But the images that you see on your television screen, they're very dangerous. That's a total blackout across multiple locations all along the international border and the line of control. This isn't just restricted now to either side of Pir Panjal, in Poonch, in Rajouri, in Uri and in Kupwara, but come down, take a look at what's happening in Punjab, including in some of the depth areas. Then come down to what's happening in Rajasthan and in Gujarat. But I'm also showing you what happened through the night yesterday
and what's likely, God forbid, that may happen once again today, because as a precautionary measure, there's a total blackout across the entire border belt. What's extremely significant that various airports in the border belt have been ordered shut till the 15th of the month. I'll get you much more. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. So I want to get you the latest. Last night's escalation by Pakistan was neutralized by Indian forces. Resolute action. Not a single Pakistani missile, drone or rocket found its target. They were destroyed mid-air, decimated. Pakistan's escalation bid was an epic failure. At a crucial briefing earlier this evening, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri made that very clear. Colonel Sofia Qureshi was there. Wing Commander Vyomika Singh was there. India detailed how Pakistan's attempts failed. The drone intrusion, there was an attempt even in Leh. So that's a new area that's opened up. So far, it was restricted to area which was just south of Zojila. Now it's escalated on the other side of Zojila. Remember that Kargil, Dras, Batalik belt going all the way up to Leh. Pakistan's made attempts even in a new sector. There will be consequences for Pakistan because once again, along the line of control in this sector, in the Ladakh sector, the Indian Army is far stronger as Pakistan realized in the Kargil war and subsequent punitive strikes that India carried out. But drone intrusions that were attempted from Leh to Sir Creek in Gujarat, 36 locations, 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using both kinetic means, which is firing your rockets, your missiles, or your Zu-23 anti-aircraft guns. Killer precision these weapons have. I've seen them in action, not just in Kargil, but even subsequently for point defense. They're accurate. Some of them have been modified, and during the course of the broadcast, we'll tell you about some of these beautiful weapons of war and their deadly precision with which they destroy the enemy assets. I'll also tell you about the non-kinetic means, the jammers that have been used, and that is where India's technological advantage, made in India technology, holds India in great stead. In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 Pakistani air defense sites in broad daylight today. And what we were officially told by Government of India, in Pakistan's Punjab province, one of those defense radars, air defense radars of Pakistan, AD radar, that was destroyed. I'll tell you more about it during the broadcast, but first, let's listen in to what the government said.
On the intervening night of 8th-9th May 2025, Pakistan military carry out multiple violations of Indian airspace along the entire western border with an intent to target military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and line of control, drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sir Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence. Forensic examination of the drone debris is being undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Guard Songa drone of Turkey.
So what was India's weapon of choice? In fact, there were multiple, and this is actually India's big strength that Pakistan lacks. Made in India weapons, made in Russia weapons. I'm telling you about all of these in one go. So I want to begin by first talking about the S-400 systems. Take a look at the world's most advanced air defense shield that India has, the S-400 system. And why is the S-400 perhaps the best long-range air defense systems in the world. It's better, arguably, and that's what those who use it say, better than America's THAAD system, the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System of America. So the S-400 system, as you can see, is road mobile. It's based on these vehicles that can quickly be moved from one area to another. One are these canisters which have the missiles. The other is the command and control structure. And the third are those radars. So they scan multiple targets simultaneously up to 600 kilometers away and can destroy them up to 400 kilometers away. What are those targets that they can destroy? They can destroy an incoming aircraft. They can destroy an incoming cruise missile, a ballistic missile, an unmanned aerial vehicle. Multiple targets can be tracked 400 kilometers away. Targets can be destroyed. 160 targets can be shot and destroyed. 72 targets can be engaged simultaneously at various ranges. So this is an amazing system. No one in the world has better. India ordered 5 of these systems at a cost of 39,000 crore rupees. 3 have arrived. The other 2 hopefully should arrive soon. Let me now tell you about the Akash Indigenous Air Defense Missile Shield. Now it's a medium-range surface-to-air missile defense system. So we have the long-range LR-SAMs, we have the MR-SAMs, which is medium-range surface-to-air missile, and this has been developed by the Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, along with BDL, they've worked together on this. The ranges are between 45 kilometers to 70 kilometers. Again, they can engage multiple targets simultaneously, packed with explosives, and it has its own guidance system, which incidentally is made in India. Let me now tell you about the Zu-23 systems, the Shilka self-propelled system with 423mm autocannons. It has a radar. Again, this is made in India, and I want to tell you so much more about this system because it's been developed by India in a way that it can, and modified by India in such a way that it can take out threats up to 20 kilometers away. And the rapid speed of fire of ammunition, 4,000 rounds it can fire per minute, upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition, advanced fire control to take out even small drones, lethal for UAVs. It can take down a helicopter, an enemy helicopter that's coming in your way, and light armored units are using this. Let me also tell you about the L-70. That's a 40mm anti-aircraft gun. Again, modified domestically. It has radars and sensors, includes electro-optic and auto-tracking gear. Fires, can you imagine, 240 to 330 rounds per minute. Effective range, once again, up to 4 kilometers away. So some of these are much older weapons and systems, but they have been modified within the country. They can actually saturate the airspace with predictive firepower. So can any Pakistani drone or rocket or missile come into your country when you have this kind of system? And who better than my colleague Sandeep Unnithan to tell us more about this system by system right now on this special broadcast. Sandeep, tell us about this entire gamut, the entire gamut of India's air defense system. And Sandeep, it's all integrated.
Absolutely, Gaurav. It has what we call an integrated air defense command and control network that's controlled by the Indian Air Force. It has various weapons that you've just described in arranged. It's a multi-tiered system of weapons. It's arranged according to the engagement range of each system. So you have the short range, which starts with the Igla M missile, which are shoulder-fired missiles that have a range of about 5 kilometers, and it goes to the medium-range missiles, which are the Akash, which are the Barak 8, which are Spider missiles, and then finally it goes on to the long-range missile capability, which is missiles that can target over 100 kilometers away. That's where the S-400 comes in. So it's a very complex network of all of these radars, systems, and missiles. We've integrated indigenous weapons, the indigenous guns, missiles, Israeli missiles, Russian missiles, all of this in this one fascinating air defense network that protects all of our vital areas, vital positions. And we saw some of that kick into action yesterday when Pakistan launched that, massive barrage of drones. And, the other aspect of this air defense network, Gaurav, is now given how, high threat, the kind of threat level that we are facing with drones, you have a counter UAS grid that's being set up. We saw the first mention of that yesterday in the press note where the Defense Ministry said that the counter UAS drone system had shot down several incoming drones. And now this counter UAS system uses hard kill and soft kill measures, the hard kill being fast firing guns, the soft kill being jammers, electronic warfare systems that analyze the threat as it comes in and neutralizes them. So it's overall it's a very complicated air defense network that we have set up, Gaurav, a very comprehensive, multi-layered, multi-channel air defense network that we've set up over several decades. And this is only going to get better, Gaurav. And
you know what's absolutely fascinating, Sandeep? It's not a single service operation. The Army can do it, the Air Force can do it, and they do it together in such a beautiful way. The Army for tactical operations and the Air Force for strategic operations, and yet so beautifully integrated. Like some of the stuff that's been that was taken down, the enemy drones that were coming in were taken down by the Zu-23s. These are, Second World War equipment, rapid fire, and they can just take down an incoming rocket or drone. It just shows the Army and the Air Force, they operate so well together.
Absolutely, Gaurav. In fact, the one interesting observation here is that in the era of drones and drone warfare, the gun, the anti-aircraft gun has made a remarkable comeback. And, weapons that you were talking of, like the Zu-23, the twin-barreled Soviet-built anti-aircraft cannon, the L-70, the venerable L-70 made during the Second World War in the 1940s, more than 80 years ago, that's come back into service, modernized, of course, by Bharat Electronics. And these are the frontline assets, frontline kinetic assets to bring down drones. Because these slow-moving drones, you don't want to engage them with your high-end, top-end missiles. You would want to use these fairly expendable, fairly inexpensive, fast-firing cannons, and which is what the military seems to have done. And the Army, Gaurav, as you were mentioning, the Army has its own air defense requirements. Some of it is integrated with the Indian Air Force. The Army operates the L-70 guns, of course, the Army Air Defense Corps. They have their own missiles, short and medium-range missiles, which are meant for either protecting vital areas, vital positions like, military installations, air bases and all that. And also, of course, for the strike formations,
the Tungushkas.
The Tungushkas, the Quadrats, these provide mobile air defense coverage for our strike corps and their associated formations. So it's a very interesting and a very complicated, integrated network of various air defense assets. And the interesting part, Gaurav, is that increasingly a lot of these assets are coming in from indigenous sources. You have the Akash and its variants. You have the Akash new generation, next generation. You have the VSHORAD that's coming into service now, and many other such systems. You have the QR SAM, the quick reaction SAM, the Barak 8, which is an Israeli system, but which is built with in a joint venture with India. That's also being indigenized. So what you're looking at is overall a huge investment in air defense networks, air defense coverage, radars, missiles, sensors, and of course, counter UAS, counter drone systems, Gaurav.
Okay, stay with me, and it's so fascinating. I want to bring in Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor into this conversation. And Air Marshal Kapoor, this is absolutely spellbinding, the manner in which Pakistan sent in 400 rockets, missiles, drones. We're told some was just to test our air defense systems, and the manner in which all the way from Leh to Sir Creek on the map of India, I want to show you that vast expanse. So 3,500 kilometers approximately of the international border, 770 kilometers of the line of control, and then 110 kilometers of the actual ground position line. We are dominating all over, Air Marshal. Your appreciation of the manner in which the strike package came and how that strike of Pakistan failed?
See, Gaurav, there are two things. One, I've been telling on your program, the Chinese weapons have never been utilized. So Chinese would be seeing the performance of their JF-17s, J-10, the missiles, air-to-air missiles, some pictures they showed this morning.
The PL-15s, air-to-air missiles.
They are wanting to see how they are performing, to make changes, because in the end, they have to fight against the Western platforms if they have to do something in Taiwan or some area. So this is a testing ground for Chinese too. The Chinese equipment, the aeroplanes, have never been utilized in any campaign till now. This is the first time in the history. So these drones, which may be mainly of Chinese origin, would be sent in swarms to see two, three things. One, their feasibility, how they are able to penetrate our air defense systems, how well, and the location of our... It's a cheap way to find where our sensors are. Because they send a swarm, our radars open up, so this gives our location. So this is another way, because... So what in my appreciation would have happened is that we have not fired as many missiles, and we have taken them through electronic warfare means, wherein we actually have not dispensed with weapons. Now, I told in the program in the morning also, for the benefit of the viewers who are watching now, the big shield, like just say in a game of rugby, there is 2-3 guys who are standing behind and guarding the whole thing, is S-400. Yes. So S-400 is the main thing which is preventing them to come this side. Because
Sudarshan Chakra.
Yes, Sudarshan Chakra in 2021, against all odds, against the government, the oppositions saying that we can build hospitals with this, we can build highways with this. The 15 cities that have been protected 2 nights before is because of S-400s. Because we have integrated with our DRDO, our weapons and our sensors, and integration with the army equipment. So all this is paying dividend now. So there is absolute integration in the border between the Air Force and the army. Plus,
You're making a very important point. And on the Chinese equipment that you speak of, for the benefit of our viewers, I want each and every viewer to understand how China has armed Pakistan, as many would argue, only to fight India. Now, take a look at some of the equipment that the Pakistanis are using in the current fight. And I want to begin by talking about that missile, that air-to-air missile, PL-15, air-to-air missile, which was recovered from a field in Hoshiarpur. Now, this missile is believed to have been fired from a Pakistani JF-17 Thunder aircraft, again of Chinese origin. It was shot down from what sources in the Indian Air Force tell India Today, from the Akash Made in India air defense system, missile air defense shield. Now, this missile failed to detonate on impact, and this missile would be a gold mine of information. So let me tell you a little more about the PL-15. It's a BVR, that means it's a beyond visual range air-to-air missile. It's the latest missile in the inventory of the PLAF, the People's Liberation Army Air Force, or the Chinese Air Force. The operational range is between 160 to 200 kilometers. That is what the Chinese say. It can kill an aircraft 200 kilometers away. So the Pakistanis don't even have to cross the international border, the line of control. From inside their territory, they can fire inside Indian territory and hope to take down an aircraft. It's a radar-guided air-to-air missile. It's resistant to jamming by the adversary. The speed, and this is where detecting and neutralizing it, according to the Chinese or according to data that's available, becomes extremely, extremely difficult, because it's extremely faster, 3 times, 4 times, some argue 5 times the speed of sound fired either from a JF-17 Thunder, again Chinese origin, J-10C multi-role Chinese fighter, again Chinese origin. So let's take this one by one. The recovery of this missile air-to-air missile and virtually intact, Sandeep. A gold mine not just for India, but also for the United States of America.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Intelligence gold mine, you nailed it. This is possibly one of the most significant recoveries in this current standoff. Our scientists are studying it even as we speak because they want to understand the capabilities of this beyond visual range missile, which people have only heard of. We've seen models of it in air exhibitions, but we've never seen a real PL-15. And the most interested people in this missile, the United States would be very, very interested in seeing this missile up close, Gaurav. They would want to see the kind of, the metallurgy of the missile, how it's able to fly so fast, and what are the kind of sensors, and most importantly, what are the kind of seekers that this missile uses to lock onto the target. Because, Gaurav, this is the kind of air-to-air weaponry that the United States is going to face if and when there is a conflict over Taiwan in East Asia. So this is something that the United States would want to look at very, very closely, study this. Possibly it could be high on the agenda of any future India-US joint collaboration effort, or even any kind of, technology exchange, you can call it that. They would want to look at this missile system very closely, study it, and, develop countermeasures to this, Gaurav.
Air Marshal, how curious would you be to take a peek inside this missile and to know what's inside and the threat that it poses? Oh my God, you have such a big smile on your face. It's actually a gold mine. You're willing to pay its weight in gold to study this.
The most happiest people would be the Air Force people and the DRDO scientists. And I'm sure coming to the point, I just wanted to add a point in the last discussion is that the Chinese have their own FC-1s, which they have named as JF-17. Now, the beauty is that Kamra Aeronautical Complex, along with Chengdu of China, have not manufactured the FC-1s, are not flying in China. They have made a low-end variant in Pakistan, in Kamra. And what are they doing? They have churned out 150 of them, and from Pakistan, they are exporting it to Myanmar and Nigeria. So these aeroplanes, these weapons, these equipments have not been used. And the efficacy is what be worrying the Chinese too. Now this PL-15, which you have just shown, must have sent shivers down the Chinese leadership because, to give away a near intact weapon to an adversary, for them to, see and, analyze and then put the preventive things in their own devices is a big thing. And it is an upgraded version of PL-10. So both for PL-10 and PL-15, this would be of a great interest to us, I'm sure.
Okay, let's now get to the other big system, which has been, as many argue, a failure, or at least failed to protect the skies around Lahore, and that's the HQ-16, the missile air defense shield around Lahore. Again, this is a Chinese air defense missile shield based on the Russian Buk missile system, or Buk as some argue, deployed for protection of Lahore city. It's a medium-range surface-to-air missile shield capable of destroying targets up to 40 kilometers away, and it's deployed not just around Lahore, deployed around Islamabad, deployed around Karachi. It is to protect your VAVPs or vital assets and vital points. It was destroyed by a single Harop kamikaze drone strike. And Sandeep, it's not a very good missile defense shield if it can't even protect itself. How will it protect Lahore city?
Well, Gaurav, the Defense Minister of Pakistan had a very interesting observation on this. He said that they didn't switch on their radars to intercept these kamikaze drones because they didn't want to reveal their locations. That's a laughable assertion, Gaurav, because, I mean, if you're not going to stop anything that's coming in, you know that there's a kamikaze drone that's shrieking in its, terminal descent, and you do nothing to stop it, and your radar systems are knocked out, your missile batteries are taken out. So it isn't a very effective radar or a missile system if it isn't, switched on, Gaurav. So, but coming back to the system, the HQ series missiles that Pakistan has acquired from China is part of its its move over the last decade to upgrade its air defense network. They have been very woefully inadequate in air defense. They had, very antiquated Western systems, Swedish and French, European air defense networks and systems and missiles. They've slowly been upgrading that with the HQ-9, series of missiles.
And in fact, they started getting these honky systems post the 2019 Balakot airstrikes. That's when they found they were so vulnerable.
Yes.
In 2025, they're equally vulnerable, if not more. But, I'm glad you mentioned Khwaja Asif, Pakistan's defense minister, and his rather lame excuse. And don't hear it from Sandeep. Don't hear it from me. Hear it from Khwaja Asif himself.
कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। वो एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो।
Okay, so Khwaja Asif says we have radars, but we did not switch on our radars because we didn't want to compromise our positions. Air Marshal, what do you make of his rather, is it a lame excuse? Or you also have a big smile on your face? Sandeep had a big smile on his face. But, I would take Khwaja Asif very seriously because nobody else in Pakistan at least takes him seriously. But go on, Air Marshal. You respond to what Khwaja Asif said.
When my children were small and you asked them why you didn't do the homework, they says the tip of the pencil broke. So you have to find some excuse for not doing a thing the way it is supposed to be done. So the problem is the gullible public at large in the country.
Okay, give me a moment, sir. Give me a moment, sir. These are images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in conversation. That's the Chief of Naval Staff. The Prime Minister looks very stern. That's the Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Army Staff, General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Air Staff. You also see the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval looking very stern. When the Prime Minister looks stern, when Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, looks very stern, well, there is reason for Pakistan to be very, very worried in these pictures. And I want to bring in Sandeep. Sandeep, analyze the body language. General Anil Chauhan has a gentle smile on his face. And when a soldier smiles, then there is reason to be concerned.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Either he's completely relaxed about what's playing out right now, or they have an ace up their sleeves. But, I'm very interested in what Admiral Dinesh Tripathi is writing right now. He seems to be the only one in the room who's taking down notes. And Gaurav, this is for you. Is it the Navy's turn this time to, spring a surprise on Pakistan from the Northern Arabian Sea?
It's very interesting because every Pakistani would really want to know right now what the Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Tripathi, what is he writing? Is the Prime Minister actually telling him, okay, you can go hit point A, point B, point C, or whatever else? Air Marshal, your appreciation of these images that we are playing out on India Today, these are images that we only have right now on India Today. You're looking at these images of that meeting that's happening at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Would the Navy, is this higher direction of war? Is this what is higher direction of war, which is given straight from the Prime Minister to the services?
See, on your program a couple of days ago, I had mentioned that the whole country was, shouting why 10 days have gone, why 12 days have gone, we have not done anything, we have not retaliated. And I always kept saying that it is the 20th move of the adversary that we are planning. We have just moved 2 or 3 rungs. So what all is needed at the background? And I'm sure they would be just refining what they have already thought. He would be taking stock as to where we have reached, what are the options available to us, And in case the adversary takes it to the next level, in what way do we respond? Take it to third level, fourth level, fifth level, whatever the working would have been worked out at the back end. And I'm sure they would be discussing that. And of course, there is nothing better than doing a blockade and choking the adversary to a place where it matters. Because Pakistan does not have strategic depth. Pakistan does not have huge storage for fuel, oil, and other reserves, and it has a limitation in getting things.
Because the Pakistanis right now, yeah, you're absolutely right, sir. Sandeep, the Pakistanis right now would be analyzing. They'd probably get in lip readers. They would want to know every bit of conversation that they can drag. Of course, all they see are smiling faces. The Prime Minister, of course, is sending out a message. His face, I mean, you can't, his expression is very firm. And he's actually taken the boldest decision yet in India's war on this radical Islamist terror, where a decision has been taken to strike at Muridke and at Bahawalpur and at Sialkot. Sandeep, it's the boldest decision yet.
Absolutely, Gaurav. I mean, this is, you're looking at literally the brains trust of India's national security apparatus in that room there in Lok Kalyan Marg. And that's the Prime Minister, the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, the Chiefs of the Navy, Army and the Air Force. This is literally, these are the men who have taken the boldest decision, I would say, Gaurav, in the last 25 years. They have decided that enough is enough and it is time to teach Pakistan a lesson for 25 years of, harboring, training and launching terrorists against India. They have actually demonstrated over the last few days, Gaurav, that Pakistan's low-cost option of sending terrorists and murdering civilians in India will have consequences. There is no low-cost war that Pakistan can fight anymore. Any move that Pakistan does today is going to have very, very high costs for them, not just now, but well into the near future as well, Gaurav. As we just discussed over the last few days, all options are on the table, Gaurav, whether it's diplomatic, whether it's political, whether it's military. The Indus Water Treaty, that's something that has never been on the table for 65 years. That is now being seriously looked at, re-looked at rather.
Absolutely.
It's a range of options, Gaurav. And these are the men who have literally made that happen. 25 years of Pakistan's state-sponsored terror. And these are the men, these images are going to be seared in our mind for a long time. These are the men who made sure that India would never feel unsafe again when it comes to tackling Pakistan's state-sponsored terrorism, Gaurav.
Because right now, if Pakistan is flapping like headless chicken, there is a reason for it. Indus Water Treaty was never held in abeyance. So Pakistan must clearly realize water and blood cannot flow together. Muridke and Bahawalpur have never been hit in the past. Proper Punjab, as Pakistani Punjabi Muslimans put it, the well-heeled ones who speak with that fake Oxbridge accent, even if they've gone anywhere close to the British High Commission or the American Embassy, they say proper Pakistan has never been hit. And this Kashmir cause, as many analysts argue, is only between Raiwind and Rawalpindi. But that is where India has struck terror. I want to bring in Aishwarya Paliwal. Aishwarya, this is that first meeting, and it's almost like either stock taking or assessment of our strategy, refining what needs to be done next. What more can you tell us, Aishwarya?
Well, Gaurav, let me tell you one thing. What has happened over the past 24 hours, every detail of that is now being told to the Prime Minister. We have all seen the pictures of that very high-level meeting, which at the moment is underway. From where I am, I'm standing right outside Prime Minister Narendra Modi's house, the 7 LKM Lok Kalyan Marg. Inside, the crucial meeting is taking place. The next course of action also, Gaurav, is something that will be decided in this very crucial meeting. We have seen the government coming out and clearly saying that it was Pakistan which made sure that they use, as a shield, the plane which was flying in, the civilian plane which was flying in, and on the back of that, they had the drone. So that's something that Pakistan was trying to do in this very crucial meeting. What has happened over the past 24 hours and what will happen in the next 24 hours, that is now being decided. How prepared India is, all those things are now being told to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. Whatever you need to refine in terms of the strategy that's been adopted so far, was Pakistan attempting to probe where we have our radars, how we respond to Pakistan's intrusions, incursions, 400 different places, 36 different cities on target. If India were to do that, it's very clear there will be consequences for Pakistan. Now, at Russia's Victory Day event, initially we were told the Prime Minister will be going to Moscow, but then this situation happened. Then we were told Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh may be going, but then this is very crucial and both the Prime Minister and the Raksha Mantri are here. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar spoke on India's response, and Dr. Jaishankar is known to call a spade a spade. Listen in.
We also meet at a time when India is confronting the challenge of terrorism, one that is a shared threat to the international community. I thank those who have expressed solidarity with us and understand the resolute response that is underway.
Russia's solidarity, India's resolute response. Sandeep, these are words, but they carry deep meaning. India-Russia partnership exemplified not just in the S-400 systems, which has held India in great stead, or the Su-30 MKIs, the fighter jets that we use, but in a lot more military hardware, intelligence sharing. We may be close to the Americans, but we are not far from the Russians either.
Russians have always been our friends, Gaurav. I mean, right from the days of the Soviet Union and the Indo-Soviet Peace and Friendship Treaty of August 1971. They had our backs when we had our backs to the wall, Gaurav. We were facing not just Pakistan, but we were facing China and the United States as well. That's two of the five P5 countries in the 1971 war, and the Russians stood by us, the Soviet Union, of course, at that time. And Russia is one country, Gaurav, that gives us the kind of technology that most nations would not even allow us to see. For instance, it is the only country that has transferred nuclear-powered attack submarines. It has helped us build strategic submarines. All of this is in the public domain, Gaurav, I can say this. When it comes to the India-Russia military partnership, the sky is the limit, Gaurav. It is how much we can absorb from them, whether it is in terms of, fifth generation fighter aircraft technology, hypersonic missile technology, the nuclear submarine technology that I spoke about, the cutting edge, the most advanced Russian systems are available for us to collaborate on, to manufacture, and to build on our own. The BrahMos system, Gaurav,
Yes.
that is literally the bedrock of Indo-Russian, joint collaboration and manufacturing and production. It's been in service for more than 2 decades, and it's being jointly
And it's now being
produced.
exported.
And it's our export trump card. It's of course a Russian missile, but we have managed to manufacture large components of it here. We are now producing it for all 3 services. They're available in 3 variants. A 4th variant would be introduced as and when the platform is available for that. But it's a huge export success for India as well. And it's, it is the BrahMos missile exports that is driving India's defense exports. We're exporting it to Malaysia.
I want to bring in Air Marshal Kapoor into this conversation on India-Russia partnership, India-America relationship, India-France relationship, because perhaps these 3 are the most defining partnerships where we can also talk about either high-end technology, learning together, making together. How do you see this partnership move forward? Very quickly, just a couple of sentences on each, Air Marshal.
Okay. I have been to all the 3 countries in official capacity and dealt with the 3 defense verticals of these countries at every level. So
Yes.
my personal analysis, the Americans will never ever part with any high-end technology. They will never. Even the platforms which you have got, their milking of EW sensors, the main thing, we have to send it back there. So they are not willing to share anything, the Americans. The French is our closest NATO ally. because in 2005 we went for an exercise to East with Su-30s.
Yes.
And 2005, 20 years ago, the French Air Force was the only NATO country which did aerial refueling with us over East and with their tankers. Now, what it has helped us now, all our international deployments, all our exercises now, we use French tankers. No other NATO country is willing. The Russians, like Sandeep mentioned, are the most trusted allies. They have an open heart when it comes to helping. And they have a very soft corner. When you go around Russia, when you go around small cities, towns, and the erstwhile USSR countries, and moment you tell anybody that I'm from India, they have open arms. So the USSR days, the struggle days, it is etched. And I'm not sure about the young generation of Russians, but the older generation certainly has. And if India has to negotiate with all three, the best bet would be to transfer technology for high-end with Russians. Next bet is French, and third is the Americans.
With the fighter jet engines is a debate that we shall have another time, because right now we're talking about the capabilities of the adversary, perhaps something that our government right now would be looking at with great satisfaction. Okay, so there's more information that is coming in. Big story that is coming in. Fresh Pak drone attack in Samba. That's being reported even as we speak. Fresh Pakistan drone attack in the Samba sector in Jammu and Kashmir. So Pakistan has started again. And I want to quickly understand, when Pakistan did not succeed again, it's trying once again. Does this mean that Pakistan is trying to test our responses from the time that the drone comes in to the time that we hit it? Do they have their radars now scanning to see when our radars come up so that they can ping our radars and get to know where our radars are? I want to quickly cut across and bring in Mir Farid. Mir, there must have been intelligence, because in this entire border belt, lights were turned out by the administration, and right now is this information. What more do we know of a drone attack in Samba sector?
Yes, Gaurav. In fact, you're absolutely right. The lessons were learned from yesterday, and there could have been intel inputs that what happened yesterday could repeat itself tonight. And it seems same pattern is happening, starting from CFEs in various sectors of line of control. And now I can confirm to you that in Samba, some time back, in fact, 10, 15, 20 minutes back, there have been some drones which have been intercepted by the air defense systems. Complete darkness, sirens going off at various places, and same story as far as some places of Punjab are also concerned, where again sirens are going off, and drone spotting. So obviously, if drones have come from Samba, they can come from other areas as well. One thing that is new tonight, Gaurav, is that heavy arty fire on the international border in Samba, Arispura sectors. We're coming to know that there is heavy artillery fire that the Pakistan Army has used, and the sound is being heard in Jammu proper also, in main town also. So that tells you that it is quite heavy, and Indian Army, BSF is retaliating in equal measure. That part also I can tell you. So it is a pattern, and like yesterday, slowly as the night is coming.
Another big story coming in. It's not restricted just to the Samba sector. Now information is coming in that a drone has been intercepted in Rajasthan, and this is in the Pokhran sector. That's very, very sensitive. In fact, just a short while back, I was speaking to an officer who was telling us that all along the Jaisalmer-Jodhpur belt, they were on a state of highest alert since yesterday, since the last several days, but there was anticipation that something would happen. So now a drone has been intercepted even in Pokhran. That arc of Pakistan's actions from Kupwara. In fact, if we were to talk about the last 24 hours, from Leh, Ladakh to Kupwara to Uri and Baramulla, the other side of Pir Panjal, Jammu, Samba, Katwa, and then come across to the Rajasthan sector. We are still waiting to hear what's happening in Punjab, but in Rajasthan, in Pokhran, a drone has been intercepted. Would these be kinetic or non-kinetic means? What's an easier way, Marshal, to bring down an adversary's drone? Use your jammers to bring it down so that there are no signals. But what about those that are not, that cannot be jammed and are programmed, pre-programmed?
Gaurav, these are layered kind of a thing. So if A fails, then B fails, C fails, D. So at what level are we able to intercept? How we go along?
Okay, and we're getting a response from Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. Omar Abdullah is currently in Jammu, and he's just said, from where I am, I can hear the sound of shelling. That just goes on to indicate that the shelling is intensifying. Mir, you're with me on this, and along the line of control, before that Ramzan ceasefire of 2002 had kicked in, it used to be a very hot line of control where 155mm howitzers were poofing off. They were going off and to deadly effect. Very expensive ammunition. But now we have higher caliber weapons that can even hit longer distances. What are the Pakistanis striking? How is India responding, Mir? Okay, give me a moment as I reestablish that link with Mir Farid. Remember, he's in an area where you have to be very careful when you speak and when it's better to go down in a bunker. Sandeep, you and I have reported together from the either side of Pir Panjal when the Bofors was still going off. Now we have better weapons and the targets clearly pre-programmed.
Absolutely, Gaurav. This is unprecedented, Gaurav. While, we've been on the line of control, but we've never seen anything like this. It was, back in the day, it was artillery fire, it was small arms, it was mortars. But now there's an added element to it. It's drones. And we're looking at the dawn of a new form of warfare on the subcontinent, Gaurav. Long-range missiles, adversaries shooting at each other without even seeing, locking on at extended ranges, launching drones at each other. And we've launched our first kamikaze drones at Pakistani targets. We've, of course, struck them in broad daylight. So this is actually, we are talking about the escalation ladder, Gaurav. We have actually climbed up a few levels in that technology ladder as well. We're looking at the kind of weapon systems that have not been employed. These are all being employed for the first time. So it's a very, very worrying situation indeed, Gaurav. And Pakistan seems to be signaling that they have the intent to continue escalating the situation because it suits the Pakistan military, it looks like now.
Now, of course, these are deferred images, but this sounds like MMG fire, Sandeep. And Marshal, if I could bring you in, it's a quick burst. It's almost as if they're looking at the drone. They fire one burst to see whether they've taken it down. Aim and fire again, it appears. Would these be either the Zu-23s firing or MMGs taking down some kind of a target?
A part of
the rapid fire.
In that area. I fully agree with what Sandeep has just said, and I wanted to add a point here is, there is a large similarity now between what war is going on in the Middle East, Israel-Hamas. Yes. So there is a shift. The things are being used for the first time in this conflict, and we are just 3 days into this skirmish. So in 3 days, we have found that all things that have been put to use were never put to use earlier. So there is excessive use of loitering munitions. There is excessive use of drones. There is excessive use of satellite imagery. There is excessive use of INT and EW. So this is
breaking news coming in. Drones are now being used, or the drones are now being spotted even in the skies around Firozpur. The arc seems to be increasing and widening. Amit Bharadwaj joins me with more on this. Amit, where you are, stay safe. But what can you tell us about the counter drone offensive being undertaken, and are people safely home? We can see there's a total blackout all across. Amit, can you hear me?
You see,
yes,
it's been 30 minutes now that Firozpur Yes. So Firozpur is witnessing complete blackout, and after that, this blackout began. We saw the drone movements, and we'll try to dim this light of the camera, and we'll try to show you up in the sky that from this side, particularly from Pakistan sides and adjacent to this 30-degree angle from this particular straight side, multiple drones or flying objects with an explosive been witnessed and also been seen by the local residents as well. And there are several sounds as well that's been heard, and continuously we are seeing that the drones that are going across, and that they've been diffused by the air defense. And also here in Firozpur, the air raid siren was also sounded when this flying drones were seen in the sky. So if we just focus here on the sky, so after several minutes you'll see the red lights of the flying objects, and after which they are diffused. So here there's a complete blackout. You'll see because we are on a particular location.
Yes.
So from where you will see the whole city around, and how the traffic movement is also with a slow movement. Traffic is also there, and also the Firozpur area local residents are texting us that what's the scenario here, because this here was not the scene yesterday. Firozpur was calm a day before yesterday and yesterday as well, though the mock drill were also practiced here. But now the drone movements are being seen, and people are somehow tense with the situation.
Is Pakistan probing? Are these probe missions or are these assault missions, or is this now going to become a routine affair and then the big strike comes unless India launches strikes earlier, if that is what the requirement is? I want to bring in Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu joining us from a very sensitive location again in Jammu and Kashmir. And Kamal, if it's safe for you to tell us, do tell us what's happening, the precautions that are being taken, and the offensive from the other side, if it's an offensive that's already started.
Well, let me tell you that Pakistani drones have been sighted in multiple locations. We're talking about Jammu, Samba, Firozpur, and there are also loud noises coming in from Pathankot and Hoshiarpur. So this is a similar noise which we saw just about yesterday. We know that there was an intensity about 300 to 400 drones being sent in 36 locations. And today also what we hear is loud noises really coming in. So what is evident is a similar practice of what happened just about yesterday. So we don't know whether these are armed drones or whether these are just the surveillance drones like the ones we saw just about yesterday. But remember, as far as the gravity is concerned, a blackout is being observed in several of the border villages at this point of time. There's high tension at the border villages, but precautionary measure. Remember, at this point of time, we'll just try and show you where we are currently at line of control. There is a complete blackout, just about a marginal light, just about what we see is moonlight everywhere else. We are not directing towards the hills, but this is a scenario. Post 6 p.m., a complete shutdown of the town, and the only light really visible is that of the moonlight. And clearly, these are tense moments because remember, a blackout is being observed in several of the cities, including in Chandigarh at this point of time, where information has been passed out that there should be protocol put in place that as far as people can go back early. But these are very, very grievous. Remember, yesterday there was a lot of surprise factor because we had not seen the swarm drones coming in like this. But today again, on a second consecutive day, Pakistan sending in. This is an act of provocation, definitely for sure. But remember, the loud noise is also the retaliation coming in from the air defense system, which is neutralizing these particular drones.
Both kinetic or non-kinetic means are being adopted. It's a layered security system, layered air defense system. The gunfire that you hear are the air defense guns that in short bursts are taking those drones down. You also have jammers that are employed, and Mir Farid with me on the other side of the Pir Panjal, very close to the line of control. Mir, is the offensive as huge even on the other side, even today?
Well, Gaurav, it seems it's building up to that because drones have been spotted in multiple sectors. Then you also have heavy artillery fire. Now, this is something new from yesterday because if you talk of the Samba sector, Araspora, this is international border, and Pakistan thus far had not touched the international border. They were focusing on line of control. But this time around, this is very close to the Jammu city, and probably that's why, as Sunil Ji Bhatt said, that they were in fact hearing loud bang sounds that they even heard in the Jammu city. So this is RT fire that is being directed from Pakistan towards the Samba and Araspora sector. Indian Army, BSF retaliating in equal measure, and at the same time air defenses are taking down drones. So this is at multiple levels. You have RT, you have drones, and probably some tank fires as well, which have been fired using a tank. So that is something new. We'll get confirmation on that, but I've been told by my sources that two fires have been received. The tanks were used to fire those shells. So that is new. Two things that are new tonight are one, international border seeing artillery fire, and then tanks also being used.
Fire,
So
yes,
that is something that is happening. It is again in
perhaps
Samba,
what your sources mean are self-propelled artillery. It may just be the K9 Vajra that is in action, that does appear to be intensifying. The situation does appear to be intensifying along the line of control and the international border. In Jammu, at least, the situation is pretty tense. Drone sightings and attempts to take down the drone is taking place at multiple locations. Now, remember, the army is much better deployed. The army is much better armed along the line of control and the international border, and also the weapons of choice with the pace of modernization that is taking place. You now have the K9 Vajra, which perhaps some think is a tank, but it's a artillery 155 mm. It's not towed, it's tracked. Tracked artillery is equally important in battle, especially in some areas.
Thanks very much, Gaurav Sawant, who's been tracking this story along with Sandeep Unithan, and our entire team of reporters are tracking every moment. Just about exactly at the very same time, yesterday we'd seen a drone attack from the Pakistani forces across several parts of Jammu as well as Rajasthan. Again, around 9 p.m., we're seeing Pakistan drones targeting Pathankot, Uri, Naugam, and areas in and around the LOC. So what we're seeing is a very similar pattern of Pakistan using nightfall, not only to do artillery fire that has continued for the last few days across the LOC, but using a second wave of drone attacks across 7 locations. All of them, we are told, have been repelled by our air defense systems, but the Pakistani drones for the second consecutive day escalating or attempting to escalate the situation with those drone attacks in several parts along the border. So clearly what you're seeing is that Pakistan, in the last 24 hours, if there was any hope of a de-escalation, that hasn't happened. India has said on more than one occasion, and that was reiterated at the MEA briefing today, reserves the right to respond in kind. Pakistan continuing to provoke both across the LOC and with these drone attacks. All of this building up, many fear, to pushing the situation up an escalatory spiral, which is really the concern. Indian defense air systems, as we've been saying, have repelled those Pakistani drones, but for the second consecutive day, those drones have attempted to cause great damage in the area. So what we've got is a situation where Pakistan simply doesn't seem to want to back down. Despite international pressure, we were told this afternoon back-channel talks were being attempted. We're being told that the Pakistani army leadership had met with the civilian leadership, including Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, and former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif also attended one of those meetings, and there was some talk from the Pakistani side at the time that there could be back-channel talks taking place. But either way, as we've reached 9 p.m., Pakistan drones targeting different parts in the Jammu sector, in Araspura, in Uri, India intercepting those drones, in fact, repelling the Pakistani drones. So for the second consecutive day, what we've seen is provocation from the Pakistanis. India has made it clear on more than one occasion, the response will be measured and will be focused only on retaliating in a... Mir Farid now joins me from Srinagar. Mir Farid, tell us what is the latest you're picking up?
Rajdeep, it's escalating again, and it seems the scenes of yesterday night, evening are being repeated today. Same pattern is started with heavy arty fire all along the line of control, especially in Uri, Tangdar, Kupara, Naugam sector, and then also, if you talk of Jammu, Poonch, Rajouri, this was followed by loud explosions being heard in Jammu city. They were not drones this time around, but very close to the Jammu city falls the international border, and in Samba, Araspura sector, heavy artillery fire opened by Pakistani army, Indian army retaliating. And then to add to that, I can officially confirm this to you, defense sources have confirmed this, that drones have been intercepted by air defense. They are being engaged and brought down at least 3 sectors. Then there are also reports that at the Samba, Basantar Nala, there again there was heavy artillery fire. So it is escalating, and slowly new sectors are getting into this. But today, what is new is the international border for the first time is seeing heavy artillery fire. And we know international border, if you talk of Jammu, is very close to the city or the heart of the city or the town. And that is why they are hearing loud bangs. It's not drones this time around in main Jammu city, but the artillery shells that are causing huge noise and creating panic. Rajdeep.
Mir Farid there joining me with the very latest. We'll come to you and the entire team of reporters as the night goes through. The situation between India and Pakistan has been escalating by the day. And this has sent concerns not just in the subcontinent, but across the world. What happens next, and what does this escalating conflict between India and Pakistan mean for the world? Today I'm joined by one of the world's leading global commentators, Fareed Zakaria, hosts CNN's GPS show, columnist at the Washington Post, and a friend of ours. Thank you very much, Fareed Zakaria, for joining us in this very difficult moment. 2 nuclear neighbors engaged in an escalating conflict. What does this mean, Fareed, for the world?
Well, it is always dangerous when you have 2 nuclear neighbors involved in this kind of tension. It's particularly worrying because this one does not seem to follow the pattern that you have seen really for the last 25 years. Ever since both India and Pakistan developed nuclear capacity, nuclear weapons capacity, there has been a tendency to have managed escalation and managed de-escalation, where both sides realize that there are dangers here of escalating and that it could get out of hand. And so there's always been a somewhat choreographed process by which these hostilities are managed. That does not appear to be happening here. And what worries me greatly is that in this environment, you could easily imagine a miscalculation, a misperception, a stray drone, a stray missile hitting, targets it was not intended to, and there do not seem to be mechanisms to be able to bring this down and bring this, to land this plane in a way that causes minimal harm, both to India and Pakistan, but to the broader environment.
I'll come to the ways in which this can be calmed down or de-escalated, but the fact is nuclear deterrence has held firm for more than 2 decades between India and Pakistan. But how long can that alone sustain it, Fareed, is the question, because you've got India now claiming that, look, this escalation was brought upon us by Pakistan and Pak-based terrorists who attacked innocent tourists in Pahalgam. That's where this started a couple of weeks ago. And the Indian position is very clear. We are going to retaliate this time, targeted attacks on terror infrastructure. Do you believe that's a position that India has the moral high ground to take this time?
Look, I do. I think that let's step back though and ask ourselves, what is the likely cause? What is the likely broader issue here that has animated this? Clearly, these moves emanated out of, from Pakistani-sponsored militias, whether directly or not. I think what is going on is you have a crisis of legitimacy in Pakistan. Let us be clear, Pakistan's most popular politician is in jail. The people who are responsible for putting him there, the Pakistani military, are deeply unpopular. Perhaps for the first time in a long time in Pakistani history, the Pakistani military does not have the kind of easy legitimacy that they've had. So one wonders whether part of these hostilities have been part of an effort to rally the Pakistani nation behind the government and in particular the military. Certainly the chief of army staff's comments 5 days before the attacks or a few days before the attacks would lend credence to this view. So what you have is a fundamental problem politically in Pakistan that might have erupted, and now India has to manage it. The fact that India may have the moral high ground does not absolve it, however, of maintaining the strategic high ground of trying to calm the situation. At the end of the day, India has the moral high ground, but it has the most to lose from a massive escalation here. Pakistan, if I can be honest, is already a basket case economy. There's not much, there's not much further to fall. India, on the other hand, is on a high growth trajectory right now. Peace and prosperity are very important to it. So it has the moral high ground, let it take the strategic high ground as well.
But even if we want to take the strategic high ground, India has made it more than clear on more than one occasion in the last few days, Fareed, that India's attacks are measured, focused, and are essentially not seeking to escalate. But the fact is the Pakistani military establishment, the army state, seems to be wanting an escalating conflict. You've heard General Asif Munir a few weeks ago saying Hindus and Muslims can't coexist, the two-nation theory is still alive. Kashmir is the jugular vein. So you've got a military leadership in Pakistan that seems to be itching to broaden this conflict for whatever reason.
I think you're right, and that's why I pointed to this. This seems to emanate out of a desire in Pakistan to rally the country around the military. The challenge still remains. India has a lot to lose from this spiraling out of control. So is there a way for it to be the more responsible party, to find a way to manage this down? If this blows up, nobody is going to care whose fault it was. It's like, imagine one of these massive traffic accidents. At the end of the day, there's going to be a huge amount of collateral damage. And as I say, India is the country that will bear the greatest cost because it will derail India from what is otherwise a very, very powerful growth trajectory. In fact, look, India was poised to perhaps become the alternative to China as a manufacturing powerhouse. So all kinds of good things happening here. All I'm saying is let's not forget that that's the goal. That the goal is to raise the living standards of Indians.
But how does India de-escalate when your neighbor seems to be constantly provoking? Even as you and I speak now, there have been more drone attacks from across the border. So it almost seems as if the enemy state on the other side, or Pakistan, is pushing India into an escalating spiral. How do you de-escalate when one side seems determined to escalate it further?
Part of the challenge here is that we have lost the United States as a kind of useful intermediary, as a country that could talk to both sides and try to manage this de-escalation down so that you communicate to both sides, you calm them down. You saw Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, lean into that kind of role initially, and that seemed to represent the traditional American role that the United States has played for the last several decades, every time one of these things has happened. But then a few hours later, J.D. Vance, the vice president, essentially washes his hands off the whole situation and says, the U.S. doesn't want to get involved. So there you see the tension in America between the old traditional engaged superpower and the now more isolationist wing of the Republican Party and Vance saying, we're washing our hands of this, do whatever you want. So because of that, you don't have a party that's trusted. And frankly, the U.S. is now less trusted by Pakistan than it was 10 or 15 years ago. The Pakistanis believe the U.S. has become entirely pro-Indian. So you have a problem. Normally in these situations, what is helpful is an intermediary, someone who can speak to both sides. And that doesn't exist right now.
You see, that is precisely the problem, Fareed, that you've struck at. The Trump administration, the impression we get in India, doesn't want to get deeply involved. I remember during Kargil, President Bill Clinton actually made a serious effort and eventually succeeded in brokering a peace. For Donald Trump, is the region not important? Is he too preoccupied with other issues? We heard the State Department spokesperson saying, yes, we all stand up against terror, but we want this tit-for-tat retaliatory action to stop, almost once again hyphenating India and Pakistan. Is the Trump administration conscious of Indian sensibilities? And is it a top priority for this administration, given that it's got issues both domestically and with the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into the statements being put out by the State Department and by the Trump administration, because frankly, I think they're just not that interested in the world. It is a kind of Fortress America mentality, which says whatever's going on outside, let it happen. We don't really care very much. And the danger here is that this is a place where the United States has very effectively used its diplomatic and moral authority to calm tensions down. I think, I hope this is not the case, but this may be the new world we're in, a world without a superpower, a world without a country that tries to manage these tensions, and these local conflicts can therefore spiral. And that is the danger here very clearly.
So, given what you're saying, that the United States seems reluctant, dare I say, to play some kind of a global policeman, certainly in the context of South Asia, who does India turn to? Because India has made it very clear in the past, we are not going to allow Pakistan to internationalize Kashmir, which has been an attempt made by the Pakistanis from time to time. Who does India turn to try and rein in the Pakistani military leadership from doing the kind of misadventure or miscalculation that you spoke about earlier?
Well, you ask a very good question. This is a kind of broader question for the world in a way, because if you don't have the United States, who do you have? As you say, India is not going to trust. I mean, what are the options? The UN, India has a long history of not wanting the UN involved in this. China, certainly the Chinese have influence with Pakistan, but India would not trust China as a intermediary at all. The European Union, they're just they're not really a single entity. They don't have powerful geopolitical, geomilitary presence. So this is the post-American world that I worried about. You are seeing it in South Asia, and what it means is dangers of conflicts spiraling out of control. I return to the reality. India is the bigger, the more powerful, the richer country, and it has the most to lose. So I'm hoping in some way India has the capacity. And you are right, Rajdeep. India is trying to signal a more measured approach. And you have to hope that at some point that Pakistan realizes that this is not a conflict they can win.
The other issue that this Indian leadership, Narendra Modi's leadership, says, look, we are not going to adopt a doctrine of strategic restraint of the kind that we saw when Mr. Vajpayee was Prime Minister, or Manmohan Singh. You saw what happened after 26/11 in Mumbai. India adopted a policy by and large of strategic interest while trying to diplomatically isolate Pakistan. India under Modi, Uri, then Balakot, now in Pahalgam, has gone up an escalatory ladder saying we'll give kinetic action. Enough is enough when it comes to park-based terror. Is that a dangerous approach at one level to take, or the right approach to take? Because how do you then stop the terror emanating out of Pakistan?
Look, this has been the problem for 50 years, as you know, Rajdeep. The Pakistani military has played this game of encouraging an ecosystem of militant groups and jihadis some of which it controls, some of which it may not control, but it's spawned a whole world of terror and militancy. Now, how do you put the genie back in the bottle? The worry I have is that if you find it, I understand the logic behind hitting hard and all that. The danger is these things can spiral out of control. It's very easy to start a war. It is very hard to stop it. Think about all, the US in Iraq, in Afghanistan. Think of the Israelis now in Gaza, where they have been saying, they perfectly understandably had the moral justification to hit back after the October 7th attack. But it's now been a year and a half. They keep, it's easy to start these things. It's very hard then to in some way wind them down.
But do you believe that kinetic action is the way to take on cross-border terrorism? As I said, in the past, India has tried various, India has been willing to adopt a policy of strategic restraint in the hope that Pakistan will see sense. But this jihadi factory continues to strike every now and then. So, I mean, given an option, are you saying that strategic restraint is still preferable even in the times that we live in? There's as you've said, there's the Israeli approach that's taken, that we're going to give them back as good as we get. And the Indian approach now under Prime Minister Modi seems to be taking us up an escalatory ladder without a sense of certainty as to what lies ahead. I think it's the uncertainty which is troubling. Is that, once again, Fareed, the right way to go?
See, what I worry about, Rajdeep, is yes, you can hit back, and I think in the short term, it is understandable. But then what is the longer term strategy, right? India has tried various approaches like this in the past. In the long run, the only strategy that seems to me to make sense is, yes, have deterrence, hit back hard, demonstrate that you can punch back as hard as you get punched, maybe even more. But then you need some diplomatic channels, some political process to reach some kind of strategic understanding with Pakistan. And what I would say is that's the area where I think India could do more. It is, again, because India is the bigger, the stronger, the richer party, ultimately you're only going to solve this with some kind of political dialogue and arrangement with Pakistan. It's not going to happen now. In the heat of this tension, in the heat of these Pakistani attacks, of course, there's going to be, the Indians are going to strike back, and it's understandable. But my point is, in the long run, is that the best way to solve this problem, or is there a path forward? And look, there's always been this fundamental problem. Pakistan needs this for the Pakistani military to play the central role in Pakistan's society. That is the fundamental problem. That I truly believe that what Imran Khan was doing was by threatening the supremacy of the Pakistani military, he could have taken the country down a road where you could imagine a very different situation. But the way Pakistan is governed, with the military at the heart of it, they need this conflict. So that is the challenge.
Because it's often said, Fareed, that every country has an army. In Pakistan, the army has a country. And this has been a problem that Pakistan has had to wrestle with over the last 75 years, since 47, long periods where the army has completely dictated terms to the civilian leadership. Is that the fundamental skewed nature of Pakistan? Some call it a failed state, others call it a dysfunctional state. How would you see Pakistan today?
I think it's actually been described best by a Pakistani, Hussein Haqqani, who talked about basically the reality of modern Pakistan in the last 40 years after Zia-ul-Haq, is that the Pakistani military realized that in order to bolster its legitimacy, it needed to ally with very extreme parts of the Islamic fundamentalist movement, very militant parts. And that Faustian bargain is at the heart of the rot that has been created, because it has created a kind of Frankenstein's monster that it sometimes controls, sometimes cannot control. And they've never found a way to dial back from that. And so that's the heart of the problem. And I do have a lot of sympathy, therefore, with people who say that India just needs to keep deterrence up, just keep, push back. The exact amount you have to push back, we could argue about, because I don't want this to escalate. But I do think it is important to search for some kind of political, process that can at least, for example, in moments of crisis like this, where there would be a channel or a hotline or something like that. To me, what is so sad about the situation and so dangerous is not only are the two countries whipping themselves up into a nationalist fervor, there's very little communication, not just at the top between the leadership, not even at the military for miscommunication, but even the two media ecosystems of the two countries exist now in kind of two hermetically sealed, systems. They know almost nothing about what's going on. The whole, which makes it all the more dangerous.
That's brilliantly put there, Farid. I want to come to another aspect to it, which is China. You've mentioned already in the show so far on 3 different occasions, India emerging as this strong economy, possibly as China plus one as an alternate to China for manufacturing and supply links. At a moment like this, China, which has often seen Pakistan as an ally, some would call it almost as a vassal state of China. Do you believe that the Chinese are playing also a dangerous game here, allowing this instability to perpetuate? Maybe, dare one say, and there's been speculation, goading Pakistan into this escalating conflict with India?
Yes, look, and I don't think it's strategically wise for the Chinese. Frankly, if the Chinese were to be more strategically enlightened about this, they would try to play the role of an honest broker. They would rein in the Pakistanis. They would use the enormous influence they have with Pakistan, and that would earn them some credibility with India. If the Chinese really want to think about playing a clever game here, the way to deal with the challenge from America would be to improve ties with India. To improve the relationship between India and China. In fact, they have fallen into an old pattern as far as I can see. Pakistan is essentially, I don't know, I'd call it a vassal state, but it's deeply dependent on China. And the military has become even more dependent as they worry about the fact that they're going to lose America as their great weapons supplier. That is what the Pakistani military believes, that India will essentially become the American military power of choice. They will lose out, so they've moved to China. But from the Chinese point of view, I think it's a miscalculation. But Xi Jinping has made many bad foreign policy moves. This is just one of them.
India also, Farid, in the last couple of weeks has looked at other ways in which to put pressure on Pakistan. There's diplomatic pressure. There's also the major move taken of holding the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, seeing water as a weapon. Do you believe, therefore, in today's world, we need to look at other ways in which countries are put under pressure to fall in line? The world talks about zero tolerance against terror, but when it comes to Pak-based terror, it seems to have allowed Pakistan to get away with impunity for too long. Do you believe, therefore, weapons like water work? And why does the world, if I may ask that, not take Pak-based terror with the same seriousness as it would as terror directed against the Western world?
First, the Indus waters issue, I think you're exactly right. This is and this is new, as you know, Rajdeep. India has not done this in the past, and it signals, I think, how seriously it takes this. I do believe that is the kind of thing that India should do to try to signal the seriousness of the situation, and also as a way to, eventually have some carrots on the table that it can provide were there to be some kind of political process by which you can in some way stabilize the situation. Look, as far as the way in which the world treats this, to be fair, the world generally has recognized that this is terrorism, that it does seem to have links to Pakistan. I would put it this way: the world doesn't like to get involved in this. That's different from saying the world is tolerating it. The world sees this as a messy situation between these two very powerful nationalistic countries. And, J.D. Vance's approach is probably speaks for a lot of people, which is, we just don't want to get involved. It's an unfortunate approach because the U.S. has always been the country that could diffuse the challenge. Mm-hmm. But in general, people look at this and say, we're going to just take 2 steps back and let the Indians and Pakistanis handle this.
You know, the reason I came to the double standards about terror, it was very interesting when the Pakistani defense minister was interviewed on Sky News about questions about Pakistan sponsoring terror. What does he say? Look, we've been doing the dirty work for the United States and various Western nations, including Britain, for the last several decades, virtually pointing out that post the Afghan war in the late 70s, Pakistan became, in a sense, the epicenter of terror. And that's the concern. And that terror has not just been restricted now to attacks on India. Pakistan also has got caught up in this entire terror cycle. So, you see, the Western world, as Pakistan argues, used us in Afghanistan, and now, therefore, has no moral right, in a way, to tell us how to deal with the jihadi factories.
Well, I saw that interview, Rajdeep, and it illustrates precisely the problem, which is that there are still elements in the Pakistani military that believe that in fighting Islamic jihadi groups, the Pakistani military, were doing America a favor, rather than recognizing that by fighting these Pakistani these jihadi groups, whom they have funded and encouraged and spawned for 50, 70 years, they were saving their own country. And that what they really need to do is to do more of that and to dismantle these groups so that not only do they not pose a threat to India, they don't pose a threat to Pakistan and to the viability of a normal, stable, democratic country. I mean, the idea that the Pakistani military thinks that, you know, the only reason they should be getting rid of crazy, nihilistic, religiously, millenarian terrorists is as a favor to the West is mind-boggling. So what you would like a society in which which these people are teeming all over the place? And by the way, he may have forgotten they've caused the deaths of tens of thousands of Pakistanis along the way, and they don't regard the Pakistani military as some great avatar, of virtue. The whole thing, to me, reflected the problem in Pakistan, which is they don't get the idea that having this jihadi, fifth column or whatever you want to call it, is actually bad for Pakistan. It's not. They should save their own country.
Perhaps also ensures the relevance of the Pakistan army. But Fareed, as we come to the end, I just want a couple of more quick questions. One, in Pahalgam, what worried people was that there was a religious profiling. People were killed after being asked their religion. And this, was perhaps a deliberate attempt by the jihadi factory and their sponsors in Pakistan to stoke a Hindu-Muslim divide in India. Fortunately, India has united. But is that a fear that you have, that somewhere down the line, this is another attempt by Pakistan to stir this Hindu-Muslim divide, all the more for India's political leadership to ensure religious harmony above all else?
Look, I worry about it, but Rajdeep, I think it's fair to say that Indian Muslims have now been tested for 75 years on these issues. And really, there's very little sympathy as far as I can tell, in the Indian Muslim community for Pakistani terror, for Pakistani jihadists. Time and again, people worry. And in fact, there is virtually no support. I mean, look at and it's not just Pakistani terror, Islamic militancy in general. I mean, India has whatever it is, 150 million Muslims, and look around in the Islamic terror groups of the world, of South Asia, there are virtually no Indian Muslim members. Indian Muslims have been loyal to the country from 1947, and I think this is one more demonstration of that.
My final question to Fareed, what for you is the worst case scenario of this conflict? What's the best case?
Worst case scenario is definitely that it could spiral into a larger war. There is a very real danger here because both sides are locked into a situation where they seem to be unable to find a way to climb down. That is exactly what causes countries to kind of sleepwalk into war. And when I sleepwalk, I mean nobody wants a wider war, but they can't see how they can back down. And that places both of them in a position where the only option is escalate, escalate, escalate. The best case scenario at this point is still that there is somehow this can turn into a descending spiral of violence rather than an ascending spiral of violence. In other words, each counterattack can become less pronounced than the next one. So that we're looking at this, Rajdeep, 2 or 3 days from now, and we notice, yes, there's a drone attack here, a drone, but the number, the incidence, the centrality is going down rather than up. And if that happens, it can wind itself down. It would be very helpful for the United States to get involved. But unfortunately, at this point, it looks like this is going to be more a case of self-management rather than, Washington managing it.
But you're not ruling out the possibility of Washington playing some kind of a role in the coming days. I mean, it's not as if Washington cannot play a role at the moment.
Look, I hope very much it does. And, yes, with the Trump administration, the beauty of this administration is it can reverse itself in, on a dime. If somebody, as Trump is walking to the helicopter, says, don't you think you should be involved more in the India-Pakistan thing? And he says, yes, absolutely. Suddenly the whole administration will turn on a dime and say, that's exactly what we meant to do. Let's call it in a constructive manner, there is enormous flexibility in Washington these days. What was black yesterday can be white tomorrow. So let's hope he changes his mind.
And if you were to give one piece of advice, if Narendra Modi ji or someone in the Indian establishment were to call you tonight and say, Fareed, what should we do next? What would you tell them?
Keep your eye on the prize. India is in a great trajectory. Peace and prosperity will take hundreds of millions of Indians out of poverty. Don't forget, that is the prize.
Okay. Fareed Zakaria, as always, I appreciate you joining us and speaking to us with such clarity and giving us a global perspective to what's been happening here in the subcontinent. Stay well and thank you very much.
Always a pleasure, Rajdeep.
There you are, Fareed Zakaria, giving us a sense of what he feels lies ahead. Meanwhile, the big breaking news that's coming in is that second wave of drone attacks that's taken place. Pakistani drones targeting 11 locations today, scaling up in some parts by bringing in new areas into the locus of these drone attacks, targeting 11 locations. So for the second consecutive night, we've had more drone attacks. Pakistan drones, swarms destroyed by India's air defense systems in Udhampur. Pakistan civilian flights are operational during the drone attacks. And remember, today the Indian government accused Pakistan of using civil aircrafts as a shield during these drone attacks. Pakistani drones sighted in Samba, Rajouri, Amritsar. Heavy firing reportedly in parts of Amritsar. A blackout in Srinagar after that Pakistan drone strike. Indian air defense systems engaging the Pakistani drones. Pakistani drones targeting Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, Punjab. A second wave of a drone attack now by Pakistan. So those is the worry at the moment. Okay, Gaurav Sawant and Sandeep Unithan join me again. Gaurav, second consecutive night. Clearly, Pakistan at one level escalating it, but at another level, virtually doing what they did last night in terms of using drone attacks. There's artillery firing and drone attacks that they're doing, all of which have been repelled by the Indian side. What is Pakistan? What are you picking up? What does this mean in military terms, what Pakistan's doing?
So what Pakistan is doing right now are called probe missions. It's probing where India's air defenses are, how strong are India's air defenses, and where India's air defenses can be weak. So it's a probe mission, it's seeking, and then it'll carry out that big attack as and when it chooses to, Rajdeep. And this is a very precarious situation. But do keep in mind, Rajdeep, we've had 16 fatalities already after the 26 people were killed. So when those Pakistani terrorists singled out Hindus and massacred them, which led to this Operation Synindhur being mounted, after that they've killed Muslims, they've killed Christians, and they've killed Sikhs. So that's the way Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror is bleeding our people in Jammu and Kashmir, Rajdeep.
Okay, let's go straight to our correspondents. Kamaljeet Sandhu is joining us from somewhere close to the line of control. Sunilji Bhatt is joining us from an undisclosed location at the moment. Ashutosh Mishra is also with us. Let me come to each of you. Sunilji Bhatt, last night this time you were in a bunker, explosions around you. What are you hearing and seeing around you today?
Rajdeep, I am not revealing my exact location, but what I saw today was no different from yesterday. Even today, there were loud explosions in the skies of Jammu. And as per our sources in the security establishment, Pakistan once again sent drones to target military installations here in Jammu region. But our air defense system was already activated. Our Sudarshan Chakra was already activated, and it decimated Pakistan's drones that were sent to create mayhem in Jammu and Kashmir. But it's clear that Pakistan wants to escalate tensions in Jammu and Kashmir. And as per the latest interview of Pakistani defense minister, he is saying that now there is only one option, that is a full-fledged war. So Pakistan is rattled, it's frustrated, it's now targeting even civilian areas. We have seen that how in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir, innocent people have been targeted, non-combatants have been targeted, and the administration is making all kind of arrangements. People have been evacuated, relief camps have been set up, and all kind of facilities are being provided to the people there. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah, was in Srinagar. He came to Jammu today by road, and he visited the relief camps. He took stock of the situation. He also visited Government Medical College Jammu, where he also inquired about the health of the people who were injured in Pakistani shelling. But there is panic in Jammu city. That is why administration is time and again issuing advisories and asking people not to panic. They should remain alert. There is nothing to worry. The only thing they should do is that they should confine themselves to their homes. Security forces are doing their job. They are on high alert. But this evening there were siren sound after siren sound, and then there were loud explosions. I myself saw these explosions and the drone activity that was happening, and our alert troops on ground have foiled the nefarious designs of the enemy. The situation remains very sensitive in Jammu. Its blackout is still there, but the administration is appealing to people that they should not panic. They should confine themselves to their homes. There is nothing to worry.
You're saying there's nothing to worry at the moment. Let me bring Kamaljeet Sandhu in at the moment. Kamaljeet, you've also had a tough 2 days. What do you pick? Is this an escalation over yesterday or very similar?
Well, it's quite similar to what happened yesterday. These are surveillance drones. These are swarm drones. This is something of a mischief done by Pakistan, because remember, this is what they're trying to test patience of India at this point of time. Remember, multi-city drone attack which is taking place. But remember, these are not with payloads. So in particular, these are there as part of spies. And this is what an anticipated move by them is. As per intelligence, this could be a deception, because they eventually can kind of target other cities as well. The other is that if they're targeting 36 locations as they did yesterday with 300 to 400 these kind of drones being sent across, it also means that they could eventually launch an official target just about in few of the locations. So this is what is being thought out by intelligence agencies, but clearly all troops are alert, especially at line of control. Remember, there is a dual problem here, because one, there's a heavy artillery shelling, especially across line of control, maybe in Uri and Poonch sectors, the other sectors being also impacted. The other bit is obviously the latest is the conventional warfare, where drones have made an entry, and the sort of mischief being done by Pakistan at this point of time. But remember, this is only a short span of time where forces can really react to it, and that is why all the air defense system has already been activated. But the next few hours or days could be extremely crucial. We were already anticipating 24 to 48 hours. But remember, Pakistan has already said that this is not it. That they said once we will respond, India would know, the world would know. So something is definitely in the offing. We don't know what it is. But meanwhile, it is Indian forces preparedness which is in place. And that is why they're very quickly countering these particular drones which are coming into the Indian airspace.
Okay, we also have Ashutosh Mishra joining us. Ashutosh, you're also at an undisclosed location, presumably blackouts there as well. What are you hearing around you?
Rajdeep, just a short while ago, we heard artillery firing in Naushera sector. So Naushera sector being a very large this sector. In fact, drones were also spotted passing towards another sector from this area. In fact, intermittent, we can hear the medium arms being fired and also shelling, artillery shelling, which is a very loud noise that can be heard, and that's exactly why we are taking shelter in the safe areas. So clearly, it's a time when the people are literally panicked and scared. There is a sense of fear, and even in those areas like Arispura and other where they haven't heard at least more than a decade these kind of firing or these kind of aggression by Pakistan, and this is continuously happening 2 days from Jammu to entire western sector that Pakistan, the way it is engaging, and subsequently, of course, there is a response by proportionate response by the Indian Armed Forces as well. The Air Force striking down their source of aggression. But clearly, what we say that whatever able to send so far, Pakistan, it is not ready to back off, and even on today that we see for at least 30 minutes the way they are showing their aggression, there is a evacuation process. Let me also give you the brief detail about the operation that were carried out. The entire line of control area where we are in somewhere these sectors, I've been traveling all these areas. There's a preparedness to deal with such kind of, and remember Rajdeep, there was always experts been saying that now even the conventional war like this will be only fought by the air assets, and thus we see the cheap drones, the swam drones, and which were easy to understand. It is probably provided by Turkey, because they have the expertise in these kind of swam drone making, and that's we have seen they are also providing to Iran and other such nation. Right. Now these drones are being attacked, targeting the military installations, targeting the airstrips that we see. There were massive evacuation that were done by the administration. People have been evacuated. The blackout has been announced. All these areas there is no electricity to ensure that these drones, we camouflage our territory, we camouflage, and to make a literally blind to the any projectile that is come, or even the fighter jets if they at all dare to enter in the Indian territory.
Right. Okay. I appreciate all of you joining us. Stay safe. I want to ask both Sandeep and Gaurav the big question. What is Pakistan up to with these drone attacks? Given, Sandeep, that yesterday they didn't inflict any real material damage on the ground, or cause any casualties. What is Pakistan doing? Is it provoking India to try and go up the escalatory ladder, something that India has been stoutly resisting for the last couple of days?
Absolutely, Rajiv. What they're trying to do is basically, provoke us, needle us, and as Gaurav was saying, probe our air defenses as well. Probe our defenses, map where the radars are, where the missile systems are, how quickly the air defense systems, the artillery are able to, respond. All of this is being watched very closely. But the other dangerous thing, Rajdeep, I see is that they're trying to lull us into some kind of predictable behavior where they do this night after night, and before you know it, there could be a surprise attack, something that out of the normal, this is what militaries do usually. They lull the adversary into a kind of set pattern of predictable behavior, and then before you know it, right, the strike comes through. And that is what possibly the Pakistan military is doing. So I completely understand why the Indian side is treating all of these attacks, these drone incursions, even though they're not armed, they're treating them with the seriousness that they deserve. Because it's a very, very carefully thought out strategy. It's a low-cost strategy on Pakistan's part right now. Most of these drones are very cheap. They cost, a couple of $100. But the kind of effort that we are, doing in acquiring these targets, shooting off ammunition and all that, they're trying to make this into a low-cost, long attrition game. Basically what they're doing, Rajiv, is back in the day, many years back, it used to be a small arms fire along the line of control and sometimes in the international border as well. Pakistan has gradually moved up from small arms into these kind of drone incursions, to cause panic, to terrorize the civilian population. And, when you see air defense guns going off, sirens, blaring, blackouts being declared, that has an effect on the population. And that seems to be Pakistan's immediate game for the present, Rajdeep.
Gaurav, it's interesting. Most of these drones are Turkish-made. Give us a sense of what kind of equipment does the Pakistani military arsenal possess? Are these drones now an integral part of what their arsenal is?
Drones are an absolute disruptive technology. They're a game changer. Pakistan has invested heavily in drones. And Rajdeep, this is actually the Hamas playbook that Pakistan has also adopted. And clearly, they're learning from the terrorists. And that's exactly how Hamas targets Israel, fires a lot of rockets, uses drones in a way. The entire Iron Dome system gets activated in Israel. But, India is actually a step ahead, reading this technology and responding. If you notice, Rajdeep, all the way from Leh to Sir Creek, which is from Ladakh to Gujarat, India has both kinetic and non-kinetic means that are being adopted. So some of these are being taken down through jammers. India is also assessing Pakistan. And India is systematically degrading Pakistan's warfighting abilities while being reactive. How? First, their air defense system around Lahore was taken down, something that was admitted. And today, again, on record, India said that 4 kamikaze drones were mounted and 1 air defense system was taken down in Pakistan's Punjab province. Now, these are very expensive air defense systems that Pakistan has. They cost anything between 1,600 to 1,800 crore rupees. And where is the replacement? So that is where Pakistan also becomes equally vulnerable should there be a counter assault from the Indian side. So both sides are literally testing each other's capabilities.
Hold your thoughts, gentlemen. After India, just to tell you what's been happening on the ground through the day. Because after India launched a precision counter-strike in response to Pakistan's unprovoked attack on military installations on the 9th of May 8th, Islamabad hit back and has been hitting back not at the armed forces, but at innocent civilians. Heavy shelling raining down on villages near the LOC, especially in Poonch, leaving behind a trail of destructions. Homes shattered, lives lost, and wounds that run far deeper than just the physical. Tears, trauma, and irreversible loss. That's what Pakistan's provocation has cost the people of the border areas. Take a look at today's special report from the ground.
Relentless artillery shelling by Pakistan along the line of control. In the line of fire, innocent civilians. Newly married, Rishi and Shruti recount how Thursday night turned out to be a night of horror for them. A shell landed close to their house in Rajouri district, causing much damage.
रात का मंजर क्या था? आप लोगों ने ड्रोन देखा, आपने शेल गिरते देखा, आप लोग क्या हुआ? क्योंकि जान बचाना भी जरूरी है।
जी मैम, जान तो हमने बचाई है। रात को 1:30-2 बजे लगभग यहाँ पे फायरिंग जो है शुरू हो गई थी, तो हमने बहुत मुश्किल से यहाँ पे जान बचाई, छुप के अपने आप को मतलब कमरे में वहाँ पे जान बचाना पड़ा हमें। वो तो बिल्कुल जस्ट घर के सामने जो है ये विस्फोट हुआ है, तो बहुत मुश्किल था हमारे लिए। तो ये फर्स्ट टाइम था, इससे पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। यहाँ पे सारी हिंदू कम्युनिटीज है, ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ, दिस फर्स्ट टाइम।
Several houses in the region were hit.
रात को कोई पता चला था कोई 20 के करीब इधर बम गिरे हैं जरा, कुछ मकानों के ऊपर तो नहीं गिरे, आगे पीछे गिरे हैं, उसकी वजह से मकान भी उसकी चपेट में आ गया है।
तो आप जो रिव्यू करते हैं कोई कॉम्पनसेशन वगैरह?
हाँ जी, कॉम्पनसेशन के लिए आया है जरा, लिस्टें बना रहे हैं उनकी, कितना नुकसान हुआ वो उसको वेरीफाई करने के बाद हम ऊपर सबमिट कराएंगे उसकी रिपोर्ट।
Many took shelter in a nearby bunker.
हमारा जो घर था वो भी ऐसे ही हो गया है, टीनू वगैरह था वो भी उड़ गई है। बहुत बुरी रात से हम रह रहे हैं इधर, हमारा कुछ किया जाए, हम यही बात बोलते हैं बस। हम कहाँ रहे कहाँ नहीं रहे, छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी हैं।
Poonch is the worst hit.
Multiple shelling, only this house got affected, which received at least 2 shellings, and all these areas were under the fire of the Pakistani shellings when the army started, indiscriminate firing by using unconventional mortars, which are usually used in a convention war. And 2 kids were passing exactly on the day early morning, which also came under the fire and the impact, and 2 children died.
वो इस गली से जैसे बाहर आए, इस गली में आगे वाली गली में, इधर से पता नहीं फिर कहीं से दूर से उड़कर आया कुछ या कुछ है। वो दोनों बच्चे जो हैं, एक बेटी थी एक बेटा 12-13 साल के, वो दोनों उधर ढेर हो गए। और उनकी जो मदर थी वो थोड़ी आगे थी, और उनके जो फादर साहब थे तो वो पीछे थे। उनका भी ये बाजू कट गया। अब मुझे लगता है वो अमृतसर में या शायद जम्मू से रेफर कर दिए आगे, तो उनको इधर पेट में भी लगी है। उनकी भी कंडीशन जो है काफी बहुत खराब कंडीशन है।
Villagers are counting losses after 2 days of mayhem. Many victims of shelling were shifted from Salamabad village in Uri to Baramulla for treatment. Zeenat, injured in the attack, breaks down when asked about her house.
राशन जल गया, कुछ लगाने के लिए कुछ नहीं रहा, कपड़ा नहीं, कुछ नहीं, घर कुछ नहीं निकाल पाए, घर मेरे आंखों के सामने जल रहा था, मुझे तो ब्रेड जल रहा था, मैं क्या करती उस टाइम, सब कुछ खत्म हो गया हमारे घर में, कुछ नहीं रहा, कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ मुश्किल से जान बची बस, और कुछ नहीं.
With Pakistan suffering major setbacks in the last 2 days of conflict, incidentally sparked off by the terror attack on tourists in Pahalgam on April 22nd, villages along the line of control are likely to face more heat in the coming days. With Ashutosh Mishra, Kamaljeet Sandhu and Amit Bhardwaj, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, the other big news at the moment is that India's Foreign Minister, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has reached the Prime Minister's residence, conversation there with the NSA. There have been reports since this afternoon of some attempt made at back-channel talks. We heard that yesterday as well. But those diplomatic moves have not made much headway, and Pakistan clearly, as we've been saying, has been trying to push India up the escalatory spiral. The other big story, of course, is that in all these drone attacks, Gaurav, there has been no damage on the ground or to civilians. So while Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire in Uri, Poonch and Jammu, the truth of the matter is, purely in terms of damage done, very little. So it seems more psychological, just to send out this message every night that we are still almost in war mode, if I may use the word, with India, or in conflict mode with India.
It indeed is, Rajdeep, and very serious conflict mode. Look at the manner in which all along India's border belt with Pakistan, airports have been shut down, 24 airports shut down till the 15th morning. That's point one. Point two, each night there's a blackout. Each night markets, and look at that Sector 17 market in Chandigarh, bustling market till 10:30, 11 at night, shut down at 5. So you're absolutely right that something's also cooking. But this is something that plays out two ways, Rajdeep. While a lot of information from Pakistan is sketchy, but the fact that there have been strikes in Pakistan, including at the air defense system, and the fact that the defense minister comes up with a lame excuse that they didn't switch on their radars because they didn't want to give away their position, does seem to indicate that Pakistan remains in a state of disarray. But since it is a radical Islamist terror state, it knows how to wade through that disarray. We are a prosperous democracy, so that's where the conflict comes. They don't have much to lose. We have a lot to lose, but then we also have a lot to gain, Rajdeep.
Fareed Zakaria made the point to me, and I think that needs reiteration. India is actually in a sweet spot at the moment. Yes. India is in a position at the moment to take the economy forward. We do not want war or the prospect of war or an escalating conflict to derail us from our primary goal, which is the economy. So that is the challenge in a way that India has at the moment. But I'm joined by my colleague Akshita Nandgopal at the moment from the newsroom. Akshita, what do you have for us?
Rajdeep, we had a mention of by the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Vikram Misri, in his briefing this evening, where he mentioned how last night, during the failed attempts by Pakistan to target our civilian settlements and military establishments with drones and missiles, you also had civilian aircraft moving in Pakistan airspace at the same time. So we decided to track down and see if that's the case today as well. And look what we have here. Now, I'll highlight a couple of things for you in this particular map, where we're tracking live flight movement along north and west of India, completely empty because we've shut down our airports, not risking civilian aircraft traveling in this particular area now. Contrast that to Pakistan right now, Rajdeep, Gaurav. You do see movement of civilian aircraft. What I particularly want to highlight here is this particular aircraft, very, very close to the border, headed to Lahore, in fact. This is a flight which is right now headed to Lahore. It's a Boeing 777. So again, very, very close to where these drone and missile strikes are happening. What India highlighted is exactly this, that last night too, just as Pakistan was firing these drones, missiles at us, you had a flight, a civilian civilian aircraft moving towards Lahore. And therefore, the IAF, the Indian Air Force, exercised maximum restraint to ensure that there would be no chance of a civilian aircraft being hit by any counter that we also put forth. So same tactic essentially that Pakistan is using again, where they keep their airspace open, allow civilian aircraft to move through, putting their own civilians also at risk as a result.
Right, there you've got Akshita giving us those details. That is very worrying. What was told in that briefing that Pakistan was using civilian aircraft as shields for these drone attacks? Explain that, Sandeep, for us. What does that mean?
Well, Rajdeep, as Gaurav just said, that when there are tensions, nations, especially when you have a dense AD environment, you have threats, drones, missiles, fighter jets being flown around, nations usually shut down their airspace, as India has done. We've shut down 24 airports. There's an entire swath of Indian territory where you won't see aircraft flying right from Jammu and Kashmir all the way down to Gujarat. That's nearly 3,000 kilometers of the border with Pakistan. But Pakistan, after closing its airspace on the first day, has chosen to open its airspace to commercial aircraft, thereby providing their actions like these drone strikes, these drone probing missions, covering them, shielding them from possible retaliation by India. And this is a very dangerous situation, Rajdeep. It complicates our response to Pakistan's drone incursions on possibly their military retaliation as well, because what would happen, we all know what happened in Ukraine about 10 years back when there was an air defense missile that brought down MH15, a Malaysian airliner. And that's why, passengers, aircraft usually steer clear of conflict zones like this one. But in this case, Pakistan has chosen, it seems, to endanger civilian aircraft by allowing them to fly with impunity, as Akshita has just shown on that flight radar display.
We're just getting breaking news. The Indian Air Force has shot down a Pakistani drone in Avantipura in South Kashmir. Remember, there's an Air Force base there. And remember, it's South Kashmir where it all started. In a way, with what happened in Pahalgam a couple of weeks ago, Pakistan's escalatory spiral began from that terror attack of the TRF, offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. It began from there. And now you're seeing today Pakistan, its drones targeting or tried to hit the Avantipura Air Force Base in South Kashmir, and that has been responded to by the Indian Air Force. So clearly, Gaurav, compared to yesterday, where remember the Pakistanis tried to go to Jaisalmer, Jammu city, there have been many more new places along the in the border areas that these Pakistani drones have been used.
Oh, absolutely. And this one has been able to come deep inside. Avantipur is South Kashmir. So all the way from the line of control, crossing through central Kashmir, reaching South Kashmir, and taken down just close to the Avantipur airbase, which is a very sensitive airbase as far as the Indian Air Force is concerned. It just goes on to indicate, as the government pointed out, they're using the Turkish drones, state-of-the-art drones, and Turkey has done extremely well in their drone technology. Turkey has an absolutely outstanding aviation industry. They've provided a lot of drones to Pakistan. Their flights have been landing routinely in Pakistan, and this should be a cause for concern for policymakers. If the drones can come in so deep, this is an indication that the Chinar Corps headquarters is not very far, or the Victor Force headquarters. So all of this does make a very, very dangerous situation, as they did, Rajdeep, even in Leh, in Ladakh.
I just want to make one caveat though. Gaurav and I were on air last night till midnight, and I just want to say, and perhaps do a bit of a mea culpa, and maybe we were in the studio, so please appreciate that it was an evolving situation. We spoke about F-16s being shot down, J-17s being, JF-17 Thunders being shot down. There were those kind of reports which, as has turned out, are not true, and are at least not proven at the moment.
Not proven at the moment.
We don't have confirmation on that. And purely as someone who's done this for years, I am apologetic. I want you to know that. It wasn't deliberate by any stretch of imagination. The last thing you want is to provoke a conflict. All we want to do is report it as we are seeing it. And that's what we'll try and do. We will try and put in even more filters to make sure that the news you get is authentic. There was talk of a Rajouri terror attack. That's not that was not confirmed, turned out to be untrue in that case. I think we need to be more cautious. So I think from Gaurav and my perspective, I think we are very clear. We want to try and give you the news. We may have differing views on issues.
I agree with you.
But on the news itself, we want to be very careful, cautious, but we will try and make sure that we get the right news. And remember, it's our reporters who are on the ground, who are giving you really the real factual information. None of them are even prone to hyperbole, and all of them are in very, very difficult situations. Please appreciate the terrain in which our reporters are working at the moment. Also, I might add here, we haven't done what many of the Twitter social media factory did. They said there was a coup in Pakistan. Someone said a Pakistani pilot had been captured, that the Indian army had got into Islamabad. So we could claim that, look, we've tried, we've got a few things wrong, and I'm openly willing to concede that I will be more careful next time. But let's go to Kamaljit Sandhu, who's joining us at the moment. Kamaljit, you've been bravely there right through for the last couple of days. I met you in Srinagar as well. What are you seeing around you? We've just heard in Srinagar, Gaurav was making the point about the significance of these drone attacks targeting that Air Force base in Avantipura, which has been repelled.
Blast sounds are being heard in Srinagar at this point of time, but let me tell you, I'm at line of control and situation is no different. And it seems even in Avantipura in South Kashmir, which is an army base, this is where also loud sounds were heard, and what we've been told is that the drones tried to actually attack that particular site, and it was not only fended off, it was neutralized, and at least 15-20 rounds were fired. So where we are, whatever drones we have sighted, they come in swarms, and this is where what we've seen is an immediate action of the air defense system, and those drones are really brought down. Now, is this sort of a mischief? That is a big question, because it seems that these particular drones are without the payload. Remember, the firing has not been done by the drones, or at least not been sighted by any of us at this point of time. But clearly there seems to be an escalation, because remember, this is what has happened just about yesterday. Today, again, multiple states, multiple cities where drones are being sighted. So this is a sort of a provocation coming in from Pakistan. They definitely have something in mind. And remember, the sort of statements coming in either from DG ISPR or from the defense minister, this is very clear that they want something more to come, especially from this particular situation. So there has been an escalation from Pakistan side, because clearly they're not stopping at just about one particular evening. This is the second one where drones have been sent in. This is to create chaos and confusion. But meanwhile, what is happened is not just a coordinated blackout happening in different cities. There's a big security grid response happening to these particular drone attacks at this point of time. But clearly, no casualty, no damage reported so far. But the drones have been brought down one after the other. And what is being reported is both in Jammu, Kashmir and Punjab, where multiple drone sightings seen in different locations, both at line of control and near the international border.
You know, Rajdeep, what's also very significant at this point of time was an infiltration attempt this morning, which was caught on camera. And according to the Border Security Force, these were a group of 7 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists who were trying to infiltrate. They were spotted on camera through the handheld thermal imagers and neutralized. So there is threat not just of Pakistani drones, but Pakistani terrorists too.
And that's been a familiar practice that the Pakistanis have adopted, isn't it? That they've used cross-border shelling in the past to push in infiltration.
Yes.
And they've done it usually soon after the snows melt every year over the years in Jammu and Kashmir. They attempted it this morning, as Gaurav says, and that was foiled. So clearly Pakistan attempting to provoke India into escalating this conflict. The question is, how long can India then adopt this policy of restraint? It's been very restrained in terms of singling out terror infrastructure at the outset and giving measured retaliation subsequently. Of course, in TV channels, if I may add, people have gone on to Karachi port. We were, it is embarrassing at one level when you see some of the stuff done on TV channels, but the government of India has been far more restrained in making sure that their attacks have been proportionate, measured and focused. I think
and for effect. For example, taking down Pakistan's air defense system
in Lahore.
And at a cantonment this morning, which was confirmed officially by the government. And we are only giving out information that the government has officially confirmed that another air defense radar was taken down. And Rajdeep, this Pakistan cannot replace very quickly. So the effort is to not just degrade their war-fighting capability. Should there be an escalation, then you punched a hole in Pakistan's defenses.
One of the points that Fareed Zakaria made, though, in that interview, which troubled me, is when he mentioned the fact that at the moment, the back-channel communication between India and Pakistan is non-existent. One of the advantages that we had in the past was an effective back-channel that existed at different levels between India and Pakistan. That's non-existent. So who's going to come and talk to the two countries? Really, the United States has almost washed its hands off. They want India and Pakistan to mutually stop this. Now, that's not easy in the circumstances, given that Pakistan is constantly provoking India. As we've been saying, Prime Minister Modi has met the NSA, has met Dr. S. Jaishankar, but that's going to be a big challenge going ahead. How do you achieve that kind of diplomatic backroom talks that can bring down the temperature? In a moment, I'll be joined by a 1971 war hero, Admiral Arun Prakash, will join us, one of India's most distinguished Navy admirals. But that is
a fighter pilot who won a Veer Chakra in combat in that India-Pakistan war. He bombed Sargodha. He's like true war hero.
That's right. We'll be talking to him about how can we de-escalate. How does one deal with the situation at the moment? Does one go up the kinetic action ladder? But that is a problem, isn't it, at the moment, Sandeep? Because you've got a situation. India opposes the IMF loan to Pakistan. The breaking news that we are getting, remember, India abstains from voting at that IMF meeting. India has opposed an IMF loan to Pakistan. Remember, Pakistan has had over a dozen IMF loans as a bailout in recent times. India has questioned IMF aid over Pakistan's poor reform record, warns of misuse of funds for cross-border terrorism. India has highlighted Pakistan military's control over the economy, says repeated bailouts are risking the IMF's credibility. India has urged moral checks in global lending decisions. Now, that's an interesting way to look at it, because one of the ways that India has attempted to put pressure on Pakistan is use water as a weapon, keep the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, and now trying to get the IMF also to put some check on Pakistan. Unlikely that Pakistan won't get that bailout since it had been cleared at different levels, but at least India has made a strong point that you cannot allow those funds then to be used to fund terror.
You know, two things here. IMF is not a charity. IMF cannot give money if that money, instead of going for the benefit of people of Pakistan, is fueling Pakistan's military jihad complex and is funding radical Islamist organizations like the Jaish-e-Mohammed, who incidentally, Rajdeep, you know better, was involved in the killing of Daniel Pearl, a wonderful journalist working for the Wall Street Journal, who was beheaded by Omar Saeed Sheikh and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. So Rajdeep, does that country deserve an IMF bailout? Clearly not. And that's Pakistan that says water is being used as a weapon. India is simply saying that we need that water for our people of Jammu and Kashmir, and it needs to be renegotiated so that it benefits us more. So, you know, it's not a weapon. It's something that needs to benefit our people more, Rajdeep.
Sunilji Bhatt and Aman Bhardwaj are with us. Aman, can you tell us what you're seeing around you at the moment? You're again in one of the blacked out areas along the border.
Yes, Rajdeep. Right now, there's from last 2 hours, there's a drone movement here in the sky, and there's a complete blackout in the city. So there are reports from the villages as well. There's a report from the village Khai Femeke in Firozpur, where 3 persons been injured after the object from the sky fell on the home, and after it caught fire, and a cylinder of the home or the other objects on the vehicle caught fire. That's what the police and the family family of the one of the village Femike in Firozpur, family and police both have confirmed. So there is a massive drone movement here in the sky, and after several intervals there is a sound of a siren and blast in the sky as well. So people here are worried for the time being, and what next they are asking by the text, by the calls, and also police by regular intervals of time they are making rounds on the streets, on the roads of this Firozpur, because it's a border district, and among 6 other districts it's a crucial border area, because in 1971 as well this particular border Firozpur has witnessed 20 villages at the border line has witnessed the major escalations on the border line. So it makes it very crucial and very sensitive also if there's such movements of the drones in the sky and there's a blackout in the city, and there are incidents of fire and attacks in the villages that got fire, and some of the accidents that got fire by this drone activity as well, Rajdeep.
Okay. Also joining us, Sunil Ji Bhatt. Sunil, you've really gone through a difficult 24-48 hours. Has that drone firing that was around you a little while ago stopped?
Right now I am at an undisclosed location in Jammu, and even now I can hear the sounds of siren, and intermittently explosions can also be heard. So that means there is some activity going on in the skies. I am relatively now at a safer location, but even now I can hear explosions taking place in the skies of Jammu. So it's clear that it's going to be a very long night, and Pakistan is resorting to provocation after provocation, and earlier we used to see that Pakistan used to resort to shelling in the border towns, in border villages, but now even in Jammu city drone activity is being witnessed, and we have already activated our air defense system, and with the help of that we have been able to neutralize this threat. But for almost 20 to 30 minutes there was a lull, but now we are again hearing sounds of sirens, and intermittently we can also hear sounds of explosions here in Jammu city. And Rajdeep, I have also you've spoken to my sources. Pakistan has resorted to heavy shelling in the border areas, whether it's a line of control in Poonch district or even in Jammu district's Araspura sector. So civilian areas are being targeted by Pakistan. Pakistan is resorting to heavy shelling, and innocent people are being targeted, non-combatants are being targeted, and even now I can hear sounds of explosions intermittently. And it's very important to note that Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif, in his latest interview to a news channel in Pakistan, has said that chances of de-escalation are now minimum, and full-fledged war is the only option. So Pakistan is rattled, it's frustrated, now it's issuing threats, and it's for last 2 days we are witnessing that Pakistan is sending drones to create mayhem in Jammu and Kashmir, but our troops are on alert mode, and we have activated our air defense system. Pakistan is biting dust, and we are foiling the nefarious designs of the enemy.
Okay, we're getting our reporters to give us situations on the ground from different parts. Just to tell you that those images we are getting are deferred images. We've been very cautious not to use live images. That's from Khai Feme village, district Firozpur. On the border, an object fell on a house. The diffuse elements from the drone fell on their home, after which their home has caught fire. We keep saying this, innocents get caught. It's civilians who've suffered the most. There was the Ministry of External Affairs pointed out to a Christian-run, missionary-run school where people were the school was targeted by Pakistani artillery firing along the border, and people have lost their lives. There's a Gurdwara, Gurdwara where people have lost their lives. 2 children have lost their life in that missionary school. So you've got a situation where civilians, innocent civilians, are losing their lives. Let's go to Gurdaspur at the moment along the Punjab border with Pakistan, where I'm joined by Maushmi Singh. I just want to tell you, Maushmi drove all night to be in Gurdaspur. She's quite remarkable in her energy. And I think, Maushmi, tell us what you've been seeing around you this night today.
Right, Rajdeep, you know, we've been here in and around crisscrossing villages and right, I can tell you at about when the blackout started, we started hearing a lot of sounds and it was raining drones, almost 15 to 20 blasts we heard in the air. We spotted some and all of them decimated by the Indian Army. And we've seen in this border district, you know, there have been villages who have been really looking at this imminent war that's unfolding. They feel that the war is coming, but at the same time, you know, there is a lot of resolve in them that they have to stand up to it. They are preparing for it. Even right now, there's a complete blackout in this entire area. We've also got our windows rolled up, and you know, you spoke about driving all night. It's nothing, in fact, in front of the valor and the resilience that our forces have shown, Rajdeep. And, you know, almost matching that, and, you know, it's like a trickle effect. We've seen citizens in small villages, you know, how they are, you know, gathering their energy, their stamina and courage to face whatever lies ahead. You know, the security personnel, the civil staff, defense staff, just, you know, boosting their morale, and they're all up in, you know, very, very strong spirits here in Gurdaspur and the entire belt.
You know, you've got therefore an entire belt, Gaurav, from Rajasthan, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, which night after night for the last 72 hours have been witnessing blackouts and have been targeted. It's those in the border areas who tend to suffer the most every time these attacks take place.
Oh, absolutely, Rajdeep. I mean, look at this. It's 770 kilometers of the line of control from Jammu all the way to Leh that's now impacted. It's 3,500 kilometers of the international border between India and Pakistan that's impacted. And 24 airports being shut down, marketplaces shut down, these homes burning. It does impact the economy differently. But then there has to be a solution to dealing with Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, Rajdeep. And when you look at those images of Pakistan army attending funeral of terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen and Lashkar-e-Taiba, that military jihad complex in Pakistan has to be dealt with somewhere, Rajdeep, even if it means going up the escalation ladder or perhaps not going up that escalation ladder, Rajdeep, that may bleed Pakistan even more.
Should India go up the escalatory ladder or not? What lies ahead? I am joined at this moment by someone who, as Gaurav said, was a 1971 war hero, former naval chief. Admiral Arun Prakash joins me. Appreciate you joining us, sir. Admiral Prakash, we are seeing in the last 24 hours growing escalation in this India-Pakistan conflict. Pakistan using drones, missiles to target Indian military establishments. India in return neutralizing Lahore's air defense system, radar systems. How do you see what's happened over the last 24 hours? Are we seeing an inevitable escalation in this conflict, Admiral Prakash?
Well, escalation was something that should have been factored in right from the very beginning by our military planners, and I'm sure it has been. So India has delivered a message, a long overdue message, that this nonsense of so-called cross-border terrorism has gone on long enough, and it's time for the Pakistani deep state, that is the ISI and Pak army, to step back and stop it. So the message has been delivered in the form of attacks, kinetic attacks on 9 different locations, supposed to be hideouts or training establishments of these terrorist organizations. So that message has been sent across. Now it is up to Pakistan to acknowledge it and say, all right, we've got your message and we'll do something about it. On the other hand, Pakistan could well say that, all right, you attacked our homeland and we are going to respond. I mean, that's a step that must have been taken into account by our military planners when they launched these 9 strikes into POK and Pakistan.
But does this escalation now worry you, given what's at stake? You've said in a recent article that the initial wave of these kinetic attacks may need to be followed up with more attacks. and the public should be prepared for attrition, loss of life, and the distinct possibility of escalation. Are you worried that this could now spiral out of control?
Well, it is entirely up to Pakistan, because India had suffered for long enough, for far too long, from these so-called cross-border terror attacks, which are actually acts of war on the part of Pakistan. They were raising, training, and launching these terrorists from their territory into our territory, which is actually an act of war. So we've tolerated it for many decades. But after Uri in 2016, we sent a message. Then another message was sent in 2019, the airstrike on Balakot, in the hope that the Pak military and the Pak ISI would realize that they had overstepped the limit. But apparently that message didn't go across. And for the last 5 or 6 years, they've continued with these activities. So this was yet another message, a much, much stronger message. And this time, it was not just meant to be punishment, but a message of deterrence, that you've gone so far, but no further. Now, it is, as I said, it is entirely up to Pakistan to accept the message or to raise the level and come back at us. This is hostility, this is war. And once you start kinetic action, you have to be prepared for escalation. And escalation is also, it depends how many steps on the escalatory ladder you want to go. I mean, we've attacked them, they may respond. And then do you want to respond again? But I think India has very sensibly sent across a message that this is non-escalatory. We've not attacked any military targets. We've not attacked civil targets. We've only focused on the terror organization. And that's the message we want to send. So I think it's now time for the for the Pak deep state to sit down in a huddle and decide that, look, enough is enough, and let's put a stop to it.
Tough words from you, Admiral. Once you go on the path of kinetic action, you're effectively saying you're at war with each other. But the big question is, how do you step off the escalatory ladder? Is that going to become more and more difficult to step off this ladder as Pakistan provokes, Admiral Prakash?
Yes, it is. And I think we should be prepared for that. I mean, air defense, if you are using aircraft to launch attacks, then their air defenses are our adversary. So taking out their air defense is a precaution that we had to take. But escalation is inevitable, Rajdeep. I mean, the two sides, the politicians, the statesmen, I don't know if there are any statesmen on the Pakistani side, have to decide that how far are you going to go? When are you going to call the international community and say, all right, this has gone far enough, it's got to stop? Because at the end of the tunnel, you have to remember that both countries are nuclear armed. And if this escalation goes out of control, then the ultimate end could be a nuclear detonation. And Pakistan has been known to be making irresponsible statements. I think very recently their defense minister made some wild statements. So, I mean, that is unthinkable. A nuclear exchange is unthinkable. So it has to stop well short of that. And possibly some intervention, some talks, negotiations at some stage have to be undertaken.
You mentioned the nuclear issue is unthinkable, but the concern will be it's one thing to establish conventional or re-establish conventional deterrence, Admiral, vis-a-vis Pakistan. The other worry is, how do you ensure that an irresponsible Pakistani army state leadership is deterred from using this last option of nuclear weapons? There is that overwhelming concern of some kind of miscalculation. How do you stop this situation from escalating beyond a point and at the same time sending a tough message to Pakistan?
Well, for 26 years, our nuclear deterrent has been adequate and our nuclear policy has been adequate to deter Pakistan from any thought of using nuclear weapons. So deterrence has held fast for 26 years. And I'm quite sure that it will continue to do so, because for all the irrational, wild statements that they seem to make, I mean, self-preservation is a very powerful force. So if Pakistan starts anything, even at the tactical level, the response they will get, India has stated quite clearly in its doctrine that any use of nuclear weapons, whether tactical, strategic, whatever, will invite an overwhelming and a devastating response. So that is on the table, that any thought of using a nuclear weapon, no matter how small or big, where Pakistan will lose a city or a large chunk of its population. So their pretense of being irrational, I think, is a big act. No country wants to be, sort of and lose a huge chunk of its population. So I am fairly confident that we will not reach that stage. Now, how to get off ramps from this building up of tension on both sides, where to get off gracefully is something that the statesmen, maybe, negotiations, third-party negotiations, something like that has to be done. We've sent a clear message, a kinetic message, that we don't want any more cross-border terrorism. The guilty party is Pakistan. It is up to them either to accept this message and say, all right, we'll think about it, or to escalate it and then decide how far they want to escalate, because if they escalate, they will get harder and harder knocks from the Indian side. That is inevitable.
One final question, Admiral Prakash. We've seen in the last couple of days, Pakistan use artillery fire to target innocent civilians. India has responded in kind, not just the armed forces. We've seen our air power striking Pakistani terror bases, Muridke, Bawalpur, other places. What about naval power? You're seen as one of India's most distinguished naval admirals. Is naval power also an option if Pakistan chooses to escalate beyond a point?
Well, yes, if it comes to that, I mean, if it's a graduated escalation, then the naval power can certainly, because naval power takes a little time to have effect, because it will affect the economy. Now, let's remember when we think of Pakistan doing reckless things, that they're a much smaller country, smaller population, economy which is in deep, deep trouble. They're taking loans only to pay off other loans. They have ethnic problems, huge internal domestic problems. So they are not in a state to be overly aggressive. And if this whole thing, this hostilities stretch out for a longer time, then pressure can be brought to bear on them from seawards also. Their economic, their energy, their trade, and food, etc. Much of it comes from abroad by sea. So the Indian Navy can swing into action. Even before that, the Indian Navy can also take kinetic action, special forces, they've got long-range missiles, etc. So it all depends on what our government and our military planners have got in store for them. There must be a planned escalatory, calibrated step 1, step 2, step 3. So the Navy will have a role to play if it comes to that, but in a longer term.
Okay, Admiral Prakash, for speaking so plainly and clearly to us, a 1971 war hero. Appreciate you joining us. Very clear, Admiral Prakash, speaking with sort of clarity. The big breaking news, Pakistan carrying out raids with hundreds of drones, more than 20 cities of Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, they are being engaged according to army sources. Are you all surprised with the sheer range, Sandeep, that has been put in place here? 20 cities across about 4 states at the moment?
Not at all, Rajdeep. In fact, this is what Pakistan has been doing over the last 2 nights. It's building up this pattern of predictability of drone, attacks, strikes, all across the length and breadth of the northern and western borders, over 3,000 kilometers. It's demonstrating the fact that it can target all of these locations with explosives, and possibly that is something that we should wait for and anticipate and take remedial measures, corrective measures immediately. And this is what Pakistan seems to be doing this, by replacing small arms and artillery fire with drones, and it's taken up the entire tension on the India-Pakistan border to the next level, Rajdeep.
Gaurav, your sense, has Pakistan between last night and today taken it to another level?
So last night it was 36 different cities, 400 attempts by Pakistan, drones, rockets and missiles. Today, the night is still young, Rajdeep. This will go on till late at night, perhaps early in the morning. But early in the morning is when our systems will be absolutely alert, because they could either try rockets, missiles, or maybe a fighter jet raid. God forbid, because there will be consequences should Pakistan seek to escalate. But this is not yet escalation, Rajdeep. When you look at the escalation ladder, either kinetic or non-kinetic, this is still preparation for that escalation. You're just trying to assess each other. You're just trying to assess who's stronger, where, what will my next move be. So in that chessboard, both the armies are now putting their pieces together, and then the move will happen, and that will be very sudden, and then the escalation may just be very sudden. But before that, if you also notice, Rajdeep, Systematically, certain assets of Pakistan, one, are being taken down. Two, as Admiral Prakash was telling you in that interview that he just did with him, that there are other ways to bring pressure on Pakistan, and the economic pressure is the biggest. 25th bailout from IMF, 25th bailout. What if that is stalled? The moment that is stalled, Pakistan's war-fighting ability comes down several notches.
Won't be easy to stall it, but India has made a point at that IMF meeting there today. The fear that the funds that are given to Pakistan are then used to fund terror is a very strong point India has made at that meeting. Aman Bhardwaj is still with us, as are Ashutosh Mishra, Maushmi Singh, our reporters have fanned out. Aman, what are you hearing around you? Has the noise died down? These drone explosions that have been taking place for the last couple of hours?
Exactly, Rajiv. From last couple of minutes, the sky is calm now. So there's no any such drone movement right now, because initially at 8 p.m. the way it started, so it was just very tense for the people here in Firozpur. After which it lasted for 2.5 hours after several intervals of time. But now the recent development, which that how this diffused drone injured 3 people in Khai Khemeke village of Firozpur, and they've been taken to the hospital as well. SSP Bhupinder Singh, who's the Firozpur SSP, has reached the spot. He reached the hospital as well, and he made the confirmation that how from the remaining of the drone that got diffused in the sky, it fell on the house, and the house then caught the fire, and their vehicle, their things in the house, they were burning, and they got injured themselves as well. So all the 3 were admitted to the Firozpur hospital, but these activities are making somehow people more worried about the situation, that are they safe, are any object coming from sky to their home as well. So that is the reason that this blackout is helping people around, because their home was told to be that the light was on in their village of their home. So that was the reason that somehow it caught fire, or the incident took place. But the whole story is still awaited, that how they've been injured, and what is the scenario in the village as well, because here in Punjab, Rajiv, when any of the house in the village or the city got caught up by some of the accident or incident like this, so people are very sentimental and they're very connected to each other. So they are very concerned that how come this house got injured, got affected, how people got injured. Today we visited Bathinda as well, where the missile hit the farms, and people their home was very affected with the shells from the missile. So these sort of things, and people from their villages coming to their home, they were inquiring the present scenario, their health, their condition, because most of the people here in rural Punjab or Firozpur or border area are farmers, and they tend to witness these sort of things. They have also witnessed 1971 war. They tend to witness this the flood situation here. So they are very connected to each other, and this sort of scenario make emotional dent on their psyche, that are they safe on the border area or not. But the drone activity you see here in the sky, you'll see complete blackout. The sky is calmed down. There's no drone movement as such now, the way it started, but still it's concerning, making situation sensitive and crucial, that is that drone movement will be there after a couple of minutes, or will it be it's done for today.
I'm just going to stop you, Aman.
From last 2
I'm going to stop you, Aman, at the moment. I'm going to go to some of our other correspondents as well. Let me go to Maushmi Singh. Maushmi, as Aman is saying, there is fear naturally among the villagers there because of these drone attacks. Tell us when you've been talking to them, is that a dominant emotion, fear?
Rajdeep, I've been to 3-4 villages today, and I can tell you that this side of Punjab, the villagers are really prepared. They've seen during the Kargil war how tension prevailed, and most of them talk about 1971, the elderly, and say that we are training our young ones not to be scared. And more so, they are rooted to their village. They know that they have no other home but this one, and that's why I see a preparedness, a mental preparedness when we talk about war or a long haul as far as this prevailing tension is concerned. I've seen ex-military personnels training the kids if there are splinter bombs or if there is a blast, what to do in an emergency. We spoke to homemakers today, and they've been stacking food, they've been stacking medical medicines and a lot of ration to ensure that they can survive for 2 months. But the underlying factor is that they do appeal that there should be some talk and some sense prevailing as far as Pakistan is concerned. They know that Pakistan is a repeat offender, but they hope for peace, that there should be talk across the table. But if Pakistan doesn't learn from its mistakes and learn the lesson, then they know that India will retaliate, and they are battle hardened. They are ready for that. That if things come to a knot, we are with the army, and we will help them out shoulder to shoulder.
Okay, Gaurav, before we go to Kamalji, do you want to explain the air defense systems that India is using to neutralize Pakistan drones? Gaurav's going to explain that for you. Take a look.
So what was India's weapon of choice? In fact, there were multiple, and this is actually India's big strength that Pakistan lacks. Made in India weapons, made in Russia weapons. I'm telling you about all of these in one go. So I want to begin by first talking about the S-400 systems. Take a look at the world's most advanced air defense shield that India has, the S-400 system. And why is the S-400 perhaps the best long-range air defense systems in the world? It's better, arguably, and that's what those who use it say, better than America's THAAD system, the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System of America. So the S-400 system, as you can see, is road mobile. It's based on these vehicles that can quickly be moved from one area to another. One are these canisters which have the missiles. The other is the command and control structure. And the third are those radars. So they scan multiple targets simultaneously up to 600 kilometers away and can destroy them up to 400 kilometers away. What are those targets that they can destroy? They can destroy an incoming aircraft. They can destroy an incoming cruise missile, a ballistic missile, an unmanned aerial vehicle. Multiple targets can be tracked 400 kilometers away. Targets can be destroyed. 160 targets can be shot and destroyed. 72 targets can be engaged simultaneously at various ranges. So this is an amazing system. No one in the world has better. India ordered 5 of these systems at a cost of 39,000 crore rupees. 3 have arrived. The other 2 hopefully should arrive soon. Let me now tell you about the Akash indigenous air defense missile shield. Now it's a medium-range surface-to-air missile defense system. So we have the long-range LR-SAMs, we have the MR-SAMs, which is medium-range surface-to-air missile, and this has been developed by the Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, along with BDL, they've worked together on this. The ranges are between 45 kilometers to 70 kilometers. Again, they can engage multiple targets simultaneously, packed with explosives, and it has its own guidance system, which incidentally is made in India. Let me now tell you about the Zu-23 systems, the Shilka self-propelled system with 423mm autocannons. It has a radar. Again, this is made in India, and I want to tell you so much more about this system because it's been developed by India in a way that it can and modified by India in such a way that it can take out threats up to 20 kilometers away, and the rapid speed of fire of ammunition, 4,000 rounds it can fire per minute, upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition, advanced fire control to take out even small drones, lethal for UAVs. It can take down a helicopter, an enemy helicopter that's coming in your way, and light armored units are using this. Let me also tell you about the L-70. That's a 40 anti-aircraft gun. Again, modified domestically. It has radars and sensors, includes electro-optic and auto-tracking gear. Fires, can you imagine? 240 to 330 rounds per minute. Effective range, once again, up to 4 kilometers away. So some of these are much older weapons and systems, but they have been modified within the country. They can actually saturate the airspace with predictive firepower.
At a crucial briefing earlier this evening by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, India detailed how it had thwarted Pakistan's attack last night. Listen in.
On the intervening night of 8th-9th May 2025, Pakistan military carried out multiple violations of Indian airspace along the entire western border with an intent to target military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and line of control, drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sar Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence. Forensic examination of the drone debris is being undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Guard Songa drone of Turkey.
And joining us now on this India Today special broadcast is Dr. Tara Kartha, former director of the National Security Council and an expert on matters Pakistan. Ma'am, welcome with Sandeep Unithan stays with us on this broadcast. Ma'am, what do you make of Pakistan's drone probes once again today? They've targeted several cities, virtually probe missions quite like yesterday. What is Pakistan attempting to do in your appreciation?
I think this might sound a little odd, but I think they are reserving their fire. There's a lot more they could have done in this interim period, which they haven't done. I mean, to us sitting here, because we are unused to this, right? We are unused to anything at all, like anywhere close to this happening. But if they are, then they are in it for the long haul, or it's a continuous nuisance value which they will inflict on you over the long period of time. These are the two options they have. But then what is coming up, as you know, is the IMF meeting, which IMF has its own, what shall I say, its own parameters, its own, what is the word? What it's supposed to do. It cannot, by its charter, fund a country which is at war. That is, I mean, you read the IMF charter. It says sound economic and stable policies. Is that what Pakistan is doing now?
So it's very interesting. It's very interesting, Doctor. The fact is, India has abstained from voting. I just read Jairam Ramesh has tweeted saying India should have voted against Pakistan. And he's tweeted strongly saying this was an opportunity to say no to a loan to Pakistan. Now, we don't know whether they'll get the loan or not, but are you linking that to what we are seeing over the last couple of days? I mean, you seem to be suggesting that Pakistan is in for the long haul. Now, that's worrying at one level. Are you saying every day they're going to try and do these drone attacks? There surely must come a time when they realize that it's not getting them anywhere, or is the attempt to provoke India into a wider conflict?
See, that's what I've been saying on your channel, that they have been trying, the whole pattern of events has been trying to push you into a conflict. And we've been very, very careful. We are going step by careful step, and they're trying to goad you. But as of the last, maybe, I mean, since this is a 24-hour developing thing, I'm wondering if I get the sense they're holding back their fire. They're not using their top drones. You see, so if they are not using it, either they feel it's not yet time, or they're not willing to escalate. But till date, from the date of the Pakistan Army's chief, that ridiculous speech, to the Pahalgam attack, to the events as of now, I don't so far see a single step back. So the only assumption.
That's an important point, that they're not taking a step back. Sandeep, how are you seeing this? Are you seeing this as a gradual escalation day by Pakistan to goad India into a wider conflict, India showing restraint?
Absolutely, Rajdeep. And I completely agree with Dr. Tara Karta's assessment of the situation. Pakistan seems to be holding its high-end drones, as any military would do. They would not expend it for the real
Future
conflict if it should break out. So what they're sending out on these probing missions are really the low-end stuff, the cheap Chinese drones that, a few $1,000s, the kind that are used by professionals. DJI Mavic kind of drones, the same kind of drones that they use to transport drugs and ammunition into India, in Punjab and in Jammu and Kashmir. That is the kind of probing missions that they're sending out these drones for, to test our defenses. And of course, they don't want to use any of their top level, high level, the cutting-edge Turkish drones, the military-grade drones, that they want to keep aside for a contingency which could unfold in the next couple of days. But, like I said earlier, Rajdeep, this is what they're building up, a predictable pattern of activity, drone activity, possibly to lull us into some kind of complacency and create some kind of a smoke screen through which they could then punch in fighter aircraft or cruise missiles or what have you. But it clearly demonstrates one thing, Rajdeep, that, if you've seen the statements that have been coming out of India's side over the three big statements that Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri made over 3 days, every one of those statements has an element of de-escalation built into them. But despite every such statement, the Pakistanis have chosen only to escalate, to continue with these kind of attacks, these kind of probing missions, sending drones into Indian airspace. And they're very clearly demonstrating their intent to play this in the long, play this game over the next couple of days, Rajdeep.
But, if I may, Rajdeep, Dr. Tara Kartha, Pakistan does not have the kind of funds that are required to be in a sustained conflict. Or is Pakistan being bankrolled, the way Ukraine was being bankrolled to fight Russia with weapons being given by NATO? Are weapons being given to Pakistan, as we very clearly see, from their air defense system to their fighter jets, to their long-range missiles, to their drones, either by China or by Turkey? And India made it very clear today that India knows they're getting their drones from Turkey. So Turkey is playing a very dirty game here as far as India is concerned, and China has been playing a game which is subpar for a very long time. So are we then actually in a way fighting China through Pakistan?
That's a very interesting question. As far as I can only go by evidence. Their weapons have come from Pakistan for years. So has their nuclear capability. So has their missile capability. That's been going on for years. Say in the last 10 days, what have we seen? We've seen statements supportive of Pakistan from China. We've seen some excellent intelligence from Pakistan. I don't know where that's coming from. So I'm just giving you the facts as I see them. They predicted your attacks 2 days ahead of time. And some other aspects as well. Their drones are the reason that the missiles which were supplied to them, the P-18s, I think.
The PL-15, the long-range air-to-air missile.
Yeah. I've heard there was a so-called calculated leak which I saw. I think it's a calculated leak which said that the missile supplied is not in the full range. So let's see where that goes. I honestly don't think China would want us to go to open war. But this kind of debilitating drone attacks, they'll be okay with. So that much we can go on. But there is also two interesting aspects. One is they've talked of the recent IMF report has talked of a 38% increase in remittances Who gets 38% increase in remittances? That's amazing. Number two is that in our exercises of going through the Pak defense budget, the economic budget throughout the thing, I remember we saw one footnote, that was all, which said military loans to Pakistan from China. Some, I forget how many billions it was. It was just a footnote. Then again, we went through the whole budget. I couldn't find where that money was. So
very interesting, Rajdeep.
So there is this conspiracy theory that's been doing the rounds about the China factor. I asked that to Fareed Zakaria as well. Fareed felt that China has much to lose by getting the two countries also drawn into conflict, even though he also reminded us that India has so much more to gain from peace at the moment than Pakistan does. You've got a virtual basket case on one side in terms of its economy, and you've got another country which is poised to perhaps take full advantage of the turbulence that is taking place in global economies at the moment. And therefore, this is a moment for India to maybe find a way to get the Pakistanis back on track to ensure that they do not allow these elements within Pakistan, their army state leadership, to try and derail the efforts that are being made to somehow de-escalate, or indeed to ensure that India is allowed to take full advantage of its position in the world economy. So I think the next few days, this China factor, I mean, who is funding this entire Pakistan campaign is going to be asked.
And whether India can actually outthink and outdo them in the manner in which some of the war efforts have gone on so far. Because remember, if Pakistan is trying to provoke India into escalation, Rajdeep, don't you think the Narendra Modi government has succeeded in not being provoked into an escalation? They've succeeded in striking the terror, launch pads, training camps, headquarters, struck at their defenses, and yet that escalation hasn't happened.
I think the challenge is, can kinetic action and strategic restraint coexist?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you use your moments for restraint, and can you use your moments for kinetic action, and can you choose them wisely? Dr. Kanta, we've run out of time. Good to have you on the show and throwing up some interesting observations there. Sandeep, wonderful to get all your insights. Thank you very much. And Gaurav and I have gone through 2 hours without arguing with each other, which is quite an achievement.
Well, it's absolutely, but I agree with everything you say anyways.
You and I had a dispute, had a debate over whether Kashmir was at the heart of this entire, that the long-term solution was in ensuring peace in Kashmir. And of course, that has been picked up by right-wing Twitter armies to suggest that Gaurav has put me in my place. Maybe he has. But either way, I think it is my belief that eventually the long-term solutions lie in ensuring peace in the valley, and we can discuss those solutions at another day. But at the moment, the focus is on Pakistan's attempt to try and provoke India, and how India has consistently, over the last few days, resisted those pressures to allow this conflict to escalate. We've had a pretty difficult night for those living on the border once again. Our thoughts and prayers at the end of the day are with those people. Whether you're in Gurdaspur, Avantipura, Poonch, Rajouri, Arispura, Uri, these are the places, Amritsar, these are the border towns, cities, villages where people have had to face the brunt of these drone attacks. It is unacceptable when innocent tourists first are targeted in Pahalgam, and now you are having innocent villagers. Why should someone in a Gurdwara have to suffer in the way they did in Poonch, or indeed in a school, a missionary school in the area? That is unacceptable. Pakistan needs to wake up somewhere and realize whatever you're doing, you are ending up only discrediting yourself by targeting innocent civilians. That is not the way civilized societies act. But we leave it at that. Thank you all very much for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And good to be here with you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Over 50 Pakistani drones and 8 missiles destroyed. IPL suspended for a week amid tensions. Indigo cancels flights to border areas.
An India Today world exclusive. 2010 India Today inside Muridke.
A safe haven for terrorists. Pakistan uses terror as part of state policy.
2025 Muridke terror hubs wiped out.
Big story coming in. Muridke has been targeted. Oh my God, the terror epicenter has been targeted. Information just coming in. Indian missiles have struck the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Muridke has been bombed. It's a big, big story. This is India's Operation Synindhur.
The line of clarity with Gaurav Sawant. Only on India Today.
Another barbaric act of Pakistan is continuous shelling being done in the border areas at the line of control. We are in Rajouri, and this is a house which seems to be devastated. A major impact has been taken. It's a newly built house, but here you see the impact of the shell. The shell fell a couple of meters away. There's a crater there now. What you see out here is the ramification, the effect of, look at this. This is all the glass shards. These are broken pieces. We'll just try and get a sense from the owner here. Rishi is with his family. Rishi and Shruti just recently got married. They're newly married couple. But getting a sense, Rishi, आप ये बताइए, रात का मंजर क्या था? आप लोगों ने ड्रोन देखा, आपने शेल गिरते देखा, आप लोग क्या हुआ? क्योंकि जान बचाना भी जरूरी है।
जी मैम, जान तो हमने बचाई है। रात को 1:30-2 बजे लगभग यहाँ पे फायरिंग जो है शुरू हो गई थी, तो हमने बहुत मुश्किल से यहाँ पे जान बचाई, छुप के अपने आप को मतलब कमरे में वहाँ पे जान बचाना पड़ा हमें। तो बिल्कुल जस्ट घर के सामने जो है ये विस्फोट हुआ है, तो बहुत मुश्किल था हमारे लिए। तो ये फर्स्ट टाइम था, इससे पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। यहाँ पे सारी हिंदू कम्युनिटीज है, ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ, दिस फर्स्ट टाइम।
हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. You're joining us for our rolling coverage on the latest as far as the India-Pakistan conflict is concerned. A fresh attempted drone strike by Pakistan being reported as several parts of the country in the north and west are seeing fresh drone strikes by Pakistan, all being thwarted as we speak by our alert forces. We'll be getting you those live updates from different parts of North and West India that are facing these drone strikes. But let's begin with breaking news that's coming in. The White House has reacted to what's happening between India and Pakistan with a message that President Trump wants to see it de-escalate. So the White House saying that President Trump wants de-escalation right now. The question is whether something will be done about this by America. As you've had the US Vice President making it very clear, J.D. Vance making it very clear that this is none of America's business. And so they're going to let India and Pakistan deal with it their way. And now you've got a statement from the White House saying we want this to end. We want President Trump wants it to de-escalate the conflict between India and Pakistan. Our Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan is joining us with more details on this. Geeta, you had a statement that came in just a few days ago from the Vice President of America saying, look, this is none of our business. This is an issue between India and Pakistan. Today, you have the White House saying the President wants to ensure this de-escalation, wants to see de-escalation between India and Pakistan. So how do we really look into this statement?
Well, Akshita, very clearly, J.D. Vance said, made a statement that he thought and was in all probability in his personal capacity, because that's not how diplomacy is being conducted between India and the United States of America. Firstly, not the first time that Donald Trump is seeking de-escalation. Not so long ago, he had said it's a shame that they've not ended it. There has been a tit for tat. They did what they had to. Now the two countries should stop. And then you have Marco Rubio, who is the man, man engaging India and the United States of and Pakistan. In India's case, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. In Pakistan's case, Pakistan Premier Shehbaz Sharif. And seeking de-escalation. So the briefing that is still underway, the spokesperson just making that clear and reiterating that President Trump wants de-escalation because this is not helping anyone. Okay, also look at the larger picture over here, Akshita. Who does this benefit? They are going into talks with China, the United States of America. They're looking at reducing tariff from 145 to 80 because America is bleeding. And to stop that bleeding, America needs India. India right now is not completely available, and that certainly is hurting the United States of America and its advantage China. So in all this, China stands to gain, America stands to lose a lot, and America needs India. So they do want and are seeking de-escalation.
You know, the question then that arises is whether America also will step in to kind of mediate between India and Pakistan. And considering, Geeta, you're also saying that America is reliant on India's partnership right now. Does it look like then America could take India's side in the sense of pulling up Pakistan? Well, very interestingly, Akshita, United States of America did pull up Pakistan. The statements, the readouts that came from the State Department after the conversations that Marco Rubio had with Jaishankar and with Shehbaz Sharif clearly said that on the one hand, the readout on India said that they stand with India in the support and fight against terrorism. And on the other hand, the readout on Pakistan very clearly said that condoling the death of civilians, but also in the same breath said Pakistan needs to stop terror. So recognizing that terrorism is the reason why the two countries are where they are at today. Having said that, India has made it very clear India is not seeking mediation. Iran has offered mediation. Saudi Arabia, Qatar are in conversation with India and with Pakistan. They're not looking at mediation. What they really are looking at is if you have sway over Pakistan, if you have influence over Pakistan, please tell them that they need to stop using terrorism as an instrument of state policy, and there will be no escalation. Why is Pakistan responding to an action India took against terrorists? Why is Pakistan responding to an action India took against terrorists by hitting India's civilian and military targets, when India had made it very clear that they were not going in to hit Pakistani military and civilian targets, that they were terror infrastructure that India was looking at. So these are things that the international community will have to understand, and if they want any de-escalation, the ball then is in Pakistan's court. And even the statement that came in from President Trump right after Operation Synindhur, he seemed to suggest that, look, this was tit-for-tat action, while also, of course, saying that hopefully it ends here. The message from President Trump was very clear, Geeta, at that point when he said that, you know, this is India essentially responding to the Pahalgam terror attack, to Pakistani terrorists carrying out an attack on Indian soil. He called it tit-for-tat. Well, absolutely. And so has India reiterated the very same thing. When Pakistan said that the action by India will see an appropriate response and response with same measure, India and the Foreign Secretary of India, Secretary Vikram Misri, in a press briefing yesterday had said very clearly that India's action was not the initiation of the problem between the two countries. It was in fact a retaliation, a response to what had already happened. That the first incident was Pahalgam and the retaliation was what India did. So if Pakistan wants, it could have stopped right there and then. It didn't. Okay, interesting. Thanks very much, Geeta, for joining us with details really on how America has been choosing to react to what's happening between India and Pakistan. Listen into the White House press secretary.
He has been in constant communication with the leaders of both countries trying to bring this conflict to an end.
Just one other question. Yesterday, Caroline, two questions. First, can you give us an update on U.S. efforts to mediate or have an impact on the conflict between India and Pakistan?
Sure, I absolutely can. This is something that the Secretary of State and, of course, now our National Security Advisor as well, Marco Rubio, has been very much involved in. The President has expressed he wants to see this de-escalate as quickly as possible. He understands these are two countries that have been at odds with one another for decades, long before President Trump was here in the Oval Office. However, he has good relationships with the leaders of both countries, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I spoke to him just yesterday. He has been in constant communication with the leaders of both countries, trying to bring this conflict to an end.
Just one other question. Yesterday, Caroline, two questions. First, can you give us an update on U.S. efforts to mediate or have an impact on the conflict between India and Pakistan?
Sure, I absolutely can. This is something that the Secretary of State and, of course, now our National Security Advisor as well, Marco Rubio, has been very much involved in. The President has expressed he wants to see this de-escalate as quickly as possible. He understands these are two countries that have been at odds with one another for decades, long before President Trump was here in the Oval Office. However, he has good relationships with the leaders of both countries, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I spoke to him just yesterday. He has been in constant communication with the leaders of both countries, trying to bring this conflict to an end.
Just one other question. Yesterday, Caroline, two questions. First, can you give us an update on U.S. efforts to mediate or have an impact on the conflict between India and Pakistan?
Sure, I absolutely can. This is something that the Secretary of State and, of course, now...
Just heard there from the White House press secretary when she says that we're very closely tracking the situation. We're speaking to both sides right now, and President Trump wants de-escalation. I just want to also play out for you what U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance said 2 days ago when asked about what's happening between India and Pakistan. The message essentially was, look, this is none of our business. This is not America's business. Listen in.
We want this thing to de-escalate as quickly as possible. America can't tell the Indians to lay down their arms. We can't tell the Pakistanis to lay down their arms. And so we're going to continue to pursue this thing through diplomatic channels. Our hope and our expectation is that this is not going to spiral into a broader regional war or, God forbid, a nuclear conflict.
All right, let's now get you the latest updates of what's happening really along the India-Pakistan border, with once again Pakistan resorting to more drone strikes. India has repelled another wave of Pakistani drones coming our way. 10 drones have been shot down in Gujarat and Rajasthan. So 10 drones in Gujarat, 10 drones in Rajasthan have been brought down. 15 in Amritsar alone. So it looks like 15 drones were directed towards Amritsar, civilian area. So again, Pakistan resorting to that same tactic. Besides that, also military bases being targeted once again by Pakistan, or at least attempting to target them. Drones have been sighted overall at 26 locations, ranging from Dharamsala in the north right down to Bhuj in Gujarat, in the south of that entire border between India and Pakistan. So the international border, we've been seeing drone activity along the line of control also. There is drone activity. There is also suspected armed drones that were used by Pakistan this time, posing, of course, huge threats to civilian and military targets. I'll just run you through the locations where these drones were spotted and then shot down. Baramulla, Srinagar, Avantipora, Nagrota, Jammu, Firozpur in Punjab, Pathankot in Punjab, Fazilka, Lalgarh, Jatta, Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, Barmer, Bhuj in Gujarat, Corbett and Lakinala. These are the locations where, in fact, drone movement activity was spotted. An armed drone also targeted a civilian area in Firozpur of Gujarat, resulting in severe injuries to members of a family. And now the confirmation coming in that all of those who've been injured have been provided medical assistance. The area has been sanitized by our forces. This is a statement that's coming from the army, and the army maintains they are maintaining at this point a high state of alert, and all such aerial threats are being tracked and engaged using counter-drone systems. The situation is under close and constant watch. Prompt action is being taken whenever necessary. The army in that statement has also said citizens, especially in border areas, are advised to remain indoors, limit unnecessary movement, and strictly follow safety instructions issued by local authorities. There is no need to panic. I'll highlight that bit of the statement. No need to panic. Heightened vigilance and precaution are essential. So what we understand from the statement that's just come out is that at 26 locations, drones were spotted, Pakistani drones, all of them brought down, but for one incident in Firozpur where you had a drone targeting a civilian area and unfortunately members of a family being injured in that particular incident. Let me bring in right now on this broadcast Mir Farid as well as Amit Bharadwaj for the latest on this. Amit, I'm going to come across to you first. We understand that now in this statement by the army, they've confirmed that 26 locations were where these drones from Pakistan were spotted. One incident being reported in Punjab that's worrying, Amit, right now.
Right, Akshata, day 2, rather night 2, and Pakistan is resorting to similar sinister plan that it had done last night as well. Across the India-Pakistan border, be it Gujarat, Rajasthan or Jammu and Kashmir or Punjab for that matter, drones are being used against Indian soil by the Pakistani forces. And this cannot be just a coincidence that smaller drones are being used. There could be a much bigger sinister plan which could be the reality of which might come out in the days to come. But for sticking to the facts right now, what we saw was there was an attempt in Srinagar as well that has been successfully foiled by the security forces out here in Srinagar. In Dharamsala, I personally have received several calls of concern. I'm not saying that these were calls of panic, because the individuals and civilians there as well have been trained and mentally prepared in the past few days, the way they have seen the cowardly attacks and the indiscriminate attacks that coming from the Pakistani side. So there are reports of drone elements also in Dharamsala area, but the good news right now is that each of these drones has been dealt with by our security forces. Yes, there's an unfortunate incident that has been reported in Punjab's Firozpur, but medical attention is being given to the affected family. Back to you.
Let me just read out essentially what that statement says about what's happened in Firozpur. The message that's come in from the official statement is that of the 26 locations that were targeted, one was also in Firozpur of Punjab. And here's what the statement says. It says, and I quote, an armed drone targeted a civilian area in Firozpur, resulting in severe injuries to members of a local family. The injured have been provided medical assistance. The area has been sanitized by security forces. Those images on your screens is from Firozpur. Moments after the drone strike, we did access these pictures, and of course, we ensured that we didn't put it out immediately for security reasons. A delayed feed is what you're seeing there of the impact of that drone strike. And according to the army, this was an armed drone that targeted a civilian area in Firozpur. So let's be very clear here that Pakistan army has been targeting civilian areas across the 3,000-kilometer stretch of the border that we share with them. Across that area, it's not just military establishments, but civilian settlements. Proof of that on your screens. We're in Firozpur. An armed drone has targeted a civilian area. Unfortunately, there is news that severe injuries have also been sustained by members of a family who lived there. And that injuries, those who are injured have been shifted to a hospital. They're being provided all necessary care. So our prayers with them as well. I'll bring in Mir Farid also for the latest updates. Mir is reporting from Jammu and Kashmir. We're not revealing specific locations of our correspondents for their own safety and also because of the sensitivity of what we're reporting on. Before I bring in Mir Farid, there's more breaking news that's coming in right now of multiple attacks on the Pakistan army.